The end of the world is approaching. The sky is filled with fog and nothing can be seen clearly. The rain was pouring down like crazy, flooding all the streets, the ground was shaking, and buildings were collapsing one after another. The weather was either as cold as an ice cellar or as hot as a furnace. In the city, there were man-eating monsters everywhere, hiding in the ruins waiting to attack people. It was even scarier outside the city, with all kinds of man-eating beasts running around, biting whatever they saw. The whole world is turned into hell. The weak can only hide and escape, and the strong have to fight hard to survive. Her name is Luo Tang. Although she awakens superpowers in the apocalypse, she has no practical value. She is also controlled by Tang Chun, the sinister man around the reborn heroine, and becomes a tragic tool. Her repeated suicidal behavior puts her in deeper trouble, and even the family heirloom is taken away by the reborn heroine, who successfully recognizes her as the master. Just over 3 months had passed since the end of the world, and Luo Tang was powerless and froze to death in the heavy snow, becoming a supporting character that no one remembered. However, fate gave her a chance to be reborn. This time, she awakened her past life memories, saw through all the conspiracies, and successfully took charge of the family inheritance space. This space can store endless supplies, has its own upgrade function, and has countless resources to develop. She began to stockpile supplies, contract mutant beasts, and build her own mobile fortress. While others were struggling for food and water in the apocalypse, Luo Tang was living a life of apocalyptic tourism. While others were desperately fighting for a mutant fruit, she unexpectedly owned an energy mine and several mutant fruit forests after upgrading her space. In order to increase her strength, she took the initiative to cooperate with the country, exchanged the resources in her hands for benefits, and even bought a large amount of land in the imperial capital base in one fell swoop. This time, she will no longer be controlled by Tang Chun, but will use her own power to liquidate this insidious villain. Just as she was getting stronger step by step, someone jumped out and accused her of being a fake daughter. However, this is just the beginning of Luo Tang's plan. Facing the confrontation with the heroine Shin Chiyue, she is already a mother who is taking every step for her children and survival. Luo Tang looked at the girl in front of him who was entangled with his own destiny and sneered. She will never make the same mistakes again, but will live her own life in the apocalypse. At this time, Luo Tang was sitting on the sofa, and the sound of a payment on his phone rang in his ears. She smiled slightly, glanced at Shin Tingyun, and said in a calm but sarcastic tone, "My household registration book will be sent over tomorrow. As for the certificate, just think of it as a souvenir for you." Luo Tang calmly calculated in her heart that getting her household registration book back was of great significance to her. On the one hand, this allows Shun Chiyue to relax her vigilance after rebirth. On the other hand, if the end of the world does not come as expected, it will be much more difficult for her to get these things from the Shin family. The night was getting darker, and it was almost 9 o'clock. Luo Tang got up and left. After getting into the car, he put on his flat shoes and dialed the nanny's number. However, Xiao Linzhou's soft voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mommy, Zhozhou misses you so much." Hearing his son's voice, Luo Tang's originally cold expression softened instantly. "Baby, Mommy won't get home in 3 hours. You go to bed early and don't have to wait for me." Little Linzhou on the phone warned like a little adult. "Mommy, please be safe. Zhozhou will be obedient and sleep well." His childish voice was full of warmth. After hanging up the phone, Luo Tang felt a soft feeling in his heart, but at the same time, he also felt an irrepressible sense of urgency, as if something extremely important was about to happen. At this time, Su Jinan was at home with little Linzhou. The little guy had been staring at his phone since the afternoon, holding a furry silver-gray chinchilla Daodu in his hands. Little Linzhou looked at Daodu, lost in memories, tears quietly falling. Thinking of the suffering in his previous life and the tragic death of his mother, his heart was filled with sadness and guilt. However, he soon wiped away his tears and hugged Daodu tightly. Daodu made a soft chi-chi sound and rubbed Xiao Linzhou's face, as if to comfort him. Su Jinan looked at this scene and sighed softly, thinking that it was just a child's mood that came and went quickly. However, Xiao Linzhou secretly swore in his heart. This time, he would never let Mommy go through the same suffering as in the previous life. In the early hours of the morning, Luo Tang quietly pushed open the door, but was surprised to find that the lights suddenly came on. Little Linzhou rubbed his eyes and jumped off the bed, throwing himself into her arms. "Mommy!" Luo Tang hugged him tightly, bent down and kissed his forehead, and said softly, "Zhozhou, Mom is back." At this moment, The chinchilla Dowdu, who was curled up nearby, suddenly raised his head, stared at Luo Tang, and made a short chirp sound. Luo Tang was stunned for a moment, and then a childish voice came into his mind. Big Cub didn't call me when he came back, he only called me Little Cub. She looked at Dowdu in astonishment, and found that she could actually understand what it said. Dowdu seemed to notice her shock. He jumped onto her shoulder with pretended dissatisfaction and patted her face gently with his little paw. Luo Tang came back to her senses and smiled self-deprecatingly. Could this be the special power she awakened after her rebirth? She looked down at the mark on her chest. Her mind was full of mixed feelings. In the book, the heroine awakened her animal affinity after she dripped her blood to identify the owner of the jade pendant, but she had acquired this ability in advance. Luo Tang realized that his future was beginning to deviate from the plot in the book. While I was deep in thought, little Lin Zhou in my arms looked up and asked, "Mommy, are you back too?" These words shocked Luo Tang suddenly. She hugged her son tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Everything in the book is true. In her previous life, Zhou was only 5 years old and died tragically at the hands of an evil creature. Thinking of this, Luo Tang felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She touched her chest and whispered "go in" to herself, trying to trigger the life space. The next moment, she and Xiao Linzhou disappeared from the room in an instant. The moment you step into the space, you will feel the soft grass under your feet and the fresh air. Luo Tang gently put Xiao Linzhou down and looked up at this strange yet familiar space. The wonder of the space was exactly the same as described in the book, except that now the jade pendant had turned into a mark on her chest, which made Luo Tang feel at ease. In this way, the jade pendant will not be easily taken away by others. When little Lin Zhou heard Luo Tang's words, he jumped for joy twice, with a hint of relief in his childish voice. Mommy has never experienced the horror of cannibalism in the apocalypse. It's good that way. His little feet stepped on the soft grass, feeling unprecedented comfort. He looked up at the flat black land and the quaint house in the distance, his eyes full of amazement. "Mommy, can you do magic?" "That's amazing." Luo Tang couldn't help but smile, gently rubbed his little curly hair, and reminded him in a gentle voice, "Zhou, this will be our secret base from now on, don't tell anyone." As soon as she finished her words, she heard Do chirping angrily beside her. Luo Tang was slightly stunned, and Do's soft but complaining voice came into his mind again. "Big Cub forgot about Do again, humph." Luo Tang raised his hand to support his forehead and looked at Do helplessly. This little guy was so cute even when he was jealous. Little Lin Zhou was amused by Do's cry. He bent down and picked it up. His little hands gently stroked its soft fur, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Mommy, Dad will be very powerful in the future." Luo Tang's eyes moved slightly, and he remembered that the book did mention that the Totoro Dowdu became a brave little warrior after awakening his gold-related supernatural powers. But when she thought about her previous life, when Xiao Linzhou was seriously injured in order to protect Dowdu, and Dowdu also died tragically in the attack of the evil beast, she couldn't help feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. Xiao Linzhou seemed to have thought of something. His eyes turned slightly red, and his hands holding Dowdu couldn't help but tighten. Dowdu sensed his emotions, and gently placed his little paw on his hand. His soft voice rang in Luo Tang's mind. "Don't cry, little cub. Dowdu is here." Luo Tang looked at Do speechlessly. This little guy actually classified both her and her son as cubs, and was very friendly. She picked up little Lin Zhou, patted his back gently, and said softly, Zhou, those things haven't happened yet. From now on, you don't have to be afraid of anything with Mommy here." Little Lin Zhou looked up at her and whispered, "Mommy, Zhou doesn't want you to become hard and cold." Luo Tang smiled lightly, but his eyes couldn't help but become soft, and his heart felt slightly sour. She thought of the description of the tragic ending of Zhou and the Shun family in the book, and couldn't help but hug him tightly, secretly vowing that she would never let such a thing happen again in this life. Just as she was lost in thought, a painful roar came from not far away, interrupting her meditation. She turned her head and saw Dowdu rolling on the grass, his silver gray fur covered with grass debris, and he was making a low and strange roar. "Mommy, Dowdu has awakened." Little Lin Zhou's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. I saw Dowdu's body expand rapidly, and the originally petite and soft Totoro became solid. Dowdu's originally furry claws were now covered with black metal-like armor. The sharp black claws flashed with cold light, like a mini-armored beast with great combat power. Luo Tang was stunned and couldn't help complaining in his heart. "This is not a cute chinchilla at all, it's simply a fat pangolin." Dowdu looked extremely weak after completing the mutation, so Luo Tang hurriedly scooped up a handful of water from the small pond next to the spiritual spring and fed it to it. Dowdu stuck out his tongue to lick the spiritual spring water in her hand, gradually regaining his spirit, and then dived into the grass again, chewing it happily. Luo Tang looked around. His eyes fell on the house and the spiritual spring, and he felt a deep sense of doubt in his heart. "The space in front of me is very similar to the inheritance space described in the book, but it seems to be richer and more advanced." She walked to the edge of the meadow, and her eyes were drawn to three huge black trees. Driven by curiosity, she reached out and gently touched one of the trees, and a message suddenly popped up in her mind. It turns out that the three huge black trees are three independent warehouses. The space of each warehouse is comparable to that of a football field and can be used to store large amounts of supplies. Luo Tang had a thought and put the earrings in his hand into the warehouse. The earrings disappeared instantly, and he took them back in the same way. She smiled slightly. A curve appeared at the corner of her lips, and she began to plan in her mind how to maximize the use of space resources and make full preparations for the coming doomsday. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Daoda's spirit was obviously restored a lot, and he jumped towards Luo Tang and Xiao Linzhou. Seeing its sharp claws flashing with cold light, Luo Tang was afraid that it might hurt someone accidentally, so he immediately suspended it in the air with his mind. Daoda chirped and tried to warn her with his mind. "Big cub, danger! Run!" Luo Tang picked it up helplessly. Even though Daodu was now so round that its waist was almost invisible, it still rubbed itself nimbly onto her shoulder and lay there like a guardian. Little Linzhou called out in a baby voice, "Dodo, put your claws away." As soon as the words fell, Dodo's sharp black claws were obediently retracted, returning to their original furry little claws. Luo Tang was surprised and couldn't help but grab Daoda's little paw and look at it from left to right. "You little guy, you are quite amazing." While Luo Tang was studying Daodu, Daoda's voice appeared in her mind again, with a hint of disgust. "How stupid. Don't you drink the water? That water smells good. It's a good thing." The corners of Luo Tang's mouth twitched slightly, and he was secretly glad that Zhou didn't understand Dodo's complaints. Otherwise, the little guy would definitely quarrel with Dodo. Holding Daodu and holding Zhou's hand, Luo Tang pushed open the gate of the house. The scene in front of her made her stunned. A warm and soft light in the yard illuminates the rockery and flowing water. The pond is about 50 square meters in size, and the water is crystal clear. The water flows along the secret passage into a stream that runs through the entire space. Luo Tang had an idea and thought that he could raise some fish and shrimp here in the future to supplement the food reserves. The furnishings in the house were simple but elegant. There was only an antique plum blossom screen in the living room. Luo Tang accidentally touched the screen, and a series of information suddenly flooded into his mind. It turns out that this space is the inheritance left by the ancestors during the catastrophe era of immortal cultivation. In addition to bloodline inheritors, those with great luck can also use it for a short period of time, but they can only obtain the right to use the space and cannot sign a soul contract with it. The spring water is the energy core of the entire space, containing a trace of original spiritual energy that can help humans or animals awaken their abilities. It's a pity that the ancestors did not leave behind any cultivation techniques, only the possibility of upgrading the space. Luo Tang pondered for a moment and realized that although cultivating immortals and having supernatural powers were different, the spiritual energy in the space might be the key for her to find a new way. She continued to explore the house and found that the design of the room was extremely modern. The bathroom was equipped with a shower and a washing machine, and the kitchen even had an electric rice cooker and a double-door refrigerator. Despite the lack of electrical equipment, the appliances all functioned normally. Luo Tang vaguely guessed that all this might depend on the energy of the spring rather than external electricity. Little Linzhou ran into the master bedroom holding Daodu, threw himself on the soft bed and rolled around, shouting excitedly, "It's so warm here, I don't have to worry about the cold anymore, and mommy won't get hard anymore." Daodu made a soft chirp sound, as if agreeing with Xiao Linzhou's words. After visiting the space, Luo Tang used his mind to set a restriction for Zhou and Dodo. Under no circumstances could they mention the existence of the space to the outside world. Then she scooped a bowl of water from the spiritual spring and prepared to try to drink it. As soon as Daodu smelled the scent of the spiritual spring, he immediately jumped onto her shoulder, grabbed the edge of the bowl with his little paws, and made a cooing sound to express his desire. After Luo Tang comforted Dodo, he turned to Zhou and said, "It will be painful if you drink it. You must bear it." Zhou said firmly, "Mommy, drink it first." His eyes were burning, as if he had full confidence in Luo Tang's supernatural powers. As the spiritual spring entered her throat, Luo Tang immediately felt a huge force rushing through her body. She covered her head and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground in pain. Zhou was holding Dodo and was shouting anxiously, "Mommy, go to the bathroom quickly." When Luo Tang recovered, his stomach started to growl and a strange smell came from his body. Daoda covered his nose and hid in Zhou's arms, saying with disdain, "Big boy, you stink." Luo Tang soaked in the bathtub and felt the energy surge in his body in the clear water. Taking advantage of the intervals between the sounds of water, she tried the meditation techniques mentioned in the book. When she focused her consciousness in her mind, she saw a colorful lotus bud floating in a dark space. Luo Tang's heart was shocked. The heroine in the book awakened her ice ability through the magical beads that fell from the sky, and an ice-blue crystal core formed in her body. And her colorful lotus buds may mean all kinds of supernatural powers. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not release her supernatural power. She could only comfort herself that she was only at the beginner level now and needed time to level up before she could figure out her abilities. Coming out of the bathroom, Luo Tang looked at himself in the mirror. His skin was white and delicate, and even the old scars on his calves were gone. Little Linzhou looked down at the faint white light in his palm and whispered, "Mommy, my healing ability has no combat power. I won't be able to beat Daodu in the future." Luo Tang rubbed his curly hair and said softly, "Zhou, the healing ability is a very precious ability that can save lives. Don't worry, there are many ways to improve the ability." Her comfort made Zhou feel a little relieved, but there was still a hint of unconvinced in his eyes. After coming out of the space, Luo Tang immediately began to prepare supplies. She opened her phone and ordered an all-terrain off-road RV. The vehicle had to be made of strong and durable materials and equipped with bulletproof glass, and it had to be delivered within 6 days. She knew that in the early days of the apocalypse, in order to protect herself and Zhou, she had to be prepared to run around at any time. Luo Tang decided to go to the Imperial Capital Base in the north, rather than the Su Hui Base in the south that the heroine of the book originally chose. She secretly planned in her mind that life space was her biggest trump card. No matter how dangerous it was, she had a way out. Luo Tang had just put the account books in order when he was woken up by the sound of a roaring truck. When she received Shen Tingyun's call, she answered it casually. "What brought Mrs. Shen to my place?" Shen Tingyun's tone was as cold as ever. "The things have been delivered, open the door." Luo Tang raised his eyebrows, not expecting Shen Tingyun to be so cooperative. Several trucks quickly unloaded their goods, and rough stones filled the yard and underground garage. After the delivery person left, Luo Tang paid Su Jin's salary and returned Daodu to the space. As soon as the little guy entered the space, he started munching grass crazily. His appetite was so big that Luo Tang couldn't help but sigh. He had to stock up on more food, otherwise he would eat it up sooner or later. Then, she put the newly bought hamster cage and Curly hair into the car and drove to the next city with Zhou. When Curly woke up and saw Luo Tang, he immediately lay in Zhou's palm and started to chew nuts. A cheerful voice came out of his head. "Mommy's feeding service is great." Luo Tang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only put the cage and Curly into the space together to prevent the little guy from chirping all the way. After arriving in the next city, Luo Tang rented a large villa in a remote area and a large warehouse to prepare for the subsequent stockpiling of supplies. She started shopping online like crazy. Jackets, cold-proof clothing, tents, protective masks, as well as agricultural books and various practical tools. Taking into account Zhou's inherent healing abilities, the reserve amount of medical supplies is slightly reduced, but other resources must be absolutely sufficient. In order to improve efficiency, Luo Tang hired a professional broker, packaged his identity, opened overseas accounts, and spent a huge amount of money to buy a warehouse-style supermarket. The supermarket has a complete range of goods, which are neatly categorized, saving her the trouble of sorting. Just check the list and restock quickly, and the entire supermarket will be handed over within 3 days. Luo Tang planned to close the supermarket on the pretext of rectification, cut off the power supply and surveillance, and quickly put all the supplies into the space. These goods are enough to support her and Zhou for a lifetime. In addition, considering the earthquakes and power collapses in the end times, she also purchased diesel generators, gasoline generators, and a large number of batteries. Thinking of Curly's electrical abilities, Luo Tang couldn't help but wonder if this little guy would become one of the backup power sources. While I was thinking, Zhou's voice came. "Mommy, Dao Mao Mao is burnt. It and Wan Mao are fighting." Luo Tang quickly sank his consciousness into space and saw Curly standing proudly on a pile of coal balls, chirping, "Let you show off in front of me." Dodo, who was standing next to him, collapsed on the grass, looking at Luo Tang pitifully. Luo Tang suppressed his laughter, took out Curly, and pretended to teach it a lesson in a serious manner. "Curly, from now on you and Daodu are partners. You must live in peace." Curly chirped reluctantly, like a wronged child, but finally nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Luo Tang drove to the city seed company and purchased various crop seeds. When she passed by a pastry shop, she paid a deposit and booked all the pastries for the next 3 days. Group purchases are benefits. Her perfunctory explanation instantly won the boss's favor. After returning to the villa, Luo Tang continued to order food through the food delivery platform and ordered a large amount of pet supplies, including Timothy grass, alfalfa seeds, 5 tons of cat litter, bath sand, and volcanic ash. She also purchased 10 tons of coal briquettes and smokeless charcoal. By utilizing the time-stopping function of space, there was no pressure to preserve these materials. Faced with the more than 500 million yuan remaining in the account, Luo Tang felt a little headache. She ordered another 3 tons of gasoline and 3 tons of diesel, which she plans to deliver to the warehouse within 4 days. Even so, the funds have not been spent. Jojo leaned beside her and asked with round eyes, "Mommy, you are so rich. Why don't you buy a powerful gun?" Luo Tang touched his head and said with a smile, "You can't buy a gun for now, but when the end of the world comes, Mommy will take you to 0 yuan shopping." Luo Tang did not hide the truth from Jojo. The end of the world requires strong people, and Jojo, as a reborn person, had already witnessed the cruelty of the end of the world. Hearing Jojo ask in confusion, "Then why does Mommy want to go back to Shin's house?" Luo Tang smiled slightly with a bit of joking in his tone. "It's just to make Shin Tingyan angry. If you can still make her angry now, you won't necessarily be angry in the future. There is such an opportunity." Jojo blinked his bright eyes and agreed with his face. "Mommy is right. Chi Shin Tingyan." He tilted his little head and began to secretly plan. Tomorrow, while Mommy is not around, he will go to Chi Shin Tingyan. Luo Tang turned on his computer, typed in a string of codes, entered a special website, and continued to order various supplies needed for the end of the world. Jojo sat aside, frowning and watching her operations, and asked distressfully, "Mommy, how can you spend all the money?" Luo Tang chuckled, raised his hand, and rubbed his head. "Find someone to continue ordering until almost all the money is spent. Remember, in the last days, we must not give our things to others casually." Jojo asked thoughtfully, "Why can't you give it to others?" Luo Tang did not answer directly, but asked, "Jojo, what do you think?" The little guy blinked and said seriously, "The human heart is not as good as a snake swallowing an elephant." Luo Tang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and picked up Jojo. "Who taught you to be so reasonable?" Xiao Linzhou raised his head proudly. "Uncle Chiang taught me." Luo Tang nodded and asked smoothly, "Then if someone helps Jojo, will Jojo be willing to help him back?" Jojo nodded without hesitation. "Of course I am willing, but it depends on who it is. Some people have bad intentions, such as Aunt Shin Chiyue in the previous life." Speaking of Shin Chiyue, his little face fell instantly and tears filled his eyes. Luo Tang hugged him tightly and said in a gentle but serious tone, "Did she bully you?" Jojo shook his head but whispered, "I didn't bully me directly, but I think Mommy was kicked out of the team because of her. Moreover, Mommy will become weird when she is here." His words made Luo Tang's heart tighten, and large tears fell from Jojo's face, dripping on the back of her hand, as if a sharp blade pierced her heart. Luo Tang gently stroked his back and comforted, "Baby, this will never happen again. Mommy will always protect you." However, Luo Tang's eyes gradually turned cold. She recalled the plot in the book. Although she had no direct hostility towards Shin Chiyue, she always felt that her appearance was accompanied by unexplainable bad luck. She couldn't help but wonder whether Shin Chiyue's luck could really affect her. Just as she was thinking about it, a hot feeling suddenly came from the mark on her chest, as if to warn her something. Luo Tang became increasingly convinced that this jade pendant was closely related to Shin Chiyue's luck. If you don't stay away from Shin Chiyue, you may be in trouble in the future. Jojo gradually fell asleep in her arms. Luo Tang gently placed him on the bed and tucked him in. At this time, the phone lit up and Shin Qiang sent a message. "Tang Tang, Shin Chiyue, and Shin Tingyan have been stocking up on goods recently. You'd better prepare some things." Luo Tang looked at the news, raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and only replied, "The most important thing is that you protect yourself." Then, she transferred a large amount of money to Shin Qiang and decisively blocked the entire Shin family. At this moment, she finally completely severed ties with unnecessary relationships. Back in space, Luo Tang decided to experiment with the effects of black earth. She took out a handful of lettuce seeds and scattered them on a piece of black soil. After a while, Luo Tang was surprised to find that the seeds germinated, grew, and matured at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few minutes, they had formed a head and aged, completing the entire growth cycle. Luo Tang brought another dragon fruit seedling, planted it in the black soil, and watered it with spiritual spring water. The dragon fruit seedlings quickly recovered, branches stretched out quickly, and even began to bloom and bear fruit. The fruits were green and plump, but there were no signs of mutation. She was unwilling to give up and continued to pour 3 bowls of spiritual spring water. The dragon fruit seedlings suddenly burst into a red light. Barbs grew between the branches and leaves, and the whole plant emitted a weak energy fluctuation. Luo Tang happily confirmed that this dragon fruit had successfully mutated into a first-level primary mutant plant, full of energy. Afterwards, she moved the mutated dragon fruit to another piece of land and observed its growth. She found that its growth rate had become much more normal and it was no longer absorbing energy crazily. However, when she looked back at the first piece of land, she couldn't help frowning. The lettuces on the ground were caught in a crazy cycle, sprouting, growing wildly, aging, and sprouting again, as if they were completely out of control. Luo Tang realized that this black land might have special rules. Each piece of land could only grow 1 crop. Otherwise, the energy allocation would lead to waste of resources or even chaos. Luo Tang cleared the out-of-control lettuce on the first plot of land, leaving only a small amount of seeds as a backup. She realized that land planting must be more cautious, and she also reminded herself that although the spiritual spring water was magical, it must not be wasted. The next day, Luo Tang drove to the countryside and bought a batch of poultry: 6 ducks, 6 chickens, 6 geese, and 6 quails. She selected a complete set of 1 male and 5 females. In addition, she also brought back a pair of piglets, a pair of lambs, and 2 yellow cattle. After bringing these poultry and livestock into the space, Luo Tang allocated a piece of land for each type of animal. The space grassland automatically generates feed, and the animals nibble on the grass leisurely, looking very satisfied. Little Linjo looked at the scene in front of him and asked curiously, "Mommy, do pigs eat grass too?" Luo Tang explained with a smile, "I scattered wheat seeds, and they thought they were grass, so they ate them with great relish." Zhou Zhou clapped his hands excitedly. "This is great. I don't have to worry about the animals. I'm too weak to lift the feed." Luo Tang then put fish fry, shrimp fry, crab fry, loach and eel into the small pond in the space. The nourishment of the spiritual spring water makes the pond water full of vitality, and the fish and shrimps swim flexibly. Zhou Zhou stood aside, looking at the large tract of empty land in the space, and asked thoughtfully, "Mom, there are so many empty plots. Should we plant some vegetables?" Before he finished speaking, Curly Hair popped out from nowhere, holding a handful of grass seeds in his mouth. It jumped into the 6th piece of land, shook its body vigorously, and the grass seeds scattered in all directions, and immediately began to grow crazily. Curly Hair chirped excitedly, and purple electric arcs appeared on his cheeks, seeming to demonstrate his abilities. Little Linjo stared at the rapidly growing grass with his eyes full of surprise and joy. "Mommy, I understand. This space is really special." The little guy seemed to have gained another understanding of space. In the early morning of August 14th, Luo Tang collected a large amount of newly purchased materials into the space, and then took Zhou back to the city to prepare for acceptance of the customized armed RV. As soon as she arrived at the door of her home, she saw Xinqiang squatting outside the villa with a tired look on his face. When Zhou saw him, he immediately ran over excitedly. "Uncle!" Xinqiang picked him up skillfully and raised him high above his head. Zhou chuckled, her face slightly red. "Uncle, I haven't gotten fat, I've gotten stronger." Luo Tang stood at the door with cold eyes. "What are you doing here? You'd better go back." She had already blocked the Shin family, and her attitude was firm. Xinqiang whispered, "I found out one thing. You were not adopted by my father from Fuxing Orphanage. The girl who was adopted back then was raised by her aunt." Luo Tang sneered. "There is no father-daughter relationship between me and Nansheng." Xinqiang's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Have you taken the test?" "I'm not one of those idiots from the Shun family." Luo Tang shot back unceremoniously. Faced with his persistent entanglement, Luo Tang closed the iron door and said coldly, "There is no relationship between the Shun family and I that can be repaired. You go back, Shin Chiyue is stocking up, you'd better be prepared." As the iron gate closed, only Xinqiang's helpless figure remained. Zhou looked back at Xinqiang, hugged Luo Tang's neck tightly, and whispered, "Mommy, you only have Zhou, and Zhou only has you." Luo Tang patted his back gently and said softly, "No matter what happens, Mommy will never abandon you." Shortly after returning to the villa, the armed RV ordered by Luo Tang was delivered. The car body is as black as ink, and the solid anti-collision steel beams and super strong glass are equipped with metal protective nets, which makes it feel safe and full of deterrence. Just as he was preparing for acceptance, the driver's door opened and a slender man stepped out of the car. It was actually the Tang dynasty. With a faint smile, Tang Chao said in a casual and somewhat searching tone, "Miss Luo, I haven't seen you for 4 years, and she looks more beautiful than before." Luo Tang frowned slightly and said in a cold tone, "When did Master Tang start delivering cars in person? I've just placed an order with Tang Family Industry." Tang Chao did not answer directly, but glanced at the rough stones piled up in the villa yard and chuckled. "I heard that Miss Luo recently used some means to defraud the Shun family of a batch of rough stones." Luo Tang raised his eyebrows and retorted, "Could it be that Master Tang wants to seize these rough stones?" Tang Chao's smile remained the same. "I didn't mean that. But does Miss Luo know the real reason why the Shin family has been stocking up recently?" Luo Tang remained calm. "I have been away from the Shin family for many years. How could I know what Shin Tingyan was planning?" Then she changed the topic and said that she would pay the balance after acceptance, and directly issued an eviction order. Tang Chao obviously didn't want to leave so soon, and turned his eyes to Zhou behind Luo Tang. The little guy was running over with curly hair in his arms, looking at Tang Chao warily. Tang Chao asked with a half-smile, "Miss Luo, you and my brother were still engaged at the time. Did you ever like him?" Luo Tang sneered and retorted, "Master Tang remembered it wrong. Your brother is engaged to the eldest daughter of the Shin family, Shin Chiyue, and has nothing to do with me." She picked up curly hair and said calmly, "There is no problem with the car acceptance, and the balance will be called to you later." I just came back from traveling, and I have to take care of the children, so I won't leave you to eat." The words were full of rejection. Tang Chao looked slightly embarrassed, but still asked tentatively, "Miss Luo, have you really never liked my brother?" "Never," Luo Tang replied without hesitation. After she was expelled from the Shin family, Tang Chen caught her and tried to force her to abort the child in her belly, and even proposed that she be his lover. Luo Tang kicked him in the vital part without mercy and ran away. Afterwards, she collected some of Tang Chen's shameful deeds and sent them anonymously to Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang was so angry that he immediately sent Tang Chen abroad. At this time, Tang Chao, the eldest son of the Tang family, stared at her with a bit of inquiry in his tone. "Miss Luo, are you really so heartless? My brother still can't forget you." Luo Tang smiled lightly, calmly, but with sarcasm. "Can't you forget that I refused to be his secret lover and almost ruined his offspring? Master Tang, you might as well go back and find out who your brother is." Her light words pierced Tang Chao's heart, making his face darken instantly. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then his tone softened a little. "I'm sorry, Miss Luo, I really didn't know about this. I personally supervised the production of this RV, and the quality is fine. I'll give it to you as an apology." Luo Tang shook his head and refused. "No need. I've already paid for the money. Luo Tang, can't even get out 13 million. She spoke simply and neatly, with calm eyes and brows. The vehicle is indeed flawless, and Tang Dynasty also comes with tires and accessories. Although she accepted the item, she owed nothing. When the black vehicle drove away, Luo Tang held his son Luo Linzhou. The little guy looked at the car going away, tilted his head, and asked curiously, "Mommy, Uncle Tang liked you, but then he fell in love with Aunt Shen." Luo Tang raised his eyebrows but did not respond, but Luo Linzhou pouted and muttered dissatisfiedly. "Obviously, Mommy is much prettier than Aunt Shen. Do they think Aunt Shen is more powerful? But if Mommy becomes powerful, will many people also like her? So, many people would want to be my dad?" Thinking of this, the little guy seemed to be frightened by his own thoughts, and he hugged Luo Tang's thighs and cried loudly, "Mommy, you can't just find a daddy. Zhou agrees that you have to find someone you like to marry. Then I can send you a bride." Luo Tang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at his overly concerned son, he couldn't help but tease him. "It's Dad's job to escort the bride. You got it wrong." Luo Linzhou blinked, his curly hair trembled, and asked seriously, "Really? Of course it's true. When has Mommy ever lied to you?" Luo Tang answered seriously. "But you once said that you would stay with Zhou until he grows up. But later you couldn't wake up after falling asleep." The little guy muttered softly, as if blaming himself for his past negligence. Luo Tang picked him up helplessly and changed the subject. "Zhou wants a daddy?" The little guy shook his head and said in a baby voice, "No, Daddy will take Mommy away." Luo Tang listened to these words, and although she looked calm, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She used to worry that Zhou would feel inferior because he didn't have a father, but now it seems that she was worrying too much. As night fell, heavy rain fell, hitting the car windows. Luo Tang and Luo Linzhou were both awakened by the sound of rain. She gently pulled open the curtains and looked out the window. In the rain, the whole world seemed to be in silence. She looked down at the time. It was 11:30. There was only half an hour left until the first energy rain of the apocalypse arrived. Luo Tang got out of the car holding Zhou, and a black off-road vehicle stopped at the dock. She changed it to a neat black leather jacket, holding the silver-gray sharp-clawed chinchilla Dowdu and a curly-haired hamster in her hands. "Baby, there's still half an hour left before a ball of light falls from the sky. Don't miss the opportunity," she instructed Zhou, and was also reminding herself. Dowdu and Wan Mao were obviously disgusted by the rain, but under Luo Tang's command, they still obediently absorbed the energy molecules in the air. The rain curtain was shrouded, and the starlight between heaven and earth was scattered, just like a meteor falling to the ground. Luo Tang's eyes were firm. "New era. Here I come." Luo Linzhou held her hand and smiled sweetly. "Mommy, welcome to the end of the world again." That day, a ball of light landed in front of Luo Tang. Before she could reach out to touch it, the ball of light turned into mist and merged into the air. In an instant, Luo Tang felt that the supernatural molecules around her suddenly became denser, and her supernatural powers were slightly enhanced. "Mommy, such a big ball of light is about to fall into the sea." Luo Linzhou pointed to the sea in the distance. Luo Tang stuffed the little guys beside him into the space, followed the huge ball of light with his eyes, and ran straight to the beach. She knew that a supernatural bead would be born near Zayamai Shapir, and that ball of light was most likely the key. In the sky, a ball of light hovered not far from the sea, shining brightly. Luo Tang heard the low roar of a whale and turned his eyes to the sea, where a huge blue whale broke out of the water. What a huge ball of light! Luo Tang narrowed her eyes, judging the energy contained in the ball of light. If it could be stored in the space might undergo a qualitative change. She glanced at the yacht on the shore and made up her mind. She quickly picked up everyone on the yacht and put them in a safe place on the deck. Then she sat in the cockpit and drove the boat straight towards the ball of light. At this moment, the blue whale let out a thunderous roar, and a huge ball of light fell from the sky and merged into its body. Luo Tang frowned. Why isn't it asleep? Then, the blue whale let out a painful howl. The sound was deafening. Luo Tang covered his ears, but he could still hear its wail, and even feel its desire for help. The blue whale's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. A big bulge appeared on the top of its head. Its body rolled over, causing huge waves, and the sea surface seemed to be torn apart. Luo Tang knew that he couldn't get close, so he could only temporarily take the yacht into space for safety. The howling of the blue whale could still be heard in his ears, and Luo Tang witnessed its huge body struggling among the waves. Dowdu, Curly, you can't hold on any longer, Luo Tang whispered. Dowdu stood on the ground, gesturing with his furry paws. Big cub, the big fish is about to be stuffed to death. Hurry up and pick up the leftovers. A fish this big will be enough to eat for a long time. Its excited little eyes made Luo Tang hold his forehead with his hand. This little guy doesn't look like a chinchilla at all. The blue whale's body finally collapsed, and the blood dyed the sea red. Luo Tang looked at the bloody beast, and a thought flashed through his mind. No wonder the book says this sea area has become a restricted area. I'm afraid the body of the blue whale will be devoured by other mutant sea beasts, which has made them so powerful. Her eyes were burning, knowing that the opportunity was right in front of her. The blue whale's body contained a huge amount of energy, and she must not let it fall into the sea. Otherwise, she would miss the opportunity. Luo Tang decisively moved the yacht out of the space and drove towards the blue whale at full speed. Mommy! Luo Linzhou shouted in the space, his face full of worry. Dowdu was so anxious that he kept jumping up and down. Big boy, I asked you to pick up the fish, not to die. Curly was so scared that electric arcs ran everywhere. Dowdu was electrocuted so hard that his eyes rolled back, and a burning smell filled the air. Luo Linzhou hurriedly squatted down and used his healing ability to heal Dowdu. At the same time, motors roared on the sea. Luo Tang's attention was all focused on the body of the blue whale, and she didn't notice a small ball of light flying straight towards her head. She leaped up, reached out to touch the flesh of the blue whale, and instantly put the corpse into space. The space was vibrating violently due to the huge energy. Her mind was drained out, her eyes went dark, and she lost consciousness. The blue whale's body disappeared, the sea returned to calm, and Luo Tang's body slipped off the yacht and fell into the icy sea. Mommy! Zhou's crying voice rang in my mind. The small ball of light merged into Luo Tang's brain, and the lotus bud in his brain emitted colorful light, illuminating the originally dark space. Without Luo Tang's knowledge, the lotus bud slowly unfolded a petal, and a small bead appeared in the center of the petal. If you look closely, the small bead contains the scene of Luo Tang's life space. A deep purple crystal core appeared next to the lotus bud, and the light it emitted made Luo Tang suddenly wake up. She opened her eyes, and a large mouthful of bloody-smelling sea water poured into her mouth and nose. Luo Tang kicked his legs and paddled his arms hard, rushed out of the water, grabbed the iron railing of the yacht, and climbed onto the deck with the help of the buoyancy of the water. She panted and steered the yacht towards the shore. Just as she approached a large cargo ship, she suddenly felt an unknown breakthrough in her supernatural powers, and was directly promoted from the initial level of the first stage to the middle level of the first stage. The lotus bud crystal core in the brain was twice as large as before. One petal was fully opened, and the small bead was still hanging on the petal. What surprised Luo Tang even more was that there was a thumb-long, dark purple crystal core next to the lotus bud crystal core. A circle of white mist lingers on the crystal core, like a smoke ring, emitting a mysterious light. Spiritual power crystal core. Luo Tang's eyes lit up as he felt the power it brought. She tried to release her mental power, and found that she could sense everything within a 10-meter radius, and could even use her mental power to lift small objects. Psychic power is really great. She stepped onto the freighter laughing, unable to hide her joy. This strange and mysterious ability can not only control objects, but also detect them, making it the most difficult for the enemy to detect. Mommy, are you okay? Luo Linzhou in the space asked timidly, his eyes fixed with fear when he saw Luo Tang crawling out of the sea. He looked at her with tears in his eyes. Mommy, why did you become like a female ghost crawling out of the sea? Luo Tang then remembered that he was too happy and forgot to turn off Zhou's permission to see outside the space. She coughed and comforted him. Baby, Mommy is fine, I'm just too happy. Mommy has powerful abilities now and can protect you. Luo Linzhou's eyes lit up. Really, Mommy? And that big whale you just stuffed in has turned into a huge sea. And there's a particularly beautiful big egg on the beach. Upon hearing this, Luo Tang sank his consciousness into space. A mini blue ocean appeared before my eyes, with waves gently lapping against the golden sand, and an aqua-blue egg lying quietly on the beach. The black soil that originally had only 100 plots has now become 200 plots. The mutated dragon fruit on the side is already full of red fruits, waiting for people to pick them. Luo Tang's breathing quickened. No way, that egg is the blue whale's calf. Her eyes were complicated, and she couldn't help but complain. When did the whale lay eggs? Baby, don't get close to the egg yet. Mommy's going to collect some things. Luo Tang reminded, and made up her mind to raise some seafood in the mini sea. Don't worry, Mommy. Zhou will be good. After Dowdo woke up, he watched the My Neighbor Totoro movie in the space and looked hopeless. In order to comfort it, Zhou carried it into the room and played an animated movie on his mobile phone to coax it. Dowdo, look, this looks like you. Dowdo stared at the giant Totoro in the movie, and Haida's eyes flashed with a fiery light. It secretly decided in its heart, when I grow to this size, I will be able to pick up the big cub with one paw and fly to the sky with her. Curly was chewing nuts nearby, emitting arcs of electricity from time to time. Luo Linzhou and Dowdo silently moved their bodies, complaining helplessly in their hearts. The amount of electricity Curly Hair has can only paralyze Dowdo. Fortunately, Luo Linzhou has the ability to heal, so he can heal Dowdo's burnt hair at any time. Luo Tang stepped onto the freighter, walked past the unconscious crew member, and headed straight for the cargo hold. She put the frozen seafood directly into the warehouse, while the live seafood was sent to the mini-ocean. Hairy crabs, lobsters, swimming crabs, clams, prawns, sea urchins. She took away almost everything she could. There was even a huge tuna in the freezer, which she didn't miss. With this mini-sea, even if the ocean is still a restricted area in the 5th year of the apocalypse, I don't have to worry about not being able to eat seafood. Luo Tang thought contentedly. The mini-sea of 100,000 square meters in the space is equivalent to 1,000th of the Arctic Ocean, so she can raise more things. If that blue whale was still there, it wouldn't be a problem to keep it. After collecting one cargo ship, she walked to another cargo ship and found that the warehouse was full of grain, but it was not moved. She whispered, "There is enough food. Leave it to others." "Mommy, don't we take these?" the little guy asked doubtfully. Luo Tang touched his head. "These things give others a way to survive. Mommy will take you to get something more important." She decided to go to the Chengnan police station to get the gun. There might be some superpower stones there. Luo Tang drove away from the pier, and a gray car stopped shortly behind him. A woman in sportswear walked out of the car. It was Shin Chiyue. She looked at the blood-red sea water, the unconscious crew members on the freighter, and the strong supernatural elements all around, and her heart tightened. What exactly happened here? Are there any large marine creatures that are not sleeping? Shin Chiyue approached the seaside cautiously, her eyes scanning the calm, blood-colored sea water, and she felt faintly uneasy in her heart. Chapter 15, Get the Gun. Luo Tang stored all the off-road motorcycles into the space, a total of 102. By the time Luo Tang got off the ship, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. She had to be back at the villa before the sun rose at 6 o'clock. It took more than half an hour to drive from here to the South City police station. It takes an hour to drive home from the south of the city. She only had an hour and a half to collect her things. After collecting a few coconut trees at the beach, Luo Tang put on a helmet, took out a motorcycle, and asked Dodo to use his supernatural power to condense a key. She has psychic powers, and with her help, the key that was condensed was exactly the same. There are so many cars on the city streets that some people faint in their cars, and riding a motorcycle is the fastest way. Dowdo sat down on Luo Tang's car and said, "Big boy, I don't want to go in. I want to play with you. Dowdo, if you get scared, just crawl into your mother's arms." The motorcycle was moving very fast. Chinchillas are timid by nature. Luo Tang glanced at Dodo, who looked excited and fell silent. Dodo and Zhou have been together for a long time, and she sometimes feels that Zhou before rebirth and Dodo have a little bit of similar personalities, but she doesn't know what went wrong. Sure enough, when the motorcycle was speeding on the road, there was not only excitement in Dowdo's eyes, but he looked at the changing environment around him with curiosity. Luo Tang quickly arrived at the South City police station. She had just gotten off the motorcycle and was at the gate, waiting for her instructions. Dowdo used a special ability to open the lock with ease. Luo Tang. Why did she have a feeling that Dowdo would never come back from his theft? "Ooh, big cub, hurry up." Dowdo seemed to be a little out of breath due to using his supernatural powers too much. Luo Tang took out a small bottle filled with undiluted spiritual water. Dowdo smelled the scent of spiritual water and slowly moved his little nose towards Luo Tang. After drinking the spiritual water, Dowdo instantly became full of energy. He shouted excitedly, "Wow, it turns out there's something good to drink if you open the door for the big guy." As soon as I entered the police station, I saw a fainted man at the door. His face was ashen, slowly turning into dark blue, emitting a strange green light. Her hands had completely turned into sharp black claws, each about 3 centimeters long. She smelled a disgusting fishy stench in the air. Dowdo's nose was more sensitive than hers. He pointed his claws at the person on the ground, cursing and retching. Luo Tang took out a boning knife, raised his hand, and chopped off the head, and blood splattered everywhere. This was the first time she had killed someone herself. She had only watched others kill people before. She knew in her heart that if she couldn't do it today, her Zhou and the two little cuties would most likely become food for the evil species in the future. It is not so much that Zhou depends on her, but rather that she also depends on Zhou. Only with the little one around, she has the motivation to live well. Daodu was frightened by Luo Tang this time. He turned around, his furry face full of disbelief. Big cub, he seems to be a two-legged beast like you. Luo Tang's face was covered with coldness. It was now 3:15 in the morning. This man was able to transform into an evil species so quickly. It was probably because after he failed to awaken, a small ball of light entered his body. If he wakes up at 6 o'clock, he will probably grow into a very powerful evil at the beginning of the apocalypse. Generally speaking, the better a person's physical condition is before the end of the world, the lower the probability of failing to awaken, and the greater the probability of becoming a mutant. Among all departments of Dragon Country, the army has the most people with special abilities, which is also the reason why Dragon Country can launch rescue operations more quickly and establish a new social order. Luo Tang picked up Daodu, pointed at the person on the ground, and softened his voice. Daodu, look at his claws. Are they the same as his mother's? Use your supernatural power to feel it. Is the aura on him the same as the two-legged beasts you have encountered? Gigi is different. He stinks so much that Daodu wants to vomit. He doesn't like cleanliness at all. Dodo, if you meet a two-legged beast like him, run away if you can't beat them, otherwise they will eat you. If you can beat them, use your sharp claws to cut off their heads. Luo Tang talked carefully. Daodu imagined the scene of himself eating grass in his mind, chewed the whole grass into pieces, and swallowed it. In an instant, Dodo felt unwell and nodded towards Luo Tang continuously. What the Zai said is right. It doesn't want to be eaten like grass. The South City police station is very large. Fortunately, Luo Tang has psychic powers. Even if it can only cover a radius of 10 meters, he can at least check an area of 314 square meters. This way she wouldn't have to go to every place. Once the door of the armory was opened, there was a rocket launcher, 28 new submachine guns, 10 sniper rifles, 3 machine guns, and some rifle and pistol bullets. No shells. The control of firearms in Manhwa is extremely strict. Such a large police station only has these weapons. Luo Tang knows that these are just spare weapons issued to the police station by the state. Generally, police stations can also equip themselves with some guns, but the police station is just a police station after all, and there is still a gap between them and the country's regular army. Luo Tang put all the guns and bullets into the space, and rushed to the largest gambling stone field in the city with Dodo. The apocalypse broke out in the early morning, and most shops were closed. When Daodu saw the closed facade, he jumped out of Luo Tang's car with excitement on his face. Daodu was responsible for unlocking the door in front, and Luo Tang was responsible for collecting the rough stones. She didn't know whether these rough stones had turned into energy-containing stones in such a short period of time. Anyway, she had a large warehouse and collected everything she encountered. After collecting the rough stones, Luo Tang drove home. At any shop she encountered along the way, she would stop and collect them as quickly as possible. She didn't know where the beast whispering fruit that Shinshiyuega was. If she knew, she would definitely get it and give it to Zhou. Just as Luo Tang was thinking about it, a pet shop appeared in front of Luo Tang. After stopping the car, Daodu unlocked the door faster and faster. It took several seconds for the first time with Luo Tang's guidance. Now a beast can open the door instantly as soon as its claws touch it. Hikihigiki snux, kilihayu snux. Luo Tang smiled. This pet shop was the largest pet shop in the city. She bought her dogs Daodu and Wan Mao here. Luo Tang turned on the light and released Wan Mao and Zhou. The earthquake hasn't started yet, and the power system hasn't collapsed. However, due to changes in the magnetic field of the blue planet, there is no signal around the world, so she doesn't have to worry about surveillance at all. What's more, the entire pet shop is under the coverage of her mental power. With a video recorder, she can naturally feel it. There is no need to worry about releasing Curly and Zhou. Curly, do you see the hamster sisters in the cage? Whichever one you like, take it with you. And there's Daodu, and there's the sleeping chinchilla brother over there. Let's take whichever one you like home. If there is a mutant animal like the mutant we just met, kill it. If a powerful beast appears in a pet shop, the other small animals will most likely become food. She remembered that Curly was already 2 months old, and it was time to prepare a female mouse for him. Daodu is almost 1 year old, and she doesn't know whether mutated animals have the same habits as ordinary animals. Curly shook his body, rushed to the nuts on the table, grabbed the nuts, and stuffed them into his mouth. Daodu slapped it on the head. Gigi Gugu, you are useless. Let the big one take all the snacks here. Seeing that the two little guys had no interest in their own kind, Luo Tang asked, Dodo, don't you want your chinchilla brother? What if you're in heat? The whiskers on Daodu's furry face trembled with anger, and he gently patted Luo Tang's feet with his claws. Chirp, I'm the smartest chinchilla in the world. I don't need a younger brother. I want to become powerful and grow very big. Dowda thought of the Totoro in the movie. His eyes lit up, and he stood on the table, gesticulating with his paws. No, no. Mommy, snacks. Curly had already climbed onto the shelf. Luo Tang had just finished collecting the hamster snacks when he heard a slight whimpering sound from a puppy in his head. Chapter 16. Mutated German Shepherd Cub. Luo Tang followed the sound, opened a room, and unexpectedly found a huge black and brown German Shepherd without any breath in a hidden corner. Luo Tang looked at the open window, and his eyes darkened. The whimpering sound came from under the German Shepherd's body. Could it be the same situation as that of the blue whale? When he saw the egg again, Luo Tang had already guessed that the blue whale that caught the ball of light was a mother whale pregnant with a baby whale. Luo Tang moved the body away, and 3 puppies appeared in front of her. The whimpering sound came from the mouth of a pure black German Shepherd puppy. Luo Tang gently placed his hands on the other 2 puppies, and they had no heartbeat or breathing. A little head came to Luo Tang. Mommy, it's so big. Zhou, the German Shepherd mother is dead. When Luo Linzhou heard Luo Tang's words, his face instantly became sad. When he saw the puppy hidden by the big dog's hair, he couldn't help but say, the end of the world has just begun, and the little puppy has no mother. Luo Linzhou squatted down and wanted to pick up a white German Shepherd puppy. As soon as his little hand touched the puppy's body, he retracted his hand. Then put your hand on the puppy's body, and a faint white light will emanate from the palm of your hand. Mommy, is the puppy gone too, just like that bloody blue whale? In fact, he understood. In the 2 years since the apocalypse, he had seen many people and animals fall to the ground and never get up again. Some were even eaten by evil species, just like himself, whose neck was bitten off by the terrible evil species before he died. But when he opened his eyes, he returned to the age of 3, saw the dead Daodu, waited for his mother's call, and heard his mother's voice. Mommy told him that it was all fake, but it didn't seem to be fake. Luo Tang hugged his son's trembling little body and said, Baby, Mommy is here for everything. Luo Linzhou held back his tears deeply and hugged Luo Tang. Mom, Jojo is not afraid. He knows that his mother will protect him. Without her, there will be no one to protect him like her. Aunt Shen is right. Children will kill people in the apocalypse. Luo Linzhou left Luo Tang's arms and used his weak superpower to resuscitate the life of the black German Shepherd Zai Zai. Luo Tang wanted to reach out and pick up the little black German Shepherd, but a white light flashed in front of her eyes, and something like a glass cover appeared on the little guy, blocking her hand from the outside. Luo Tang's eyes lit up. This power was great. Keeping him by Zhou's side would protect him. Looking at the barrier that appeared and disappeared, Luo Tang knew that the puppy had just awakened and was weak. Judging from its appearance, it was probably born not long ago and had not yet opened its eyes. Take out a bowl of spiritual water and put it in front of the puppy. The little German Shepherd sniffed, walked towards the bowl, stuck out his tongue, and began to lick the spiritual water in the bowl. Little thing, do you want to go with your sister? I will provide you with food and shelter from now on. Luo Tang thought that even if the mutant beast was not as smart as Dodo, it could still understand some human words. What's more, German Shepherds are one of the smartest dogs. Before the apocalypse, ordinary dogs were smarter than hamsters. Ordinary hamsters had no such thing as intelligence, so Curly was able to become intelligent before the apocalypse, which still puzzles her today. Unfortunately, Luo Tang did not get a response from the little German Shepherd. After drinking the spiritual water, the little guy just licked Luo Tang's hand. It was not known whether it was because Luo Tang's hand was stained with the spiritual water. Maybe it was because the little German Shepherd was born not long ago. Luo Tang stuffed the little guy into the space, looked around the pet shop, and found only a black snake that had turned into an evil species and was about to wake up. After killing the black snake, Luo Tang left the pet shop. She knew that many small animals would turn into evil beasts. The closer it got to 6 in the morning, the more they would turn into evil beasts. It was very likely that they would turn into evil beasts in an instant. But that was no longer something she could control. Along the way, Luo Tang collected all the equipment from a milk tea shop and emptied out a milk powder shop. She did not miss out on her favorite snacks, and when passing by a flower and plant shop, Luo Tang stopped again. She wanted to see if there were any mutated plants inside. Most mutated plants would only show their signs of life after the cold season. Just when humans thought the earthquake was over and the cold disaster was over and they could go out to find food, they were attacked by mutated plants. At that time, everyone realized that most of the plants were no longer what they had seen before. Shen Tingwan chose to self-destruct just to save Shin Chiyue, who was caught by the mutated plant. I don't know if her powers can contract mutant plants. As soon as Luo Tang's eyes fell on the door of the flower shop, he rushed to the door and opened the door with his superpower. Big Zai Zai, coming quickly. Luo Tang took Daodu into his arms. The flowers in the flower shop were very energetic, but unfortunately there were no signs of mutating. Daodu saw a small pan Bodhi seedling grabbing Luo Tang. Big Zai Zai. This one is similar to the smart fruit tree at home. Luo Tang looked at the unknown flowers and trees with some confusion. What kind of smart fruit? This is the Xiaopan Bodhi fruit. It's poisonous. It's the small tree you planted in the greenhouse that never bore fruit. Suddenly, it bore 2 fruits and little cub and I ate them both. Not long ago, it also bore 1 fruit, and Curly ate it. After I ate it, I became smarter. Little cub said it was the smart fruit. Luo Tang looked at the big ball of hair on the ground. It turned out that he was so talkative. He put his hands in his pockets, covered his pockets with his mental power, and sent him into space. I'll deal with you when I get home. She remembered that more than a year ago, she was watering the greenhouse and went to get something for a few seconds. Zhou and Do climbed into the greenhouse, and the man and his pet swallowed an unknown fruit. She had to take the 2 little ones to the hospital for checkup late at night. One to the people's hospital, and the other to the pet hospital. Fortunately, they were both fine. It turned out to be the fruit of that strange little Bodhi tree. That Bodhi tree was a wonder. For other small Bodhi trees, every time a leaf grows, a pink little fruit will grow from the leaf bud. Only that plant never bore fruit. She had been growing it for more than 3 years, and it always had 9 leaves without any change. Doodle. As soon as it entered the space, it saw Luo Linzhou and Curly waiting for it, with arcs of electricity crackling on Curly's little cheeks. Chapter 17. Mutation of Little Pan Bodhi. It was already 6:10 when Luo Tang returned home. The mist had not yet dissipated, but the heavy rain had stopped. She heard roaring coming from the villa next door. As soon as he entered the yard, Luo Tang instantly felt a surging energy and immediately locked the door. The front yard is 150 square meters and is filled with black stones. Luo Tang's mental power covered the raw stone and stored all the stones into the space warehouse. There is no time to cut the stone now. The raw stone needs to be cut to see if it has mutated into an energy stone. Luo Tang went to the top floor, where there were 10 large barrels filled with energy rain. These 10 large barrels are 1 meter high and 2 meters in diameter. They were specially customized by Luo Tang to hold energy rain. The spiritual water in the space is better than the energy rain, but the energy rain can be used to soak the raw stones. After washing up and having breakfast in the space, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Luo Tang led Zhou and the 3 little ones out. Zhou, you play with the 3 little ones first, mommy still has things to do. Okay, mommy. Luo Linzhou was now afraid that his mother would scold him. So he picked up the German Shepherd and took the 2 little ones with him and ran into his toy room. Luo Tang went to the large balcony on the 2nd floor, which was her greenhouse. When she left, she opened the skylight. The originally vivid blue snowflakes were already dying after being ravaged by a night of heavy rain. Luo Tang glanced at the greenhouse and focused his mental energy on an inconspicuous small tree with 9 leaves in the corner. This was bought for her by asking Buddha at the temple when Zhou was almost 1 year old. The person who sold it to her also calculated her fortune and said that she didn't have this name before, but when he continued to calculate, it was blocked by something. Her current name can protect her from disaster. It is said that Buddha attained enlightenment under a Bodhi tree, so the Bodhi tree symbolizes wisdom and enlightenment. The leaves are round and cute, with a golden yellow circle on the edge. The front of the leaves is green with golden dots, while the back is golden with scattered black dots. 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 2 worlds. There were dozens of plants on the balcony, and she felt strong energy fluctuations on the small saplings. This mutated Xiaopan Bodhi is probably more than just the 1st level, it should be at the early 2nd level. Luo Tang had just moved the little pan Bodhi out when a pink fruit grew on the tree right under her nose. As time went by, the fruit slowly turned into dark purple. Running her fingers over the small fruit, she suspected the tree had mutated before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, will there be something as magical as her spiritual water? It was still a small and precious mutant plant with no attack power. Luo Tang didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. Since she took over this space, her luck seems to have improved. The stockpiling went smoothly. Originally, I just wanted to go to the dock to see if I could come across that treasure and collect some supplies. Not only did it give her special psychic powers, but she also got a big bargain. Now she has a 2nd-level mutant fruit tree with no offensive power. After the dragon fruit mutated, she could feel the dragon fruit tree's resistance to her. If it weren't in space, the mutated dragon fruit would probably attack itself. Luo Tang pulled up the sapling by its roots and planted it on the 9th piece of black soil. The saplings did not grow as wildly as ordinary plants, but they were much more energetic. Luo Tang took out a bottle of spiritual water and poured it on the roots of the sapling. The sapling began to grow rapidly, becoming about 1 meter tall and producing a small fruit. Then she heard the cry of the little sapling in her mind, "Mom, more!" Luo Tang, a tree, still calls her mother. But what made her happy was that she could actually understand the language of plants. "What is your role?" The sapling shook its branches and said, "Mom, the fruit I bear can enlighten the mind. You see, Zhou can remember things at the age of 2 and can learn things so fast. It's all thanks to my fruit. The same goes for Dowdu and Curly Hair. After eating my fruit, they turned into spiritual animals. My fruit is very precious. and I can still feel that you have special powers, mother. Luo Tang's eyes darkened slightly. She remembered that Shen Qiyue also had a small tree in his hand that produced fruit and could enlighten people. Could it be this one? Therefore, the mutant beasts around her have similar IQs to humans at low levels, and one or two are very smart. Luo Tang didn't want to speculate on human nature with the worst thoughts, because once you start to speculate on human nature, it will become evil. Could it be that Shen Qiyue had another purpose in saving her trapped in the collapsed villa in the book? You must know that she knows that she has two very smart mutant beasts. In the 3 years since the end of the world, she has only heard of Curly, a very humane mutant pet hamster. Hamsters and chinchillas are very weak and have almost no chance of becoming mutant beasts. And as a reborn person, would Shen Qiyue want to try her luck with her? Even if not, it was also a big help that she saved Jojo, a precious healing power user. But later, she discovered that sparse spiritual water could completely replace Jojo's healing powers. He claims to have a healing water power, and he can also let his teammates carry some with him. Jojo's healing ability was only at its peak level before he died. She didn't believe that his healing ability was not as good as the sparse spiritual water. It was just that the level was too low. It was like she felt refreshed when she was next to Jojo, and Luo Tang didn't know what was going on. She hadn't felt this way the day before. If Jojo hadn't told her personally that Shen Qiyue didn't hurt him, she would have sneaked into Shen's house before the end of the world and killed Shen Qiyue. She died, and the Shen family protected Jojo for 2 years, until a vicious attack occurred. As a 5-year-old child with a healing power and no fighting ability, Jojo was targeted by a high-level evil species and couldn't even run away. Luo Tang knew that she could not kill the Shen family without taking action against her, either emotionally or rationally. The apocalypse is full of dangers. Shen Qiyue himself almost died several times. No one wants to bring a child with superpowers that can be replaced and has no fighting ability. She wanted to see if Shen Qiyue would come after she completely severed ties with the Shen family in this life. Chapter 18, looking directly at the evil seed. The last time she saw Shen Qiyue, she didn't have any strange feelings, and there was no invisible force trying to control her and target Shen Qiyue. Luo Tang touched his heart, and the jade pendant turned into white water droplets in Shen Qiyue's hands. I wonder if Shen Qiyue knew that the black jade pendant was hers. Luo Linzhou was teaching Daodu and Curly Hair to practice their superpowers in the toy room, while the little German shepherd was drinking the milk he had made. Curly Hair shouted to Luo Linzhou, "Gigi, brother, it's so slow to absorb superpowers here. Not as fast as last night. Last night, it felt twice as powerful and twice as big. It was now 4 times as big as before, but when it glanced at Daodu, who looked to it as a huge lump next to it, Curly Hair groaned and said nothing. It's a pity that Jojo can't understand it like Luo Tang does, so Daodu puts his paws on top of its head. Chirp, just do whatever Zai Zai tells you to do. You're the only one who's troublesome. You only know how to eat all day long, but you can't help much. If you are capable, go and help the Zai Zai recharge his batteries." What Daodu didn't know was that Luo Tang was electrocuted by Curly Hair because of what he said. Then Curly was beaten by Luo Tang, and his snacks were cut off for a whole month. Luo Linzhou's face wrinkled into a ball. He stopped meditating and said in distress, "Why are the superpower molecules in my family so rare?" Daodu threw Curly onto his back and rushed into the greenhouse. He didn't see Luo Tang and shouted anxiously. Luo Tang was preparing to use a machine to cut the raw stone into space when he heard a sound coming from Daodu outside. He appeared in the greenhouse in an instant, picked up the crying Daodu and stroked his fur. "Daodu, don't cry. Jigu big cub, little cub said that the supernatural molecules here are very thin." Luo Tang thought Jojo was playing in the toy room, but he didn't expect that he was actually practicing supernatural powers. As a mother, she naturally hopes that her children can grow up carefree and healthy, but the times do not allow it. She also has to find a way to find a powerful supernatural fruit for Jojo, and the supernatural fruit needs to be born after a cold wave. Daodu, the energy molecules are thin probably because a lot of the energy rain was absorbed by the stones that Mom put down, and most of the energy rain was collected by Mom in buckets and stored in the space. "Mommy, there's a villain lingering outside our house." Luo Linzhou leaned on the guardrail and saw a humanoid creature with black claws, blue-black skin, a face covered with strange black scales, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and unchewed flesh in its mouth. At this moment, he seemed to smell the tempting aroma of food, and he grabbed the iron gate with his claws and shook it, making a shaking sound. Her mental power can now only attack things within 10 meters, and the balcony is more than 10 meters away from the gate. So ugly. Fortunately, the villas in her area are remote, with few people and not many bad people. He took out his pistol, quickly loaded the bullet, aimed at the evil guy's forehead, and bang. A shot in the head caused the evil guy to fall to the ground with the back of his head, colliding with the concrete floor with a crisp sound. Luo Tang blew on the smoking gun and put it away. The noise was too loud, and he had to modify it. Luo Linzhou looked up at Luo Tang's hand curiously. "Mommy, how did you know how to use a gun?" In the previous life, My uncle also gave Mommy a gun. He saw with his own eyes that Mommy took the gun apart and modified it. Son, this is what your dead father taught you. It turned out that Mommy didn't tell him about Daddy because Daddy died, and he thought Daddy had abandoned him and Mommy. Mommy, how did Dad die? Didn't you say that dads are not allowed to use guns in the country? If you don't seek death, you won't die. Baby, don't learn from your biological father. No matter what the circumstances, your own life is the most important. Luo Tang rubbed Luo Linzhou's little curly hair. Luo Linzhou's eyes widened. Could it be that his father played too much with the gun and killed himself? But why did he feel that his mommy seemed to be gloating? Seeing the little guy's surprised expression, Luo Tang did not continue to explain. Another evil creature came to the door of the villa, and its bulging blood-red eyeballs stared at Luo Tang's direction. It seemed that she came here after hearing the gunshots. She lived in a detached villa, and it was summer vacation now. The neighbor on the left was traveling with her family, and the neighbor on the right had just been shot dead by her. This evil creature had gone quite far and just happened to find her. The end of the world happens to come in the early morning when most people are still sleeping. When they wake up the next day, if anyone in the house has turned into an evil species, the evil species will either be beaten to death or trapped, or the person will become food for the evil species. The evil species in the early stage of the first stage are the easiest to deal with. They have no intelligence, their knees cannot bend, they cannot run, and can only walk. It's just that its claws and teeth are sharp, and its strength is slightly greater than that of ordinary people. The second-level evil species has the IQ of a 4 or 5-year-old, can jump and run like a human, and has enhanced skin defenses. The higher the level, the higher the IQ. The evil species with superpowers are not only more powerful, but also have higher IQs. The level of the evil species is determined by the eye, and levels 1 to 7 are the colors of the rainbow. First order red, second order orange, third order yellow, fourth order green, fifth order cyan, sixth order blue, seventh order purple. Their eyes have no white or black, just one color. She didn't know what to expect after level 7. Mommy, the evil outside seems to be of the fire type. I saw a small flame on his palm. Luo Tang frowned slightly as she looked at the evil creature that was hitting the iron gate with its claws. Was there anything about her that could attract the evil creature? How come these two evil guys are so persistent in attacking her door? A first-level fire evil being couldn't open the door. Luo Tang was just thinking about it when Dodo next to him began to growl uneasily. Luo Tang took out a telescope and looked into the distance. Two evil creatures seemed to be coming towards her house along the route. The book says that the flesh and blood of people with special powers is more attractive to evil species than the flesh and blood of ordinary people. Luo Tang sniffed the remaining energy of the raw stone in the air and narrowed his eyes. The energy stone was also attractive to evil beings with superpowers. Moreover, the evil species can rely on their special sense of smell to detect the existence of energy stones, so it seems that it is not advisable to stay in her house for long. She doesn't know what the situation is outside now, but the situation here is definitely better than in the densely populated urban area. Mommy, it seems like there will be an earthquake here in a few days. He was young at the time and didn't remember how many days it took for the earthquake to occur. Well, I will leave the city with the baby. It would be best if we could follow the army. Otherwise, if we encounter evil creatures, it would be okay. But if we encounter a group of gangsters, it would be the most terrifying. Her current strength is not enough to support one person to carry Zhou from the city to the imperial capital, which is almost the same as traveling from the southern end of Dragon Country to the northern end. Luo Tang took out the insecticide and sprayed the entire villa, and then the other two evil creatures arrived at the gate. Luo Tang put away the insecticide and looked at the three evil creatures. His dark pupils stared straight at the evil creature in the middle with blood-red eyes. Chapter 19. Mutated Evil, Zhou's Big Liar. The evil creature tilted its head towards Luo Tang, as if wondering why Luo Tang was not afraid of him. The other two slammed the door frantically, making strange screams, with bright red blood still on their sharp teeth. Luo Tang's mental power had just covered the three evil creatures when it was suddenly bounced back. Luo Tang's eyes darkened as she discovered that the mutant in the middle actually put down its claws, sniffed towards her, and turned around to walk back. But how could she let this first-stage, mid-stage, fire-type evil species leave? She just wanted to try whether her mental power could kill the three evil species at the same time. There was no problem in strangling two ordinary first-stage evil species, but the ability level of that mutant evil species was slightly higher than hers, and her mental power was actually directly rebounded. If this is the case, wouldn't it be very dangerous for her to encounter a mutant evil species of a higher level than herself? Luo Tang felt that it was impossible, wondering if it was because she was not proficient enough in controlling her supernatural powers. If I can't directly attack the brains of evil creatures stronger than me, then controlling them shouldn't be a problem. This time, Luo Tang only focused his mental power on the first-stage, mid-stage mutant evil creature, controlling him to turn around and walk back. Sure enough, it succeeded. After only controlling it for 10 seconds, Luo Tang felt a little tired. But 10 seconds was enough for her to kill a vicious creature. Luo Tang took a deep breath and refocused his mental power on the two ordinary evil species. In an instant, the two evil species' brains were smashed by Luo Tang, and they fell to the ground with a bang. Looking at the two evil species lying on the ground, Luo Tang's heart sank to the bottom. She discovered that the evil species' brain world was very similar to that of humans, with only slight differences. As a psychic, she can fully perceive the world in her brain. In the future, the level of the evil species will become higher and higher, and if they have the same IQ as humans, will they also create civilization? She only saw the 5th year in the book, the 5 years surrounding Shinchiyue, and had no idea what would happen next. The 6th level mutant evil species already has the IQ of an adult, but what about after the 6th level? What's even more frightening is that among the evil species, the low-level evil species will completely obey the orders of the high-level evil species. They're like a hierarchical organization, respecting the strong. According to their development trajectory, the first-order evil seed seems to be a newborn child with immature intelligence. He took out his gun and shot the fire evil creature 3 meters away from the door in the head. It seems that in the future, we can kill as many evil species as we can. The good news is that 1/10 of the world has become an evil species, and no one will become an evil species in the future. The bad news is that the evil species are more capable of reproducing than humans. It takes humans only 2 months to carry a baby for 10 months. Luo Tang couldn't even imagine that a 2-month-old evil baby could survive after being born. Luo Linzhou dragged Wan Mao and Dao downstairs. Wan Mao smelled the scent of the evil seed and was so scared that he trembled all over. The little guy rushed to Luo Tang, dragging Dao. "Mommy, open the door. I'll let Dao take out the crystal core of the mutant evil." Luo Tang took a look at the shaking Dao and Wan Mao, put away his gun, opened the door, picked up Wan Mao from the ground, and threw him at Dao. Let both of them go. In peacetime, she can protect and raise the little ones for their entire lives. In the end times, she didn't want the 2 little cubs to become food for the evil species. Dao stretched out his paw and just caught Curly. "Jiga, Mom, you don't love me anymore." Curly cried. "Chijigigu, why are you howling? You don't look like a mouse at all." Luo Tang. She suspected that Zhou took Dodo to watch Bunny Bears. "Dodo, use your claws to split this ugly head open." Dodo's gold-type ability has reached the middle stage of the First Order, so there is absolutely no problem in cracking open a middle stage of the First Order Fire-type evil species. Dao raised his head and looked at Luo Linzhou in disbelief. "Little guy, are you serious? This biped is not only ugly but also smells terrible. Don't you want my claws anymore?" Dao stretched out his 5-centimeter-long black claws. His claws were so clean. "I smell my arm again. It had just finished breakfast and a bath, and it smelled sweet." Dao shook his head vigorously and was shaken down by the long curly hair that grabbed it. He fell to the ground, collapsed like a rat pancake, and pretended to be dead. Luo Tang, who received Dodo's gaze, did not move and just watched quietly. Although Luo Linzhou didn't understand what Dao said, he knew it very well. He stretched out his little hand, which was white, tender, and still had baby fat, and pointed at the sharp teeth exposed in the evil creature's mouth. "Dao, these people are evil species, and we will encounter evil beasts in the future. If we don't kill them, they will eat us as food. Evil species and evil beasts will have crystal cores in their brains. Our ability to absorb crystal cores for cultivation can enable us to advance faster, so that we can become more powerful and deal with more powerful evil species." Luo Linzhou had a stern face, revealing a heaviness that was completely inconsistent with his age. He didn't want Dao and Curly to become food for the evil species again. When Luo Tang saw this scene, his eyes couldn't help but feel sore. If Chigu becomes more powerful, can it become bigger? Dao's eyes sparkled, and he drew a big circle on his chest with his claws. When Luo Tang heard what Dodo said, he looked at Dodo, who was standing on tiptoe and trying to demonstrate. Since this little guy awakened his gold-related abilities, he has become increasingly tough. His skin seems to have a metallic luster, his tail has become thicker, his limbs are no longer short, and his fluffy silver-gray hair makes him look like a big gray ball of hair when standing on the ground. Luo Linzhou seemed to know what Dao meant and said happily, "Of course, Dao will be a giant chinchilla in the future, bigger than an elephant." Dao didn't know what an elephant was, but if he could shout out an elephant, it must be very big, and he was so happy that his eyes were curved with laughter. "For the strength of our team, the task of digging crystal cores will be left to you from now on." Luo Linzhou touched Dao's head and said passionately, "Gigi, well done to big sister Dao. I'm cheering for you." Curly jumped up from the ground, jumped high, twisted his fat waist, raised his little paws, and used his electric arc as silver fireworks. Luo Tang, "Son, you are amazing." Then Luo Linzhou turned to the excited Curly, held it in front of the evil species, and faced the evil species' terrifying face. Chapter 20. Continue to fool people. The team division of labor is initially formed. Feeling the evil creature's sharp claws that were gleaming with cold light, Curly's whole body was trembling. It's so small that this ugly thing could probably string it all together with one claw. Curly, your electric current can paralyze the evil species for a short period of time, and the weak evil species will be directly knocked out by you. You will be as powerful as Daodu in the future. When you use your electric power, no matter how powerful the enemies are, they will be trampled under your feet. If you don't believe me, step on them. Luo Linzhou smiled and fooled. Putting curly hair on the evil species' head, the little guy actually listened to Luo Linzhou's words, and powerful silver arcs burst out of his small body. The heads of the evil creatures that came into contact with it were instantly charred by the electricity, and their original appearance could no longer be recognized. Curly looked at the dark head and felt like he had discovered a new world. The biped is taller and bigger than it, and it takes too much electricity to charge its entire body. Wouldn't it be much easier if he just stuck to the computer bag? Curly turned his attention to Daodu. Gigi big sister, I will become stronger with you from now on. Curly had just finished speaking when Daodu inserted his claws into the evil creature's head, peeling back its skull, and the smelly brain matter splattered all over Curly's body. Luo Tang looked at Dodo's bloody claws and swallowed. Are all mutant beasts so powerful? Daodu was only in the middle stage of the first stage, but he could directly pierce the head of the evil one. Luo Linzhou seemed to see Luo Tang's worry and hugged Luo Tang. Mommy, the skin's defense will be reduced after the evil species dies. Daodu's gold-type ability was already very advanced. I don't know if it's because he drank that water in this life. It seems to be even more powerful. Luo Tang thought thoughtfully, so the same elemental power would also have levels, just like her special mental power was more powerful than Shun Qiang's mental power. Curly Mao was aggrieved, and obviously his brother asked Daodu to split the head of the evil one in the middle. Well now, it has turned into a stinky rat. Gigi mommy, I'm not clean anymore. Curly hair cried and slipped to Luo Tang's feet. Under the sunshine, Luo Tang smiled brightly. Looking at these little guys, she suddenly felt that the end of the world was not so scary. Led some stream water from the space and gently washed Curly's body. After Curly was washed, he shook his body and lay aside to bask in the sun. Daodu watched the brain mixed with a white crystal core no bigger than a mung bean fall to the ground. He picked up the crystal core and absorbed it like energy rain. In just 10 seconds, the crystal core disappeared from Daodu's claw. Feeling the power in his body increasing a little bit, Daodu's eyes lit up and he looked at the other two evil heads with a fiery look. Curly felt that there was something wrong with the way the big sister looked at the evil species. It was clear that she was looking at the grass that it liked to eat the most. Curly was frightened by his own thoughts and jumped onto Luo Tang's shoulder. It's still safest here with mommy. With the experience from the first time, Daodu was not afraid when he used his claws to open the gourd for the second time. Instead, his black eyes were full of excitement. He even learned to wrap his gold-based abilities around his claws, making them sharper. Daodu took out a fiery red crystal core the size of a soybean. The little guy pinched the crystal core with his claws, jumped in front of Luo Tang, and placed the crystal core at Luo Tang's feet. Big kid, what's my pose? Luo Tang brought out the stream water to rinse Daodu's body clean, and also wash the crystal cores on the ground. Even though he already knew that evil species would have crystal cores, Luo Tang still found it a little unbelievable when he saw the crystal cores that were as beautiful as red crystals. Big boy, this is more beautiful than your jewel ring. I'll keep it for you to make a ring. Dodo handed the crystal core on the ground to Luo Tang. Luo Tang felt warm in his heart and took the crystal core. Thank you, Daodu. Then Big Cub, can you not punish Daodu? Daodu grinned foolishly. Luo Tang then realized that Daodu's teeth had turned into fine and sharp fangs at some point. If he was bitten by it, a piece of flesh would be lost. After taking the crystal core, Mishiro paused. She was moved. It turned out that the little guy was afraid that she would know that it and Jojo had casually eaten fruits and wanted to punish it. Seeing that Luo Tang didn't say anything, Dodo glanced at Luo Tang cautiously. Big boy, Daodu will be too hungry to have any strength if he doesn't eat grass. Daodu looked at Luo Tang eagerly. In the past, when the little cubs made mistakes, they would act coquettishly and pretend to be pitiful in front of the older cubs, and it would do the same. Luo Tang looked at the cute and sensible Daodu and really couldn't bear to punish it. And she had no intention of withholding Daodu's food. Food was too important for mutant beasts. Being hungry often is not good for their growth. But they still need to be educated. If the fruit was poisonous, Jojo and Dodo would be dead. Many plants will mutate in the end times, and no one knows what they will become. Luo Tang squatted down. Daodu, don't eat anything you don't recognize. What if it's poisonous and you die from it? You'll be away from mom forever, and mom will be very sad. Daodu hugged one of Luo Tang's calves and said, I don't want to eat. I don't want to leave Big Cup. Considering that this is your first offense, I will punish Daodu by strengthening our RV with his supernatural powers. Luo Tang said seriously. Daodu knew what the RV Luoyang was talking about. It was such a big iron box. How long would it take to strengthen it? Chigu big boy, Are you serious? It's okay. You can take your time. Luo Tang patted Daoda's head with a smile. Daoda felt like he had been tricked by Dazai again, and sat down on the ground, feeling unhappy. Curly sneaked up to it and picked up a branch from the side to grind his teeth. Daoda looked at Curly and clenched his paws. It must be that it is not smart enough. It needs to be upgraded. It needs to become smarter. Luo Tang looked at the 4 corpses of the evil creatures at the door of her house. If she left them there, her whole villa would be filled with a foul smell. If she didn't leave them there, and she didn't have any fire-type mutants, she could only use gasoline. Use less gasoline, as she doesn't want to use it to burn the body. It would be great if there was a magical corpse-dissolving water like in novels. Mommy, should we bury it in the soil? Let Daoda dig the hole. Dodo turned around and said, Jigu, little boy, do you treat me like a brick? Bricks should be moved to where they are needed. When the evil species have no food, they will also devour the corpses of their companions. Luo Tang first put the 4 corpses into the space and drove to the community park. The bodies were simply thrown under a big tree in the park as fertilizer. When Luo Tang passed by a villa, the window suddenly opened, and a man poked his head out and waved at her. Chapter 21 Energy Stone. Daodu was beaten. Girl, what's going on outside now? Luo Tang looked up, glanced at the middle-aged man, said nothing, and drove away. Even if all signals are cut off, no one can be contacted. But smart or curious people, or those who have read some apocalyptic novels, can basically guess that the current situation is the end of the world. Never treat anyone as a fool. No one is a real fool. It's just that most people want to hide behind others, wait and see the opportunity, and don't want to be the first to step forward. Mommy, when are we leaving the city? Luo Linzhou didn't remember the exact time of the earthquake, and was afraid that Mommy and he would be trapped in the villa again. Baby, we still have a few more days. The world's first major earthquake will begin in 3 days. Mountains will grow taller, and some parts of the surface will even be torn, and the plains will expand. The blue planet will expand 1.5 times in just 4 days, and every place will be stretched, but the time and degree of earthquakes in different areas will be different. Luo Tang told Zhou everything he knew. In short, the worldview explained in the book is clearer than what Zhou and Xinqi USC. The first major earthquake caused heavy casualties, not only among humans, but also among the evil species. After the first major earthquake, small earthquakes will occur from time to time over the next 2 months. As time goes by, the earthquakes will slowly stop. But the expansion of Blue Star has not stopped. The original territory remains unchanged, but some new territory areas will appear. She was not very clear about how severe the earthquake was in other places, but she knew very well that there was no Rift Valley, only that the mountains were rising, the plains were expanding, and the sea water would flood back into the coastal plains of the city. She didn't want to be driving halfway, and suddenly a big crack appeared, even if she could hide in the space. Then she and Zhou can't live in this space forever. Her villa is at the foot of the mountain. The villa will only collapse slightly if the mountain rises. Mommy, you know more than Aunt Shen? You are so awesome. Luo Linzhou exclaimed. So Mommy wants to take Zhou away after the first major earthquake. Zozo listens to Mommy. Luo Tang laughed. You little guy, you don't listen to Mommy and you still want to run away by yourself? No way, Zhou is helping Mommy train thugs. Daodu, are you right? Luo Linzhou touched Daodu, who was sitting next to him. Jigu Daodu shook his fist. Back home, Luo Tang asked Daodu to jam the door lock. If you are not a metal-type superpower, you can't open the door even if you take the key. Either it was a violent collision, and she could hear the noise caused by the violent collision, even at night. She wanted to go into space and cut open the rough stones. After closing all the doors and windows in the house, Luo Tang entered the space with a few little ones. In the living room of the space house, there is a set of small stone cutting machines. The electrical system in the house is very magical. Any electrical appliance that enters the house can be used without being powered on. She has also done experiments before. Knowing this, she asked Shen Tingyun to give her a cutting machine. Daodu strengthened the gears of this machine. Daodu stretched out his paw towards Luo Tang. Big Zai, can Daodu eat more food later? Luo Tang directly divided Daodu into 3 pieces of black soil and got some seeds for it. In the future, what kind of grass Daodu wants to eat, sprinkle these grass seeds on the black soil. If you want to eat hay, there is a dryer in the kitchen. Mom will teach you how to use it later. Daodu knew the magic of the black soil. He imagined himself rolling around in a pile of fragrant grass. He began to grin foolishly with an unknown liquid flowing from the corners of his mouth. Gigi mommy, don't forget me. I want to grow a lot of nuts. Luo Tang also divided 3 plots of land to Curly and reminded it that only one kind of nut could be grown on one piece of land. Mommy, do you think Daodu will grow faster if he has mutated alfalfa as food? Luo Linzhou said thoughtfully as he looked at Daodu, who was running out with the seeds. Later, she could try to grow some alfalfa with the spiritual water. And by the way, check out her mutated dragon fruit and the egg. Luo Tang had just used his mental power to move a stone onto the cutting machine when a black puppy slowly crawled to Luo Tang's feet. Woof woof. Mommy, I'm going to make some milk powder for the puppy. When Luo Linzhou and the puppy appeared within her mental range, she actually saw invisible lines on the two little guys. He immediately used his mental power to perceive the contractibility, and was shocked to see that a transparent ring appeared on Zhou Zhou's crystal core. But when she put away her mental contractibility and only used ordinary mental power to perceive, the ring did not appear. Could it be that she could make other psychics and mutant beasts establish a contractual relationship? If so, her ability would be too incredible. As long as she wants, everyone can have a contracted beast. Luo Tang thought of the German Shepherd's barrier ability, which was indeed no problem in protecting Zhou Zhou, but it still lacked a little combat power. Collect your thoughts and start cutting the rough stone. In 3 hours, Luo Tang cut 50 pieces of raw stone. However, he only got 5 first-level energy stones. 3 of them were only the size of a palm. 1 was the size of a basketball, and the other was an ice flower jadeite that was 1 meter long and half a meter wide, only half of which was converted into energy stones. Luo Tang was just about to sit down and absorb the energy stone when he heard Dodo's roar outside. I wonder what dangers could there be in this space? I release my consciousness. No matter how big her space becomes, she can always see the whole picture as long as she wants. There was a puddle of water under Dodo's feet. His hair stood up and he stared at the twisting mutated dragon fruit with bared teeth. Immediately afterwards, the mutated dragon fruit swung out its thick branches, and a crisp, slapping sound was heard. Dodo fell into the sea in a parabola. The little guy seemed very unconvinced. He climbed out of the sea and leaped in front of the mutant dragon fruit. Continued to threaten it with bared teeth. Goo, hand over the fruit. I'd rather let the big cub pull you out, and leave the land for me to grow crops. Luo Tang, seeing that wet route, I'm afraid Dodo has been beaten several times. I didn't expect this little girl to be so stubborn. Why didn't I call her when she was in danger this time? The mutated dragon fruit had benefited from the last space upgrade and was already an early-stage second-order mutated plant. Dodo was a mid-stage first-order mutated plant, with a difference of 3 small levels. How could it possibly defeat it? The mutated pitaya has countless branches covered with hair and barbs, which can cause severe pain when it whips people. Luo Tang picked up Dodo with heartache, turned over its thick soft fur, and sure enough, he saw the thorns of the mutant dragon fruit still hanging on its skin. Chapter 22, I Can't Beat the Tree. Mutant Dragon Fruit. Dodo, this is an early-stage second-order mutant plant, and you are only in the middle stage of the first order. Luo Tang called out to Zhou Zhou and began to pull out the thorns on Dodo's skin. Dodo was in Luo Tang's arms, grinning at the mutated dragon fruit. Chia. After cursing, she started to cry. I just saw the beautiful fruits on its tree and jumped up to pick them, but it slapped me into the sea. I was so angry that the tree could move, and I couldn't beat it. In the past, the plants that Dazai raised were allowed to be squeezed by it. Looking at the crying Dodo, Luo Tang didn't want to hit it anymore. If the alfalfa and Timothy grass it eats mutates into combat-type grass, you will probably be beaten by the food you normally eat. Dodo, don't cry. Mommy will pick some fruit for you to eat later. Mutated fruit has a certain chance of awakening superpowers. The higher the level of the mutant fruit, the greater the chance of awakening superpowers. The chance of ordinary second-level mutation fruits awakening superpowers is only 0.2%. Luo Tang took a look at the fruits hanging on the branches of the mutated dragon fruit. There were 10 fruits in total, 9 ordinary fruits, and the top one was a special fruit with a 2% chance of awakening supernatural powers. Even if the probability of awakening is very low, people will still flock to it. After all, it was an opportunity to turn ordinary people into superpowers. Each person uses an elemental mutation fruit to awaken an elemental power. No matter how many mutation fruits of other elements he eats in the future, he will not awaken other elemental powers. For example, Shin Chiyue, that bead allowed her to awaken the ice element, and after eating a fire mutation fruit, she awakened the fire element power. Later, she also ate many other mutation fruits, but she did not awaken the element power again. But when eating mutation fruits that awaken speed and power, there is a fraction of a percent chance that she will awaken after eating one. She never questioned Shin Chiyue's luck, and she escaped death every time she encountered danger. Mutated fruits can also provide superpowers with the energy to practice superpowers, just like crystal nuclei. A person with superpowers can eat mutant fruit with any attribute, but the attributes do not correspond and they cannot absorb all the energy contained in the mutant fruit, which will cause energy loss. The same is true for the crystal core. What kind of power is awakened depends on what type of energy the mutant fruit contains. Each mutant fruit tree will only grow one special mutant fruit at one stage. Just like this mutant dragon fruit, it will only produce one special mutant dragon fruit at the second level, and the others are ordinary fruits. When Luo Linzhou came over with a little German shepherd and curly hair, he was surprised when he saw the wet Dodo. Mommy, why is Dodo like this and injured? Luo Linzhou covered Doubt's body with his small hands and used his own powers to heal his injuries. A trace of Luo Linzhou's healing white light fell on Luo Tang, and she immediately felt her mental strength extremely comfortable. Luo Tang glanced at the mutated dragon fruit that was as quiet as a chicken and tried to communicate with it using his mental power, but he only felt slight mental fluctuations and received no response. Bodhi's voice came from the side. Mommy, not all second-level mutant plants have intelligence. This is a combat-violent mutant plant. It's not of high quality, and its level cap is not high, so it's hard for it to have intelligence. But it's a precious fire-type mutant plant that can bear fruit once a year. The soil here is special, so it can bear fruit once a month. Luo Tang withdrew his spiritual power upon hearing this. Bodhi knows so much. Mommy, I am the symbol of wisdom. I can know the functions of any plant that my plant thoughts can reach. If you encounter unknown mutant plants in the future, you can move me out and I will check them out. Luo Tang didn't expect that the mutated Bodhi had such a function. Fortunately, she could talk to intelligent plants, otherwise Bodhi's ability would have been buried. Another ray of healing light fell on Luo Tang, and this time she clearly felt that her mental power was more stable. Could it be that Zhou's healing power has the effect of soothing the spirit? In the book, Shen Qiang later died due to a mental riot. It was because his mental power was not appeased after Zhou's death that he died. If this is the case, then wouldn't it mean that those with mental powers themselves are dangerous? Healing superpowers are more valuable than mental superpowers, but they have little combat effectiveness. Zhou, have you helped Shen Qiang calm down mentally? Doubt's injury was not serious, and he recovered completely in no time. Luo Linzhou shook his head, with a confused look on his face. Mommy, no. I don't know how to appease the spirit. Will those with mental powers cause mental riots? Normally not, unless induced by some special mutant plants. Uncle Qiang once encountered a mutant flower and had a mental riot. Luo Tang lowered his eyes, wondering if Shen Qiang's death was not an accident, but man-made. But he died not long after Zhou died. Could it be because he discovered that Zhou's death was not an accident, but was controlled by someone who wanted to kill someone, but was killed instead, using a special mutant plant to cause a mental riot and died? If this speculation is true, that person must be in the heroine team. She basically knew everything about the heroine. If she wanted to kill Zhou, it would be the easiest thing to do. Zhou, use your special powers on Mommy's head. Although Luo Linzhou didn't understand what Luo Tang wanted to do, he still put his little hand on Luo Tang's forehead. When Luo Linzhou's healing light slowly flowed into his body and gathered on the purple crystal core, freshness and comfort filled his heart, and even the consumed mental strength was instantly restored. Zhou's healing ability can indeed calm Mommy's spirit. If Mommy encounters the special mutant plants you mentioned in the future and causes her spirit to go haywire, don't panic. Use your ability to help Mommy calm her spirit. Luo Tang said gently. That's really great, Luo Linzhou said happily. When his uncle's mental power went mad in his previous life, he could do nothing. Jigu is also very comfortable next to the little cub. Doubta walked to Luo Linzhou, rubbed his head against his belly, and squinted his eyes comfortably. Luo Linzhou felt a little itchy after being played with, and giggled happily. Luo Tang bound the mutated dragon fruit with his mind, then picked all 10 of its fruits and placed them on the grass. The skin of the non-mutated pitaya feels soft, is purple-red in color, and can be as big as an adult's palm. The mutated dragon fruit is only the size of 2 eggs, and the small ordinary fruit is half the size of the special fruit. The skin is bright red and feels warm to the touch, like a natural hand warmer. I don't know how long the shelf life of the mutated dragon fruit is. It's so nice to put this fruit in your pocket to warm your hands in the cold winter. Doubtu sniffed the fruits on the ground. The little guy picked up a small fruit with his claws and took a bite of most of it. Feeling the energy in the fruit, he squinted his eyes happily and swallowed the rest of the fruit. Curly looked at it eagerly and asked, Gigi, what do you think of Big Sister? Dodo, do you feel that you have awakened your fire-related abilities? Luo Tang asked. Chapter 23. You are waiting for me here. Chigu, no, but my supernatural power increased a little bit. Dodo, each another one. Luo Tang said. Doubta shook his head and then burped. Luo Tang, you've been craving for fruit all morning, but you're full after eating just one. Dodo grinned embarrassedly, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. It needed to digest. With 2 second-level mutant fruits and the crystal core absorbed previously, it can advance to the next level. Doubta picked up a fruit, sneaked to the spring, and placed the fruit in front of himself. Wait until it finishes digesting the one it just swallowed, then eat this one. Curly, eat one too, and see if you can awaken your fire ability. Curly has a smaller appetite than Doubtu and could not eat the food after taking half of it. Luo Tang stuffed one into its mouth and told it to keep it for later consumption. After eating the fruit this time, we will have to wait until next month. Luo Linzhou took a bite of the biggest one, burped and looked a little lost. Mommy, I don't seem to have awakened any superpowers. My uncle in my previous life also gave me a mutant dragon fruit, but it was useless when I ate it. Zhou. The probability of awakening superpowers with an ordinary second-level mutant fruit is only 0.2%. Even if you eat a special fruit, there is only a 1 in 50 chance of awakening superpowers. Don't worry, Mommy will find other mutant fruits for you in the future. If superpowers can be awakened by swallowing a mutant fruit, then wouldn't there be people with superpowers everywhere? The higher the level of the mutant fruit, the greater the probability of awakening superpowers. Low-level mutant fruits are hard to find, let alone high-level ones. Plants that can produce mutant fruits generally have extremely high combat effectiveness. If you want to take its fruit, it will launch a fierce attack on you. The mutated dragon fruit she raised into space was like this, let alone the ones outside. Now that the space has been upgraded to the second level, if there is enough spiritual water, she can try to cultivate some mutant fruit trees. It's a pity that there are only 3 bowls of spiritual water per day. They have to drink diluted spiritual water every day and save some for emergency use. Luo Tang picked up a mutated dragon fruit, peeled off the skin to reveal the red flesh inside, picked out some seeds with tweezers, and scattered them directly next to the original mutated dragon fruit tree. After eating 2 fruits, Luo Tang put away the peels. She would not eat the peels raw like dodo. The dry dragon fruit can be used to make tea. The unmutated dragon fruit peel can prevent cancer and enhance immunity. I don't know what the function of the mutated dragon fruit peel is. There were 3 small fruits left on the ground, and Luo Tang stuffed one into Luo Linzhou's pocket. Zhou, wait until you finish refining the first fruit, then eat the second one. Give the remaining 2 to the little German shepherd. The little German shepherd will follow you from now on. Zhou can give the little German shepherd a name. The puppy was squatting quietly at Luo Linzhou's feet. Luo Linzhou squatted down, touched the puppy's head with his little hand, and said excitedly, "Mommy, can the puppy be called Black Hole from now on?" Luo Tang. She shouldn't have let Zhou name it. I don't know if the puppy will hate this name when he grows up, but seeing his son's expectant eyes, Luo Tang nodded. Black Hole is Black Hole. His whole body was black and shiny, and lying on the ground, he really looked like a piece of black coal. Luo Linzhou was even happier after getting his mother's consent. The mutated dragon fruit was handed to the puppy. The little guy sniffed it and wanted to eat the fruit, but he couldn't bite the skin. Zhou, the puppy was just born yesterday. He opened his eyes after drinking the spiritual water, and he hasn't grown any teeth yet. Give the fruit to Mommy, and Mommy will make the fruit into puree. Mommy, I could do it myself. I will take good care of Hai Tanmiai. Luo Linzhou held Hai Tanmiai in his arms, put the 3 fruits in his pocket, and ran into the yard. Luo Tang sat next to the spiritual spring like Dodo, took out the 5 energy stones he had just opened, and began to meditate. Dowda smelled the abundant supernatural molecules in the air, opened his dark eyes, stared at the big rock next to him, moved his body, and sat down on the biggest rock. Over time, the energy stone will lose its luster visibly to the naked eye. Zhou exclaimed, and Luo Tang suddenly opened her eyes. Her mental power successfully advanced to the early second stage, and 2 misty white smoke rings appeared on the crystal core. Luo Tang was delighted. He could only contract 1 mutant beast at the first level, but it seemed that he could contract 2 mutant beasts at the second level. However, her unknown supernatural power had only reached the late first stage, and all 5 energy stones had been consumed. It seems that this unknown superpower needs a lot of energy to advance, which is 3 times that of her mental power. Mommy, Black Hole, has awakened a fire ability. Luo Linzhou ran towards Luo Tang, holding Black Hole. Curly held onto Luo Linzhou's clothes tightly to prevent himself from being thrown off. This is too unexpected. With a probability of 0.2%, the paparazzi actually picked it. Luo Linzhou put Black Hole on the grass, and Luo Tang discovered that Black Hole had doubled in size and was now as big as a half-month-old puppy. How long has it been? Just one afternoon. Cole spit fire. Luo Linzhou waved his hand and gave a command. The black coal obediently spit out a ball of fire, but the flame was only the size of a fingernail. Ying Ning Humri Humri. Heiqian Cole's stomach rumbled, and he lay listlessly at Luo Linzhou's feet, looking at him eagerly. Luo Linzhou glanced at Luo Tang, then glanced at Heitan, and ran back holding Heitan. Mommy, I will take good care of Black Hole. I was so happy when it awakened its special powers just now that I forgot that it consumes a lot of energy. I will make a big basin of milk for Black Hole right away. The little short legs ran very fast and disappeared from Luo Tang's sight in a flash. Luo Tang looked at Zhou, who was becoming more and more healthier and more lively, and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, I heard the sound of fruit rolling down beside me, and I turned around to look. The fruit in Dowda's claws hit the stone, and his little mouth opened slightly with a look of disbelief. The little guy immediately picked up the mutated dragon fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. I sat there motionless for a full minute. Energy stones that have been depleted have become ordinary stones, but these are also beautiful jades, and perhaps they can be made into ornaments. So Luo Tang put the jade into the warehouse. It's so unfair. I, Doubtu, am much smarter than that stupid dog, but I haven't awakened my special powers. The cute little Doubtu stood on his lower limbs, raised his upper limbs above his head, and howled towards the sky. Luo Tang couldn't help laughing out loud. Her daily happiness came from the cute little Dodo. Big boy, don't laugh at me. Dodo rushed to Luo Tang and hugged her legs. Luo Tang realized that the little guy had grown taller again. He was only half a meter tall before, but now he was estimated to be 10 centimeters taller. This is growing too fast. Doubtu, have you advanced? Doubtu patted his chest and condensed a golden needle. Of course, I am a super hardworking Totoro. Dodo is so powerful that he can condense metal out of thin air. If this happened before the end of the world, wouldn't she be able to let Dodo condense gold? After the new era, not only energy stones will be born, but some more powerful and precious minerals will also gradually be born. Big boy, I can only condense 5 small needles now, which are not as useful as my claws. Doubtu covered his claws with the gold power and raised his claws to show Luo Tang. Luo Tang even took out a ruler to measure it, and it was exactly 6 centimeters long. The black claws had a metallic luster. Luo Tang took out a kitchen knife and wanted to test the hardness of Doubtu's claws. The little guy's pupils trembled, and he retracted his claws. Big cub, what are you doing? I don't want to cut my nails. I will hide my claws. After Doubtu retracted his claws, they instantly shortened to only 1 centimeter long. Now it looks like an extremely strong and huge chinchilla. Doubtu, which one is harder, your claws or an ordinary kitchen knife? Doubtu stretched out his claws excitedly, and with a click, the kitchen knife in Luo Tang's hand was instantly broken into 2 halves. Luo Tang hugged Dodo and kissed him. Dodo, you are so awesome. I love you. Doubtu buried his head in Luo Tang's arms. Doubtu likes the big one the best. Then can you strengthen a few knives for me? Luo Tang took out a boning knife, a pig-killing knife, an axe, and even a hoe and a large frying pan. Doubtu, it turns out that they have been laying the groundwork for so long, just waiting for me here. Chapter 24, the Shun family discusses Luo Tang. Dodo, Luo Tang's ending tone rose slightly. Doubtu couldn't resist Luo Tang's coquettishness and said proudly, "Leave it to me." It wasn't until Luo Tang put everything next to it that it realized what it had said. Doubtu sighed, and his chubby back revealed a hint of helplessness. No wonder the little one is so good at acting like a spoiled brat. Luo Tang went to cut the raw stone again. It took him an hour to cut 30 pieces, including 4 first-level energy stones. After counting the raw stones in the warehouse, there were less than 50 pieces left from the batch she had placed in the villa. There are also tens of thousands of pieces that it collected from the gambling stone field, and even fewer of those stones were converted into energy stones. Throw the 4 cut energy stones into a large barrel filled with energy rain. She hoped that these 4 stones could be upgraded to second-level energy stones. Otherwise, after all her powers reached the second level and she cut all these stones, the energy stones she would get would probably not be enough for her to upgrade even a small level. Just as he finished doing all this, Doubtu pushed open the door and slipped in. Luo Tang saw Dodo's eyes light up. She had cut too many stones today, and even though she was controlling it with her mind, she still felt a little tired. It would be great if she could see whether the raw stone was transformed into energy stone after it fell to the ground. Then she wouldn't need to cut it all open, which would save a lot of time and effort. Doubtu felt Luo Tang's gaze, and his chubby little body shook unconsciously. Call the little cub over, and his palms will glow. Ever since Black Hole awakened its new superpowers, Luo Linzhou has been thinking about how to feed it and train it. Luo Tang frowned when she heard Dodo's words. She only knew that Zhou's special ability had a healing effect. But I've never heard of a healing power that can sense energy, unless it's not a true healing power, but just has a healing effect. Zhou, come here. Try to use your special ability to sense, and see if you can sense which stones have turned into energy stones. Luo Tang took out 20 large stones, wrote numbers on them with a marker, and placed them in the living room. Luo Linzhou covered a black stone with his little hands, his face wrinkled. Mommy, what is the energy fluctuation of the energy stone like? Luo Tang took out the energy stone he had opened. Compared with ordinary jade, the energy stone would emit a faint glow in the dark and feel warm to the touch. The skin that wrapped it would cover up all the glow and energy of the energy stone, making it look like an extremely ugly black stone. As soon as Luo Linzhou placed his little hand on the energy stone, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mommy, the energy stone feels so comfortable to the touch. The light it emits seems to be different from other lights. When Luo Tang heard this, he suddenly had a guess in his mind. Could it be that Zhou's healing ability is the ability of light element? If this is the case, then the power of light is more than just healing. Luo Linzhou followed Luo Tang's instructions and used his special abilities to feel the difference between each stone. Finally, rough stones number 3, number 10, and number 15 were selected. After Luo Tang cut the 3 pieces of raw stones, he found that all 3 were first-level energy stones of good quality. He also cut a few pieces that Zhou Zhou did not choose, and none of them were energy stones. Luo Tang happily hugged Zhou Zhou and gave him a kiss. There were tens of thousands of stones in the warehouse. How long would it take her to cut them all? Now they need to be selected by Zhou Zhou. She will pick out the stones that will be transformed into energy stones and keep the rest in the warehouse. Luo Linzhou didn't expect that he could actually sense the energy stone. If there is a chance to encounter in or field in the future, wouldn't he be able to pick up all the energy stones? Zhou Zhou, these 3 pieces are for you to practice your superpowers. Feed Heimei a mutated Bodhi fruit later, which will help Heiha become wise. After Luo Tang made arrangements, he put away all the stones in the living room. Night falls quietly in the city center. Shin Qiyu chopped off the head of the evil one with a knife. Unwilling to absorb the energy rain in this life, she drank the energy rain directly and awakened her ice power after surviving the catastrophe. It's just that her ice ability is only at the early stage of the first level. The space ability brought back before rebirth has reached the early stage of the second level, with a space of 200 square meters and 4 meters high. But it was also stuffed to the brim with supplies. She had to get more crystal nuclei and mutant fruits so that she could hold more things and even awaken another superpower. Sister, do you really not care about Tang Tang? Shin Tingwan did not expect that the end of the world would really come. Shin Tingyun turned around and glanced at his obedient sister and cursed angrily. What do you care about her? You might as well take care of yourself. Don't tremble with fear just looking at a villain. Pick up the knife in your hand and chop him. You are an aggressive fire element user. What are you afraid of? Shin Tingwan shrank his neck, while Nanqing tried to smooth things over. So my sister is still young, and she just hasn't adapted to the sudden apocalypse. Shin Tingyun became even more angry when he heard Nanqing's words. And you are twice as old as Wanwan. Why were you so scared just now that you wanted to hide behind you? Where did your courage to lie to me with my dad go? Nanqing fell silent, but Shin Qiang snorted. Shin Tingyun turned to him and warned, don't even think about looking for Luo Tang. She is no longer a member of the Shin family. Do you still want to form a family with her? Shin Qiang whispered, it's not impossible. Shin Tingyun, Mom, according to what you and Dad said, Luo Tang was just a child when she was brought back to the Shin family. Even you didn't know that she was not Shin Chiyue, and she probably didn't know that she was not Shin Chiyue either. If the relationship is broken, let's break it off. Now, Luo Tang and the Shin family no longer owe each other. Originally, she thought that her mother knew that Luo Tang was an adopted daughter, and that Luo Tang also knew that she was an adopted daughter, so she would support her when she saw it. I didn't expect that my mother didn't know. How could Luo Tang know? What's more, at the age of 18, who could predict the end of the world 4 years later, between her and Luo Tang? If she hadn't lost it, her mother wouldn't have gotten sick and Luo Tang wouldn't have come to Shin's house. Her and Luo Tang's fate may not intersect. Or maybe Luo Tang is still an orphan, and the person who is sponsored when he turns 18 will become Luo Tang. Luo Tang came to her mother when her mother needed her the most. No matter what, she had no right to hate Luo Tang, and neither did her mother. But if she really becomes an opponent of Luo Tang in the future, she will naturally not show mercy. If Luo Tang doesn't provoke her, she won't take the initiative to attack Luo Tang. She grew up in an orphanage and was able to go to school thanks to the sponsorship of kind-hearted people. During the 3 years of the apocalypse, as an ordinary person, she has seen the evil and good of the lowest class of people, enjoyed the protection of the country, and also felt the difficulty that ordinary people have in the apocalypse. God gave her the opportunity to be reborn and gave her a chance to live a good life in the end times, instead of living a life of wandering and uncertainty. It's not your brother and aunt. If they didn't mention Luo Tang, what I think of her? Chapter 25. Doubt is curiosity. Mom, brother, aunt, and Luo Tang grew up together. Even if Luo Tang is not a member of the Shin family, she is still a friend of brother and aunt. And the most important point is that now is the end of the world and the beginning of a new century. The Shin family once owned everything. All the glory has been reduced to nothing and disappeared in the torrent of history. Mom, if you want the Shin family to continue to grow stronger, you need to start over. Shin Chiyue held Shin Tingyun's hand. She must make her mother understand that she is now a member of the apocalypse and is no longer the aloof daughter and owner of the Shin group. If the Shin family wants to return to its pre-apocalyptic status, they need to start over. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mom just found you and made you live a hard life with her. Mom, don't be afraid. You are a superpower. As long as you become stronger, we will still have a stable and good life. As an ordinary person who has been wandering in the apocalypse for 3 years, God knows how much she longs to become a superpower. But she was unlucky enough to die shortly after awakening her space powers. Shin Tingyun shed tears unconsciously and held Shin Chiyue's hand. I don't know who taught my yeye so well. Shin Qiang snorted and said nothing about himself. Look at the children you brought up, and look for the differences. Tang Yang suffered so much with you when he was a child. My aunt has been with you for a long time, and she has become more and more cowardly and timid. Shin Tingyan wanted to curse, but Shin Chiue stopped him. Mom, it's all over. Just be good from now on. Yang Yang, it's not entirely your mother's fault. Shin Qiang glanced at Nansheng. Of course I know this, and you and Grandpa. It's not that you were cold-bloodedly exploited. It seems that Tangdang made Shin Chiue unable to return to the Shin family. She can be taken away from the Shin family. Isn't it suspicious to take him away? Logically speaking, if you want to threaten the Shin family, shouldn't you take away the male twin? This was something he had never been able to figure out. Also, his mother is insane and not a fool. Could she really not recognize her daughter? Luo Tang doesn't look like the Shun family either. Dad, it's now this time. Tell me the truth. Do you really not know who Tang Tang's biological parents are? If I had known that I had told Tang Dang for years ago, it was already the end of the world, and Ye had been found, what would the use of hiding it be? Nanqing Chang's facial features were relatively three-dimensional, and he was 1.8 meters tall. He smiled. It sounds a bit silly. Why do you talk to Luo Tang when you have nothing to do? Shin Tingyan said unhappily. She is a woman with a 3-year-old child, so it would be great to survive in the apocalypse. Mom, let's not talk about it. The most urgent thing is to improve his ability as soon as possible. Even if she knew that Luo Tang's son had precious healing abilities, given the current relationship between her mother and Luo Tang, wouldn't it be very annoying if they often had conflicts when teaming up with Luo Tang? Mom listens to Yi. At this moment, Luo Tang didn't know that the Shun family was talking about her. She was sitting in the living room enjoying dinner with Luo Linzhou and a few little ones. Garlic spare ribs, Buddha jumps over the wall, coconut chicken, squirrel fish, braised beef, and a large plate of stir-fried lettuce. Only the lettuce was cooked by her herself. The other 5 vegetables were stockpiled before the end of the world. Luo Tang watched Luo Linzhou eating lettuce, so he also picked up a piece to eat. It was really worthy of being a product of the space. It was crispy and had the unique aroma of lettuce. She would kill a few chickens in the space and try them out when she had time. Now she had figured it out. The poultry raised in the black soil in the space grows at a rate equivalent to a year's growth outside in 1 month, so she can pick up a dozen eggs in the chicken coop every day. The eggs that are not picked up will hatch into chicks after a day and a half. Dowda sat on the chair that Luo Tang had specially made for it, stuffing handfuls of grass into its mouth. Seeing how deliciously it ate, Luo Tang wanted to take a nibble on too. It is true that the timothy grass and alfalfa grown in the black soil of space have a unique fragrance that is very tempting. Just as she was about to pick up a piece of beef, a black claw passed in front of her, picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth. It watched the older and younger cubs eat with great relish, the aroma of beef mixed with the aroma of sauce spreading in their mouths. It rolled its eyes and spit out the meat. Then he looked at Luo Tang with a very strange look. No wonder Dazi never gave it meat. It turned out that meat was so unpalatable. The corner of Luo Tang's mouth twitched. She could now guess what Dodo was thinking. Luo Tang took out some cicada pupae and mealworms from the warehouse and placed them in front of Curly. Curly was so happy to see the cicada pupae eating, and Dowda saw this and wanted to try it too. Dowdu, that's Curly's food. It doesn't have your grassy scent. After hearing what Luo Tang said, Dodo became even more curious. Luo Tang knows that Dowdu is a silly kid. The more you forbid him to eat, the more he wants to eat. He will know the consequences once he tastes the bitterness. Sure enough, as soon as Dowdu put the cicada pupa into his mouth and took a bite, the juice of the insect burst in his mouth. Dowda jumped off the chair and vomited into the trash can. So disgusting. Curly was so distressed when he saw Dowda vomit the cicada pupae that he liked to eat into the trash can. Luo Tang said with a serious face. Dodo, what did Mom tell you before? Don't eat things you shouldn't eat. Do you remember? Dowda's 2 ears stood up, then collapsed. It was over. Its big iron box was only strengthened to a quarter. Would the big one ask it to strengthen it by 1 more? Then it will have no time to play, no time to practice, and even less time to be in a daze. Big cub, I will never eat random food again. Today I will punish Dowdu by making him clean the living room. Dowda, why does it feel that the big cub is ordering it around because no one else is ordering it around? This time, Dowdu really guessed wrong. She could clean the space thoroughly with just a thought. The little cutie Dodo is really too naughty. Chigu. Dowdu felt aggrieved because it was not even as tall as a broom. Do I have to let it roll around in the living room and then take a bath? Dowda set his eyes on Curly, who was sleeping in a rat's nest. Chapter 26, Stage 3 Initial Mutation, Little Blue Whale. The azure blue water washed the golden beach. Luo Tang, wearing a set of silk pajamas, stood next to a 3-meter-high giant egg. On the aqua blue eggshell, it seemed as if there were waves constantly flowing and rolling, carrying the salty sea water towards one's face. Covering the eggshell with her mental power, a blue and green crystal core as big as a mineral water bottle appeared in her mind. It turned out to be a dual-system crystal core. Dual-system mutants are rare, and dual-system crystal cores are even rarer. Generally, dual-system psychics have 2 crystal cores of different colors in their brains, which means they need to practice 2 different powers in order to upgrade both powers. However, a dual system crystal core is not needed, which is equivalent to having only one crystal core. You only need to practice one to advance. She didn't know whether this egg would hatch a blue whale, such a terrifying and huge creature. It might not even make a contract with her after it hatched. Naturally, she had to make a contract with it before it hatched. Luo Tang used the power of spiritual contract to make a contract with Dayton. Just as she had used her mental power to bind the big egg, a feeling of resistance entered her mind. Luo Tang immediately used suppression and quickly made a contract with Dayton. About 10 minutes later, the second ring on the spiritual power crystal core changed from misty white to a blue-green interweaving. After the contract was successful, Luo Tang could feel the giant egg's intimacy with her, and even wanted to rub her with its own eggshell. Luo Tang was so scared that she ran away quickly. If such a big egg hit her, she would be crushed. Who would have thought that the giant egg would follow her? Zhou's childish voice suddenly sounded. Cole, go! Shoot out the flames and roast the eggs. Woof woof, a ball of fire came out of the mouth of a black puppy and landed right at the bottom of the big egg. Black Hole's attack seemed to have no effect on Big Egg's eggshell, and Big Egg turned around and rolled towards the puppy Black Hole. The puppy, which weighed only 3 pounds, was instantly scared when faced with a 3-meter-tall monster. Yim up, Master, run! Luo Tang used his mental power to call upon the big egg, and the big egg accidentally hit a rock while rolling. Luo Tang looked at the extra stones on the beach and turned her head to see that Do was standing on the coconut tree she had planted by the sea, grinning at her. That stone was thrown by it. I guess it wanted to hit Big Egg, but unfortunately it missed. A crisp clicking sound was heard, and Luo Tang's heart skipped a beat. No way! Is this egg so fragile? Do jumped down from a coconut tree more than 10 meters high and stood in front of Luo Linzhou. Chigu, little cub, I will protect you. Luo Tang walked forward and picked up the little guy. You know what? It's really heavy. I'm afraid he weighs about 20 to 30 kilograms. You know, Daodu is only 60 centimeters tall. I don't know how such a heavy guy could climb such a high tree. Mom is here. Just as Luo Tang finished speaking, the sound of an eggshell breaking was heard behind him. Turning around, I saw a baby whale about 7 meters long, with a white belly, a blue back with some cyan waves, and fins on both sides that were much larger than those of an ordinary blue whale. It had a big bulge on its head and flew out of the eggshell. The eggshell turned into a blue light spot and merged into the body of the baby whale. A small blue tornado rolled up on the sea surface. The little whale slowly rose into the air and circled around the tornado, as if it wanted to fly into the sky. Daodu was stunned. The pebble in his claws rolled onto the beach and was submerged by the rolling waves. It shouldn't have hit the big fish just now. Chigu, big cub, our secret base is not safe anymore. Luo Tang looked at the mutant blue whale soaring in the sky and took a deep breath. As soon as it hatched, it was in the early 3rd stage. The body of the big blue whale was stored in the space and turned into the sea. Could it be that it wanted to provide a living place for its cub? But she didn't seem to have read in any book that there was a powerful mutant blue whale in the waters near the city. There was a very powerful octopus. At the beginning of the apocalypse, that fish not only occupied the entire sea area, but also extended its claws ashore. Could it be that after the mother blue whale died, her body was eaten by a mutant beast, and the octopus just happened to eat the mother blue whale's eggs? Luo Tang didn't know whether her guess was correct or not. The mutant blue whale flying in the sky slowly descended and roared at her. In Luo Tang's mind, it's Mom. Why should she call a mutant creature mother and not sister? She is only 22. The little blue whale did not get a response from Luo Tang, so it flapped its fins and flew in front of Luo Tang, staring at her without blinking with its round blue eyes. The melodious whale roar sounded again. Mother! The little blue whale flew around Luo Tang and rubbed her affectionately. Daodu came running like a little cannonball and sat on the back of the little blue whale. Jigu, big silly guy, don't touch my big cub. Before Luo Tang could stop it, the airflow from the air vent on the blue whale's back sent the cute little Do up to the sky. Daodu, why am I always the one who gets hurt? The 2 men and 2 beasts looked up at Daodu at the same time. Luo Tang used his mental power to catch Daodu, who was in free fall. Since the mental power was upgraded to the early 2nd stage, the coverage area has reached 100 meters. Daodu's hair was all over his body, and his dark eyes were filled with grievance and sadness. When the blue whale saw this scene, it let out a sweet laugh, and its big blue eyes narrowed into crescents. Luo Tang held Daodu in his arms, and the little guy grinned at the blue whale. Chapter 27. Obtaining Superpowers. Big cub, I can't beat it. It was so sad. It couldn't beat a tree, and now a big fish came. From then on, it could only beat Silly Dog and Curly. Luo Tang rubbed Dodo's head and said, then let the big fish protect Dodo from now on. Little one, I will protect you. This little thing is so small that it can be killed with just one shake of its tail. How powerful can it be? Daodu became angrier as he listened. Dizizi didn't help him either. He jumped off Luo Tang and pointed his butt at Dying and Luo Tang. Daodu, from now on Dying will be our little friend. Jigu doesn't like it. Curly slipped up to it and tugged at Dowdu with his little paw. Big sister, your hair is flying up to the sky. Dowda looked down and saw that its originally fluffy soft hair was now all standing up, looking extremely ugly. Dodo turned his head and looked at Luo Tang. Luo Tang waved at Dying and used the power of the contract to convey a message to Dying. Dying, from now on, Dowda the cutie will be your partner in battle. It's angry now, can you comfort it? The big whale looked at the tiny ball of silver-gray fur. This little thing looked cute, but it had a bad temper. Dowdu was feeling angry when suddenly something rubbed against him from behind. When it turned its head, it met a pair of blue eyes as pure as the sea. It saw its own reflection in that blue world. Dodo grinned, and the dodo in his eyes also grinned. The big whale curved his eyes, and Dowdu in the blue world disappeared instantly. With a push of its huge head, Dowdu was thrown onto the whale's back. Dowdu felt that his vision was gradually becoming wider, and the big cub was slowly shrinking. When he looked down again, he saw a vast blue sea. The sea was full of waves, and from time to time a few fish jumped out of the water, bringing up a cloud of water droplets shining with golden light. Feeling like he was flying, Dowdu waved and shouted at the sea. Big cub, look at me. I can fly. Little one, follow me from now on, and I can take you sailing on the sea. I don't like the sea. The whale was a little confused. It didn't understand how there could be a creature that didn't like the sea. He immediately descended and tried to rush into the water. Seeing that the situation was not good, Luo Tang used the power of the contract to bring Dodo back to the contract space. Mommy, where's Dowdu? Woof woof, where's the big Totoro? Squeak, where's my big sister? How could she disappear suddenly? Luo Tang released Dowdu and immediately taught the big whale a lesson, saying that it was the only one that could enter the sea here, and other little guys would easily drown if they entered the sea. The whale's eyes curved. So that's how it is, but Mom, I feel the sea is so kind. The big whale was floating on the beach, gazing at the azure sea. Luo Tang touched its head and felt it was warm and cool. Because this sea was transformed from your real mother. The big whale seemed to understand Luo Tang's words. It jumped up, fell into the sea, and rolled freely in the arms of the sea. Big cub, how much grass does a big guy eat in a day? Dowda's words revealed Luo Tang's thoughts at the moment. She was now glad that she had collected so many seafoods. But the food of ordinary whales is krill, and no one knows what the mutant blue whale eats, and no one knows whether there is krill in her sea for the big whale to eat. A big head emerged from the water, and a melodious whale roar spread to every corner of the ocean. Immediately afterwards, countless krill gathered in groups and rushed towards the whale. Luo Tang looked at the krill that was about 20 centimeters long and swallowed. She had no idea there were so many mutant krill in her sea. Luo Tang simply used his mind to scan the entire ocean. Under the deep sea, a huge skeleton about 100 meters long was lying there quietly, and countless small marine fish gathered around the skeleton. Her sea actually formed a complete marine food chain in just one day, but she did not release sharks and large marine creatures at the beginning. Most of them were live seafood that she got on the ferry. Maybe because of the excellent space and environment, each one was very big. From now on, not only will she not have to worry about the food of the big whale, she will also not lack seafood to eat. By raising big whales, you don't have to worry about too many creatures in the sea. If there is really too much, she can also clean it up regularly. Mommy, you are so awesome. You can put Dodo away. He also wanted to put curly hair and black hole away. When Jojo advances to the second level, Mom will tell you something. Her spiritual contract ability advanced to the second level, and she would have 2 more contract slots. I don't know if this will be the case with contracts with other people. In 3 days, Luo Tang will collect and cut all the raw stones that need to be transformed into energy stones. Tens of thousands of stones of different sizes only resulted in 250 first-level energy stones. She didn't know if it was because she brought them in too early, but the quality of these energy stones was far inferior to the ones she placed in the yard of the villa. But it is just enough for all of them to advance to the second level. As soon as Jojo's healing ability was upgraded to the second level, Luo Tang immediately used his mental power to check and found that there was still only 1 ring on his crystal. The ring was located in the middle of the crystal core, unlike hers, which started to stack from the bottom of the crystal core. It seems that others can only contract 1 mutant creature. Luo Tang set his sights on Heighten, who was almost 2 months old. Apart from the big whale, Black Coal is the mutant beast with the highest qualifications. Smart enough and loyal. Dual abilities, 1 elemental fire ability, and 1 special barrier ability. Moreover, the barrier power of Black Hole can be upgraded. The initial first-level barrier power only covers itself and lasts for only 1 minute. Now that it has reached the early stage of the second stage, the coverage area is half a meter in diameter with it as the center, and the maintenance time reaches 10 minutes. It can control the range by itself. The smaller the range, the longer it can last. It's just that the little guy's fire ability is only at the middle stage of the first stage. Luo Tang squatted down and covered Luo Linzhou and Heighten with his mental power. The second petal of her unknown supernatural power suddenly lit up. A terrible thought came to my mind, whether to obtain light, fire, and barrier powers. Chapter 28. All members advanced to the second stage and set off. Luo Tang immediately withdrew his mental power and fell into deep thought. Her mental power has now reached the middle stage of the second stage, and the effect of poor quality first stage energy stones on her is greatly reduced. If you want to advance faster, you need a large number of second-level crystal cores, or mutant fruits. After consuming a large amount of energy stones, her unknown supernatural power finally advanced to the early second level this morning. After advancing to the early second stage, another petal opened. When the life space was upgraded, the lotus bud opened a petal, and a bead was held up on the petal. Luo Tang knew that the bead was a microcosm of the life space. If the idea just now could be realized, then every time a lotus bud opened a petal, she would be able to gain a superpower from other mutant creatures. Will the person whose superpowers she obtains still have superpowers? Luo Tang didn't dare to experiment on Zhou and the little ones. If they lost their superpowers, it would be her fault. He shook his head and used his mental power again to cover Heighten and Zhou. Zhou, black hole. No matter what happens, don't resist my mental power. Zhou nodded, and Heighten called out to Luo Tang, indicating that he would definitely cooperate. With his own experience of contracting mutant beasts twice, Luo Tang quickly followed the invisible thread and established a contractual relationship between Zhou and Black Hole. A red light flashed, and Luo Tang could clearly see that the white ring on Zhou's body turned into a red and white interweaving. It seems that the color of this ring is generally related to the color of the mutant beast's crystal core. It's like her first ring is golden, and the second one she contracted with the big whale has a ring that is a mixture of blue and green. Woof woof, master. I can close my eyes and feel where you are. Luo Linzhou opened his mouth slightly, turned his head, and looked at Hai Tamii in shock. He seemed to hear Hai Tamii speaking human language. Mommy, what's going on? Zhou, try to feel whether there is a small white space in your body. Luo Linzhou sensed the brain area according to the method given by Luo Tang, but still only felt a white crystal core. Mommy, I haven't awakened my space power. Then can Zhou close his eyes and sense the location of the black hole? Luo Linzhou said happily. Mommy, sure. I just heard black holes speak human language. Woof woof, little master. Why do I feel like you were scolding me? Luo Tang frowned. A contract space appeared when she contracted Daodu, and a large contract space appeared when she contracted Dying. Zhou did establish a contract with Hai Mitu, but there was no contract space. It seems that in this contract space, only the mutant beast she has contracted will appear. Zhou, this is Mommy's ability. It can establish a contract between humans and mutant beasts. From now on, you and Black Hole will be partners fighting side by side. You can use the contract to convey information to Black Hole, and you can also communicate with it remotely. Luo Linzhou opened his eyes wide and let out a cry of surprise. Wow, Mommy, you are so awesome. Then let's go and contract all those powerful mutant beasts, and then form a beast army. Let's see who dares to bully us. Luo Linzhou hugged Luo Tang's legs, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in his eyes. Zhou, every time Mommy levels up, she can contract a new mutant animal. But it seems you can only contract one. Luo Tang didn't want to hide this from Zhou. When Luo Linzhou heard Luo Tang's words, he was not sad. Instead, he looked at Luo Tang with admiration, and 100,000 questions seemed to burst out in his mind. Mommy, can you take Daodu in because he is your contracted beast? Mommy, your power is more powerful than any other power I have ever encountered. Mommy, can you contract a mutant plant? If so, can we contract a super powerful plant? Luo Tang held her forehead with her hand. Her son was really good at talking. Daodu is indeed Mommy's contracted beast. The other Mommy doesn't know yet. We need to slowly experiment. Where's Curly? Luo Linzhou picked up the hamster lying at his feet. Curly's body length is now nearly 20 centimeters. The little guy is fat and looks like a big milk tea-colored ball of fur when he lies on the ground. Curly is not Mommy's contracted beast yet. Daodu and Dying are. Luo Tang took curly-haired boy over. The little guy had been having a good meal recently and had gained a lot of weight in just a few days. Curly, from today on, you will run on the lawn with Cole every day to exercise. Don't let the evil species attack you when you are too fat to run. Squeak. I know, Mommy. Curly didn't dare to refute. He knew it was for his own good, but he was really lazy. It was so nice here, and there was plenty to eat. Daodu poked Curly with his claws and grinned at him, revealing 2 rows of fine fangs hidden in his mouth. It seems to be threatening it. Just try lying there like a corpse every day. Curly shook his body in fear. Mommy, don't worry. I will definitely train the little guys well and let them cooperate with each other. In the previous life, Daodu and Wanmao cooperated very well, but they were not as strong as they are now. The high temperature after the cold wave directly killed the curly-haired girl. Now that they have a new powerful friend, the three little guys will definitely become even more powerful. When you get tired of fighting, you can hide in the black hole barrier. What's more, there is Mommy's big whale. Mommy said that the big whale is very powerful. It is a third-level early mutant beast when it is born. After staying in the space for 3 days, I calculated the time and found that the city was about to have an earthquake. It just so happened that her RV was also strengthened twice by Dowdu. Curly's talent for supernatural powers is not bad, but he is too lazy. Sleep after eating, eat after sleeping, and supervise yourself every time you practice. Fortunately, her Dowdu is a super cute, hardworking, and smart mutant beast. Hi Tammy doesn't need her care at all. I don't know if it's because he is a German shepherd, but Hi Tammy seems to be naturally steady and protective. He wishes he could stay with Zhou every day. Yesterday, Zhou was hit by the tail of a sea fish at the beach. The little guy jumped into the sea directly and carried the fish out to sea. Then, the fish became its dinner. Luo Tang prepared a small cloth bag for Dowdu and hung it on his chest. This is for the little guy to hold the crystal core. I also prepared a cloth bag for Zhou, which is Curly's nest. Even if Curly is lazy, he still has the early second stage electric ability. Zhou doesn't have much combat power. She is the first level of protection, Black Hole is the second level of protection, and Curly is the third level of protection. She just didn't believe that under their strong protection, her son would be attacked by the evil creature. Luo Tang thought about the mental power he had advanced to the middle of the second level. With her as the center of the circle, he could detect any changes within 100 meters. Even if Xin Qiang's mental power is not as powerful as hers, as a fourth-level mental power user, it is impossible not to notice the evil being approaching Zhou. The more Luo Tang thought about it, the more he felt that the deaths of Zhou and Xin Qiang in the book were not accidents. I took my son to the underground garage and released the RV from the space. The 5.5-meter-long battlefield fortress RV will be her residence on her way north. Luo Tang carried Zhou into the car, and Dowdu and Curly Hair climbed up quickly. Black Hole's jumping ability was also very strong, so she didn't need to worry too much. It would be great if Zhou could be given dual powers of strength and speed. Luo Tang stepped on the accelerator, and with a bang, the big iron door of the villa was knocked open. It is indeed a RV that has been strengthened twice by the second-level gold system. Dowdu was sitting in the passenger seat. When he saw this scene, a light flashed in his dark eyes. It turns out that this is the purpose of Dazaizi asking it to strengthen the outer shell of the iron box. It was quiet all around, with lots of dried blood on the road and occasionally some unmanned vehicles. As night fell, heavy rain began to fall from the sky, and the sky seemed to be torn apart, making a rumbling sound. Chapter 29: Crisis Everywhere in the End of the World. The survivors of the city, who were strangling the evil, suddenly felt the vibration under their feet, and their hearts were shaken. I don't know if I shouted, "There's an earthquake!" The originally quiet urban area suddenly became agitated, and the remaining humans ran down and went to open areas. Most of the first-level evil species have no intelligence and can only sniff the direction of food. The earth was shaking slightly, and the tall buildings in the city were shaking as well, but after about 10 minutes, the earth returned to calm again. What the hell is going on? There has never been an earthquake in this city. The end of the world has arrived. Nothing is impossible. About 10 minutes later, some of the evil creatures that were originally trapped in the high-rise building jumped down the stairs one step at a time like zombies. Kill these monsters, they eat people. As soon as the man finished speaking, the ground began to shake again. Some people even watched the tall building opposite them slowly move backwards. The road began to crack under the strong tension, and an intermittent broadcast sounded. City residents, please go to the emergency shelter. The sound lasted only 3 seconds, but it became a lifesaver for many people. Commander Chin, the signal source has been cut off again. The Earth's magnetic field is becoming increasingly chaotic. Originally, a little bit of the signal source was felt, but then an earthquake occurred and the blue planet began to fall into chaos again. Prepare to evacuate the city. A middle-aged man looked at the map on the wall with difficulty. 3 days ago, when the disaster struck, many people in the army awakened their special powers, and he was one of them. But many people also turned into man-eating monsters, which they called evil species. At the same time, it seemed that the global signal was interrupted and they lost contact with the upper level. At the first moment, he chose to join the government for rescue and sent most of the people to collect supplies. All the superpowers in the awakened space were sent by him to collect supplies. There were grain reserves in every place in Manhwa. When a major disaster strikes, food and manpower are the top priorities. Yes, Commander Chen. His feet were still shaking, and Chen Jingwo folded the map after glancing out the window at the cracking ground. It looks like this is not a simple earthquake, but the expansion of the blue planet. Luo Tang didn't expect that someone had already guessed that Blue Star was expanding. At this moment, she was parking her RV in a park near the villa complex. It's not that she doesn't want to go, but the ground is shaking from time to time, and driving really makes her dizzy. Because the ground was shaking, many people in the villa complex drove out. The villa complex where they live now is built on the mountain. The mountain was not high originally, but in just a few hours, it began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. If there is a big earthquake and heavy rain, mudslides are likely to occur. Passing vehicles spotted Luo Tang's fortress RV, looked shocked, and hurried past. Everyone was in a hurry to escape. Luo Tang and Zhou were enjoying dinner in the RV, and she heard a little bit of the broadcast notification which lasted only a few seconds. But she didn't plan to go to the so-called shelter. To be honest, she admired the execution ability of the Dragon Kingdom army, which chose to control food at the first opportunity. The probability of national troops awakening superpowers on the first day of the apocalypse is the highest, at 1% globally, while the military is as high as 1%. The probability of becoming an evil species is also the lowest. The emergence of superpowers and evil species force governments and militaries in various places to make decisions immediately. Control guns, control food, and eradicate evil as soon as possible. Without the protection of the country, most ordinary people would die before they have the chance to awaken their superpowers in the end times. The grain reserves of Manhwa are enough to feed everyone in Manhwa for at least 2 years. Even if only a part of it is obtained, it is enough for the survivors to survive until after the cold wave. But I didn't expect that there would be a global earthquake and the expansion of the blue planet. In areas severely affected by the disaster, cities were reduced to ruins, there was no time to rescue, everything was destroyed, and the population dropped sharply. The city next to the city is it, otherwise she would not choose to collect supplies in the city. The army could only lead the surviving masses to re-establish the base. The national bases in various places had just been established not long ago, and with the arrival of the cold wave, people were faced with a new crisis. Yuhui Base is the largest national base in the south, built on the Chang'e Plain. There is no way. Mountains are a paradise for mutated animals and plants. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau and Yunnan Province are still restricted areas for humans until the 5th year of the apocalypse. None of the people sent by the country to investigate came out alive. Luo Tang took out a map and started writing and drawing. She didn't know what the world would look like after the earthquake. The few words written in the book alone were not enough for her to see the changes of an era. The reason why we chose to go all the way north is, first, that's where the heroine will go to the Yuhui base, and second, the Imperial Capital Base is the largest base in the country and the first place to restore the signal. On the morning of the 8th day of the apocalypse, the sun shone on a black off-road RV covered with moss. The green and furry tender green moss covered half of the RV. Luo Tang woke up to the sound of a dog barking, came out of the space, opened the curtain, and got out of bed. Not knowing what happened, Hai Xianqi yelled at Dao Du. It was originally Black Hole that was on guard last night. The cute Dodo didn't sleep at night and was bored staying in the space, so he stayed in the co-pilot seat to accompany Black Hole. Woof woof, master. I seem to hear a horn. It hadn't heard the horn for days. Dogs have more sensitive hearing than humans, and mutated creatures will strengthen themselves to a certain extent. The same goes for humans. The physical fitness limits of those with special abilities are higher. Luo Tang opened the car door and stayed in the RV for 4 days. Unexpectedly, after her car had not been moved for only 4 days, the dust accumulated on the car body actually grew moss in the humid climate. It covers the car body like a green blanket. She took out a shovel and was about to remove the moss when Black Hole grabbed hold of her trouser leg. Dowda rushed out of the RV and scraped off a large piece of moss with one claw. Then, the moss that had originally spread across the car body quickly shrank right before her eyes. Luo Tang's eyes focused. It turned out to be a mutated moss that could hide itself and completely avoid her mental detection. I originally thought that my mental power had reached the middle stage of the second level, and I could drive the RV alone and detect nearby dangers at any time. Thinking about it now, she was too naive. No wonder Shin Qiyue in the book gave herself several superpowers after her rebirth. All Shin family members are superpowers. But he still wanted to form a team with the country and win over more powerful people. Without a strong team, the danger of the end of the world may come at any time. Luo Tang grabbed a 1-pound rooster from the chicken coop and threw it towards the RV. The green mass quickly spread on the little rooster, and in just a few seconds, the little rooster was swallowed up by the mutated moss. Luo Tang's eyes were focused, his knees were slightly bent, his legs kicked off. He grabbed the climbing ladder and carried himself into the RV. The movements are smooth and flowing, which is completely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Luo Linzhou was stunned. He was always curious. Mummy's marksmanship and martial arts were taught by the same person. If it weren't for his dragging her down in her previous life, Mommy would have joined the army at the beginning of the end of the world. Sure enough, a ball of furry mutant moss on the roof huddled together, as if it had smelled Luo Tang's scent. His body slowly shrank and moved slowly down from the roof, fearing that she would be blind and unable to see. Her psychic ability is at the middle stage of the second stage, while the mutant moss has just mutated and is only at the early stage of the first stage. Once she discovers its existence, her mental power can completely suppress it. Chigutu big cub catch it smells so good, such fragrant grass. Daoda's big eyes are rolling around, and he likes all kinds of fragrant grass. Seeing that the little green ball was about to slide off the roof, Daodu, who had just jumped onto the roof, became anxious. Luo Tang's mental power has penetrated into the body of the mutated moss, and she is looking for the crystal core of the mutated moss. Chapter 30. People from City S migrate to Qing City. Seeing that the mutated moss was shrinking smaller and smaller, Luo Tang gave up looking for the crystal core of the mutated moss and instead used his mental power to tie up the mutated moss. Then ordered Do to make a sealed metal box. Luo Tang stuffed the furry green ball, which had shrunk to the size of a thumb, into the metal box, and Daodu immediately sealed the metal box, leaving no gaps. Otherwise, with the ability of the mutated moss, it might be able to drill through a hole the size of a pinhole. Luo Tang put the mutant moss away. She didn't have time to study it now. With her current strength, it would be no problem to kill the mutated moss, but she wanted to try whether she could contract the mutated moss. If she could contract a mutant plant like this and cultivate it, she would no longer have to worry about attacks by mutant insects in her RV. She had just witnessed up close the mutant moss's ability to devour the little rooster. She had already heard the army's migration horn, but she didn't expect that the army had arrived at the border between cities shortly after the earthquake. It seems that the waves have since changed terrain and are about to engulf the coastal cities. The blue planet expanded, roads collapsed, and black land was exposed on the surface. Luo Tang's eyes darkened. He didn't expect that the ground would start to become hard. The black and hard soil contains weak, supernatural molecules. Plants take root in the soil, slowly absorb them, and become mutated plants. Just as I was about to take the escalator into the RV, two military green armored vehicles came into view. Gu Xiao and Shen Yifeng were both stunned when they saw the woman in the RV wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants, with a high ponytail and a smooth forehead. It was obvious that this man's mental state had not been devastated by the apocalyptic disaster. When they saw the black RV with a metallic luster, they immediately understood. This compatriot probably fled from the city a long time ago. Luo Tang saluted the two soldiers, grabbed the ladder, got into the RV, and drove the car to the side to make way. Luo Tang knew that these were the vehicles clearing the way for the military migration. Sure enough, after she gave way, the two vehicles pushed all the surrounding obstacles aside, and a 5-meter-wide road appeared in Luo Tang's sight. Gu Xiao passed by Luo Tang's RV, opened the window and reminded, "Sister, there is a high possibility of a big wave at the seaside. Why don't you follow the army? It will be safer this way." Luo Tang nodded to him, and several large army green trucks appeared within the coverage of her mental power. Her mental power is still a little short of the late second stage, and now can only cover an area of 120 meters. The soldier standing on the truck still held a gun in his hand. Luo Linzhou and Do sat in the passenger seat, looking curiously at the passing convoy outside. Every passing vehicle would take a look at Luo Tang's car. When a military off-road vehicle passed by, Luo Tang saw a familiar face in the car. Dressed in military uniform, with short hair and a heroic appearance, Xiao Peilon did not expect to meet Luo Tang on the road. After the signal was interrupted, she couldn't contact anyone. Fortunately, this girl was not stupid and knew to escape with the cutie Zhou. Luo Tang smiled, and in the blink of an eye, a military off-road vehicle whizzed past. "Mommy, it was Aunt Xia. She saved us." Luo Linzhou's eyes lit up. It was Aunt Xia who wanted to accept Mommy into the army. "Zhou, you met Xiao Peilon on your second birthday. Don't tell anyone about your past life. Just think of it as a nightmare," Luo Tang warned. The convoy was very long, and Luo Tang followed behind the army, not too close nor too far away. If she was too close, there would be too many people and eyes, and she would feel very inconvenient. As a survivor in the apocalypse with a space, a house, and electricity, she really doesn't want to go to crowded places. It would be too unfair to herself. How can she not feel aggrieved if she can't use such a good space? Originally, she wanted to take Zhou on the journey alone, but the incident of the mutated moss made her change her mind. Follow the army for a while and see what the situation is like now. It would be better if you can improve your strength, because only with strength can you act alone. Daoda was annoyed by being stared at, so he scratched his face with his paw. All the dogs passing by would glance at his seat. There is no way. Luo Tang's fully armed, all-terrain off-road RV stands out among a crowd of civilian vehicles. Even though she tried her best to reduce her presence and keep a certain distance from the convoy. But every once in a while, there would be cars trying hard to keep up on the new roads opened up by the army. And Daodu, who was sitting in the passenger seat with Zhou, was wearing a cute and eye-catching bag. Luo Tang could even hear a child exclaiming from the car ahead, "What a cute little animal." Daoda saw a mother and daughter in front of him looking at him, and he bared his teeth at them. It's a pity that it doesn't know that its ferocious appearance makes it even cuter in the eyes of humans. "What a big chinchilla." The woman was amazed. "Mom, that furry thing is called a chinchilla. It's really cute. Zhou hugged Dodo, and the little girl waved her hands toward Zhou and kept talking with her little mouth. Zhou couldn't hear clearly, but Luo Tang, as a psychic, could hear it clearly. But she didn't want to pay attention. Human cubs are indeed cute, but she just doesn't want to pay attention to them. Luo Tang ignored everyone who passed by her and greeted her. She had a cold face and looked very difficult to deal with. The convoy rested for half an hour and arrived at the suburbs of Qing City at 6 in the evening. The army cleared a large area and began to set up tents. Encourage people with special abilities to form teams, search for food in urban areas on their own, and eliminate evil species. Luo Tang knew that this would be the site for the provincial government base. The location was indeed good. Although it was surrounded by mountains on both sides, it was still a certain distance away from the base. A river ensured the supply of water resources. There is a small mountainous area ahead that can provide supplies to the base. The team composed of psychics will definitely hunt mutant animals to obtain food. I just don't know if the government can quickly clean up the evil species that survived the Qingshu earthquake. Luo Tang also wanted to clear out the evil seeds. She needed to obtain crystal cores to advance. Zhou seemed to see what Luo Tang was thinking. Mommy, I will stay in the RV with Haichuo Tan and won't go anywhere. Of course, Luo Tang couldn't leave Zhou alone in the car without anyone looking after him. Even with the protection of Haitan, she still felt uneasy. She had just parked her car in an open space when the car was hit hard. An old man appeared in front of her car, and people who had parked their cars nearby opened their doors to watch the fun. Luo Tang pulled up a smile, and under everyone's eyes, the old man lying on the ground flew up and hit the middle-aged man who had just got off the car. You want to blackmail her? What the hell are you thinking? Does her psychic power just seem like a mere decoration? Luo Tang took out some melon seeds from the snack box, looked at the old man and his son, and started dancing sexy dance. Dowda grabbed the hay beside him, stuffed it into his mouth, and clapped his hands, looking like he was enjoying the fun. Chapter 31 Luo Tang. Have you been influenced by Bai Qingli? Xie is such an ugly dance, not as cute as dancing around in circles. The people who gathered around began to talk. This old man is in really good health. After a long day of traveling, he still has the energy to dance in front of a beautiful woman. Don't you think his dance is too eye-catching? Luo Tang was a little thirsty after eating melon seeds, so he controlled himself for 5 minutes. About 1/3 of his mental power was consumed, so he withdrew his mental power. The old man and the middle-aged man looked at the crowd pointing and talking around them, feeling a little confused. Didn't they plan to blackmail the RV owner? They observed for a long time and found that there was only a child, a beautiful woman, a fat rat, and a dog in the car. The son's voice rang out from the side. Mommy, the grandfather and uncle in front of our car seemed to be like you in your previous life. Sometimes they suddenly became stupid and didn't know what they did. You seem to be even more stupid than them. Sometimes you even say some inexplicable words. Luo Linzhou was eating bread with his little mouth while muttering to himself. When he looked up, he saw 4 pairs of eyes staring at him. The little face froze and he swallowed. Mommy, Dowdu, Curly, and Black Hole, please don't look at me like that. What I said is true. Luo Linzhou's voice became quieter and quieter. Jigu c'est possible. Big Cub is as smart as me. How could he be so stupid? Gigi means that's it. Haitan glanced at Luo Tang with eyes full of wisdom, as if he wanted to confirm the authenticity of Do's words. Seeing this, Luo Tang wanted to hit the dog, and gave the old man in front of the car a warning glance. The old man and the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in their heads and didn't understand what was going on. They were fools. But the ability to control people is really weird. It would be terrifying if it could control people to commit suicide. The two of them broke out in a cold sweat, sneaked into the crowd, and left. Luo Tang fell into deep thought. She suspected that she was controlled by someone with supernatural powers in her previous life. Carefully recalling every detail described in the book, every time there was a conflict between Shun Qiyue and Qiyu, especially because of her former bullshit fiancé Tang Chun. Every time Tang Chun wanted to care about Shun Qiyue, she would jump out and declare her sovereignty without thinking. The problem is that Shun Qiyue doesn't like Tang Chun either. Even if Tang Chun died for Shun Qiyue later, Shun Qiyue didn't shed a single tear. Luo Tang was stroking the steering wheel with his fingers. Ever since he met Shun Qiyue, Luo Tang knew that there was no plot control. This was a real world. She even suspected that what she saw before the end of the world had happened before, and Jojo's rebirth was the best proof. Touching the mark on her chest, she could only see Shun Qiyue's life space shattered. Could it be that her soul has been locked in the life space after her death, and has been with Shun Qiyue, so she knows so clearly about Shun Qiyue's affairs? If so, that would explain everything. No matter how she said the jade pendant belonged to her, she had worn it for so many years, so maybe it was the jade pendant giving her a warning. Zhou, do you know Tang Chen? When Luo Linzhou heard the name, he looked confused and touched his head. Mommy, this name is so familiar but I can't remember it. Zhou only remembers the Tang dynasty. Luo Tang let out a weird laugh. Very good. Tang Chen dares to play with me. Why did I eat a mutated fruit and awaken my mental behavior control ability? I am afraid that I just started to awaken in the end of the world, and I kept it hidden and told no one. Shin Chiyue didn't want to pay attention to her, so he wanted to get her, and he even wanted to take revenge on her for rejecting him 4 years ago. If she doesn't chop off this bitch's head, her surname will not be Luo. Luo Tang remembered his stupid behavior in the book and trembled with anger. Zhengqiu couldn't find anyone to experiment with her unknown powers, so he was the only one. She now wished she could fly to Shin Chiyue's team and chop off the dogman's head. A small hand was placed on Luo Tang's hand, and then two paws, one large and one small, were also placed on Luo Tang's hand, and even the coal-black dog's paws were placed on Luo Tang's hand. "Mommy, what's wrong with you?" Luo Linzhou was a little uneasy. Luo Tang took a deep breath and calmed down. Mommy just guessed the reason why she was stupid. Luo Linzhou was very smart and immediately thought of the person Luo Tang had just asked. "Mommy, should we go back to seek revenge on him? We'll wait in Qing City. Mommy will go into Qing City with the army tomorrow to hunt down the evil species and upgrade her mental abilities to the 3rd level. Meditation and cultivation by oneself is too slow. She had spiritual water to replenish herself, and she also often ate seafood from the space ocean. It had been almost 5 days since she last advanced to the middle stage of the 2nd stage, and she had not yet reached the late stage of the 2nd stage. Luo Tang knew that the progress would be slower as time went on, but she wanted to advance as quickly as possible, so she needed to obtain more resources. Crystal Core is one of her resources. Tomorrow is the 9th day of the apocalypse. If you are lucky, you might encounter a 2nd-level evil species. The evil species advances faster than the mutants, and they can advance as long as they continue to devour fresh flesh and blood and accumulate energy. Crystal cores and energy stones can also allow evil species to advance. Maybe in 2 months, the first batch of small evil species will be born. The little evil creatures can devour flesh and blood as soon as they are born, and most of them have supernatural powers. If it weren't for the evil species' super strong reproduction and survival abilities, how could humans not have completely eradicated the evil species in the 5th year of the apocalypse? Just like now, when the end of the world has just begun, most areas know the horror of the evil species and have begun to eradicate them. No matter what the people around said, they didn't see Luo Tang get out of the car and leave in embarrassment. To Luo Tang, these are all unimportant people. Until a woman in military uniform appeared in front of the car. Something. Luo Tang rolled down the car window. Luo Linzhou called out sweetly, "And Xia." Xia Peilon greeted him. "My dear Zhou, I can't help looking for you if nothing happens. It's enough to see that you are okay. Are you interested in joining the army? If you join the army, Zhou will have someone to take care of you." Luo Tang is an incredibly accurate shooter. When she was playing in the club, she could even hit the 10 rings on a moving target. Luo Tang takes Zhou with him. If the mother and son are unprotected, they will be targeted. Following the army, with her here, at least no one can bully her. Luo Linzhou's eyes lit up. Luo Tang lay on the chair and said lazily, "I'm not interested. There's too much nonsense. In the end of the world, it's good if I don't kill people. You asked me to save people. If I don't like someone and kill him with one shot, what else can I do? Gotta be punished." Xia Peilon glanced at Luo Tang suspiciously. "Are you influenced by Bai Qingli?" Chapter 32, He taught me how to deal with bad people. Luo Tang lowered his eyes slightly. That crazy guy's already grown old, but he taught me how to deal with bad guys. Take Mr. Shun, for example. She hates Mr. Shin even more than Shin Tingyun. Although Bai Qingli was annoying, he did teach her a lot. After she returned to the Shun family, she used the skills he had taught her to deal with the Shun family unconsciously. The Shun family stock market almost collapsed, and Grandpa Shun was seriously ill and came out of the mountain, speeding up his meeting with the King of Hell. Her engagement with the Tang family was also her own affair. The news of her pregnancy was originally spread by herself. Otherwise, besides the Shun family, there would be some people coming to disturb her quiet life. How is it possible? How could such a powerful person die suddenly? Xia Peilon and Luo Tang met Bai Qingli when they went to the beautiful country. When Luo Tang was unlucky enough to be kidnapped, it was Bai Qingli who saved her. Luo Linzhou's little voice suddenly sounded. "Aunt Xia, Mommy said he killed himself." Xia Peilon. Thinking of that man's weird personality and being a mercenary, Xia Peilon thought it was very possible. No wonder she asked who Zhou's father was last time, and Tang Dang said he was dead. She thought Tang Dang was cursing, and seeing that she was unwilling to say anything, she didn't ask any more questions. Luo Tang glanced at Luo Linzhou. It seemed that she had not told Zhou who his father was, right? "Are you really not going to join the army? In this era, the army at least has some guarantees. I'll have someone arrange a position for you that doesn't require you to go on missions." After all, Luo Tang has Zhou, and going on missions is very dangerous. She didn't want her baby Zhou to lose his mother at such a young age, and she didn't want to lose her friend Luo Tang. "No, the army is not suitable for me. I will not stay in Qing City. I hope to hear from you after the communication is restored. I will also go with you if you enter Qing City tomorrow." Luo Tang refused sternly. If she was an ordinary person without special powers, joining the army would be a good choice for her, as it would provide her with a safe haven in these troubled times. But she is not. She wants to be strong. To become a strong person, you must go through hardships. Xiao Peilon also respected Luo Tang's choice and smiled. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, come to me and I will definitely help you if I can. When Luo Tang was kicked out of the Shin family, she had just joined the army and couldn't help with anything. Okay. Luo Tang smiled. Those who could say such words in the end times were mostly true friends. Mommy, why don't we join the army? Those soldiers look so impressive. Luo Linzhou looked at the soldiers standing guard outside, feeling a little puzzled. To be a soldier, you need to obey orders, even if it costs your life. Dada hugged Luo Tang. Big boy, let's not be together. I don't want you to die. You said you would take me to see the outside world. Luo Linzhou opened his mouth slightly. For a moment, he couldn't understand what instruction was more important than life. Didn't mommy always say that life is the most important thing? What is Zhou thinking about in his little head? Luo Tang tapped Luo Linzhou's little head. Luo Linzhou covered his head and said, Mommy, hitting your head will make you stupid. Then I'll feed Zhou a few more smart fruits. Luo Linzhou, I was wrong. Mommy holds a grudge. Dowda stood on his seat, munching on a straw biscuit, glancing in Luo Tang's direction from time to time. Luo Tang knew that the little guy was watching the show again, so he walked out of the cab and carried Luo Linzhou out. He lowered the curtains, left Dodo to guard it, and took the little guys into the space. As soon as Luo Tang left, Dodo sat in Luo Tang's seat, put his little paws on the steering wheel, his black eyes full of curiosity. He remembered that Big Cub turned this to make the big box move. If it learned how to drive, Big Cub would have so many cars so it could go anywhere it wanted. A smile appeared on Dowda's furry face, and he was already imagining the scene after learning how to drive. Luo Tang cooked a big pot of white rice in the space, steamed 4 king crabs caught from the sea, stir-fried the tender green beans that had just grown on the black soil, made blood duck with freshly killed ducks, caught 3 fish from the pond, and made them all into braised fish, and made a pot of seafood porridge for tomorrow morning's breakfast. It only took me half an hour to do all this, and most of the time was spent on stewing the dish. If I were outside, it would probably take 2 or 3 hours. In this space, she only needs to use her mind to work, which greatly saves time, and she can also eat fresh food. Little Luo Linzhou had washed a plate of fruit and was already sitting at the dining table waiting. There was also a large iron basin in front of the black hole. Luo Tang put the food on the table. She ate 1.5 king crabs as big as a wash basin, 1 Zhou, and 1 black hole. The other half is a cute little curly-haired one. Although it is small, it has a big appetite. After becoming a superpower, Luo Tang felt like a glutton every time after eating, and her 3-year-old son was a little glutton. 3 bowls of rice, a large bowl of blood duck, 3 3-pound fish, a large bowl of tender green beans, and king crab. She and Zhou finished everything. If she were to participate in a big eating competition, she would definitely be the champion. If she didn't have space, she would probably starve to death in the end times. Zhou, are all people with superpowers so good at eating? Luo Tang washed the dishes and chopsticks with his mind and put them back. Zhou burped. No, maybe it's because the food mommy cooked is too delicious. I ate a little more. Last time, I was full after eating a mutant dragon fruit, and I couldn't eat anything for the whole afternoon. Zhou, the mutant dragon fruit we ate last time was a 2nd-level mutant fruit. When we ate it, we were still 1st-level mutants. Mommy, let's plant more mutant fruit trees. It's not that easy. Last time, the alfalfa didn't mutate even after being watered with 3 bowls of spiritual water. The dragon fruit plant advanced so quickly because it enjoyed the benefits of the space upgrade. To put it bluntly, she still lacks spiritual water. Plant mutation seems to really require the accumulation of a lot of energy, otherwise it would not have taken until after the cold wave for large numbers of mutated plants to appear. Luo Tang suddenly remembered the mutant moss he caught this morning and quickly took out the metal box. After opening it, a small ball of furry moss lay quietly in the iron box. Release your mental power and search for the crystal core of the mutated moss. However, the crystal core of the 1st-stage mutant moss was pitifully small, only half the size of a grain of rice. No wonder she hadn't found it after searching for so long. Luo Tang was surprised to find that the crystal core of the mutant moss had 2 colors, green and black. The power of the contract was covered on the crystal core of the mutated moss, and the contract was completed in just 3 minutes. The misty white ring on the crystal core turned into a black and green interweaving. The mutant moss jumped from the box to Luo Tang's palm, a furry ball that made her hand itchy. The mutated moss is a plant, and the color of the crystal core is a bit green. The black color is the devouring ability of the mutated moss. It devours any living thing it comes into contact with, unless it cannot defeat it. It's like Daodu in the middle stage of the 2nd stage. The difference in strength is too great. The mutated moss has not yet developed intelligence and can only obey her instructions, but has no thoughts of its own. Luo Tang thought of the small fruit on the mutated Bodhi tree, and he didn't know whether the plant could generate intelligence after swallowing it. Ask little Bodhi later. She wants to meditate and practice now. After eating and contracting the mutated moss, she felt that the energy in her body had accumulated to a level where she could try to reach the late second stage. Luo Tang sat on a blanket in the living room and began to meditate. As expected, ordinary food produced in space also contains some energy. It's just that the energy it contains is not as much as the mutant fruit. Luo Tang felt his stomach warm, and it seemed that a trace of energy flowed into the meridians of his body, slowly extending along the meridians to the shinting point on his brain, and finally gathered in the deep purple crystal core in his brain. Chapter 33. Mental Power Level 2 Late Stage. As the energy gathered, Luo Tang felt her brain filling up, and with a pop sound, her mental power advanced to the late second stage. The detection range has been extended by another 20 meters, and now it can detect a range of 140 meters. He opened his eyes and told Jojo and the little guys that space food could provide weak energy. After hearing this, Dowdo immediately threw away a pile of hay, drank the spiritual water that Luo Tang gave him, and began to meditate while sitting in Luo Tang's driving seat. After meditation, he began to strengthen the RV. Every time the RV was strengthened, a layer of metallic luster would be coated on the body of the RV. It discovered that after its supernatural power was used up, meditation could allow it to absorb more energy from the air. Seeing Dowdo working hard, and then looking at Curly who was sleeping soundly at his feet, Luo Tang became furious. Fortunately, she didn't contract Curly at the beginning, so the little guy Curly can only serve as a charging generator. A lazy mouse. Curly seemed to sense his mother's disdainful gaze. He rubbed his eyes with his paws and looked at Luo Tang in confusion. Gigi Mom? Is there anything you want Curly to do? Luo Tang felt much better when he saw the cute little guy. Curly, go charge the RV. Curly put his paws together and said, Gigi, Mommy, leave it to me. I promise it will be filled to the brim. Before, she saw that Curly was small and was worried that its electrical ability could not be charged. After she was nearly electrocuted by Curly, she realized that the crystal core in this little guy's brain was not small, of very high quality, and had a huge capacity for storing electricity. It was simply her mobile power bank. One charge would fully recharge her 150-amp RV battery. As soon as Curly appeared in the RV, he saw Dowd stroking the steel body of the RV with his paws. Looking at the metallic luster on the car body, Curly took a deep breath. Gigi, big sister, you have advanced again. Dowda looked at Curly, who was still in the early second stage, with disdain, and almost yelled, You little rat, don't get close to me. Curly ran dejectedly to the battery and diligently began to use his special powers to charge the RV. Luo Tang took the mutant moss to the mutant Shao Pan Bodhi. Bodhi, will the plants that devour your fruit gain intelligence? The mutated little Bodhi tree stretched out its leaves and looked at the mutated moss in Luo Tang's hand. Let's give it a try. If it's a big tree, it will definitely have intelligence, but the same cannot be said for mutant moss. Luo Tang felt the green hairball in her palm move. Rather than the mutated dragon fruit, she chose the mutated moss. Her intuition told her that the mutated moss was more valuable than the mutated fruit tree, not to mention that she was very optimistic about the mutated moss's devouring ability. If it can be planted on an RV, it will be the first line of defense of a mobile fortress. Luo Tang picked the last purple-red fruit from the Bodhi tree and gave instructions to the mutant moss, asking it to devour the Bodhi fruit. The mutated moss spread rapidly to her other hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the Bodhi fruit in her palm disappeared. Luo Tang looked at the mutated moss with anticipation. The mutated moss retracted its spreading body and shrank into a ball, and its color changed from light green to dark green. Then small white fruits grew out, and after the small fruits fell onto its body, several small flowers of different colors bloomed. Xiaohua swayed in Luo Tang's palm, and a childish voice came into Luo Tang's mind. Mommy, mommy. Luo Tang. Could it be that he is learning the transformation of Bodhi? Luo Tang tried to communicate with the mutated moss, but the mutated moss seemed to only call mommy. Bodhi nudged Luo Tang with a branch and said, He has developed intelligence, but it is still small now, just like a human child who is less than 1 year old and can only know a few simple words. Luo Tang understood. It seemed that she would have to teach the mutant moss more in the future. As long as the mutated plants develop intelligence, the higher the level, the higher the IQ. Mutated Bodhi said again, Thank you, Bodhi. Luo Tang poured a bowl of spiritual water on the mutated Bodhi. Just after watering, Luo Tang felt itchy on his neck. Mommy, I need to drink some water. The mutant moss had crawled onto her neck at some point and twisted itself into a furry hemp rope. Luo Tang's mouth twitched, and she pulled off the mutant moss. A green ball hung around her neck, which was really ugly. After feeding the mutant moss a bowl of spiritual water, the little thing lay obediently in her palm. It seemed to burp, and then there was no movement, as if it had fallen asleep. Luo Tang simply stuffed the mutated moss into the bag. It was a furry ball and felt quite comfortable to touch. Early the next morning, Luo Tang returned to the RV and saw that the car body was coated with a layer of metallic luster. He picked up Dodo and gave him a kiss. "Dodo, my little cutie, mommy really loves you." Chigu Dodo grinned and rubbed Luo Tang's cheek. The little guy is covered in fur and soft. It would be so comfortable to hold him in the winter. Luo Tang buried his face in Dodo's belly and took a deep breath. She never expected that although she had never petted a cat since she was a child, one day she would be able to pet a large-sized chinchilla. The fur of a chinchilla feels softer than that of a cat. She really loves to go around. Luo Tang has been fantasizing about Dodo growing to be as big as a bed so that she can lie on Dodo to sleep. How cool. Gigi, mommy, it's my turn. Curly looked at Luo Tang eagerly, showing her the results of his work from last night. Luo Tang picked up Curly and pinched the mouse. Curly is great too, a bag of dried apples for each one. Take out 2 large bags of dried apples from the inventory in the space, 1 for each mouse. Dodo took it happily, took out a few pieces and stuffed the rest of the dried apples into his cabinet. Luo Tang allocated a storage locker for each animal in the RV, so that they can store their own things in their own locker. Xiao Peilon didn't expect Luo Tang to bring his 3-year-old son into the city. Tang Tang, why don't you put Zhou Zhou in the military logistics department? Chapter 34 Captivity. Unnecessary. Luo Tang put the RV into the space and took out an off-road vehicle from the space. Xiao Peilon's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Luo Tang to be a person with space ability, to be able to accommodate such a large RV. The space must be quite large. Mommy. Zhou Zhou didn't understand why Mommy wanted to expose her spatial ability. Apart from his own strange and unknown superpower, Luo Tang had no intention of hiding his spatial and mental powers. It's too troublesome to hide the ability of space and do anything. Becoming stronger is for a better life, not hiding. However, she had to keep the fact that she could contract mutant creatures a secret. It was too outrageous to be able to contract mutant beasts for others. Whoever has a mutant beast will have 3 times the combat power. Tang Tang, do we have to take these 2 little guys with us? When Xiao Peilon saw the big chinchilla, she really wanted to touch it. But every time she wanted to reach out, she could feel the little guy's sharp eyes. There was also the black German shepherd that had been standing next to Zhou Zhou, staring at her warily, as if she was an unforgivable villain. Curly hair was hidden in the small cloth bag on Luo Linzhou's back, so Xiao Peilon couldn't see it. Not bad. Luo Tang raised his eyebrows. You can't beat either of these 2. If you don't believe me, you can try. Xiao Peilon looked at Dodo. When the little guy heard Luo Tang's words, he stretched out his claws and showed his sharp fangs at Xiao Peilon, as if he really wanted to fight with her. Xiao Peilon. Could it be that these 2 are mutant animals? The army also has mutant military dogs, and they are very powerful. Seeing the 2 mutant beasts beside Luo Tang, Xiao Peilon felt that Tang Tang was the boss. Is it too late for her to hold onto the boss's legs now? It's not even 6 o'clock yet, and most people in the garrison are still sleeping. She put away the RV because she didn't want the vehicle that Dodo had worked so hard to strengthen so many times to be tampered with. Soldiers who maintain order can also be negligent sometimes. Before Luo Tang took Zhou Zhou into the car, Xiao Peilon stuffed a gun and a bag of bullets into her hands. Thank you. Luo Tang curled her lips and smiled. Now she had a complete reason to carry a gun. When Xiao Peilon brought Luo Tang and Zhou Zhou to the team, the other teams were very surprised. Captain, why are you bringing a child with you? It's not that he looks down on bringing children, but it's too dangerous to bring a child to complete a mission. I don't need your help. I won't hold you back. Luo Tang drove behind Xiao Peilon's car. This is Luo Tang and her son Luo Linzhou. She is my friend and also a space-based mutant. She also has the ability to protect herself, but she doesn't know what the current situation in the city is, so she followed us. Tang Tang, the guy with a handsome face who just spoke, is Yi Jingqing, the bald one is Zhao Peng, and the tall and thin one with fair skin is Gu Xiao. Xiao Peilon introduced her teammates to Luo Tang one by one. Gu Xiao was slightly stunned when he saw Luo Tang's face. Wasn't this woman standing on the RV yesterday morning? Bald Zhao Peng saw that Luo Tang seemed a little embarrassed and touched his bald head. Who knows? He just awakened a superpower at the end of the world and lost all his hair. As soon as he entered the city, Luo Tang smelled a different scent in the air. Dodo, who had been sitting quietly beside her, suddenly raised his head and sniffed the scent in the air. Chigu stinks. Black Hole pricked up his ears and put his front paws on Zhou Zhou's little hand. Only Curly, who was curled up in the backpack, was chewing nuts, which tasted delicious. Luo Tang held his forehead with his hand. If there were no team, Curly, a lazy person, would probably not be able to survive long, even if he awakened his special powers in the apocalypse. In the hot late August, there was a slight chill in the air. Dead branches, leaves, and waste paper were swept up from the ground, flying along with the dust in the sky, blocking people's view. Suddenly the car in front stopped. There are mutant evil species coming out from underground. Hearing the information coming over, Luo Tang's eyes narrowed. At least a second-level Earth-type evil species. Be alert. I didn't expect to encounter a second-level mutated evil species as soon as I entered the city. Could it be that the evil species upgrades so quickly? This is only the 9th day of the apocalypse. Xiao Peilon's car was right in front of Luo Tang, and everyone in the car heard Luo Tang's voice. Captain, will your friends still investigate? Xiao Peilon was not a fool. She immediately guessed that Luo Tang had 2 superpowers. In addition to the spatial power, the second superpower was the ability to detect. It's over. She wanted to recruit Luo Tang into the army. No matter which superpower it is, or whether it is Luo Tang's ability, he is simply a natural soldier. However, she also knew Luo Tang's stubborn temper and suppressed the thought. While Xiao Peilon was thinking, Luo Tang's car had overtaken hers and was heading towards the city center. Follow me. Luo Tang used his mental power to continuously detect evil species and mutant creatures, which were basically all first level. The first-level evil species poses no threat to her. What she wanted to find was the evil species that could burrow into the ground and kill it to obtain the crystal core. Unfortunately, her mental power could only detect up to 140 meters away. After coming into contact with her mental power, the evil species' breath instantly disappeared. In that case, she went directly to the city center. Since she didn't have second-order crystal cores, she would make up with first-order ones. Luo Tang stopped at the entrance of a large shopping mall. In her mind, there were a large number of red dots gathered there, but not a single orange dot. The red dots represent first-order evil species, and the orange ones represent second-order. For so many evil species to gather together, there must be a high-level evil species among them. I don't know where that evil species is gone. When Xiao Peilon saw Luo Tang park his car in front of the mall entrance, she also stopped her car. Logically speaking, the apocalypse happens at midnight, and this kind of shopping mall is closed, so it is impossible for a large number of people to gather there. Luo Tang just approached the mall and found dozens of people trapped in a large room. The room was surrounded by evil species. The amazing thing is that these evil creatures did not go to eat people, but caught mice from another room to eat. The mouse was gnawing on the grains of rice. When he saw the big mouse, 2 words came to Luo Tang's mind. Captivity. Her breathing became rapid. It wasn't because the high-level villains weren't around, but the high-level evil species are stronger than her, and there are probably also evil species with mental powers controlling those evil species. Keep humans in captivity to feed themselves, and keep rats in captivity to feed your subordinates. This is so smart. Luo Tang took 2 steps back and became nervous while holding Zhou's hand. She didn't know if Shen Shiyue had met him in the book. After all, Shen Shiyue didn't stay in Qingshi for long. The largest base location in the province is indeed established in Qingshi. Could it be that the army used large weapons to wipe out all the evil species before establishing a base? Mommy, if it's too dangerous, can we go back? Luo Tang felt a pair of eyes staring at her above her head, and she picked up her son. Zhou, don't be afraid no matter what you encounter later. She knew that she had been targeted the moment she used her mental power to explore the mall. Mommy is not afraid, and Zhou is not afraid either. The little guy hugged his mother's neck tightly. A yellow-eyed little rascal in a red belly band saw this scene, grabbed the rooftop railing with his little hands, and stared at Luo Linzhou in Luo Tang's arms. Mommy! The yellow-eyed little bastard sucked on the bottle. The transparent bottle contains red liquid. Chapter 35 Bullets are useless. Xiao Peilon was a little worried when she saw Luo Tang's look. Maybe something happened. Everyone be careful. Yes, Captain. When Luo Tang heard the conversation between the 4 people behind him, he couldn't help but admire the execution and observation abilities of the soldiers who often went on missions. If it were an ordinary team, it would be easy for disagreements to arise within the team due to her sudden arrival as an outsider. From the moment she showed up, even bringing a child with her, Xiao Peilon only said a few words, and her teammates had full trust in her. Very nice. Even though he had guessed her special ability, he didn't ask any more questions. Or for them. As long as she is not against the people and is not a social terrorist, they will not do anything to her. Feeling the footsteps behind him, Luo Tang said seriously, there are still a lot of survivors inside. Xiao Peilon looked at the big shopping mall. After the earthquake, the windows outside were basically shattered and the house was slightly tilted, but there was no sign of collapse. It seems that Qing City was not affected as much as the main city. A towering mountain range suddenly rose in the center of the city, and countless people were killed and injured there within one day. There was no time for rescue, and most of the people and evil creatures died in the earthquake. Xiao Peilon made a gesture, and the other 3 teammates immediately took out their pistols and stared at the mall door with a wary look on their faces. The glass door had already been shattered, with debris all over the floor, and it was silent inside. Xiao Peilon knew that the presence of survivors meant danger. There are also a lot of first-level evil species and a bunch of raised rats. Xiao Peilon, who was about to give the order to investigate, stopped and said, Tang, is there anything else you can find out? Luo Tang placed one hand on Xiao Peilon's head and pressed her head down slightly. Don't look towards the rooftop. There's a very powerful thing there. We'll be in its sight as soon as we enter this area. I've already told you everything that's inside. Luo Tang didn't say anything more. That thing is so smart that it knows how to keep things in captivity. She was afraid that if she said too much, the thing would just attack. The thing hasn't moved yet, and she doesn't know why. Logically speaking, for high-level evil species, once a person with special abilities enters its territory, it will definitely attack, and after killing them, even if it cannot eat them all at once, it will use them as reserve food. Xiao Peilon swallowed. Tang Dang meant that a very powerful evil species had appeared. This evil creature was intelligent enough to keep captive his fellow citizens who went to the mall to collect supplies. Xiao Peilon made a few gestures to his teammates. Luo Tang couldn't understand the gestures she was making. Her mind was running fast now. Her head was being stared at by a scary thing in the dark. She was still standing here unharmed. She admired herself a little. Just when Luo Tang was nervous, another car stopped at the entrance of the mall. Luo Tang glanced at the four long-legged young men who got out of the car. There was a gun on his waist. She saw the one walking in the front yesterday morning. Captain Xia, why don't you enter the mall? Shun Yifeng asked. The apocalypse has not long passed, and there are still some supplies in large shopping malls and cities. To build a base and accommodate survivors, a lot of supplies are needed. Although the army has collected some supplies, there are evil species, earthquakes, and animal mutations. No one knows when production will resume or whether there will be other disasters. Naturally, the more supplies, the better. The yellow-eyed little villain on the rooftop shook the empty milk bottle in his hand, then looked down at the people gathered at the gate of the mall. There was a hint of sweet smell in the air, which kept coming into his nostrils. The little villain stared at the few superpowers below, his mouth watering, and he suddenly felt that the people he was raising were no longer good. Shun Yifeng felt a chill down his spine, and the chill spread from the top of his head. Unconsciously, he frowned. Something was staring at them. His superpower is detection, and it has no other function except detection. A drop of fishy saliva fell on the ground. Shun Yifeng suddenly raised his head, and Xiaopeng quickly used his superpower on Shun Yifeng. Luo Tang saw Shun Yifeng start to glow, and the little villain's claws passed through his body. Xia Peilon swooped down in front of Shun Yi, and when the golden light dispersed, she took him away from the little villain. The movements were completed in one go. In just 3 seconds, 8 people formed a group. Luo Tang was surrounded in the middle while holding Luo Linzhou. Luo Tang felt warm in his heart. Shun Yifeng reacted quickly and immediately understood what was going on and said thank you to Xiaopeng. Luo Tang was still a little confused, and the little villain was as confused as she was. She clearly saw the little villain's claws passing through Shun Yifeng's body. But after Shun Yifeng was pulled over by Xiao Peilon, nothing happened. Luo Linzhou saw that Uncle Zhao Peng next to him was struggling, so he used his special power on him. Warm white light fell on his body, and Zhao Peng instantly felt that the superpower he had just consumed was restored. He glanced at the child behind him in surprise. He had fair skin, a bit of baby fat on his face, his hair was naturally curly, and his dark eyes made him look like a porcelain doll. The most important thing is that this little guy caught a big, creamy yellow mouse from nowhere and is holding it in his hand. The big mouse's black bean eyes were staring closely at the little villain who was still in a daze. Only after the golden light disappeared did Luo Tang see clearly the appearance of the little villain. He looks about the same age as Zhou, wearing a red belly band, green scales all over his body, 2 small bumps on his forehead, and long and thin black nails. There is a transparent baby bottle on her waist, which is filled with red, viscous liquid. Luo Tang smelled the faint smell of blood in the air and focused on the bottle on the little villain's waist. It seems that it is human blood. The little villain stood on the plaque in the shopping mall, glanced at Shun Yifeng, then at his own paws, and let out an exclamation of surprise. Xiao Peilon aimed at the little villain and pulled the trigger. The silenced gun made no sound. Luo Tang, who has psychic powers, heard the sound of bullets breaking through the air. Everyone's breathing held, and 9 pairs of eyes stared at the little evil creature, hoping to get rid of this yellow-eyed little monster. The evil creatures they encountered before all had red eyes, so they didn't know how high the level of this little evil creature with yellow eyes was. Luo Tang did not look up at the little evil creature again, but used his mental power to explore the ground. There was an orange-eyed Earth-type evil creature underground, heading in their direction. What shocked Luo Tang the most was that the late second-stage Earth-type evil species could actually crawl underground like zombies. She had never encountered a second-level Earth-type mutant, and she didn't know if humans could burrow into the ground like the evil species. The evil underground was getting closer and closer, and suddenly stopped when it was 2 meters away from her. Chapter 36 Crisis. Luo Tang held Zhou's hand tightly, his heart in his throat. Doubt is suddenly moved and squeezed out of the encirclement. Doubt's voice rang out in her mind. Big cub, leave the evil one underground to me. You and the others can deal with the little one. Black Coal smelled the rolling, earthy smell in the air, pricked up his ears, looked around alertly, and stayed close to Luo Tang. Just as the bullet was about to go through the little villain's head, At the critical moment, the bullet hovered between his eyebrows. Clang! Clang! The bullet hit the plaque, bounced, fell to the ground, and rolled back to Xiaopeilan's feet. The little evil creature stared at Xiaopeilan with his yellow eyes. There was deathly silence all around, and Luo Tang could hear the sound of swallowing saliva. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, she witnessed the horror of powerful superpowers in the face of thermal weapons. However, the early 3rd stage mentally mutated evil species can simply ignore bullets. What about level 4, level 5, and level 6? At this moment, Luo Tang admired Shen Qiue, who was an ordinary person in his previous life and survived for 3 years in the end of the world. No wonder Shen Qiue never used a gun in the later stages. Guns are too useless in the face of high-level mental powers. Luo Tang raised her head and glanced at the little villain. She didn't know why the villain didn't take action yet. But at this glance, she actually saw a hint of joy in those yellow eyeballs. Jigu Daoda's roar broke the deathly silence. A black claw penetrated the hard black ground and poked out from the ground. The hair all over Daoda's body exploded, and his tail stood up like a big exploding gray ball of hair. Chirp! I saw the ball of fur lying on all fours, kicking off its hind legs, turning into a streak of gray light, and charging towards the cracked earth. The long black claws cut off the hand covered with blue-black scales that was sticking out of the ground. There was a howling from underground, and the ground exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. Daoda's fat body was as agile as a cat. He made a long jump onto the flying gravel and charged towards the thing that emerged from the ground. The people who were gathered in a group were forced to disperse. Luo Tang protected Zhou and felt a powerful mental force attacking Dodo. He immediately used his mental strength to resist, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Luo Linzhou noticed something was wrong with Luo Yangtang and immediately used his healing ability on her. Gu Xiao, who was standing by, seemed to have also noticed the confrontation between Luo Tang and the little evil creature. He also used his special powers on her. Gu Xiao's superpower is also white. With the help of 2 superpowers, Luo Tang feels that his mind is much clearer. Soon, she discovered something unusual. She felt that her mental abilities had actually increased, twice as strong as before. Thinking of the strange supernatural power of Zhao Peng, the light ball, Luo Tang instantly realized that Gu Zhao's supernatural power was not simple either. They're worthy of being in the military. I'm afraid none of the missions sent out here are easy. But even if her mental power was twice as strong, she could only compete with the little evil creature, but could not defeat it. She even felt that the little villain had not yet used his full strength. The little rascal is like a child who has not eaten enough, feeling unable to use his strength. But being stuck here is not a solution. There was a little evil creature interfering, and she was afraid that Daoda would be affected again. Daoda was affected by the little evil being and was in a trance for a moment, and then the other claw of the evil being with the broken hand grabbed him. A transparent barrier helped Daoda resist the attack, and then a ball of cream yellow fur climbed onto the evil species' head. Curly's whole body was shining with silver light, and he seemed to be using all his strength to try to knock the evil creature out with electrocution. Daoda seized the opportunity, kicked his hind legs, and jumped to the same height as the evil species. A cold light flashed, and Daoda's sharp claws pierced through the evil creature's neck. A layer of hard soil instantly formed on the evil species' body. Daoda didn't want to give up the crystal core in the evil seed's brain and was about to cut off the evil seed's brain. A sharp roar came out of the little evil creature's mouth. Baldy, use your supernatural powers on the little evil creature. Xiaopeilan felt as if her brain was being bombarded. She felt dizzy and seemed like she would fall to the ground if she was touched. Zhao Peng used all his strength to attack the little evil creature. The little villain's body radiated golden light, and Luo Tang felt that all the little villain's mental power suddenly disappeared, including his breath. The little villain can't hit her, and she can't hit the little villain either. The time only lasted for 1 second, and she felt that during that second, the little villain was in a golden state. After the little villain recovered, his eyes were confused. He didn't know what happened in that second. In that second, Daoda cut off the head of the evil earth element, took out the khaki crystal core inside, and stuffed it into the small cloth bag hanging around his neck. The little villain roared from the depths of his throat when he saw his dead subordinate. Daoda, come here! After learning about the bald head superpower, Luo Tang thought of a way to deal with the little villain. The little evil is at the early stage of the 3rd level, while Baldhead is only at the late stage of the 1st level. He can make the 1st level Shen Yifeng have a golden body state for 3 seconds, but it can only make the little villain become golden for a second. This second cannot allow her to kill the little evil creature, but it can allow her to trap it. Zhou, help the bald guy recover his superpowers. Gu Xiao, you will enhance Daoda's superpowers later. Bald guy, listen to my instructions and continue to use your superpowers on the little evil creature. Luo Tang said quickly. They didn't know what Luo Tang wanted to do, but they all knew how powerful she was. They have the same superpowers as the little evil species, but their level is not as high as that of the little evil species. However, they can help them resist the damage caused by the little evil species. Okay, they said at the same time. Scatter. I'll attract the little evil bastard's attention. Xiao Pei took out the dagger on her leg and slashed her hand. Bright red blood gushed out instantly. Captain. He Zhengqing, a grown man, had slightly red eyes. Judging from the amount of blood gushing out, he might have cut an artery. The scent of the mutant's blood stimulated the little evil's sense of smell. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his mind became excited. Luo Tang felt the strong mental fluctuations of the little evil creature and found the iron cage for the dog from the warehouse. She bought this cage from the pet shop and never expected it would come in handy. He gave instructions to Dao Du, and with the help of Zhou Zhou, the bald man's supernatural powers were restored to more than half. He nodded to Luo Tang, indicating that he was ready. The little evil creature wanted to control Xiao Pei to fly to itself. But due to Luo Tang's interference, it was unable to control the large object to fly towards itself. The little evil creature was furious and scratched its ears and cheeks. That mental power couldn't kill it, but it could interfere with it, which was so annoying. Looking at the group of people below dispersing, his food turned pale and looked like he was about to die. The little evil creature became even more anxious. Dead ones are not as delicious as fresh ones. The little villain leaped up and jumped directly down from the second floor. His speed was very fast, 3 times that of an athlete. After all, the little evil species is a mentally mutated evil species, not a speed-related evil species. Xiao Pei fell to the ground at this time, and blood was all over the ground. Must be fast. Everyone held their breath, and Luo Tang focused his mental power only on himself. Zhou Zhou, Dodo, Zhao Peng, and Gu Xiao. As soon as Luo Tang withdrew his mental power, the others instantly felt a sharp pain in their heads and fainted. If you don't know, you would think that the 5 people were dead. The little evil creature wrapped himself with mental power, took off the bottle on his waist, and stretched out his claws towards Xiao Pei. A golden light flashed on its body, and a large iron cage appeared from above its head, trapping it. Chapter 37. Killed with a tail. Dao Du jumped onto the cage and used his special powers to strengthen the cage. The fine steel wires were embedded into the ground, and the entire cage became one with the ground. The little rascal didn't expect that in just 1 second, he would be trapped in a big iron cage. As soon as the golden state was lifted, a bullet flew through the air. The little evil creature sensed the danger to its life, and an invisible mental barrier wrapped around it. A crisp collision sound was heard. Luo Tang's bullet fell into the cage. His eyebrows knitted together. Is there really no way to kill this little evil creature? When the little villain saw Luo Tang, he actually grinned at her. Mommy! Luo Tang did not let down her guard just because the baby called out mommy. Instead, she became even more nervous. Sure enough, the next second a surge of mental power came sweeping in like a tide. Even Dao Du fainted. Looking at the people who had fainted, Luo Tang knew that this was the only chance to kill the little evil creature. If the little bad boy runs away, I don't know if I can catch her next time. And there's Perrin. If she falls, Perrin will bleed to death. There was no time to wait for others to come to rescue. Luo Tang gritted his teeth and summoned the big whale out of the space. A melodious whale roar alerted the other search and rescue teams. Kill him. Luo Tang protected Zhou Zhou, half kneeling on the ground, looking at the little evil creature with sharp and cold eyes. The little evil creature felt the cold gaze, his expression froze, and his mental strength suddenly stagnated. It clearly saw the kid who was the same age as it calling for mommy, but she was not like that. Before the little villain could figure it out, the cage was blown up by the violent wind power, and the big whale hit the little villain with its tail. The little bastard turned into a pile of meat paste. When the whale moved its tail away, only a purple crystal core was left on the collapsed ground. Sensing the presence of other people, Luo Tang immediately put the big whale into the space. She fed Zhou Zhou a bowl of spiritual water to wake him up, then carried him to Xiao Pei. The spiritual water cannot quickly restore the broken meridians, so she needs Zhou Zhou's healing ability to help Pei heal. After Zhou Zhou Yu woke up, he instantly understood what to do. He squatted beside Xiao Pei and wrapped Xiao Pei's arm with his special powers. Zhou Zhou's healing ability has reached the middle stage of the 2nd level and can completely heal Xiao Pei's injuries. It's just that I lost so much blood, I need to eat something good to replenish my body. Luo Tang heard the roars of the evil species in the shopping mall. Without the control of the mental evil species, those 1st-level evil species might have gone out of control. She is too tired now and does not have the extra energy to deal with those 1st-level evil species. As Luo Tang was thinking, several military vehicles drove over. When Chun Lai saw the pool of blood and his compatriots lying on the ground, his face turned cold. Several soldiers who came over were about to check when Luo Tang's voice rang out. He's not dead. He just fainted. There are still a bunch of 1st-level evil species inside, and there are survivors. Chun Lai instantly understood the importance of the matter. He left 2 people behind and led the others into the shopping mall. Luo Tang glanced at the two people who stayed behind, a man and a woman. The woman had a medicine box on her waist and seemed to be a military doctor. The others fainted for unknown reasons. Sister Xia fainted due to excessive blood loss. After checking everyone's injuries, Lin Ji turned her attention to Luo Tang. All the people in the two teams were unconscious, and only the woman with the child was fine. It was hard not to be suspicious. This kind of questioning look made Luo Tang very unhappy. If she was not here today, these people who rushed into the mall would most likely become food for the little evil creatures. But she didn't want to explain too much. Even if she said it, others might not wake up. As long as it didn't affect her, it would be fine. Ignoring Lin Ji, he took Zhou to Dodo, took out a mineral water bottle filled with spiritual water, and fed the little guy some of the spiritual water. Also fed some to Black Hole and Curly. Zhou stuffed Curly hair back into his small cloth bag. Perhaps Luo Linzhou's treatment was effective, as Xia Peilon, who had lost too much blood, was the first to wake up. When I opened my eyes, I was slightly stunned when I saw Lin Ji's face. I'm not dead. Where's Tang Tang? Xia Peilon supported herself on the ground with her hands, trying to get up quickly, but she suddenly felt dizzy and her whole body felt weak. Lin Ji quickly supported her. Sister Xia, you have lost too much blood. The person you mentioned should be over there. She knew all 4 people in Xia Peilon's team, and this Tang Tang should be the woman she was calling. Pointing to Luo Tang, who was safe and sound beside him, he took out a piece of chocolate from his bag and said, Sister Xia, I don't have any blood-replenishing medicine here. Eat a piece of chocolate first to replenish your energy. After Xia Peilon stood firm, she raised her arm. The wound had healed long ago, without even a scar left. It seemed that it was Zhou's special ability that cured her. Baby Zhou is so awesome. Thank you, Baby Zhou. Then he took the chocolate from Lin Ji's hand. Thank you, Miss Lin. And Xia, you're welcome. Mommy has dealt with the little bad guy. He has become a pool of meat paste. Luo Linzhou pointed to Xia Peilon's side. She didn't know how Luo Tang did it. The big iron cage that originally trapped the little evil creature was swept to the side in a twisted posture. A huge indentation like a fish tail appeared on the ground beside him. And in the middle of the indentation was a pile of foul-smelling mud, which seemed to be the corpse of the little evil creature. Could it be that Tang Tang has a third superpower? Luo Tang was rubbing down his head when he felt an admiring gaze. He looked up and saw Peilon and was a little confused. Tang Tang is so awesome. With 3 superpowers, she is simply the chosen one. Daodu woke up slowly, opened his eyes, looked left and right, and opened his forearms to hug Luo Tang. Where is the little evil creature Jigu? Dead and turned into pulp. A look of pity flashed in Daodu's dark eyes. Luo Tang thought it was his illusion. Wouldn't it be a good thing if the little evil creature died? Jigu, big boy, the crystal core is gone. Without the crystal core, you can't advance faster. Luo Tang smiled and rubbed Daodu's big furry head. How could it be? It's here with me. Daodu touched the small bag hanging around his waist and grinned. After resting for a while, Haitan also woke up. Haitan said hello to Luo Tang and Xia Peilon, and took Zhou into the shopping mall. By the time Luo Tang reached the 2nd floor where the evil species gathered, hundreds of them had already been killed. When seeing the big hole behind the evil species' brain, Luo Tang's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that the people in the army already knew that there was a crystal core in the evil species' brain, which could be used for upgrading. She thought she could get a bargain, but it seemed she was overthinking. There are so many smart people, otherwise how could there be so many pioneers in every era? Since she can't get the crystal core, it's not too much for her to go to the warehouse to collect some things. There happened to be a lot of things left in the warehouse of this large shopping mall. Luo Tang groped his way to warehouse number 1 of the shopping mall and aimed at the snacks piled up inside. Spicy strips, chicken feet, melon seeds, and potato chips, all accepted. She has enough space for these things, so it's not too much, and she doesn't know when the production of snacks will resume. Especially various spicy strips, they are her favorite. Just after collecting a few bags of melon seeds and a few spicy strips, a slightly dissatisfied voice sounded from behind. Chapter 38, The Young Military Doctor with Great Morale. The main force has just cleared out the evil species. As a space-based person, you can go directly to the warehouse to collect the things. These things are the spoils of the main force. Every piece of material is used for base construction and must not be wasted, let alone fall into private hands. When he heard the voice, Luo Tang knew who it was without even turning around. Isn't this the young military doctor from before? Luo Linzhou turned his head and stared at the young military doctor, who walked in with his watery eyes. Seeing that it was a cute little boy, Lin Ji smiled and was about to tease him when the little boy's faint voice was heard. Annie, the most powerful evil ones were killed by my mom. Even if you didn't clean up those evil ones, my mom could still defeat them. Heikin Cole stood in front of Luo Linzhou and yelled at Lin Ji. The smile on Lin Ji's face froze instantly. Little boy, there are hundreds of evil creatures. Do you think your mom can handle them? Lying is not a good thing. Oh, so you are a bad boy, Annie. Linji was confused for a moment before she realized what Luo Linzhou meant. With the dim sunlight filtering through the warehouse, she once again looked at the child standing in front of her. He looked no more than 3 or 4 years old, but he could actually play word games with her. Or maybe his mother brainwashed him, or maybe the child always thinks his parents are the best in the world. Linji didn't want to argue with the child. What made her angry was Luo Tang, and the time she spent talking to her son. Not only did she not stop what she was doing, she was also collecting snacks. Even if they were just some snacks, they were supplies belonging to their army. If all the evil creatures were killed by people who were not in the army, how could this woman enter the warehouse safely? Lin Ji was about to scold Luo Tang when Chun Lai and Xia Peilon also entered warehouse number 1. Lin Ji, go and check the injuries of the survivors outside. Chun Lai didn't understand why Lin Ji, as a military doctor, didn't go to treat the survivors but ran into the warehouse with others. Lin Ji felt that there was something wrong with Luo Tang, so she followed her in. He saluted, report, Captain. This woman took supplies privately. Captain Xia has already told me that they encountered 2 very powerful evil species. They were able to survive thanks to Miss Luo. Leave the matters here to me and Captain Xia, and you go take care of the survivors. Lin Ji was a little confused, probably because she didn't expect that what Luo Linzhou said was true. But she still found it a little unconvincing. She glanced at Luo Tang. The woman had a well-proportioned figure and a high ponytail. From her direction, she could only see the woman's perfect profile. Can this guy with skinny arms and legs really deal with the powerful evil creatures that Sister Xia and the others can't deal with? At least they were all trained and had guns. Military orders cannot be violated. Even if she is dissatisfied with Luo Tang now, she can't say anything more. Yes, Captain. When Lin Ji left, Lu Linzhou's baby voice rang out from behind her. Annie, it turns out you were the one who sneaked in. Lin Ji. Luo Tang smiled and fished out curly hair lying in the pile of melon seeds. Ms. Luo, I heard that you have spatial abilities. Could you help transport the supplies for them all? Luo Tang stood up and looked at Chun Lai, who was standing next to Xia Peilon. 21st level crystal cores. I can help you take all the supplies in the mall back. Except for the fresh food that was spoiled, everything else in this mall was still there. Perhaps that was the reason why high-level evil species were born there from the very beginning. All humans who came here to get supplies became food for the evil species. Lin Ji just walked to the door of the warehouse and turned to look at Luo Tang. Why are you like this? The supplies we bring back are for everyone to survive. Luo Tang rolled his eyes at her and said, I'm sorry, I don't have the awareness of serving the people. I only have the determination to seek legitimate interest for myself. The price has increased now, 40 crystal cores. Lin Ji wanted to say something, but Chun Lai glanced at her. Sure, if Miss Luo is willing to join us in collecting supplies from other places, the army will give you corresponding rewards. It would be a good thing to bring these things back as soon as possible. I am afraid that if an earthquake strikes again, the supplies in Qingshi will be left in ruins, which would be a waste of time. He wanted Luo Tang to join the army even more. People with spatial abilities were already very rare. Parents said Luo Tang was also a dual system ability user. You should count the supplies yourselves to avoid someone accusing me of hiding supplies. Luo Tang looked at Lin Ji's back and said sarcastically, Chun Lai, this girl is very vindictive. Chiga big cub, ours, put it away. Dodo waved his paw and looked at Chun Lai and Xia Peilon with a look of anger. These belong to Dazai and his family. How can we give them to others? Xia Peilon saw Daoda's claws glowing with cold light and laughed. Daoda, little cutie, we are companions. The scene in which Daodu cut off the arm of a second-level evil species with one claw was still vivid in her mind. She thought that she was not as strong as the evil species. Chun Lai had seen mutated animals before. Several military dogs in the army had become mutated animals before. The size is 2 or 3 times larger than before. He also thought that only strong animals had a chance to mutate. I didn't expect that a fragile animal like a chinchilla could mutate. And the big rat that Luo Tang just picked up seemed to be her pet and also a mutant beast. Chun Lai glanced at the mutated German Shepherd pup standing next to Luo Linzhou and wondered if Luo Tang had the physique to mutate animals. The mutation of one pet may be an accident, but if all the pets mutate, is it really still an accident? Luo Linzhou hugged Daodu. He was afraid that the little guy would rush up and slap Uncle Jun after hearing that Uncle Jun wanted these things. That's what Daoda thought when he saw 2 bipeds in green clothes coming in and wandering around something. Daoda made an angry chi-chi sound. When the young soldiers who were counting supplies saw the cute Daodu, they all wanted to reach out and touch it, but every time they couldn't get close to it, they would be scared away by its angry barking and sharp claws. If Luo Linzhou hadn't been standing next to Daodu, they would probably have shot. This furry little beast was very dangerous. Wait until the military has finished counting everything. The Luo Tang people stood in place, their mental power covering the entire warehouse, and everything disappeared in an instant. Lin Ji happened to see this scene and opened her mouth wide. It turns out that Luo Tang was just playing while collecting snacks just now. Luo Linzhou ran to Lin Ji and tugged at her military uniform. A bright smile appeared on her little face. Annie, I said my mommy is the best. Lin Ji remained silent. Her intuition told her that Luo Tang had more than one superpower. Chapter 39. The Commander-in-Chief appears. She had also seen space ability users who needed to use their hands to collect supplies. But Luo Tang didn't need that. She could just stand there and collect things within a certain range of her. If Luo Tang really wanted to take the things in the warehouse just now, he might not have needed to enter the warehouse at all. He could have used his supernatural powers to put all the things into his pocket without anyone noticing. They probably don't even know who did it. Thinking about the fact that Luo Tang had only gotten some snacks before, it couldn't be that she already had other things and just wanted to eat the snacks. To be able to hold so many things, Luo Tang must have a lot of space. Lin Ji didn't know what to do for a moment. She felt like she had just offended someone. So much, so that when little Luo ran up to her and provoked her, she stood there in a daze. Dodo felt relieved when he saw Luo Tang put everything into his pocket. But when Luo Tang put all the supplies into the military warehouse, Dodo started to dislike people wearing green clothes. The military base was built temporarily, and the warehouse was naturally a temporary building. Now the evil species near Qing City have not been completely cleared out, and the people following the military are either sleeping in sheds or in tents. There are only a handful of people who have RVs like Luo Tang. Of course, some people can also convert trucks and large vans into RVs. Luo Tang picked up the little fellow with puffy beard and glared, and stuffed a few crystal cores into its small bag. Dowdu, little cutie, you're paid. Dowdu felt the energy in the crystal core, and his eyes lit up. Big boy, if you help those people in green clothes, you will get crystal cores. We have to negotiate with them about this. Luo Tang weighed the bag with her hand. She felt that the little guy was getting fatter every day. The curls didn't seem to be growing anymore. Jigu, big boy, how can we talk? Luo Tang smiled and said, Dodo, first of all, you have to be able to speak human language. Also, you can't run around when Zhou and I are not with you. If you are caught by the bad guys, Dodo will be killed. When Dowda heard this, his ears pricked up and he waved his paws in the air. Chia wants to catch me and beat it to death. Chun Lai and his teammates were just coming out of the warehouse after counting the supplies, and when they turned the corner they ran into Luo Tang, who had not gone far. The woman was wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants, holding a large silver-gray fur ball in her arms, and her tone of voice was much gentler than during the day. Captain, Chun Lai made a gesture. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Luo Tang could understand what the mutant beasts were saying. Luo Tang turned his head and glanced at a few people. Do you guys have a hobby of eavesdropping on other people? Chun Lai thought they didn't make any footsteps, so he smiled, revealing his big white teeth. Luo Tang just turned around. Dodo looked up and met Chun Lai's eyes and started to complain in Luo Tang's ear. Chigu, big kid, this guy's smile looks like the person on the paper box you used to brush your teeth with. Luo Tang, who was about to speak, fell silent. Could it be that Dowdu was talking about the black toothpaste that she used before? The display was just a little darker, but not that dark. Maybe it's because Dowdu's color feeling is different from others. Luo Tang thought silently. Miss Luo, I saw you were having a great time chatting with your pet, so I stopped because I felt bad to disturb you. Luo Tang raised an eyebrow. Second Lieutenant Chun, do you think I look stupid? Let me remind you, be careful when you meet a psychic in the future. Looking at Luo Tang's receding back, Chun Lai frowned. He didn't know what abilities the psychics had. There were many people in his army who had awakened their special powers with a wide variety of special powers, and all those who awakened would report it. Until now, he had never heard of anyone with psychic powers. Maybe other troops will have it. They have only been in Qingshi for about a day. There are still some large troops that have not arrived. Captain, why don't we go ask? Have you figured out your own abilities? Just like Zhao Peng and Gu Zhao's superpowers. It is considered a relatively strange superpower in the army. The others are either related to the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice and wind, or strength, speed, flight, and space. There are only 2 of them, and their powers are strange and bizarre. His father's supernatural powers are also very strange. Sometimes they work, and sometimes they don't. It is very useful when the spirit is strong. Otherwise, the army would not have made the decision on the 3rd day of the apocalypse to gather the people to evacuate the city and come to Qingshi. I just don't know if the earthquake will happen again. Chun Lai was just thinking about it when he suddenly felt a slight shaking under his feet. Isn't there going to be another earthquake? The ground suddenly hardened. Dude, don't move back. No, I didn't move. It was the ground that moved. The gathering place began to panic. A deep voice sounded from a loudspeaker. People gathered in Qing City, don't panic. I am Chen Zhengwo, the commander-in-chief of the army. The earthquake is actually the expansion of the blue planet. The expansion this time is very small and will not cause a big impact. Starting tomorrow, the army will organize people to build a base near Qingham Mountain in Qing City. Luo Tang didn't expect the speed to be so fast, and he didn't expect that the military would directly announce the expansion of Blue Star. Wouldn't that cause panic? Also, how can they be sure that this earthquake won't have a big impact? Wouldn't it be affected by the earthquake if they start building the base so soon? Could it be someone with special abilities? Luo Tang used some supplies to find himself a location close to the military base, and then moved the RV out of his room. The people around were instantly attracted by the sudden appearance of the big guy. Could this be a person with spatial abilities? Some people wanted to approach Luo Tang and chat with him, but before they could get close to the RV, they suddenly fell into a heap. Dowda looked at the two-legged beast that fell to the ground and covered his mouth with his hands while laughing. Jigu is so stupid and not as smart as my two cubs. Luo Tang. If these people could understand what Dowda said, they would probably get up and beat it. Someone looked up and saw Dowdu standing on the roof of the RV, grinning and laughing at them. At this time, Luo Tang had already climbed into the RV with Zhou. Look, that big gray ball is laughing at us. Dowda stretched out his claws and waved them in the air. His hair exploded and he let out a sharp roar. Chia, you two-legged beasts who can't even walk without falling, and you still want to get close to my territory. Who should I laugh at if not you? Xia Peilon saw a group of people surrounding Luo Tang's position and was worried that she was being besieged, so she quickly brought people over. Just happened to see Dowdu getting angry. The military dog in her hand smelled Dowda's scent and started barking wildly. Woof woof, big gray mouse, who are you laughing at? Dowda saw the German shepherd dog on the ground and sniffed it. Jigu, it's the same species as black coal. And you scold me, thinking I'm a little rat, a big fool tied with a dog chain and can't run away, Lulu. Chepter 40 by Kingly Comis. Dowda grinned from ear to ear, looking smugly at the military dog growling wildly under the RV. Xia Peilon felt that she could no longer hold Dahe back, but unfortunately she really couldn't understand what Dahe was roaring about. Luo Tang really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The little guy had played too much today and didn't listen even when he called him. He simply reached out and pulled Dowdu into the RV. Dowdu struggled for a while, then slapped the military dog that broke free from the reins and jumped onto the RV with one paw. Heighten worked with Zhou to close the door of the RV. Dahe looked at the closed car door, scratched the ground with his paws in anger, ran back to Xia Peilon, and looked at her aggrievedly. Luo Tang opened the car window and said, Peilon, is there something wrong? Dodo stood on the armchair behind Luo Tang and looked at Xia Peilon with a grin. Any two-legged animal that approaches the big cub is not a good animal. It must always be vigilant and glanced at Black Hole. The lying Black Hole stood up instantly, listening in all directions and looking in all directions. Luo Linzhou feels that Hai Tamii is a little bit neurotic recently. Xia Peilon always felt that Dowdu had bad intentions. Thinking of Dowda's fighting ability, she quickly said, it's okay. I just saw a lot of people gathered here, so I came to see what's going on. You must always pay attention to the mutant beasts you raise. If they accidentally hurt someone, it will be difficult to deal with. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. Xia Peilon felt that with every word she spoke, Dowda's eyes staring at her became more and more ferocious. There are no houses or electric lights, so at night everyone can only live in tents or cars. Naturally, many people started to think about it when they saw Luo Tang's RV. Dad, I feel like something bad happens every time I get close to that woman's RV. It must be her doing. With the bright moonlight, Chen Lulu could see the majestic body of the RV not far away through the car window. We are all human beings. Why can that woman survive the apocalypse with a child as if it were a piece of cake, while they have to live in a tent full of mosquitoes? She had been eating dry bread for several days and hadn't taken a bath for 7 days. She could even smell the sour odor on her body. You think the people who are close to her don't know that the woman is definitely a superpower. In addition to the space power, she must have other superpowers. Dad, what do you say we try to get her RV? Do you think others don't care? The military is always patrolling the garrison. What's the use of getting a car without extra gasoline? He knew how much fuel a large RV like that consumed. He saw that the woman had not driven the RV since she arrived at the garrison. Today, when she went to the city with the soldiers, she also drove another car and put the RV into her own space. Space! It would be great if he could also awaken the space ability. Think about it, before the end of the world, you were still a wealthy small boss. After the end of the world, money is just a piece of waste paper and is worth nothing. Look at those people who have awakened their superpowers. Even if they were office workers before the end of the world, they're doing much better than him now. Anyone with a superpower can kill the evil and obtain supplies. Or help the army and get supplies. When the stored food is gone, I don't know what to do. They could only carry bricks for the army and get rations, which was so tiring. Dad, wouldn't it be nice if we put it on the ground and use it as a house? Do you think you have the ability to get that woman's car? Qianhua rolled his eyes at his daughter. He had no choice. Many people were eyeing that car. During the day, the woman went out with the army. As soon as I came back, a bunch of people went up. Before they got close to the RV, they fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the military personnel rushed over. There's no way to start. Dad, you don't understand this. Let my brother dress up nicely and let him seduce that woman. She is a space-based psychic and must have a lot of supplies. Let her become my sister-in-law, and we will be well off. Luo Tang didn't know that many people were planning to attack her. At this moment, she was enjoying dinner with her son in the space. Unexpectedly, what she ate after the apocalypse was better than before it. There were 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table, including sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy chicken cubes, boiled pork slices, lotus root and pork rib soup, and 4 large lobsters. She put each dish in a wash basin, and if she couldn't finish it, she would put it in the space warehouse and take it out when she wanted to eat it. It would still be hot. It's not that she didn't eat well before the end of the world, but the food grown in the space is really better than that outside. She slaughtered the pigs and chickens freshly, dug the lotus roots from the space pond, and the lobsters were space marine creatures. Every ingredient tasted delicious no matter how she cooked it. Luo Tang and his son were enjoying the delicious food, while Bai Qingli and his brother were eating steamed buns. Brother, I found out that most of the city has sunk and was submerged by the sea. Most of the people in the city followed the army and moved away. Murong Yin really thought his brother was sick. Who the hell is coming to the end of the world and has crossed half of Dragon Kingdom, running from the imperial capital to the city? I almost died on the road several times, either encountering evil species or major earthquakes or horrible mutant creatures. If he wasn't strong-willed, he would have died countless times on the road. A man dressed in black, with a high-nosed bridge, clear features, and a hint of unruly and handsomeness, was leaning against a black SUV, stuffing steamed buns into his mouth. After hearing Murong Yan's words, he asked coldly, "Did anyone find out?" Murong Yan, "The city is submerged by sea water. Where the hell can I go to find people?" Suddenly, a man with a knife in his hand came over. "I heard some interesting things. Before the end of the world, the Shen family and the Tang family in the urban area seem to have gone to the province together." Nangong Yan touched his chin. "I also heard that the eldest lady of the Shen family, Shen Qiwe, is engaged to Tang Chen of the Tang family, TSK Tisk." The man looked at Bai Qingli with a hint of schadenfreude. Bai Qingli glanced at him lightly. "It's just an engagement. Even if you get married, you can still get divorced." Nangong Yan, "That's awesome, my brother. It turns out you like this." Murong Yin was anxious. He really wanted to find the person his elder brother was looking for as soon as possible, and then go home as soon as possible. His old mother at home is still waiting for him. "My big brother, since there are clues, let's find them quickly. It's been more than 10 days since the end of the world, and we don't know what's going on in the imperial capital. As long as your brother is here, even if you die, nothing will happen to the Murong family." Bai Qingli drank a bottle of mineral water in one breath and glanced at Murong Yin with disgust. The look in his eyes speaks for itself. "Look at how the second brother can find out the news and why you were so useless." Opened the car door and got in. Nangong Yin followed closely behind, leaving Murong Yin standing alone in the cold wind. If possible, he really wanted to slap Bai Qingli in the mouth. If he couldn't be beaten or scolded, he would have taken action long ago. The eldest brother's mouth really needs to be cleaned up. "Why don't you come and drive? Stand there and drink more air to save food for me." Bai Qingli's cool voice came from inside the car. Chapter 41. Keep up with Shen Qiyu. Murong Yin couldn't figure out how the mouth of 37 degrees could say the words -37 degrees. The black off-road vehicle was driving on the broken road, and a spacious avenue that had obviously been cleared appeared in front of Bai Qingli. He asked Murong Yin to park the car beside the road and looked around. Suddenly a motorcade passed by him, and he seemed to hear the people in the car shouting Yu's name. Bai Qingli's eyes darkened and he glanced at the license plate number of the last car. "Brother, the license plate number is not simple at first glance. Could it be the car of a big family in the city before the end of the world?" Nangong Yin said. "Follow up." "Yeah? Are we really not going to follow the army to clear the city?" Shen Tingyan still felt that it would be safer to follow the army. She really didn't expect that the end of the world would be so terrifying. During the last 10 days or so, she had not even had a decent hot meal. "These days I am either collecting supplies or killing evil species." Fortunately, her ability has reached the early stage of the second level, and killing evil species is easier than before. If Yia hadn't woken up early and stocked up on supplies, he would have avoided many dangers with her. She might still be hungry now. "Mom, there are mountains next to Qing City. We may be harassed by mutated animals from time to time in the future. Let's go to the Chang'e Plain in the province, which may be better. After we have passed the city, we will find an uninhabited house to rest for the night and eat. The food is hot in your mouth." Shen Qiwen knew that her mother was very tired these days. For a person who was pampered before the end of the world, running around in the end is really terrible. For her, being able to eat well, sleep peacefully for a few hours at night, and having powerful powers was a much better experience than the wandering life in her previous life. But this is not enough. If she wants to lead her mother to live a good life before the end of the world, she needs to be stronger. "Shen Qiyu, why do you want to team up with Tang Shen? Don't you know that he has disliked him since he was a child?" Shen Tingyan glanced at Shen Qiyang in the back seat. "Why are you talking to your sister?" If it weren't for this kid's supernatural powers, she would have wanted to slap him with itchy hands. He had been calling Tang Dang and Ye for more than 10 years, but suddenly one day the name changed to someone else, and for a while he really couldn't adapt. "Just call him by his full name." Sister, why do I feel like there is a black off-road vehicle following us? Shin Tingwan was afraid that the three of them would start arguing again while they were talking. Just when she passed the car, she noticed that there were several cars between the black off-road vehicle behind them and their car. Even though the car clearly had a chance to continue overtaking, it just followed them not far or close to the car. Shin Chiyue turned her head, looked past Bai Qingli and Murong Yin through the car window, and fixed her eyes on Nangong Yin. I was so happy that it turned out to be him. Could it be that they're going to the Chang'e Plain now? Nangong Yin felt a strange gaze, and his handsome brows wrinkled slightly. Murong Yin whistled. Second brother, the beautiful woman in the car in front of me just looked directly over me, and eldest brother. Do you think your spring is coming? Bai Qingli gave him a shock and said, drive well, and you can ask about the person in the car in front of you later. Murong Yin smiled and said, brother, I knew you would still think about your second brother's lifelong affairs. Xiaoyan, do you treat me like nothing? In the last days, don't be unable to walk after seeing a beautiful woman. Murong Yin retorted, how could that be? I just like to tease beautiful women, and I'm not really romantic. I'm afraid that you'll get into trouble while teasing. It won't be good if you're entangled with others. Nangong Yin said helplessly, how could that be? I know my limits. He didn't want to tease ordinary beauties anymore. Although the woman in the car in front was pretty, she was not stunning to the point of stunning him. But in this end times, if you have clean clothes and a clean face, you are living a good life. This is what Murong Yin is concerned about. What made him most curious was that he and his elder brother were clearly sitting in the front seat of the car. Why did the woman's eyes ignore him and his eldest brother and fall on his second brother in the back seat? Although the second brother is good looking, he is still inferior to the eldest brother. It seemed that the second brother didn't know that woman either. Moreover, they have lived in the imperial capital since childhood and are basically unfamiliar with the people in the city. Murong Yin looked at the car in front of him, and then looked at Nangong Yan's face through the mirror in front of the car. She has slightly upturned fox eyes and a small mole at the end of her eyes, which makes her look a bit indistinguishable from male to female. Is there anyone who particularly likes his second brother's model? What Shin Chiyue didn't know was that because she glanced behind her, it made Murong Yin think a lot. At this time, she was thinking about how to strike up a conversation with Nangong Yin. In her previous life, she met Nangong Yin on the 15th day of the apocalypse. When she was in the quagmire, Nangong Yin appeared to save her. If Nangong Yin hadn't saved her, she might have died by then. How can I live to the third year of the apocalypse, recognize my mother, obtain the mutation fruit, and know my identity? Just thinking about Nangong Yan's eldest brother gave Shin Chiyue a headache. If it weren't for him, maybe she could have followed Nangong Yin in her previous life. To this day, she can still remember the way he looked at her like she was trash. Shin Chiyue clenched her fingers slightly. She remembered that they seemed to have come down from the imperial capital to look for someone. Shin Chiyue tried hard to recall the scene when she met Nangong Yin in her previous life. After Nangong Yin rescued her at first, Bai Qingli ignored him. It wasn't until he heard her name that he looked at her like trash, as if she didn't deserve to be called Shin Chiyue. Could it be that Bai Qingli came to see Luo Tang? Before Luo Tang turned 18, her name was Shin Chiyue, and she was the eldest lady of the Shin family. Shin Chiyue shook his head. If he really knew Luo Tang, why didn't he keep in touch with Luo Tang for 4 years? Shen Tingyan noticed her daughter's abnormality and quickly asked, yeah, what's wrong? Hearing her mother's voice, Shin Chiyue found herself trapped in memories. Mom, do you know who the father of Luo Tang's child is? I don't know about this. She was about to get engaged to Tang Chun, but she was found to be pregnant. At that time, I was still thinking about asking her to abort the child in her belly, but she refused. Fortunately, I later found out that she was not from my Shin family. Shin Tingyan paused and continued. Xia Peilon of the Xia family should know that she might be the kidnapper's child. When she was 18 years old, she and Xia Peilon went to the beautiful country and were kidnapped. Unfortunately, I spent a lot of money at that time. Pay someone to rescue her. No wonder Luo Tang has been with her since she was a child and has not been close to her. After all, she is not his biological child. Shin Chiyue didn't know what to say for a while. If Luo Tang's child really belongs to the kidnapper, coupled with what his mother did to Luo Tang, his grandfather and father's indifference to Luo Tang, she had a feeling that Luo Tang was unlucky in the Shin family. Yeah, why did you suddenly ask about Luo Tang? Chapter 42, brother, I also want to eat hot pot. Nothing, just curious. Shin Chiyue looked at her mother's profile, and she could feel that her mother still had feelings for Luo Tang. Otherwise, Luo Tang would have directly asked for 1 billion that day, and his mother would have given the money directly to Luo Tang without even bargaining. She didn't believe that with the Shun family's methods, it would not be easy to deal with Luo Tang, who had no background. Even after Luo Tang left the Shin family for 4 years, her room had not been changed, it was just not cleaned. It was probably because her mother was feeling stifled about what Luo Tang did 4 years ago, and she was also angry that her grandfather and father had lied to her for so many years. All of this was blamed on Luo Tang. If Luo Tang had aborted the child in her belly, her mother would never have kicked Luo Tang out of the Shin family. When she entered Yuhui base in her previous life, Luo Tang was still with the Shin family. It seemed that Luo Tang and the Shin family broke up because of her arrival. Yeah, don't mention her. She has nothing to do with us anymore. Shin Tingyan emphasized. Shin Chiyue hummed softly. She could understand that Luo Tang had been in the Shun family for more than 10 years, and the friendship she had with Shin Qiang for more than 10 years could not be replaced by her in a few days. Slowly, time will change everything. Yeah, there is a service area in front. It seems that it was not greatly affected by the earthquake. It is getting very late. Why don't we go there to rest for the night? Shin Tingyan said. Okay, Dad, drive carefully. That road has not been cleared by the army. The road is dilapidated and difficult to walk on. Shin Chiyue reminded. Okay. Nanqing smiled and concentrated on driving again. Luo Tang didn't know that Bai Qingli was still alive. After eating and drinking, he played with Zhou Zhou for a while. Take out the crystal cores harvested today and start distributing them. The second level Earth Crystal Core is for Daodu. The little guy contributes the most. She helped the army transport supplies and earned 121st level crystal cores. That mental power crystal core was naturally given to her. With that crystal core, her mental power ability could be upgraded to the third level. Luo Tang placed the crystal cores on the table and said, put these 120 crystal cores here. Everyone must practice tonight. How much you can absorb depends on your own abilities. Glancing at Curly, who was grinding his teeth, he was the laziest of all the members. The barrier ability of Black Hole has reached the middle stage of the second order, and the fire ability has also reached the late stage of the first order. Only Curly was promoted to the early second stage after eating the mutant fruit last time, and he is still in the early second stage now. Curly felt Luo Tang's gaze and shrank his neck. Looking at the sparkling crystal core on the table, he decided to practice his supernatural powers well tonight. Zhou Zhou immediately brought a blanket from the room and thoughtfully moved Curly's nest to the living room. Daodu took his crystal core and ran to the spring, imitating Luo Tang's way, and began to meditate to absorb the crystal core. Luo Tang used 1/3 order crystal core and 21st order crystal cores before his mental power was advanced to the early third order. She felt that compared to the early first stage, her spiritual power crystal core was a whole circle larger. Now it can detect an area of 300 meters in radius, and its control ability has been greatly improved. Tomorrow is the 11th day of the apocalypse, and most people's abilities are still at the initial first level. Thinking about the third level evil species encountered today, Luo Tang knew that there would be some powerful things hiding in the dark, and she had to find a way to continue working hard to become stronger. If she encounters a few more little evil creatures like this, with her current strength, she can definitely kill them, obtain their crystal cores, and grow rapidly. As Luo Tang was thinking, the barking sound of a coal-black dog came from outside the space. I looked at my watch, and it was already 8:10 in the morning. It took me the whole night to absorb those crystal cores. When I entered the living room, Zhou Zhou was already leaning on Dodo and sleeping soundly. I don't know who had covered him with a blanket. Luo Tang picked up Wan Mao and took Zhou Zhou and Dodo out of the space. Zhou Zhou felt his mother's embrace and opened his eyes in a daze. Mommy! Zhou Zhou, brush your teeth and wash your face, then have breakfast. Luo Tang pulled open the car curtain, and sure enough, there was a group of people gathered around her car, staring at it hungrily. If the military didn't pass by frequently, these people would probably rush up like bandits, occupy her car, or even steal supplies. Luo Tang caught a glimpse of a man in a suit greeting her, and after a quick glance, she confirmed that he was someone she didn't know. I no longer cared about it, took out the steamed dumplings and hot soy milk from the space, and had breakfast with my baby son. He also took a cooked chicken and put it in the dog bowl for Black Hole's breakfast. As for Daodu and Wan Mao, the two little guys can take care of themselves and don't require her to worry about them at all. Daodu didn't sleep the whole day yesterday and was very tired now. He took a bath, crawled into his nest, threw Curly, who was sleeping soundly in the nest, out, lowered the curtain, and began to sleep soundly. She even has hot buns. That's the good thing about space ability users. Come on, if we go into Qing City now, we might be able to find some supplies. Do you think people will reward you if you stay here? Xiao Lu, keep an eye on this woman. I don't believe she has been staying with military personnel. Someone who led a riot this morning was shot dead. No one expected the army to dare to do this, and after that incident, many people became much more well-behaved. Luo Tang was in the space in the morning and didn't know that a shooting had taken place in the gathering place. She just felt a little strange that the people gathered here were so obedient to the military and no one had caused trouble for several days. But she doesn't plan to stay in Qing City for long. Now the Qing'a base outside Qing City has begun construction. Every soldier will be very busy, and most of the people will also sign up to participate in the construction. If someone does something in such a crowded area, it would be really annoying. What annoys her even more is that the smell becomes unpleasant when there are too many people around for a long time. If she can't wait for someone named Tang today, she will leave tomorrow. It just so happened that going to the imperial capital would pass through the Chang'e Plain, so she could stay there for a while and wait for the opportunity. Luo Tang and his son enjoyed a delicious breakfast. Bai Qingli ate 3 big steamed buns in the morning. Murong Yin was about to cry. He had never suffered such suffering in his life. If he had known it would be so hard, he would not have risked his life to accompany the gentleman. He didn't have many hobbies in his life, except for delicious food and looking at beautiful women. Brother, I've been eating steamed buns for 5 days. Can you change to something else? Bai Qingli glanced at Murong Yin and found that he had indeed lost weight. So I took out a vacuum roast duck. Brother, you still have food. Murong Yin excitedly took the roast duck, tore open the package, pulled off a big duck leg, and handed it to Bai Qingli. Murong Yin was eating vacuum-cooked roast duck when he suddenly smelled the aroma of hot pot. Turning around, I saw that the people gathered on the other side had set up a simple stove and were eating happily. In an instant, he felt that the vacuum-baked duck in his hand was no longer fragrant. Brother, I want to eat hot pot too. If you eat hot pot so early in the morning, you will have diarrhea later. Bai Qingli said quietly, leaning against an empty shelf. Chapter 43 Luo Tang's background. Tang Chun was eating a hot pot when he suddenly felt his stomach churning. After saying hello, he hurriedly left the crowd. Murong Yin happened to see this scene and turned around to glance at Bai Qingli, who was still resting with his eyes closed. No way. How many times has it been such a coincidence? Brother, do you have any strange supernatural power, such as making your words come true? Bai Qingli opened his eyes. What were you dreaming about in broad daylight? If he really had this power, he would have found the girl a long time ago, and until now, there has been no news for several days. Those people were Shirshin's family. Why didn't he see the girl? Could it be that he got the wrong person? He shouldn't have. When Murong Yin looked at the group of people in the other corner of the service area again, he saw a familiar figure from behind. Brother, isn't it the second brother? Why did he get into that bunch? Go get some information. After Tang Chen returned to the team, his eyes darkened when he saw the unfamiliar Nangong Yin next to Shin Chiyue. Chiyue, who is this? San Kuyus Midit. She didn't know Nangong Yin in this life. This gentleman spent some crystal nuclei to have a hot meal with us. It's not easy for everyone in the end of the world. Nangong Yin did give a few crystal cores, but his purpose was not to eat, but to listen to the news. Mr. Tang glanced at Nangong Yin and said, "Is that so? Aren't you going to call your other 2 teammates?" Nangong Yin chuckled. My eldest brother doesn't like crowded places. Nanqing narrowed his eyes. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that this person was very similar to Nangong Huaiji. Nanqing's gaze made Nangong Yin feel a little uncomfortable. He raised his head and looked in the direction of his gaze, just in time to meet Nanqing's somewhat honest smile. Nangong Yin lowered his eyes slightly. The man's smile looked a little incongruous. He touched the small knife on his chest. As an excellent doctor, he was sure that the man had undergone major surgery on his face. His face now is probably nothing like what he used to look like. Shin Chiyue was a little confused. She didn't know why her father looked at Nangong Yin, and Nangong Yin looked at his father in a strange way. Mr. Tang noticed something unusual about the Shun family and asked, "This little friend seems to have an extraordinary temperament. I wonder if he is from the city. What is his name?" Nangong Yin had a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, old man. I come from the Nangong family in the imperial capital, Nangong Yin, and I'm here to find someone." Nangong Yin glanced at Shin Chiyue. It's just that he hasn't been found yet. When he heard about the Nangong family in the imperial capital, Nanqing's mind buzzed. He unconsciously picked up a piece of mutton, but Shun Tingyan knocked it away. "Aching, this is mutton. You are allergic to mutton, so you can't eat it." Nanqing smiled and said, "Tingyan, I didn't pay attention for the moment." Nangong Yin glanced at Nanqing. He felt that it was not his imagination. When he heard about the Nangong family in the imperial capital, the slight expression on the man's face changed for a moment. After knowing Nangong Yan's identity, Mr. Tang laughed and said, "It turns out that he is from the Nangong family in the imperial capital. I know your grandfather Nangong Fu. My wife was seriously ill at that time, and it was only after I invited your grandfather to heal her. I don't know who Xiaoyan is looking for. Maybe Grandpa Tang knows." The Nangong family in the imperial capital is a family of traditional Chinese medicine. After the end of the world, doctors may be even more in demand. What's more, everyone in the Nangong family has excellent medical skills, and friendship cannot be achieved only by having money. Nangong Yin glanced at Shin Chiyue again. They originally found out that the woman's name was Shun Chiyue last night, but the eldest brother said that they were not the people he was looking for. He was now sure that these people were from the Shin family and the Tang family in the pre-apocalyptic city. Either the eldest brother recognized the wrong person, or the little girl he fell in love with deceived him, or there was something wrong with the Shin family. I wonder why Mr. Nangong always glances at my daughter. Shin Tingyan was a little dissatisfied. This man kept looking at Yi. As a mother, it was strange that she wasn't angry. Nangong Yin, Chiyu is my fiancé. Tang Chen wanted to get angry when Nangong Yin glanced at Shin Chiyu for the first time, but was stopped by Mr. Tang's eyes. He had also heard of the Nangong family in the imperial capital, but it was now the end of the world, and he wanted to return to the imperial capital, but he didn't know if he would have the chance to do so. Shin Chiyue's face froze when she heard Tang Chen's words. She was afraid that Nangong Yin would misunderstand, so she quickly said, "The engagement between the Tang family and the Shun family has long been cancelled." Tang Chen retorted. It's just that the engagement with Luo Tang is invalid. When Nangong Yin heard Tang Chen's words, he had a guess in his mind. He quickly asked, who is Luo Tang? Could it be Shin Chiyue too? Why did young Master Nangong ask this? Tang Chen felt that Nangong Yin was inexplicable. Nangong Yin smiled and said, Master Tang, don't get me wrong. The person my eldest brother and I are looking for is also named Shin Chiyue, but it's not Shin Chiyue from the Shin family. He only looked at Miss Shin a few more times when he heard Miss Shin's name. Nanching lowered his head and silently plucked the rice in his bowl. He actually came to see Luo Tang. Oh, really? I wonder what the relationship is between Shin Chiyue, whom Xiaoyan is looking for, and you? How old is she? Mr. Tang suddenly became interested. The city's name is Shin Chiyue, and there aren't many names with the same name. This name is not popular. Nangong Yin smiled and said, Sister, I am 22 this year. When he said this, Nangong Yin could already guess the expression on his eldest brother's face. Bai Qingli has psychic powers. Even if Shin Chiyue and a group of people are far away from him, they can still hear their conversations clearly. After hearing Nangong's words, his face turned cold unconsciously. Nangong Yin was also helpless. Could it be that he wanted to talk about sister-in-law? At the age of 22, this little girl has just graduated from college. He didn't know the person his elder brother was looking for, and he had nothing to do with her, so he could only make it up. After hearing the word sister, the smile on Nanqing's face froze. Shin Tingyan was a little confused. Sister 22. Luo Tang happens to be 22 this year, and she is an orphan of unknown origin. Before she turned 18, she was named after her daughter Shin Chiyue. But this is impossible. The child who was lost in the imperial capital traveled across more than half of the Dragon Kingdom to the city. Shin Tingyan looked carefully at Nangong Yan's face when he saw those seductive fox eyes. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she suddenly felt that Luo Tang really looked a bit like Nangong Yan. It can't be such a coincidence. Chapter 44, Knowing Luo Tang's Traces. Before I found my biological sister, there was an adopted sister named Shin Chiyue who left the Shin family 4 years ago. Shin Qiang, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly said. Nangong Yin didn't expect that the Shin family would have drama about the real and fake daughter. For years ago, the timelines happened to coincide. If you are really here to find your sister, then why have you been doing it all these years? Or, why haven't you found her in the past 4 years? Tangtang's 18th-year-old is Shin Chiyue, so it may not be possible to find out. Then what happens next? Shin Qiang felt that Nangong Yin was suspicious. To be fair, he hoped that Tang Tang could find his family. The Nangong family in the imperial capital is very powerful. If it is really Tangtang's family, there will be a guarantee for her in the last days. Shin Tingyun gladid at Shin Qiang. This stupid son always turned his elbows outward every day. If Luo Tang is really a member of Nangong's family in the imperial capital, and he still hates them, wouldn't it be offending? Nangong Yin coughed lightly. It turned out that 4 years ago, my eldest brother found some clues. Due to an accidental injury, he became a vegetative state and was lying in the hospital bed. Only when the apocalypse broke out was he lucky enough to wake up, and I learned the news about my sister. Nangong Yin felt a strong and cold spiritual power, and his body trembled unconsciously. Shin Chiyue's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a high probability that Luo Tang was really the person Nangong Yin was looking for. Shitiasid Shin Qian. If Luo Tang was really Nangong Yan's sister, then she and Nangong Yin would be together. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't want Nangong Yin to find Luo Tang. In the apocalypse, it is not known how long Luo Tang can survive alone with a child. But Nangong Yin was her savior. Shin Chiyue glanced at Nangong Yin. She had a high nose and fair skin, especially her beautiful fox eyes, which were really similar to Luo Tang's eyes. Shin Qiang gently pulled off Shin Chiyue's hand. Ever since Nangong Yin appeared, Shin Chiyue had been acting abnormally. Could it be that he wanted to prevent Nangong Yin from finding Luo Tang now? But why? Tang Dang has left the Shun family and has no major conflicts with Shin Chiyue. If he really felt that Tang Dang had occupied her identity as the eldest lady of the Shun family for 18 years and hated Tang Dang, he would not look down on her at all. It wasn't Tang Dang who made her live a hard life. It was her parents who accidentally lost her. Tang Dang almost died several times in the Shin family. What happened when he was 4 years old is still fresh in his memory. Shin Chiyue felt Shin Qiang's disgust, struggled in her heart, and said, I don't know if the person you are looking for is Luo Tang. She was indeed the eldest lady of the Shun family before she turned 18, and I was not. Ye, stop talking. Shin Tingyun held Shin Chiyue's hand. Mom, it's okay. Let me finish. If the person Master Nangong is looking for is really Luo Tang, wouldn't it be great if she can find her family? My Ye is so kind. Shin Tingyun smiled happily. Nangong Yin always had a warm smile on his face and looked at the Shin family members quietly. The authorities are confused, but the bystanders are clear. Within 10 minutes, he could tell that these people had their own concerns and were not thinking the same thing. Shin Chiyue, the older brother, seems to have a better relationship with Luo Tang. If Miss Shin knows the whereabouts of Luo Tang, please let me know. Just think that I, Nangong Yin, owe Miss Shin a favor. Mr. Tang's eyes lit up. The Nangong family's favor could be life-saving at critical moments. But he hadn't heard that the Nangong family had lost a child. On the other hand, the Luo family, who was married to the Nangong family, lost a child 22 years ago and was still looking for it before the end of the world. Could it be that child belongs to the eldest daughter of the Nangong family and the head of the Luo family? Isn't it also considered to be the Nangong family's? Mr. Tang was about to speak when Shin Chiyue was one step ahead of him. Because I returned to the Shun family, Luo Tang left the Shin family. Before leaving, my mother gave Luo Tang 1 billion. The mother-daughter relationship between her and my mother was completely severed. By the way, she also brought a threesome with her. Children who are over 10 years old don't know what will happen after the end of the world. Shin Chiyue lowered her eyebrows slightly, looking like she was worried about Luo Tang. When Nan Gongyin heard that he was bringing a child over 3 years old, the smile on his face couldn't be kept at all. More than 3 years old, for years ago, could that child be the eldest brother's, right? What a beast. For years ago, this little girl was only 18 years old, a child who had just graduated from high school. Shin Chiyue lowered her eyes slightly. Nan Gongyin, we didn't know that the end of the world would come. If Luo Tang had not severed ties with the Shin family, and the end of the world broke out, the Shin family would be able to take care of one or two. But now we don't know where Luo Tang is. There was a big earthquake in the city a few days ago, and the army moved many people. If Luo Tang is still alive, maybe she can be found along the army's migration route. Murong Yin stood next to Bai Qingli, trembling. Isn't it tiring that the big brother's face is changing? What was originally cold and frosty turned into worry. What on earth did you hear? Bai Qingli walked straight out of the service area, got on the off-road vehicle, and prepared to follow the army's migration route to find Luo Tang. Go and call Ian back. Nangong Yin naturally saw Bai Qingli's actions. Thank you, Miss Shin, for informing me. I'm in a hurry to find my sister, so I won't disturb the meal and leave first. Little banquet. Let's finish our meal before leaving. We will also start our journey then. With more people, we have more strength, and the road will be safer. Mr. Tang said with a smile. Murong Yan's voice came over. Second brother, if you don't leave, eldest brother will leave you. Nangong Yin stood up, cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry, everyone. My eldest brother is a bit impatient. Nangong Yin turned to Shin Chiyue. Thank you, Miss Shin, for informing me. You're welcome. I hope Master Nangong can find his sister soon. Sin Kuis Milid Gintli. Nangong Yin nodded with a smile. I would like to borrow Miss Shun's kind words. Looking at Nangong Yan's leaving figure, it was Bai Qingli again. Could it be that he still has the power of eavesdropping? Based on the distance between her and Bai Qingli, it was impossible for Bai Qingli to hear the content of their conversation. This man is really annoying. Yeah, everyone has gone away. Shen Tingyun shook his head. He didn't know what his daughter liked about Nangong Yin. She was more beautiful than a woman and not masculine at all. Shin Chiyue withdrew her gaze. Chiyue, after we finish eating, how about we go directly to the Chang'e Plain where you want to go? Tang Chen asked. Okay. When Nangong Yin found Luo Tang, he wouldn't stay in Qingshi for long. He had to return to the imperial capital after all, and he would definitely have to pass through the Chang'e Plain. At worst, she could improve her strength and go to the imperial capital. Whether before or after the end of the world, the imperial capital is the center of the Dragon Kingdom and the largest base. Luo Tang waited for most of the day, but did not wait for the cars of the Tang family and the Shin family among the vehicles coming to the gathering place. According to the schedule, the city is almost submerged by seawater, and Shin Chiyue and the others should leave the city. Brother, why are there so many vines on the road? Murong Yin felt a numbness in his heart when he saw a large patch of lush green and wriggling vines growing in the middle of the road. Mutated plants. Humans can mutate, animals can mutate, so there's no reason why plants can't mutate. Nangong Yan's heart sank. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean there will be dangers everywhere around us in the future? Bai Qingli said nothing and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. The end of the world is so dangerous, I don't know if the girl is still alive. Even if she died, he would dig her out. At this moment, Luo Tang was having lunch with her baby son, and this time she also invited Xia Peilon. Chapter 45, Leaving Qing City. Luo Tang closed the car door and pulled down all the curtains so that people outside could not see what the people inside the RV were doing. When Xia Peilon saw the lettuce and roast chicken on the table, she was so excited that she almost drooled. Although she would not go hungry in the army, she had not eaten roast chicken since the end of the world. Tang Tang, is it too late for me to hold your thighs tightly now? It's just some inventory. I know you like roast chicken. Thank you for your care these days. I plan to leave tonight and head north. Luo Tang said. Xia Peilon paused with the chicken drumstick in her hand. Why do you want to leave? Isn't it good here? We can build a new home soon. The end of the world is so dangerous, Tang Tang. Why do you want to go north? I want to go to the imperial capital, which is the center of Dragon Country. Maybe it will become the largest base of Dragon Country after the end of the world. Then I could buy a house there and become the first generation of rich people in the new era of the end of the world. Luo Tang Yukit. Also, you see that Daodu and Wan Mao have both mutated. Will the animals and plants in the mountains also mutate in the future? I feel that it is still safer to stay in a powerful base. After hearing Luo Tang's words, Xia Peilon fell into deep thought. The evil species are different from the zombies in novels. The advanced evil species they encountered last time were intelligent. If plants and animals mutate in large numbers by then, will there be more intelligent creatures on the blue planet than just humans? Xia Peilon smiled bitterly. Tang Tang, if my father is willing to leave the Xia family, I want to go to the imperial capital with you. The Xia family was a large family before the end of the world, but to her, her father was her closest relative. She can abandon other members of the Xia family, but she cannot abandon her father. It's good that you are here. Uncle Xia will definitely not leave the Xia family. If I take root in the imperial capital and resume communication in the future, I will definitely contact you. Luo Tang continued. Okay, Tang Tang, you must live well. Can't you just stay away? It's so dangerous outside in the apocalypse. Xia Peilon said worriedly. Luo Tang smiled. There is no place that is not dangerous in the end times, and it will only get more dangerous in the future. Chapelon was silent. She is in the army, looks glorious, and has enough food and clothes. Once danger comes, soldiers will always rush to the front, even at the cost of their lives. If she died, her father would still have the Xia family. If Tang Tang died, Zhou Zhou would have no one. Xia Peilon held Luo Tang's hand tightly. Tang Tang, it's still dark tomorrow, so leave early. I'm afraid other soldiers in the army will come looking for you. Before leaving, Luo Tang gave Xia Peilon a thick military coat. Take this. The weather might change in the last days. Don't give the things I give you to others. Luo Tang looked domineering. Xia Peilon took the bag and said, there is no winter in this province. But now it's the end of the world. Who knows what will happen in the future? Okay, since Tang Tang gave it to me, I will definitely keep it well. Xia Peilon hugged Luo Tang, her eyes slightly red. She didn't know if they would have the chance to meet again in the future. Since she joined the army at the age of 18, she and Tang Tang rarely saw each other once a year. She took out a small ball from her inner pocket and stuffed it into Luo Tang's hand. Take good care of yourself. Xia Peilon pinched Luo Linzhou's chubby face again before leaving Luo Tang's RV. As soon as Xia Peilon got out of the RV, someone started pointing at her. She is wearing ordinary clothes now, but some people still recognize her as a soldier. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, my roommates surrounded me. Peilon, why are you carrying such a big cotton coat? Asked a short-haired woman with a heroic look. My friend gave it to me because he was worried about extreme weather. No way. There's no winter in the province. If the weather is cold, a sweater will be enough. It's the end of the world now. Who can predict it? Xia Peilon put the code into her suitcase. Then we have to talk to the commander. We have to be prepared for the worst. What Luo Tang didn't know was that because of the clothing she gave, the army was prepared for extreme weather, thus avoiding the deaths of most people in the Qinghe base. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the distant sky was slightly pale, and faint white spots were rendered on the gray cloth. Luo Tang was awakened by the alarm clock. He picked up Zhou Zhou and walked out of the space in the RV. He heard whispers in his ears. He lowered his eyes slightly, and it seemed that someone had already woken up. Luo Linzhou held Luo Tang's sleeve tightly with his little hand. He felt that someone was watching them in the dark. Why don't Zhou Zhou sleep a little longer? Luo Tang's voice was very soft. Luo Linzhou shook his head. He would not sleep until some bad guys wanted to bully his mommy. Put the RV into the space. Take out a well-fueled off-road vehicle. Take out the child's seat and fasten the seat belt for Zhou Zhou. Black Hole and Curly got into the car by themselves. Black Hole sat in the back seat, alerting everything around him through the rear glass. Just as she started the car, a car stopped next to Luo Tang's car. The door opened, and a short-haired woman stood in front of the car and waved at her. Tang Tang, I'm about to go on a mission. Let's go out together. Luo Tang raised the corners of his lips unconsciously and said softly, okay. She knew that Xia Peilon had deliberately come to her side. If she went out with the military personnel, others would think that they were just going on a mission. Looking at the black SUV leaving, a yellow-haired man touched his hair and said, brother, shall we follow today? A bald man was sitting in the car. The faint morning light shone on his left cheek, reflecting on the hideous and terrifying scar. Chapter 46, The Miserable Trio. We're just going out to collect supplies. The man blew out a smoke ring. Huang Mao started the car with a smile and followed behind Xia Peilon's car. Xia Peilon sees that in it. She couldn't say anything about the people going to collect supplies early in the morning. Fortunately, there was only one car that caught up. There are at most 3 or 4 people in a car, and Tang Tang can definitely handle them with a gun. When Luo Tang and Xia Peilon separated, he gave her a reassuring gesture. Captain Xia, Sister Luo, is so brave. Lin Ji said unconsciously as she watched the black SUV going away. If it were her, with a child, she wouldn't know how to survive in the apocalypse. Before, she thought Luo Tang was the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. Xia Peilon smiled and said, Gigi is also very good, saving lives and healing the wounded. Lin Ji smiled embarrassedly. This is what I should do. I won't speak nonsense when I don't know the situation in the future. Luo Tang drove north, out of the military guard area, and entered a dilapidated national highway. The road was bumpy, and she drove very slowly. Ma Chong was delighted to see Luo Tang's car separated from the army. Brother, this woman really wants to leave the gathering place as you expected. Don't worry, we still have brothers in the town ahead. Ma Chong's eyes fell on the cracked national highway, his eyes dark and unclear. Thinking of Luo Tang's appearance, my heart suddenly became hot. Although this woman brought a child, her figure and face were simply a beauty, and she was also a person with spatial abilities. This time he will definitely get both the goods and the beautiful women. Luo Tang had been walking for about half an hour when a tattered black SUV slowly entered the gathering area. Bai Qingli was driving when the car suddenly stopped. Murong Yin whispered, Brother, our car seems to be really broken. How about we stop and repair it, or change a car? Looking at the car with all the glass shattered and completely deformed, Bai Qingli's face turned black. Since the end of the world, he felt that he was particularly unlucky. Along the way, they either encountered powerful evil species, mutant beasts, or landslides. The army cleared a road that others passed safely, but he encountered powerful mutant plants and almost died at their hands. After sitting in the car for a day and a night and fighting with the mutated plants, he was really tired and hungry. Bai Qingli opened the car door and saw the military off-road vehicle coming from afar. He was delighted, as it seemed that they were about to reach the military base. Come down and walk over there. Murong Yin glanced at Bai Qingli with resentment. He was so miserable. Now standing in front of his mother probably doesn't even recognize him. Xiao Peilon's mission this time is to go to the next city to search for survivors. Lin Ji is not only a military doctor, but also has wood-related abilities. Although the wood-based superpower is not as good as the healing power in saving people, it is still a little useful in saving people. As soon as Xia Peilon left the gathering place, she ran into 3 beggars with excellent temperaments. The reason why they are called beggars is that these 3 people looked so miserable. His shirt was shredded, his face was covered in dust, and his 3 pairs of eyes were very striking. She stopped the car and looked at Bai Qingli. Why did she feel that this man was a little familiar? Could it be that she encountered a ghost on her way home so early in the morning before dawn? So when Bai Qingli walked past her car with his long legs, Xiao Peilon called out tentatively, Bai Qingli? The 3 of them paused, stopped, turned around and looked at the short-haired woman in the SUV. Bai Qingli frowned, as if trying to recall who this woman was and how she knew his name. Xiao Peilon's face turned dark. It was a living person. Are you really Bai Qingli? You used to be a mercenary? Who are you? Xiao Peilon's face turned even darker. She opened the car door, ran to Bai Qingli aggressively, and grabbed Bai Qingli by the collar. You damn scumbag! Aren't you dead? Bai Qingli's eyes were a little confused, as if he really didn't know this woman. And he only had sex with girls from beginning to end. Seeing that Xia Peilon was about to take action, Murong Yin quickly stopped her. Are you Luo Tang? Xia Peilon glanced at Murong Yin. She didn't recognize him. He seemed to be Bai Qingli's brother. I'm not. Murong Yin smiled and knocked off Xia Peilon's hand. You are not. Why are you dragging my eldest brother? Xia Peilon sneered. I am Luo Tang's best friend. Pointing at Bai Qing, he said politely, it doesn't matter if you don't remember me. 4 years ago in the beautiful country, you saved a girl named Xin Qiyue. Do you remember? Is the child in her belly yours? Please tell me the truth. Kuei Tangdang thought he was dead. If she hadn't heard what Zhou Zhou said a few days ago, she would never have thought that Zhou Zhou might be Bai Qingli's child instead of the kidnapper. Murong Yin wanted to grab Xia Peilon's hand, but immediately retracted it and said with a smile, Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. So you are my sister-in-law's best friend. I wonder where my sister-in-law is. Xia Peilon snorted coldly. Since you are not dead, you haven't come to see Tangdang for 4 years. Why are you here now? Bai Qingli was annoyed. When did I die? Xia Peilon became even angrier. You just don't want to take responsibility. That's fine. Just pretend you didn't meet me today. It's fine for Tangdang to take care of Zhou Zhou by herself. After Xia Peilon finished speaking, she rushed into the car, closed the door, and started the car. Chapter 47, Tire Explosion, Forced to Stop. Nangong Yin stopped in front of the car and said, I'm sorry, my eldest brother is not dead. He just became a vegetable for 4 years. As soon as he woke up, he came to find my sister-in-law. I wonder if Luo Tang is in the garrison ahead? Xia Peilon was stunned. Vegetative? Didn't Tangdang say that Bai Qingli was dead? Bai Qingli had become a vegetable and could not speak, so someone else must have told Tangdang the news about Bai Qingli. Rather than trusting the strangers in front of her, Xia Peilon naturally believed Luo Tang. Nangong Yin smiled and said, My eldest brother had an accident 4 years ago. After he was rescued, he became a vegetable. Xia Peilon didn't know what to say for a moment. She didn't know Tong Tong's attitude towards Bai Qingli. If Tang Tang didn't like Bai Qingli, if Bai Qingli came to her, it would be a trouble for her. After a moment of silence, he said, "Please take care of the people around you and don't bring trouble to Tang Tang. The news she got is that you killed yourself, and you were a step too late." Tang Tang left the gathering place this morning and headed north to the imperial capital. After leaving these words, Xiao Peilon stepped on the accelerator, turned a corner, and sped away. The three of them breathed in a mouthful of car exhaust. Murong Yin pointed at the departing car, too angry to speak. "Brother, please say something." Bai Qingli's face was dark. 4 years ago, after I was rescued, who had the phone? I was busy saving you at that time. So how could I pay attention to a broken cell phone? Nangong Yin did not expect this to happen. It turned out that the girl had always thought that her brother was dead. If this suddenly appeared in front of the girl, would she be scared? No wonder the short-haired woman looked so angry when she saw the eldest brother. If it were him, he would also be angry. "Brother, the only ones who can get your personal belongings are your family and your mother's favorite young lady from the Luo family. It's funny to say that this woman is your fiancée. After seeing that you, brother, have become a vegetable with no hope of waking up, she turned around and married your mortal enemy. It's a pity that your aunt still treated her as her daughter-in-law. Otherwise she..." "Oh, Luo Yu. Yes, it's her. I suspect her. Your mother and brother can't say you're dead. I suspect it was something my mother said in anger. She has always hated my profession." Murong Yin was stunned. This seems possible. Something has happened to my eldest brother, and he is dying. Suddenly, a specially marked phone rang. My aunt answered the phone, and the person asked how my eldest brother was doing. My aunt wouldn't think that my eldest brother was a gangster, and then get angry and say that he brought his own death upon himself. Nangong Yin looked at Bai Qingli strangely. What an unlucky guy. Go to the gathering place ahead, find a better car, change some things, and head north. It's a good opportunity to go home as well. He didn't know what to say. It feels like my brother has no chance to be with the person he likes. It's just too much of a coincidence. They arrived right after Luo Tang left. If they hadn't encountered powerful mutant plants on the way, they would have been here yesterday afternoon. There is a sound behind Chigu Chigu. Dowda would lean over the rear window of the car to take a look from time to time. "Don't worry, we'll take care of the people behind later." Luo Tang concentrated on driving. Suddenly the car shook violently, and she heard the sound of a tire exploding. She used her mental power to sweep it, and found a sharp spike on the ground piercing into the tire. Chigu bang bang. Dowda got furious and started screaming like a tire exploding. Luo Tang held her forehead with her hand. She wanted to stuff the little guy into the space. Bamboo waves roll by the roadside. The breeze blows gently, and the bamboo leaves rustle. She could use her mental power to detect that the roots of some plants had spread to the middle of the road. The spikes that punctured the tires were bamboo shoots growing in the middle of the road. Luo Tang had a headache. There were many bamboo forests in the south. She could ask Dowdu to strengthen the car body, but what about the tires? The cracked cement road slowly began to be covered by black hard soil, and planting crops in the future would probably be a huge project. The mutated land is not conducive to the growth of ordinary crops at all. The mutated crops are strange and bizarre, and some can even attack people. It may be easy to grow it, but if you want to get its fruit, the mutated plant will fight you to the death. It depends on whether you can defeat the mutated plant. Any mild mutant crops that can be found are treasures that are essential for human survival. Luo Tang stopped the car and got out with a few little ones. A green thing crawled out of her pocket. Dowda noticed the mutated moss with his sharp eyes, stretched out his claws, and grabbed the mutated moss in his palm. "Dowdu, the little grass ball is our partner now. We must live in peace with it." Dowd nodded and placed the small ball of grass in Jojo's palm. "Chigu, little cub, it's so soft." Luo Tang had just put the off-road vehicle into the space, and the small ball of grass that had been lying quietly in Jojo's palm suddenly ran to the ground. Chapter 48 Murder. The roots penetrated into the ground and began to spread, and a green carpet unfolded in front of Luo Tang. "Mommy, green hairball is so awesome," Jojo shouted happily. Luo Tang was surprised to find that the underground roots of plants and the pointed shoots that had grown out had all disappeared. "Maowan, can you still devour plants?" Advanced mutant plants have territorial awareness. Luo Tang tried to communicate with the mutant moss using his mental power. After the mutant moss devoured the surrounding plants, it emitted a light green light. She felt the energy fluctuations in the mutant moss growing. Soon the green light on the mutant moss disappeared, and it also advanced to the middle stage of the first stage. Luo Tang also received a response from the mutant moss. "Mom, there is energy." Luo Tang understood that anything with energy could be absorbed by the mutant moss after being swallowed, and then used to advance. Those roots and shoots just now are definitely not mutant plants. If it was a mutated plant, she would be able to sense it with just a scan of her mental power. Perhaps it is on the edge of mutation and being an ordinary plant with some energy molecules contained in its body, but it is just a little bit away from mutation. Luo Tang glanced at the black SUV following him about 300 meters away. He took out the RV and stroked the 1-meter-high tire of the RV. Manhwa, can your clone surround the tire? If something hurts the RV, can you help the owner solve it? Water, water, water. The mutant moss jumped onto the roof of the RV and began to spread downwards. The entire RV was covered with mutated moss, and it was green and furry. Luo Tang used his mental power to communicate with the mutated moss, preventing it from spreading to the car windows. The mutant moss kept calling for water. Luo Tang opened the car door and let Zhou and the others enter the RV first. I climbed onto the roof of the RV and saw the wilted body of the mutant moss on the roof. It looks like the energy is exhausted. Luo Tang took out some black soil from the space, and the mutated moss obediently retracted some of its clones, and Luo Tang spread the soil all over the roof of the car. Soon the black soil became the place where the mutant moss took root. The green hairy ball was not big. Before the upgrade, it was only the size of Zhou's palm. After the promotion, it was only as big as her palm. Manhwa, if a car ran over your clone, would you feel pain? The mutant moss rubbed Luo Tang affectionately. No. Luo Tang had just poured a bowl of spiritual water on the mutant moss when he turned a corner and a black SUV came into view. At first glance, I saw a man with a hideous scar on the left side of his face sitting in the front of the car. Ma Chong looked at Luo Tang with an aggressive gaze, and Luo Tang frowned slightly. Girl, where are we going? Do you want to come with us? My elder brother is a powerful psychic. The speaker was a yellow-haired man next to the man. There were 4 people sitting in the back seat of the car. Luo Tang's mental power detected that several of them had bulging objects hanging around their waists. It turned out there was a gun, but I didn't know where it came from. Perrin was able to give her guns, so maybe these people got their guns from the military. They did not move in the gathering area only because of the pressure from the army. But this army still needs to be reorganized. Luo Tang climbed onto the iron railing on the edge of the RV's roof, exerted force with his wrists, flipped his body, and brought his body into the RV. With a sneer, she opened her red lips and said, "How powerful can you be? Are you a 3 Series superpower user? Or do you have a gun? You follow me all the way? I should give you some reward." The people in the car were startled, and the scarred man quickly took out his gun and pointed the black muzzle at Luo Tang's forehead. But before he could pull the trigger, a powerful mental pressure fell on their heads. A slight gunshot rang beside his ears, and before the yellow-haired man could react, his body was covered with glass shards. Turning his head with difficulty, he saw a small bloody hole on the boss's forehead. Red blood was gushing out, his eyeballs were turned outward, and blood was dripping from his cheeks onto the seat in an instant. Huang Mao wanted to reach out and hold the boss. Luo Tang had been standing in front of his car without him noticing, staring at him with a smile. "Run!" the 2 people behind shouted. "In troubled times, are you the one who caused trouble for those who are living better than you? Daodu, after you kill him, dig out the crystal core and hand it over to me." The 3 of them were horrified, looking at Luo Tang's smiling face. They thought he was a devil. As Huang Mao stepped on the accelerator, a furry, unknown creature rushed into the car through the broken window and cut into his neck with its claws. The 2 people behind hurriedly opened the car door and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Miss, we were just forced." Daodu raised his head and looked at Luo Tang in confusion, waiting for her instructions. The eldest cub said that without her order, the 2-legged beasts could not be killed and their crystal cores taken at will. Feeling Luo Tang's cold gaze, the 2 looked at each other and wanted to use their superpowers to escape, but his powerful mental power directly locked them both. Luo Tang shot them one by one and sent them to the west. How could she not understand the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountains? Even if these 2 people are weaklings now, who knows if they will have great opportunities in the future? He has a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and looks like a villain at first glance. It is better to offend a gentleman than to let a villain go. If she can't beat them today, either she and Zhou will die, or they will become the exclusive prey of this group of people. The scarred man just now looked at her as if he was examining a commodity. Zhou poked out his little head and stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. Chapter 49, 4 Skeletons. "Mommy, have you really never experienced the end of the world? How come killing people is just like cutting vegetables?" Zhou feels that there is nothing in the world that his mother is afraid of. Luo Tang put away his gun and turned around, his hair not even out of place, and asked softly, "Zhou, are you scared?" For some reason, Luo Linzhou shook unconsciously when he looked at his mother's smile. Then he smiled and stared at Luo Tang with his dark eyes. "Mommy, I'm not afraid. Can you teach Zhou how to use a gun?" Luo Tang looked at his 3-year-old son, but his eyes lacked the innocence of a child, and his heart ached. He carried Luo Linzhou down from the RV and took a gun from space. A 3-year-old child's hands are too small to hold a gun. Luo Tang saw the reflection of the gun in Luo Linzhou's eyes. "Zhou, did you see the gun in that man's hand?" Luo Linzhou raised his head and looked inside the car. The man had fallen onto the seat. Half of his face was stained with blood, and his right hand was hanging naturally. He didn't let go of the gun in his hand. Luo Linzhou was shocked. If Mommy wasn't as capable as them, would it be Mommy who was lying motionless in the car now? Luo Linzhou threw the gun he was holding to the ground, hugged Luo Tang's legs, and tears flowed down his face like crazy. Mommy, Zhou doesn't want anything to happen to you. Luo Tang originally just wanted to teach the little guy that weapons are used to protect oneself, not to kill people casually. I didn't expect that the little guy would think of her first. He picked up his son and patted him gently on the back. Mommy will be fine. I just want to tell Zhou that we can't use the weapons in our hands casually. Powerful weapons are used to protect ourselves and fight against bad guys. Luo Linzhou nodded while hiccuping. Mommy, I know. Luo Tang held Zhou in his arms and hummed a nursery rhyme. Luo Linzhou slowly fell asleep in Luo Tang's arms. Daodu felt itchy, so he slipped to Luo Tang and picked up the gun that Luo Linzhou dropped. Luo Tang had just coaxed Luo Linzhou to sleep when gunshots rang out. The little guy woke up suddenly and looked around with a wary look on his face. Dodo, Luo Tang said through gritted teeth. The gun she took out from the space was not silenced and had no bullets. It was originally meant for Zhou to play with. Chigu Daodu knew that he had made a mistake and gave Luo Tang a flattering smile, presenting the gun to Luo Tang with his two paws. Luo Tang put away the gun. After Luo Linzhou woke up, he struggled to get out of his mother's arms. After putting Zhou down, Luo Tang asked Dodo to dig out the crystal cores of the two corpses. Only 2 of these 4 people are psychics. Daodu's eyes lit up when he saw the thumb-sized golden crystal core. Thinking of Luo Tang's words, he handed the crystal core to Luo Tang obediently and asked Luo Tang to help him wash his paws. A second-level mid-stage gold crystal core and a first-level mid-stage strength crystal core. After washing the crystal cores, Luo Tang just held 2 crystal cores. The colorful lotus bud crystal core in my mind lit up, and an idea instantly popped up in my mind, whether to obtain gold or strength abilities. Luo Tang's heart trembled slightly. She had even forgotten that she had a strange superpower. I just didn't expect this to be possible. The Earth-type crystal core that Daodu obtained 2 days ago never passed through her hands. She already has psychic power, and the crystal cores given by the army have no attributes. That's why I didn't have this idea. Chigu, big boy, can you please give me that shiny crystal core? Daodu looked at Luo Tang eagerly. Luo Tang still gave the gold crystal core to Daodu. Only one of her petals was open, which meant she could only obtain 1 superpower. Daodu already has the gold-related superpower, and she wants to obtain another one. She doesn't really want strength-related abilities right now. By drinking spiritual water and exercising every day, her strength will grow. Now she wants to create a more useful superpower. It would be great if she could let Zhou gain the superpower as well. Just as Luo Tang was thinking, a ball of green fur slipped past his feet and went into the shabby SUV next to him. Looking inside the car, the fur ball was devouring the 4 dead bodies inside. Several people looked at this scene in surprise. Zhou looked at the mutated moss and was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. Mommy, the fur ball seems to have mutated into a carnivorous plant. Luo Tang gently stroked his son's head. Zhou must have seen these scenes in his previous life. Zhou has lived for 2 years, and the end of the world 2 years later should be more terrifying than it is now. It's okay. Mount Wan is my contracted plant. Il listen to you. Luo Linzhou nodded, and his stomach began to growl. Luo Tang looked at his watch. It was already 6:30 in the morning. They hadn't had breakfast yet, and the hairball had devoured 4 corpses, and there was no telling how long it would take. It's a good opportunity to have breakfast in the car. It's out in the middle of nowhere, and no one will come early in the morning. Luo Tang took the little guys back to the RV. The entire RV was wrapped by Mount Wan's clones. She left Daodu outside to guard it, so she didn't have to worry. So he took Zhou and heightened into the space. 10 minutes later, a convoy passed by. When Ziyuan saw the abandoned SUV, he immediately stopped the car and wanted to see what was going on. With a quick glance, he caught a glimpse of the squirming green carpet, and a human-shaped skeleton appeared in his sight. After the green blanket swallowed 1 corpse, it spread to the corpse next to it. Dad, look at that big cart. It's all covered with furry moss. Run! Ziyuan immediately turned around and took a detour. Luo Tang didn't know that the mutant moss devouring the corpse was not only seen by people, but also scared people away. When Luo Tang came out, the mutant moss had just devoured 4 corpses. Luo Tang felt that the mutant moss had advanced to the late first stage. When he saw the 4 white skeletons in the car, he felt a chill in his heart. If this were an enemy, he would be really scary when he grew up. But now, Mount Wan is simply her right-hand man in destroying the corpses and covering up the traces. Mount Wan, does the flesh and blood of a mutant contain more energy? Can you advance quickly after devouring their flesh and blood? Luo Tang used his mental power to question the mutant moss. After the mutant moss had eaten the flesh and blood, it was still a cute furry ball. It shrank itself, slipped onto Luo Tang's shoulder, and bloomed several small flowers of different colors. Yes. Luo Tang raised his eyebrows and took out the power crystal core. Can the crystal core hairball be swallowed? The mutated moss spread to Luo Tang's hands and covered the crystal core. Chapter 50. The Garbage Picking Trio. The crystal core was wrapped by the mutated moss, but soon the mutated moss spit the crystal core onto the ground. It tastes terrible. A big smile appeared on Luo Tang's lips. When Manhwa becomes stronger in the future, wouldn't he be able to let it devour the flesh and blood first, and then let Daodu pick up the crystal core? Daodu picked up the crystal core, rubbed it on Manhwa's body, and then stuffed it into his small backpack. Daodu grinned and looked at Luo Tang, moving slowly towards the RV. When he got close to the RV, he whooshed in, Luo Tang. Her eyesight is particularly useful. Dudu. Daodu stuck his head out and said, Chigagu, big cub, someone just drove by and saw the fur ball and was scared away. Luo Tang's eyes darkened, and he put the 4 guns next to the bones and the bullets in several people's backpacks into the space. After giving Manhwa an order to take root on the roof, he drove the RV north. Not long after Luo Tang left, a black SUV stopped at her original position. Brother, there is an off-road vehicle here. Its owner is dead. Should we put it away? Murong Yin said excitedly. Bai Qingli glanced at the car parked in the middle of the road and said, when will we pick up this kind of junk? Brother, have you forgotten that our car broke down this morning and we walked for an hour or two before entering the gathering place? As long as the car can still be driven, we should keep it. It's just that the window is broken. I can fix it when the time comes. The roads to the north are in tatters. Ordinary cars will break down after driving for a short time. Murong Yin continued. There are 4 skeletons in the car, and they are still fresh. It seems that they were eaten by mutant plants. If you don't want to die, leave early. Nangong Yin reminded. After hearing what Murong Yin said, Bai Qingli finally got out of the car and checked the broken car. He never thought that one day he would be a rag picker. The car window was shattered by a bullet, but the rest of the car is intact. There is even a large barrel of gasoline in the trunk. Bai Qingli frowned. What kind of person is this devouring flesh and blood? Could it be that the evil ones can use guns? Nangong Yin was shocked when he heard this, put on his glasses, and hurriedly got out of the car to check. There was not a trace of flesh on the 4 skeletons in the car. They had been eaten cleanly. 3 of them had a hole in the brow bone, and 1 had his skull separated from his body. 3 people were shot to death, and 1 had his neck broken. The flesh and blood were definitely not devoured by the evil species. It is impossible for the evil species to devour so cleanly. It is very likely a strange, supernatural power of humans. The bones can be thrown away, but the car can still be used. Nangong Yan's eyes were calm, and the 4 lives did not cause even a ripple in his heart. Second brother, according to what you said, wouldn't it be very powerful to kill these 4 people? Murong Yin asked. Nangong Yin smiled and said, not only is it amazing, one of the human bones is a mid-level gold-level second-order mutant. How do you know? Murong Yin was shocked. Nangong Yin stroked the frame of his glasses. Compared to ordinary people, superpowers not only have superpowers, but their flesh and bones will slowly become different under the nourishment of superpowers. The bones of this gold-type superpower emit a faint metallic luster. Nangong Yin bent down and touched the human skeleton with his slender fingers. Seeing these 4 different human bones, he even had a bold idea. Will the bones of gold-type mutants be as hard as metal in the future, or even harder? Second brother, can you please stop being so perverted? I'm afraid you'll dig my bones if you do this. Damn. He is a gold-type mutant. Throw the bones out of the car. Bai Qingli shouted. Brother, why don't you also put this bone that emits a faint metallic luster into the space, and I will study it carefully when I go back. The smile in Nangong Yan's eyes was as gentle as water, but the words he said were not human words. Murong Yin was stunned. What's even more outrageous is that my eldest brother actually agreed. He really put the bones into the space. He trembled, a little afraid that the 2 men would kill him and then conduct experiments on him. Third brother, what are you afraid of? Nangong Yan's voice was very soft. Second brother, please stop messing around, okay? Nangong Yin gave Murong Yin a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Murong Yin became even more frightened. Get in the car. After Bai Qingli put the things into the space, he sat in the passenger seat. After stopping and walking along the way, it took Luo Tang more than half a month to reach the Chang'e Plain. She would always avoid urban areas and didn't encounter many evil species on the road, but she did encounter a lot of evil beasts. She killed all the evil beasts she encountered to obtain the crystal cores. So far, her mental power has been upgraded to the peak of the 3rd level, and her unknown power has also been upgraded to the early stage of the 3rd level. Another petal opened. Daodu and Zhou's supernatural powers have also reached the late 3rd level. It's just a pity that Zhou still has no combat power even after reaching the late 3rd level. As for Curly, he is still at the peak of the 2nd level. Even Black Hole's fire ability has reached the early 3rd level. However, the barrier ability is still in the middle stage of the second stage. Since she advanced to the peak of the third level, she has used up all the crystal core she obtained and is unable to advance, seeming to be stuck at this stage. So far, the only third-level evil species she has encountered is the little evil species in Qing City. As if she saw Luo Tang's worry. Mommy, it's only been a month since the end of the world, and we're already very powerful. In his previous life, he was separated from his mother on the way to Chang'e Plain. Now that we've arrived here 2 months in advance, Mommy will definitely be fine. As the RV slowly drove into the city, a plaque of the Yuhui base appeared within Luo Tang's mental range. She raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that the Afterglow base had been established just 1 month after the apocalypse. But the wall doesn't look very thick. It must have been built temporarily. There are even workers continuing construction. I originally thought that the Qing'e base was established early enough. Is this place not affected by the earthquake? Looking at the intact cement road, Luo Tang even felt that this area was not the same world as her previous area. Her mental power could only detect a range of approximately 400 meters, and she was unable to find out the specific situation here. But it seems that you have to hand over supplies to enter the base. She did have the supplies, but she didn't want to stay in the Chang'e Plain for long. Just as Luo Tang was thinking, he caught a glimpse of Shen Tingyun's face through the rearview mirror. Chapter 51: The Storm in the City and Seeing Tang Chun. If Shen Tingyun is here, then people from the Tang family must be there too. How wonderful! When Nanqing saw that the black RV in front was not moving, he honked the horn. Luo Tang recovered his thoughts, drove the car forward, and continued waiting in line to enter the base. Luo Tang was soon stopped. The guard stared at Luo Tang's car with stern eyes. Private cars are not allowed to enter the base. This off-road RV is great, with a metallic luster all over its body. It looks powerful and domineering, and all the windows are protected. With a car like this, you don't need to rent an apartment when you arrive at the base. If this car is impounded, it will definitely be sold for a good price. Luo Tang knew that he couldn't park his car outside the base. If you parked outside the base, a lot of people will be watching you at night. She still hasn't figured out what is going on in the Chang'e Plain and why it can remain the same. In the book, Shen Shiyue came to Chang'e Plain 3 months ago because she wanted to find the person who saved her in her previous life. Could it be that this time she found Nangong Yin? Doesn't that mean that Nangong Yin will not lose his memory due to injury in this life? You have to get out of the car if you want to enter the base. If you don't enter the base, the people behind you will still be waiting to enter the base. People from a patrol team gathered around Luo Tang's car. Luo Tang glanced at the leader, a middle-aged man with a big face and a police hat. It seemed that these people were interested in her car. Luo Tang stuffed curly hair into the small bag Zhozhou was carrying, and then picked up Zhozhou. Dowda lay on the black coal's back skillfully. The door of the RV opened, and a huge black German shepherd jumped out of the RV and glanced at everyone with its sharp eyes. The patrol team immediately pointed their guns at the black hole. The current black hole is handsome, with smooth fur, and is as big as a black wolf, with a height of 1 meter. Yang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the mighty and domineering black German shepherd at the city gate. A mutant beast like Zhui Feng, but unfortunately Zhui Feng died. He died trying to save those bastards. It's Tang Tang. Shen Tingwan's voice sounded with a hint of excitement. Shen Tingyun was a little surprised that the RV belonged to Luo Tang. Looking at Luo Tang, his clothes were clean, not even wrinkled. The hair is fluffy and looks like it has just been washed. How is this possible? Luo Tang can still live so well with a child. Shen Tingyun was expecting someone to come out of the car, but unfortunately there was none. Nanqing's eyes dimmed, and he looked at Shen Shiyue through the mirror. He caught the surprise on her face. He looked at Luo Tang again and saw that she could still live so well in the last days with her children alone, and it was hard to avoid feeling suspicious in her heart. Could it be that that thing from the Luo family is really a treasure? Impossible. He tried many times. What's more, he was afraid that the Luo family would come looking for him, so he had asked Secretary Shun to ask Luo Tang to throw the thing away. Shen Qiang and Shen Tingwan were very happy. Shen Shiyue saw the pocket on He Cole's back and had some suspicion that Luo Tang was also reborn. Ah! Monster! Someone pointed at the bag on Haichuo's back and screamed, and the scene began to become chaotic. When Dowda heard the piercing sound, all the hair on his body exploded. His long black claws shone coldly, and he bared his teeth at the person who was pointing a gun at him, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Luo Linzhou jumped down from Luo Tang's arms. Dodo, put away your claws and come here. The black muzzle of Pancake Face's gun was pointed at Dowdu, and his hands were shaking. Luo Tang didn't know how such a cowardly person could come to serve as a guard at the city gate. It's not that Pancake Face is timid, but everyone in the Sunset Base knows how terrifying mutant beasts are. The fish in the big lake can eat people, and the mutant rats can kill the nimble guards. Not to mention that this one is furry and chubby, and looks very cute. But it has 4 black claws like the evil beast, and a mouthful of sharp teeth. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Dodo obediently retracted his claws, making himself look like a cute, furry big chinchilla, and grinned at the people around him. Then he stared at the pancake-faced man and took out a pistol from the small bag on his back. He imitated Pancake Face and pointed the black muzzle of the gun at him. Pancake Face was so frightened that he dared not move. He was not a speedster. Mutated animals were generally faster than humans. Most mutated animals will not actively attack humans, especially domestic animals after mutation. But where the hell did this little monster come from? He can actually use a gun. No. The key point is that it actually has a gun, and the gun looks real at a glance. The round-faced man set his eyes on Luo Tang. It turned out that the more beautiful a woman is, the harder it is to mess with her. The corners of Luo Tang's lips curled up slightly, and the people surrounding Luo Tang took a half step back, fearing that they would be affected. Do, komito mummy. Put away your guns. Yang Yuan hurried down from the city wall. Commander Yang, but Pancake Face Guy's legs were shaking with fear. Put it away. Yang Yuan scolded. The pancake-faced man could only put away his gun silently and grinned at Yang Yuan. Chiguchi, you a two-legged beast, are still the right one. He put away the gun, stretched out his claws towards Yang Yuan, and shook hands in midair. Yang Yuan, is this a handshake from a distance? Looking at the black German shepherd standing next to the little boy, ready to go, and then at the gray furball that had already slipped to his feet, Yang Yuan's lips moved. Mutated animals really do have intelligence, and the more advanced the mutant animals, the higher their intelligence. He has the ability to perceive and can feel that the abilities of the German Shepherd and the big hairy ball are very powerful. When Dodo slipped to Yang Yuan's feet, everyone's heart was in their throat. This little monster looks cute, but its claws don't look like vegetarians. Dowda took out a green crystal core from her bag and handed it to Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan was in a dilemma whether to answer or not. Dodo tilted his head and said, Chigu, are you a pretty polite two-legged creature? Luo Tang stroked his forehead. The whole show was performed by Dodo alone. He put the RV into the space, walked forward, and picked up Dowdu. Entrance fee. Dowda nestled quietly in Luo Tang's arms, staring at Yang Yuan with his dark eyes. When Yang Yuan saw the disappearing RV, his eyes lit up, and after hearing Luo Tang's words, he took the crystal core from Dowda's claws. Miss, please register here. Your mutant pet must be well taken care of. Yang Yuan winked at the registrar, who was still in a daze. The little girl immediately walked up to Luo Tang with a notebook. Tian said, Miss, I don't know your name or what your superpowers are. Luo Tang glanced at the little girl. She had a baby face, and her eyes looked kind of stupid. He didn't know if she had graduated from college. Ever since Black Hole jumped down, he has been standing there in a daze. This person must have connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be the registrar at the base gate. Luo Tang, space and spiritual abilities. Wow, sister, you are so awesome, Meng Liyun exclaimed. He quickly wrote Luo Tang's information on the notebook and looked at the little boy next to Luo Tang. Luo Linzhou pushed Black Hole forward. Pretty sister, this is my mutant dog, Black Hole of fire type. Then he pointed at Dowdu in Luo Tang's arms and said, My mutant chinchilla, Dowdu, is a gold type, third-level cat. They are all very obedient. The little boy's voice was childish, but it stirred up 1,000 waves in everyone's hearts. The woman herself possessed 2 superpowers and brought 2 mutant beasts with her. One of them is actually a third-level mutant beast. Level 3. A first-level mutant beast is already very powerful, and I wonder how powerful a third-level mutant beast will be. Pancake Face was a little scared when he saw Dowdu. He was sure that if he had fired the gun just now, the little monster would have blown his head off in an instant. Dowdu turned his head, grinned at him, and waved at him with his paw. Mock up. He dared to take advantage of my RV, so he wouldn't stare at him after seeing it. Big Pie Face shivered, and he saw threats and warnings in the little monster's dark eyes. Luo Tang felt that he was locked by a spiritual power. He looked towards the owner of that spiritual power and saw Tang Chen's gloomy face. Tang Chen's face froze. Luo Tang gave him a meaningful smile and led Zhou into the base. Tang Chen's mental power was weird, but in the late first level, Shen Qiyang and Shen Qiyue had higher powers than him, so they didn't notice his mental power. Chapter 52. Get in Chief Yang's car. If Tang Chun hadn't put his mental power on her just now and wanted to control her, but it was blocked by her mental power, and she didn't realize that a ray of mental power had crossed the crowd and landed on her. It's really weird. She is now certain that the self in the book is controlled by Tang Chun. Otherwise, how could she be so stupid? Compete with Shen Qiyue for Tang Chun. So fucking disgusting. Wait, she used her second supernatural power to experiment on Tang Chun. The entrance fee can be 3 kilograms of food or 3 crystal cores. After Luo Tang gave him a crystal core, he also gave him 2 kilograms of food. That crystal core was given by Dowdu. If it were her, she wouldn't want to give even 1 crystal core. She really lacks something that can upgrade her superpowers. Perhaps the 2 mutant beasts beside her were too eye-catching. As soon as she entered the base, a black car stopped next to her. Zhou leaned over to Luo Tang's ear and whispered, Mommy, this uncle is a good man. Yang Yuan heard the little guy's words with sharp ears and looked up at Luo Linzhou. The little boy has red lips, white teeth, and a bit of baby fat on his fair and clean face. It looks like they are well taken care of. Maybe he has special abilities. I just wonder if this child's father is still alive. Miss Luo, you are accompanied by 2 mutant beasts. We are in the shantytown closest to the city gate. Judging from your appearance, Miss Luo probably doesn't want to live in the shantytown. Why don't I take you to the residential area? Luo Tang always felt that this man had taken a fancy to her black dog, and her eyes would occasionally fall on Haiten. She didn't hesitate to open the car door, carried Zhou Zhou into the car, and then called Haichuo and doubted to get in. As soon as the car door was closed, Yang Yuan's low voice rang out. Miss Luo, do your 2 mutant beasts have the same IQ as humans? Luo Tang looked at Yang Yuan through the mirror hanging in the middle of the car. He was a tough guy with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, wearing a military uniform. There was a special driver, and the military emblem on his chest was very eye-catching, and it seemed that he was a high-ranking official. But she didn't recognize the ranks of the military insignia and didn't know what to call this person. Yes, I came from the province and city, and the mutant animals I encountered all had a certain IQ, but the levels were different. The more advanced the mutant animal, the higher its IQ. May I know what your name is? Luo Tang retracted his gaze and said calmly. Yang Yuan, I'm the commander of the Chang'e base army. Miss Luo is coming from the city. I wonder if we can exchange some information. Luo Tang felt relieved when he heard Yang Yuan's name. According to the book, he was the youngest commander in the military region and possessed dual abilities of perception and thunder. Ever since he had dealt with the military in Qing City, Luo Tang couldn't help but sigh that there were indeed many people with special abilities in the military. However, the evil species and beasts after the heavy snow were even more powerful. A 3rd-level psychic evil species can control bullets. Once a 3rd-level gold evil species wraps itself with gold power, its skin will become a bulletproof vest. Don't be fooled by Doubta's furry appearance. It has golden supernatural powers wrapped around its skin, and ordinary bullets have no effect on it. After getting Luo Tang's affirmative answer, Yang Yuan felt mixed emotions. It's tiring enough to compete for resources with evil species and beasts, and now there are a large number of mutant animals. Just a few days ago, all the evil beasts and species in the base were cleared out. What makes him feel fortunate now is that there are many rivers and lakes in the Chang'e Plain, but not many mountains. There are relatively fewer mutant beasts. Yang Yuan was just thinking when Luo Tang's clear voice rang out. The higher the level of evil, the higher the IQ. What? Yang Yuan's face was heavy. No wonder many evil species suddenly disappeared. They did not die, but went into hiding. I wonder how intelligent the evil creatures Miss Luo encountered are. Luo Tang smiled and said, I want to know the situation of Yuhui base first. If Miss Luo is willing to settle down in my Yuhui base will welcome you very much. The Yuhui base has a villa area, an ordinary residential area, and a shantytown. Powerful psychics will be treated preferentially. If they pay a little supplies, they can live in a suite, and there are also villas for rent. Yang Yuan said immediately after hearing Luo Tang's words. But his eyes fell on Haiten. It would be great if such a beautiful and powerful German Shepherd could be trained into a military dog. Commander Yang, there have been massive earthquakes all over the world. Roads have collapsed, and cities have even sunk and been submerged by the sea. Flooded by the sea. Yang Yuan murmured. He sighed again, feeling sorry for the city. The city that once rose overnight seemed to be destroyed overnight. So what about the people there? Most of the troops have moved to Qing City. The province was greatly affected by the earthquake. I came to the road and found that many places in the province were also affected by the expansion of Blue Star. The roads were cracked, so why is it that nothing happened here? Miss Luo, don't be surprised. There was no earthquake in the entire Chang'e Plain. It's just that the area of the plain has expanded along the mountainous area. The area of Chang'e Plain is twice as large as before. Could it be that all 3 plains are like this? Could this be the reason why the imperial capital and Yuhui base became the 2 major bases in the north and south? It's not clear yet. We can't contact the central government at all. The situation is unclear now, and we dare not send people there rashly, for fear that they will never come back. We can only manage this area first. This is the only thing he can do. As a soldier of the Dragon Country, I naturally hope that the Dragon Country can restore the pre-apocalyptic order more quickly. I wonder if there are any powerful or strange things near the Yuhui base. Luo Tang curled his lips slightly. Yang Yuan turned slightly and looked at Luo Tang deeply. Miss Murphy is interested in that kind of thing. I want to get something from the body of a powerful creature, and I can help you solve a safety hazard. Isn't it a win-win situation? Luo Tang said in a calm tone, but there was a hint of coldness in his seductive fox eyes. Yang Yuan thought about it. Everyone wants the treasure, but no one wants to take the risk. But thinking of the safety of the people, Yang Yuan still agreed. No one knows to what extent the hidden dangers will develop. Luo Tang asked this because she knew that after the heavy snow, a very powerful evil creature would occupy a city and confront the Yuhui base. Zhou was bitten to death by the powerful evil creature in that city. To be able to become the king of evil, there would definitely be signs, even though the end of the world has only been over a month. Just like the little villain she met at the beginning. After improving his strength to the peak of the 3rd level, Luo Tang wanted to go all the way north and kill the evil species along the way. She wanted to kill all the powerful evil species and beasts at the beginning of the apocalypse, which would not only eliminate hidden dangers, but also improve her own strength. How beautiful! There is a group of armored beasts lurking on the mountain that suddenly appeared in the north of Yuhui base. They look a bit like pangolins, but they are much more powerful than pangolins. They are as big as crocodiles, and their shells are so hard that ordinary bullets can't penetrate them. I'm afraid we can only bomb them with artillery shells. Yang Yuan paused and then said, Miss Luo can take her children from the city to the Chang'e Plain alone, which is really impressive. But those armored beasts can burrow into the ground, and there are so many of them. I'm afraid Miss Luo can't deal with them. Chapter 53 Luo Tang's message to Yang Yuan. Luo Tang was silent. She thought she could hear news about a powerful villain somewhere. The result was that the group of armored beasts blocked the tumors of the 2 major bases in the north and south. Isn't it a bit difficult? It is very difficult. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, Shen Qiyu always took a detour when going to the northern imperial capital base. But she still encountered the armored beasts suddenly, and it was at that time that her life space was shattered. She didn't even know whether Shen Qiyu would die at the hands of the armored beast or subdue the armored beast. She had planned to walk a little longer, bypassing the mountain, and heading to the imperial capital. Chigu Big Cub, let's go ahead, collect them one by one into the space, and then beat them one by one with 1 claw each. Doubt's eyes lit up. It was so powerful now. If it kills that group of beasts, it will definitely become more powerful. After hearing what Dodo said, Luo Tang felt that he could do it. The end of the world has just begun. No matter how powerful the armored beast is, it is probably only at the 3rd level like her. After she reached the peak of the 3rd level, she got stuck and couldn't go any further, and she didn't know why. Last time, I drank up all the accumulated spiritual water and used 1,000 evil beast crystal cores, but it was still useless. But she couldn't bring anyone with her, and had to ask the army for some things. Like armored vehicles. She was a little afraid that the military personnel had some special observation equipment and that they would discover her entering and leaving the space. Commander Yang, if what you said is true, and if those mutant beasts are edible, do you think the meat can help take the strength of the soldiers in your army to a higher level? Luo Tang said with a smile on his face. She really wanted the crystal cores in the bodies of those beasts. Yang Yuan's eyes narrowed, his face darkening. Miss Luo, do you mean that the meat of mutant beasts has special effects? Luo Tang looked slightly surprised and felt that Yang Yuan was a little baffling. Could it be that Commander Yang has never eaten a mutant beast? There are many lakes in the Chang'e Plain. Why don't you catch some fish in the big lakes? If you catch a mutant fish, you can not only get the crystal core, but also have fresh meat to eat. Miss Luo, you are thinking too simply. Mutated beasts are hard to catch, and mutant fish are not that easy to catch either. What's more, the base is still under construction, and we simply don't have enough manpower. Mobilize the power of the masses. It's the end of the world. Do you still want to keep a bunch of useless people? Luo Tang's beautiful fox eyes stared straight at the back of Yang Yuan's head. Yang Yuan felt a little scared when he was stared at. There are too few people with special powers. Ordinary people walking outside can easily be killed and become food for the evil creatures. He was also helpless. Luo Tang smiled and said, Commander Yang, ordinary people can deal with 1st-level evil species with weapons. 2nd-level evil species can be dealt with by seed bullets, and 3rd-level ordinary evil species can also be dealt with by seed bullets. But for 3rd-level superpower evil species, bullets are useless. The evil beasts may be more powerful, and high-level evil beasts may also have intelligence. I don't know when your base will be completed. When the little follower heard Luo Tang's words, he almost lost his grip on the steering wheel and crashed into the house next to him. Yang Yuan was shocked. He turned to look at Luo Tang, who was looking at him with a smile. This news is really important. All right. Evil species and evil beasts can give birth to and lose children. I have encountered a pregnant evil species before. However, in more than a month, the child in the evil species belly is about the same age as a human fetus of 7 or 8 months. Maybe the fetus will be born in a few days. Luo Tang continued with a smile. Suddenly the body fell forward and the car hit a pillar. Luo Tang's eyes were on the driver, who was retching. Little brother, why are you making such a fuss? You will know these things sooner or later. It depends on what you do. Luo Tang took Zhou into his arms. Yang Yuan took a deep breath. He had no doubt that Luo Tang was lying to him. The Research Institute has also conducted research on evil species, which are creatures with fertility capabilities. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon, as the apocalypse has only begun for over a month. The construction of the base must be accelerated. We also need to send people to clear out the evil beasts and mutant beasts outside the base, just in case. It is a blessing for our Yuhui base that Miss Luo can tell us these things. I wonder what Miss Luo's plan is in coming from the city. It is impossible that she has come so far just to tell them these things. In the end times, even if he takes this path, he may not survive. What's more, Luo Tang has a child of 3 or 4 years old. Even with a motorhome and 2 mutant beasts, it is not necessarily foolproof. Luo Tang uttered 2 words from her red lips. Become stronger. Yang Yuan was shocked. Become stronger? He looked at Luo Tang's face in the front mirror of the car. The woman was extremely beautiful, with big chestnut wavy hair tied into a high ponytail, revealing a full and smooth forehead, with some strands of hair on both sides. Her lips are naturally red, her skin is as white as cream, her eyebrows are curved, her eyes are bright and moving, and the corners of her eyes are upturned, which brings out a unique charm. Yang Yuan calmed himself down. He had seen many beauties, but none of them seemed as unique as Luo Tang. Standing among a crowd of beauties, one can spot her at a glance. May I ask how powerful Miss Luo's abilities are? Luo Tang raised his eyebrows. Guess. Yang Yuan immediately changed the subject. Miss Luo, there just happens to be a vacant small villa next to the military area. How about Miss Luo living there? Yes. Luo Tang smiled. Yang Yuan let out a breath and just accepted it. This way it will be easier to talk in the future. She was very happy to live in a villa next to the military area. She liked quiet and reasonable places, with military personnel around. No one would disturb her for no reason. After sending Luo Tang to the door of the villa, Yang Yuan said, Miss Luo, we are here. Xiaoli will bring you the key later. I have something else to do now, so I will leave first. It is necessary to discuss the development of the base with others. She was very satisfied with the small detached villa, but she didn't expect that Yang Yuan lived in the big villa in front. Powerful evil creatures can come to me, but they must be rewarded accordingly. Luo Tang left this sentence before getting off the car. Yang Yuan laughed. Miss Luo, you can come to me if you have any questions. Luo Tang nodded and smiled brightly. Thank you, Commander Yang. The setting sun hit Luo Tang's face, and Yang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Sir, the person has gone far away. Xiaoli couldn't help but teasing him. Yang Yuan smiled, revealing a row of big, white teeth. Okay, I'll discuss some things with other leaders. You can bring the key to Miss Luo later. Yes, sir. As soon as Yang Yuan finished speaking, he saw the door of the small villa in front of him opened. Then Luo Tang turned around and waved at him. Captain Yang, please ask someone to register for me. You don't have to send the key. My Daodu has gold-type abilities. If you have a metal lock that you can't open, you can ask my Daodu for help. Dodo jumped onto the wall, grinned at Yang Yuan, and shook hands with him through the air. Chapter 54 Black Hole Ball Dog. The other claw held a shiny crystal core. Yang Yuan, you're afraid that he doesn't know to ask them for help in getting the crystal core, right? The black hole roared at Yang Yuan, and Daodu raised the shiny crystal core again. I see. Big hairball and black hole. Daodu and Heighten nodded at him in a humane way. Yang Yuan smiled. If his Zhuefeng was still there, he would definitely be able to play with these 2 cute little guys. Xiaoli saw this scene and sighed. The commander is missing Zhuefeng. The military dog that lost one leg while saving people before the apocalypse and lost its life while saving people after the apocalypse. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. Luo Tang released his mental power and looked at the 2-story villa. It has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a study, with a small yard of about 20 square meters. In front of her was a row of townhouses. Next to it was a villa of the same type as hers, and not far behind was a lake. The water of the lake submerged the big trees on the shore. Luo Tang suspected that this lake should have been a pond. It was probably the heavy rain and slight earthquake at the beginning of the apocalypse that turned the pond into a lake. That's not bad. This lake accumulates energy, and the rainwater contains more supernatural molecules. Luo Tang is very satisfied with the place arranged by Yang Yuan. It's no wonder that she gave me so much information. She's a person worth cooperating with. Luo Tang released Manhwa from the space. Now Manhwa has reached the peak of the 3rd level. Along the way, the corpses of all the evil species and beasts that she and Daodu killed were devoured by the furball. The accumulation of a large amount of blood and flesh allowed Manhwa to advance quickly. But like her, they were all stuck at the peak of the 3rd level and couldn't go any higher. Mom, do we need to remove all the weeds in this yard? Manhwa's soft voice sounded in Luo Tang's mind. Luo Tang came back to her senses. She always felt that there was something wrong with being stuck at the peak of the 3rd level. It's like some kind of opportunity is missing. Does it require a sudden realization or enlightenment like a cultivator? Yes, Manhwa, after you clean up the things in the yard, you can be the grass in the yard. Luo Tang ordered. The fur ball happily slipped down from Luo Tang's shoulder, and with Luo Tang as the center, the furry green carpet began to spread towards the yard. In just 1 minute, the 20 square meter courtyard was covered with furry moss. Daodu rolled on the lawn. In the blink of an eye, colorful small flowers bloomed on the green lawn. Luo Tang nodded with satisfaction, and a ball of green fur fell on his head. Luo Tang. Why does the fur ball like to hang on her? He skillfully pulled the ball of hair off, rolled it into a straw hat, and placed it on Dowda's head. Dowda purred happily. Black Hole was also very happy. He jumped with his front legs and accidentally jumped onto Dowda's body. Dowda lowered his head, and a dog's paw print appeared in front of his eyes. Looking up, Heighten was barking in fear and ran towards Luo Tang. Yuna Master killed the dog. At this moment, Luo Tang was using his mental power to clean the dust in the villa. He swept over the black hole flying towards him and called out Zhou. Zhou put down the book in his hand and ran towards the black hole. Cole, come to me. Luo Tang burst out laughing. Every time she heard Zhou shouting Cole, she inexplicably wanted to laugh. Black hole rolled under Luo Tang's feet. Yuna Master, you are making fun of me again. Zhou hugged Dodo, who was flying towards Haichuo. Dowdo, let's go find Curly and play, okay? Dowda sniffed, and Squeak, the dirty little dog, stepped on me. Children who don't like taking a bath are not good children. After hearing what Dodo said, Luo Tang cleaned up the dust in the villa, then immediately grabbed Heighten and went to the bathroom in the space. Dowda took the brush and ran to the bathroom excitedly, wanting to give Haichuo a bath. Black Cole yelled at Dowdo. Luo Tang happened to have something else to do, so he said, Dodo, then you will be the one to wash the black hole white this time. Dowda grinned, patted his chest, and said, leave it to me. I guarantee you'll complete the task. Black Hole has a bad feeling. Along the way, the master was busy killing evil species and beasts and improving his supernatural powers. Apart from calling it to eat, he basically didn't take care of it. But when he saw the big brush in Dowda's claws, Heighten had a bad feeling. Woof woof, you big rat, don't come near me. Dowda glared at him, and Haitangdi instantly became obedient, with his eyes dimming a little. He was afraid of being scratched by Dowdu. It hurt so much the last time I was scratched by Dowdu. It was the little master who cured it. But when Dowda stepped on the bench and brushed Heighten's back, Heighten let out a comfortable moan. Chigu, are you comfortable with my Dowda's bathing service? Woof woof, comfortable. Dowda grinned. I'm really good at bathing. I promise to make you smell good and your fur shiny. The service fee is only 1 crystal core. Isn't it a good deal? Black Hole squinted its eyes comfortably. It never thought that one day it would be able to ask Dowdu to serve it. Isn't it just a crystal core? It's a great deal. Black Hole nodded immediately. Dowda showed an obscene smile, and Jojo's little head suddenly leaned in. Seeing the smile on Dowda's face, he felt like his coal was going to be cheated. Dodo turned around and grinned at Jojo, then waved his paws at him. Jojo understood what Dodo meant and didn't need his help. Luo Tang's voice was heard in the living room. Jojo, it's time for dinner. Jojo jumped to the kitchen sink, stepped on the child's chair, and washed his hands. Seeing the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table and his beautiful mother sitting on a chair waiting for him to eat together, Jojo felt that he was the happiest child in the world. When he finished his meal, he was stunned to see Haichuo coming out of the bathroom. The dog with bald spots on the left and right is his. The key point is that the silly dog seemed unaware that he had been tricked by Dowdu. He held his head high and ran to his own kennel, picked up a white crystal core, and placed it respectfully on Dowda's paw. I'll ask for your service next time. Luo Linzhou, didn't mommy say that German Shepherds are one of the smartest dogs in the world? Should he tell the black hole that it's a bit ugly? With Dodo's service, after Heighten dried his fur, he immediately went straight to Luo Tang, who was studying plants in the black soil area. She wanted to try the mutant dragon fruit and the mutant bodhi to see if they could absorb the crystal core to advance. Suddenly, a bald dog ran towards her with an excited look on his face. Luo Tang's eyelids twitched. Should she remind Heighten? After the reminder, I'm afraid there will be another big battle. Otherwise, just smear some black sesame paste on the black hole. Luo Tang was struggling with the idea. When the black hole passed over the spiritual spring, he saw his own reflection on the glazed bricks surrounding the spiritual spring. It seemed a little bit unable to believe that the majestic bald black dog in the reflection was actually itself. Woof woof Dowdo. I knew the rat had bad intentions when he took the brush. Luo Tang only felt a gust of black wind passing in front of him, and the figure of Haichuo Cole immediately disappeared. Chapter 55, the 2 little ones fought badly. She suddenly felt that Curly was either sleeping or eating all day, so it would be nice to run on the running wheel after eating. Curly, whom Luo Tang was worried about, was picking nuts on the 3 plots of land he was allocated. If he goes slower, its nuts will sprout quickly. When Luo Tang saw this scene, he looked at the lawn of about 300 square meters and came up with an idea. Use your mind to select the 9 best fruit trees from Curly's 3 plots of land and transplant them to the edge of the lawn. Just as Curly threw a nut onto the black soil, the tree in front of him was suddenly uprooted. Its gaze moved along the big tree, and its eyes lit up when it saw Luo Tang plant the tree at the edge of the lawn. Squeak, thank you, Mom. He ran to the pine tree and climbed up the trunk. Curly, I'll get rid of the remaining trees first. It would be great if there was a mountain in her space. She could plant all kinds of trees on the mountain and let them grow freely without taking care of them. Occasionally, I can go for a walk in the mountains. She couldn't plant too much on this 300 square meter lawn. At most, she could plant some fruit trees on the edge of the lawn. The remaining area is where Daodu and his friends run wild and play. Luo Tang took out an apple, a pear, 3 different varieties of peaches, and 3 different varieties of apricots from the warehouse, and also picked a large loquat, kiwi, stone figs, pomegranates, dates, lychees, and bayberries. The seeds are picked out and planted in the black soil, and when the trees grow and bloom, they are transplanted to the edge of the lawn. There are 15 fruit trees in total, plus the nut tree just mentioned, and the base at the edge of the lawn is surrounded by fruit trees. Seeing the beautiful flowers on the 3 peach trees, Luo Tang slapped her head and wondered why she hadn't thought of raising a swarm of bees. Keeping a hive of bees will provide you with an endless supply of honey. Thinking about the fact that his spiritual contract ability had been upgraded to the 3rd level, he had 3 more contract rings. If she was lucky enough to encounter a mutant bee, she would contract it without hesitation. I don't know why the plants in this space are so magical that they can bear fruit without pollination by bees. Mommy, coming quickly. Jojo's loud voice came from the house. Luo Tang probed his mind into the ancient house, where a black ball was confronting the bruised black coal. Luo Tang was shocked. How did Daodu become like that? What about its soft fur? Curly entered the living room before Luo Tang, and the living room was in a mess. Seeing the big black lump standing in the middle, Curly couldn't help laughing out loud. Squeak, big sister. Why did you go back to the old days? Bad memories came to his mind, and Daodu gave Curly a death stare. After seeing Curly shake his body, he withdrew his gaze and continued to confront Black Hole. When he caught a glimpse of the tall figure at the door, Daodu rushed forward like a little cannonball. His eyes were full of life. Big cub, my fur is gone again. Luo Tang took a deep breath. Daodu was really miserable this time. Only his pair of black eyes were bright on his body. The electric shock from Curly hair before only caused slight burns to Daodu. This time, Daodu was burned directly into Black Hole. Luo Tang checked and found that Daodu had a gold-type supernatural power to protect his body. So except for the hair on his body, everything else was fine. Black Hole is different. It has been plucked out and has a real bruise on its face. When he saw Mommy coming, Zhou immediately went forward to treat Heighten's wounds. Black Hole complained to Zhou with grievance. Woof woof master, a big rat hit me. Luo Linzhou sighed with an air of old-fashionedness. You two can't stand each other anyway, so it's fine if you want to fight in the future. But don't hurt anyone's life, and be united in dealing with the enemy. Come to me if you get hurt, as long as you two are not afraid of pain. Daodu dislikes that Black Hole cannot take a bath by itself and hates it calling him a big rat. Every time Black Hole yells in a mean way, Daodu will definitely punish it. I took Daodu into the bathroom, took out a pair of scissors, and started cutting the little guy's burnt hair. Why did Daodu fight Heighten so hard this time? How did Heighten become a bald dog before? Luo Tang tried to slow down his tone. The movements of his hands were very light, but this time Heighten was really using all his strength. Daodu's fur was originally soft, dense, and thick. It was burned to the roots and scattered like ash when touched, so there was no need to use scissors. Daodu sniffed and said aggrievedly, It stepped on me with its dirty claws and said I was a big rat. Imnot, imashinsha. We are Totoro. We can't be what others say we are. Black Hole scolded Daodu and stepped on Daodu without apologizing to him. It was Black Hole's fault. Daodu likes to use Black Hole as a mount, right? Daodu also made Black Hole bald. Wasn't that Daodu's fault? Daodu lowered his head in grievance. Big boy, you don't love me anymore. Luo Tang took out a towel and said, Daodu, use your supernatural power to wrap your whole body first. The little guy did as he was told. He wiped it with a towel and then washed it with warm water. Absorb the black on the outside, revealing the tender white skin with a metallic luster. It looks like a bald ball of flesh. After losing its fur, Daodu is still very fat, but not as round as before. No wonder this little guy becomes round and plump with his hair standing up when he gets angry. Daodu looked at himself in the mirror, his nose twitched and tears streamed down his face. Luo Tang rubbed Daodu's little head. Daodu is always cute, Mommy loves you. Is Heighten Tan your friend? The little guy thought about it and nodded. Is it okay to joke between friends? The little guy nodded again, but still felt aggrieved. Is Black Hole also bald? He is also seriously injured. If Daodu's claws grab Black Hole's eyes, even if Zhou has the healing ability, Black Hole's eyes may not be saved. What should Black Hole do? Daodu imagined the time when he had poor eyesight and suddenly felt something was wrong. After it swallowed the fruit, it gained intelligence, but at that time it had not drunk the spiritual water, so its eyes could only see things very close. It is equivalent to a half-blind person. After drinking the spiritual water, it discovered that there are many interesting things in the world. Without eyes, you can no longer see interesting things. Big Cub, I get it. Daodu is wrong, and Hitamii is also wrong. Can you ask Hitamii to stop calling me Big Rat? Luo Tang smiled and nodded. Mommy will teach Heimei a lesson later. Daodu can't make excessive jokes with Heimei in the future. Big boy, I get it, but I'm so ugly now that I can't face anyone. Dowda felt that he was too ugly to look at himself now. The eldest child loved its soft fur the most, but now it's gone. I don't know when it will grow out. Luo Tang wrapped Dowdu in a bath towel and held him in his arms. Chapter 56. Why don't you leave after taking the things? Mom will knit a Totoro brand sweater for Dowda later. Dowda's eyes lit up. Big boy, you need a little pocket on your clothes. Good. As soon as I came out of the bathroom, I saw Heighten and Zhou squatting outside. Woof woof Dowdo, I'm sorry. I won't burn your fur in the future, and you are not allowed to hit me. Luo Tang raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Linzhou. Luo Linzhou raised his little face and gave Luo Tang a sweet smile. Mommy, look how awesome I am. I always thought it was harmless for the two little guys to fight each other from time to time. This time it really got out of hand. Luo Tang squatted down, so his eyes were level with Luo Linzhou's. Zhou is great. I wish Dodo and Black Hole were as great as Zhou. When Dowdu heard Heighten's apology, he felt a little ashamed. Not only did it pull out all the black hole, it also took away a piece of its crystal core. Goo goo Black Hole, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cheated you and turned you into a bald dog. Dowda glanced at the coal-black body with no hair on its head, no hair on its back, and even bald patches on its forelegs. Suddenly I felt that it was not as ugly as Black Hole. Woof woof Dowda, we will still be good friends from now on. I don't know how to give myself a bath, so you do it for me and I'll give you a crystal core. I'll be a clean dog and take you for a walk. Dowda grinned and said, Goo goo. Okay, let's take Curly with us and go to the base to do business and make money. Woof woof, yes, bring the diamondback rat with you, it will charge. I heard that humans are short of electricity now. Luo Tang. These little guys are really smart. Luo Linzhou could only hear what Haitami said, and he didn't know why Haitami's thoughts jumped so quickly. Zhou, take Haichuo out to play first. Mommy wants to knit a piece of clothing for Dodo. Luo Linzhou felt sad when he saw Dowdu, who was wrapped tightly with only a pair of eyes showing. Mommy, is there any way to make Dowdu and Cole grow hair faster? Otherwise, when the weather gets colder, Dowdu will get frozen. The accumulated spiritual water has been used up. We can only wait until tomorrow to let Dowdu and Haitami drink more spiritual water and try. Thinking of the magic of the spiritual water, Luo Linzhou breathed a sigh of relief and went out happily with Heighten. Luo Tang had just brought Dowdu into the bedroom and put him on the bed when Mount Wan's voice rang in his mind. Mom, there are people outside our house. Luo Tang's eyes narrowed. Could it be that even though she lived near an officer's house, she would be targeted? Dowdu, someone is coming. Mommy needs to go out for a while. Can you stay in the bedroom for a while? Luo Tang took out a bag of dried apples and grass biscuits from the shelf in the warehouse. Chi. Dowda waved his paws and said, Go ahead, big cub. Remember to close the door and don't let Curly and Black Hole in. It doesn't want its younger brothers to see it in this state. It's not Black Hole, so it doesn't care about its image. Good. Before leaving the space, Luo Tang pulled the curtains and closed the door. Zhang Yimou frowned slightly when he saw that no one came out after he called 3 times, wondering if the person had gone out and had not returned home yet. She is the property registrar responsible for the area and is also responsible for collecting rent every month. The person who lived in Villa number 18 was brought here personally by Commander Yang, who had specially asked Xiao Li to register him. He was a powerful dual-system psychic named Luo Tang, with a little boy. Naturally, she had to come and confirm it. Zhang Yimou was about to leave when a woman wearing a black windbreaker, dark brown boots, and with big chestnut wavy hair casually draped behind her came out. When he saw the woman's face clearly, Zhang Mo's eyes lit up. Wow, what a beautiful sister. The man who came with her coughed lightly. It is said that men can't walk when they see beautiful women, but that is definitely not the case for him. Many girls can't walk even more when they see beautiful women. Seeing the 2 men holding notebooks in their hands, Luo Tang opened the door. The voice was pleasant and a little lazy. I'm sorry, my child was busy, and I came a little late. Who are you? Luo Tang's eyes were fixed on the girl standing in front of her, who was staring at her. She looked to be about her age, in her early 20s, and her face looked a little haggard, probably because she didn't sleep well. Zhang Yimou felt Luo Tang's frank gaze and did not feel embarrassed about being caught staring at a beautiful woman. Instead, he walked up to her and praised loudly. Miss, you are so pretty. We are Zhang Yimou, the registrar of this area, and this is my companion Sunming. I wonder how long you plan to rent Villa number 18. The rent for the single-family villas here is a bit more expensive. It costs 300 crystal cores a month. After Zhang Mo finished speaking, he showed his work ID to Luo Tang. Luo Tang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Can the crystal core be exchanged for supplies? I can hand over the food, and the crystal core will be used for cultivation. Zhang Yimou was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she met someone who took the initiative to exchange food for crystal cores. Originally, the rent for the small villa was 100 kilograms of food plus 250 crystal cores per month. She also took the crystal core from this beauty because Chief Yang had specifically ordered her to do so. Food is scarce now, and even people with abundant supplies are unwilling to hand over food. But the base must be balanced to some extent, and stockpiling is needed to keep the base running. 1 pound of food is enough for a mutant to survive for a day, and mutants have big appetites. Miss, food is the most precious thing in the apocalypse. When you use crystal cores to buy food, the price won't be the same as what we charge you. Just as Jiang Mo finished speaking, a colleague beside her tugged at the corner of her clothes. She really didn't want such a pretty girl to go hungry in the future. Luo Tang doesn't have any crystal core on him now, so he can't go to Doubted to get it. The cute little Doubted's crystal cores are collected one by one by it. Every night when they go to sleep, it will curl up. The rent is 1,000 kilograms of rice for 1 month. I don't want you to squeeze anyone in during this month, okay? Luo Tang said slowly. Jiang Mo was shocked. She had heard that the person arranged by Commander Yang was a powerful dual-system psychic. But I didn't expect him to be so rich. One move is 1,000 kilograms of rice. Is this the advantage of being strong? The number of dual-system psychics in the entire base can be counted on one hand. Naturally, the staff members heard about Luo Tang's arrival very quickly. What's more, she heard that she was carrying 2 mutant beasts. Her cousin himself did not have any special powers, but because his cat mutated, with the help of the mutant beast, his family was able to arrive at the Yuhui base alive. If only she could have a mutant beast too. Even if the mutant beasts eat a lot, the value it can bring is greater. Jiang Mo smiled, fearing that what he just heard was an illusion. Miss Luo, do you really want to use 1,000 kilograms of rice to rent number 18 for a month? Good. Then I'll register you here. I wonder if there are other people living here besides you, your son, and the 2 mutant beasts? No. Luo Tang took out 10 bags of rice from the space, each bag weighing 100 kilograms. To be honest, ever since she started eating the food produced in the space, she no longer wanted to eat the food she had stockpiled in the supermarket. Jiang Mo's eyes lit up when he saw the 10 bags of Wuchang rice. He originally thought that 1,000 kilograms of ordinary rice was already very good. She even accepted brown rice, but she didn't expect it to be the most delicious and fragrant Wuchang rice. She hasn't eaten it since the end of the world. The land has become strange and hard now, making it very difficult to cultivate. The seeds planted in agricultural fields still need to be germinated by wood-type mutants. After seeing the rice, Jiang Mo's colleague Sun Ming hurriedly registered it for Luo Tang. Luo Tang used a special power to get the rice out of the gate, and then looked at the 2 stunned people. He smiled and said, "If you have nothing else to do, you 2 can go. You are here to collect rent, so it should be no problem to carry 10 bags of rice back home, right?" Luo Tang's beautiful eyes stared straight at the 2 of them, and her expression was almost like she was reading. "Grab your stuff and leave. Don't bother me, I'm busy." Chapter 57 High-Level Meeting. Jiang Mo was really a little embarrassed this time, but he said, "Beauty, that's not necessary. How can I let a beauty do this kind of work herself? Xiaoma, hurry up and leave. Stop flirting with beautiful women." Before leaving, Jiang Mo turned around and asked Luo Tang, "My beautiful lady, can I come and play with you when I'm free?" Luo Tang looked at her deeply. Could this be what it meant to be sociable? Luo Tang's lips curled slightly. "I'm busy. If you want to earn a lot of crystal cores, come to me. If you encounter powerful evil species and strange monsters that you can't deal with, you can also come to me. Don't come to me for other things." After saying that, Luo Tang locked the door with his mental power and walked straight into the villa. Jiang Mo saw Luo Tang's back, looked regretful, and sighed. Beautiful women are a little hard to seduce. "Come on, you still have work to do today. Didn't Miss Luo just say that you can tell her if you have any news about strange monsters and powerful evil species? The superiors are already planning to reinforce and rebuild the base outside the original base, so we will be even busier in the future." Sun Ming laughed and picked up a bag of rice and put it on his shoulder. Jiang Mo curled his lips. Is this the thinking of the strong? Everyone stays away from powerful evil species and monsters, but the boss is still thinking about hunting down powerful evil species to obtain crystal cores. Having work means many people won't starve to death. The fact that the top leader can make the decision to expand the base means there is still food reserves. Luo Tangren entered the villa, but focused his mental energy on the 2 of them. He smiled when he heard their conversation. "Not bad. This little girl has a good heart. I just don't know how the 2 of them carried the rice back." She had to see if anyone else would come. Luo Tang was just thinking about it when Jiang Mo held one bag in one hand and picked up another bag and called Sun Ming to watch over it. He carried 4 bags of rice with him and ran away as fast as the wind. Seeing this scene, Luo Tang swallowed. I didn't expect that the girl, who looked slim, was actually a power-type psychic. She felt that she should not give up the crystal core that could give her superpowers. After the 3rd level, her bud opened another petal. She can acquire 2 superpowers. Sun Ming stood at the door of Luo Tang's house guarding 6 bags of rice. He was very bored, and his eyes unconsciously looked towards Luo Tang's yard. His sight just happened to fall on the green grass. Manhwa did not hear Luo Tang's command to eat people, nor did he drive the people away, thinking they were ally. When it feels the eyes of people outside are on it, it happily blooms its little flowers, fully demonstrating its enthusiasm. Sun Ming thought he had used his special ability too much, and it was getting dark. He was dazzled. Otherwise, how could Miss Luo's lawn move automatically? Luo Tang's mental power had not yet been withdrawn, but he instantly detected the abnormality of the fur ball. Fur ball, without my orders, you are just an ordinary lawn. The fur ball immediately stopped what it was doing and became just an ordinary lawn. Sun Ming stared at the lawn until Jiang Imo came back with someone, and the doubts in his heart were still there. He has the ability to enhance his vision, and he has never had any vision problems since he acquired the ability. But he had been staring at Luo Tang's lawn for so long, and it was just an ordinary lawn. Was it really his hallucination? Jiang Imo patted Sun Ming on the shoulder and said, "Why are you staring at Miss Luo's yard? Is there money to be picked up in her yard?" Sun Ming shook his head. "Am I really dazzled? What's wrong with you?" Jiang Imo asked while carrying 4 bags of rice. "Just now I seem to see the lawn blooming on its own and then shrinking back." Jiang Imo glanced at Luo Tang's yard and said, "I think you were just dazzled." The man next to Jiang Imo turned his head and looked at the lawn, his eyes flashing. Luo Tang returned to the space only after the 3 people left, gently pushed open the door and walked into the bedroom. Gently carried Daodu, who was sleeping on the bed, into the nest. Take out the wool from the warehouse and start knitting a sweater. At this moment, the high-level meeting at Yuhui base has not yet ended. A group of people gathered around a map at a table. I still think that digging a moat would pose a risk. Once the fish in the river mutate, it will sooner or later become a hazard to us. Menghe glanced at everyone with his fierce eyes. "Commander Yang, what do you think?" After pondering for a moment, Yang Yuan drew a circle outside the Yuhui base. The lake in front is the reservoir of the Yuhui base. We might as well turn the current base into an inner city and build a 10-meter-high wall outside. The land has become hard now, and maybe the stones will change. We can use local materials on that mountain. Speaking of which, the mountain behind is full of big rocks. If we can get a space ability user to transport them back, we won't have to worry about not being able to build a high wall. Commander Young, that's easy to say. Your military has no way to deal with those armored beasts. An elite team died not long ago. Do you think our government has a way? Do you know how big the area you drew is? A 10-meter high wall? Are you trying to build the Great Wall? The current Chang'e Plain is twice as large as before, and it is speculated that there are signs of expansion. Han Ning thought that Yang Yuan was simply daydreaming. A 10-meter high wall, not to mention the foundation, needs to be at least 1 meter thick to resist danger. The mountain behind is indeed full of rocks, but the prerequisite is that you have to have the life to dig them. The higher the level of evil species and evil beasts, the higher their IQ, and the same is true for mutant beasts. If we don't take action now and don't take precautions, we will only suffer greater losses. What's more, evil species have the ability to reproduce. Base Commander, in my opinion, instead of spending time repairing the city, we should send people to eradicate all the evil species and beasts around. Menghe tapped the table with his fingers. Commander Yang, did you get this information from the woman who entered the city this afternoon? Lian also got the same information from another woman today. Yang Yuan frowned slightly. What do you think, Base Commander? The military is responsible for the search and rescue and eradication of evil species, while the government officials not only give orders every day, but also just want to sit in the office and leave all the dangerous things to them. If you like managing people so much, then go organize the construction of the city. Chapter 58, Digging a Pit at Midnight. For safety reasons, it is best to take 2 precautions. The government and the army should each send a part of their people to organize rescue operations, collect supplies, and eliminate the evil. Enact relevant policies, post tasks in the hall, and let the people spontaneously organize teams. Government people will be responsible for base construction, and Commander Yang will be fully responsible for military work and can recruit people on his own. Menghe stood up, pressed his hands on the map, and glanced at a few people with his terrifying tiger eyes. Taking all the little movements of several people. Base Commander, is it inappropriate to transfer all military power? Han Ning frowned slightly. Sure enough, the old man guessed right. Whenever there is any big news, Old Man Meng, he will favor the military. Old Man Meng didn't even have any superpowers, if he hadn't been the first to organize and establish a base and win the hearts of the people. Yang Yuan also supported him. How can he possibly hold the position of base chief now? The governors of 3 provinces are all here, so why should he be the base chief? If the news of the evil fetus encountered half a month ago had not been concealed, wouldn't the power have been transferred long ago? This is the end of the world, and fists are the only way. There are many people with special abilities in the army, and they can use weapons at will and recruit people into the team on their own. Wouldn't the government be increasingly weaker? Menghe said with a straight face, Secretary Han, the current situation is more serious than a war. If you are blind, please send someone else. He just didn't believe that these people would dare to make a fuss and pull him down from the position of base leader. The people in the military district are no pushovers. He had spent a lot of effort to build the base, and they only joined in 10 days ago. Han Ning looked at the others. The secretary and deputy secretary remained silent. She smiled and thought, you let her be the first to take action, but she won't follow, right? Evil species and evil beasts are not like the zombies in novels, where scratches can infect people. Wouldn't it be best to eradicate all of this stuff? If we can't eradicate it in a month, we can at least eradicate it in a year, right? The army has so many weapons and so many people with special abilities. In fact, Han Ning's idea is not wrong, but there will be a cold wave in a while. The whole world is not immune and can only hide in the base to keep warm. After a deep or even cold wave, evil species will grow and a large number of mutant beasts and plants will appear. Humans will have to compete with them for living space. It's decided. For the construction of the base, everyone must get moving. The execution must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. After the meeting, Yang Yuan went to the tree where Zhui Feng was buried. Late in the night, he would use a shovel to dig up the hard soil layer by layer. The cold moonlight fell on him, making his heart feel extremely cold. Zhui Feng's body was not there. He dug for a full hour, and even after digging 3 meters underground, he did not find even a dog bone. Thinking of Luo Tang's words during the day, Yang Yuan squatted down in pain. Liang Li sleepwalked in the middle of the night, climbed over the wall of his house, and walked in a daze to a big tree next to the lake. Suddenly, my feet felt empty and I woke up instantly. When I touched it, I felt a human face. Her breathing suddenly became rapid, and as soon as she opened her mouth, a big hand covered her mouth. Liang Li didn't dare to breathe. She didn't think this man would rape her and then kill her. She was young and she didn't want to die. Shut up. Has anyone been sneaking under this tree in the past few days? Yang Yuan asked in a low voice. When Liang Li heard the big tree, she was stunned and realized that she was stepping on the mud and there was dirt on her body. Liang Li shook her head desperately. Where on earth was this? She remembered that she was clearly lying on the bed sleeping. Yang Yuan's eyes were dark. Then why did you come to the lake in the middle of the night? Liang Li was stunned when she heard the man's words. Could it be that she was sleepwalking into a pit dug by someone else? She held Yang Yuan's hand tightly. Her mouth was covered. So how could she speak? After Yang Yuan let go, he bent his knees slightly, exerted force with his feet, supported himself with his hands on the wall of the cave, and turned over to get out. Liang Li couldn't climb out of the 3-meter-deep hole. Standing at the edge of the cave, with the faint starlight, Yang Yuan could see clearly that the woman who fell into the cave was wearing pajamas and had messy hair. In the dark cave, Liang Li didn't dare to look up at the man for fear of being killed. He said tremblingly, I was sleeping at home. Maybe I was sleepwalking and dreamed about this. Yang Yuan obviously didn't believe Liang Li's words. Those cancerous people in the government do nothing all day long and only think about ordering others to do things. Isn't this woman Secretary Han's cousin? Zhui Feng must have been dug out and eaten by someone. It was the meat of a second-level mutant dog. No wonder Han Shi just advanced to the peak of the first level 2 days ago. However, in just one day, he advanced from the peak of the first level to the early stage of the second level. Thinking of this, Yang Yuan took the shovel and left angrily. About 3 minutes later, Liang Li saw no movement and finally dared to look up. Only the cold moonlight fell on her, and the occasional swaying shadows of the trees. Liang Li finally couldn't help but scream. Damn it, she actually sleepwalked into a deep pit. The pit was estimated to be 3 meters deep. If the man just now had the intention to kill her, wouldn't he have buried her alive? My God, since Liang Li entered the Yuhui base, she has been law-abiding and actively rescuing the injured people. Even if there is no credit, there is still hard work. When Luo Tang heard the shouting, her hands that were knitting a sweater began to tremble. Her mental power has reached the peak of the 3rd level, and because she drinks spiritual water regularly, her hearing is comparable to that of a 1st-level hearing ability person. Her mental power swept toward the lake behind the house. 100 meters away, a 3-meter-deep pit appeared under the big tree facing her house. In the pit, a woman in pajamas was shivering and shouting for help. This guy is so unlucky. He fell into a pit in the middle of the night. If you spend a night in a pit by the lake, you will definitely get sick. In the end times, medicine is a scarce commodity. Although she doesn't need to. Liang Li shouted for a long time, but he shouted too hard and his voice became a little hoarse. She hugged herself and sniffed. She might have to spend the night in the cave. She was a healing ability user and her skills were not very good. She fell down halfway through climbing and sprained her foot. Fortunately, she can heal herself. Otherwise tonight would be even more miserable. I hope there aren't any monsters here. Liang Li was thinking when he suddenly felt his body flying into the air out of control. She turned pale with horror. Her body stiffened uncontrollably, her mouth slightly open, but she couldn't make a sound because of fear. After a while, my feet touched the ground, and I felt relieved. Looking around, she actually left the pit. After getting the woman, Luo Tang became depressed. When she used her mental power just now, she detected that someone was living in villa number 17. Still a member of the Shen family. What bad luck. On second thought, the Shen family is in villa number 17, so doesn't that mean the Tang family is also nearby? It took me 3 hours to finish knitting Dowda's sweater. Can't wait to put it on the little one. Put down the knitting needles and return to the space. After Dowdo woke up, he stood on the blanket and ate a straw cake. When he saw Luo Tang coming in, his eyes lit up. Is it my sweater? Luo Tang smiled, closed the door, and tugged at his sweater. Dowdo, come over here and try it. When the little guy saw the big Totoro knitted on the sweater, he jumped up happily, raised his paws, and couldn't wait to put on the sweater. Luo Tang put clothes on Dowdo, just enough to cover its body. Dowdo put his paw into the front pocket of his sweater and nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly something was wrapped around his head. When he looked in the dressing mirror, he saw that it was a special little hat that just covered his bare head. With its 2 big ears and eyes exposed, it looks chubby in the mirror. No one can tell it is a bald chinchilla when it is wearing clothes. So beautiful. Dowdo touched the little chinchilla showing off on his chest. He buried his head in Luo Tang's arms again and sniffed. Zai Zai, you are so kind to me. Luo Tang smiled. You are my little cub. Luo Tang's side was in harmony, while Shin Chiyue's side was full of worries. Shen Tingyan has been in a bad mood since seeing Luo Tang. Chapter 59. What? Grandma Shen became our neighbor. She really didn't expect that the adopted daughter who spoke cruel words to her before the end of the world actually had dual powers. Space and mental abilities are 2 rare abilities, both powerful and practical. There are also 2 mutant beasts. One of the abilities has reached level 3. She has been practicing so hard every month, and her superpowers are still at the peak of the 2nd level. She didn't know if it was her misunderstanding, but Shin Chiyue felt that her father's eyes seemed to have a hint of worry after he saw that Luo Tang was living well. But she heard from her aunt that Nanqing treated Luo Tang well when Luo Tang was at the Shin family. Imfui. Shin Qiang put down his chopsticks and walked upstairs. Practice hard. Luo Tang has a special ability that is the same as yours. He may surpass you one day. Don't embarrass me. Shin Qiang paused and smiled mockingly. Sometimes he himself can't tell whether his mother really loves him more or loves her face more. He turned around and snorted, Luo Tang's mental power level is higher than mine, and she lives in villa number 18. Maybe your conversation has already reached her ears. What? Shin Tingyan stood up. Pointing at Shin Qiang with a cold smile, his body trembled slightly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you really cheating like this? Just let her see our Shun family's jokes. Shin Qiang looked directly at Shin Tingyun, looking at his mother's messy hair and slightly haggard face. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his mother was an ordinary person and was not an insurmountable mountain. She had no control over his life. She will grow old like other mothers. And he has grown up, but no matter what she did, regardless of whether he is partial to Shin Chiyue, she is his mother after all. He couldn't hate her either. Shin Chi calmed down and said slowly, Mom, times have changed now. Even the city has been submerged by the sea, and there is no Shin family anymore. Don't you know it yet? The strong are respected, and Luo Tang is strong enough. Only if he can. She was received by the commander of Yue Base. If you don't trouble Luo Tang, she won't even look at you. Shin Chiyue also noticed something strange about her mother and reached out to support Shin Tingyun. She really couldn't understand why Luo Tang still touched her mother's heart so much. She is not jealous of Luo Tang, and her grudges with the Shun family have been wiped out. It didn't conflict with her interests, but she was really envious of the good opportunities she had. Awakened 2 very useful abilities. She has space powers, but mental power is a powerful and special power that can be promoted. In the last 3 years of the last 3 years, she had heard of all the mutated elemental fruits. Mutated fruits that may awaken spiritual power have never been heard of. Without the Shun family, she could live a better life alone with her son. At the beginning of the end of the world, he became one of the strongest. She wanted it too. Without powerful resources, her abilities are stuck at the 2nd level. If Guan cultivates slowly on his own, it will probably take more than half a year to go from the 2nd level peak to the 3rd level, or a year if he goes slowly. Mom, my brother is right. I am your biological daughter, and Luo Tang is just a stranger to you. Our family can live a good life. With me and the Shin family, we will definitely have a foothold in the apocalypse. Shin Chiyue held her mother's hand. Shin Tingyun's heart gradually calmed down. Do you think your brother is of the same mind as us? Isn't he a member of the Shun family? Shin Chiyue smiled softly. Mom, my brother's powers are very powerful. You see, every time we kill evil species, my brother also helps. You ask your brother to do the work, and he does it too. As long as he does not affect the interests of the Shun family, he can do whatever he wants. He can do it. Shin Tingyun looked at Shin Chiyue and saw determination in her moist deer eyes. Ye was telling her that Yang Yang was a good and obedient knife, and she could use it when it was time to use it. Afterglow bases can be established in the early stages of the apocalypse. It will definitely become a big base in the future, and the Shin family will definitely be able to gain a foothold here, and even become a big family. It doesn't matter if Shin's family is small. As long as you have the ability and resources, recruiting people is the easiest thing to do. The corners of Shin Tingyun's lips were slightly curved. Before she gave birth to a child, she started helping her father manage the company in college, and she was not a vegetarian. Yeah, should we change to a villa? Luo Tang lives next door, and she always feels a little uncomfortable. Luo Tang taught Zhou, Daodu, and Haimai how to read, and his breath stuck in his throat when he heard Shun Tingyun's words. Get out of here. I don't want to be your neighbor either, because I think you are irritating. Luo Linzhou put down his pencil. Mommy, what's wrong? Crazy Shun has become our neighbor. Luo Linzhou's eyes widened, and then he showed a sweet smile. What a coincidence. Then I'll bring Daodu and Cole to piss her off tomorrow. Luo Tang. Most of the circuits in Yuhui base are still intact, and the power supply is only available for 2 hours a day. The electricity bill is extremely expensive, and many people are reluctant to use it. Basically just for cooking. The money nowadays is useless. Everything is done through barter or trading with crystal cores. The currency system of the Yuhui base is not yet perfect. Even if there was electricity, Luo Tang didn't plan to rest in the villa. It would be much more comfortable to sleep in the space. There was a Mount outside guarding her at night. Whenever someone stepped into the villa's door, Mount could notify her through the power of the contract. What's more, Daodu has already moved his nest to the front door. The little guy doesn't like to sleep at night. The middle of the night is his time to practice and eat grass. Luo Tang prepared a lot of dried Timothy grass for Dodo, as well as some snacks that chinchillas like to eat. Thinking that Daodu had no fur, I put a blanket in its nest to prevent it from catching a cold at night. Jigu Big Cub, I love you so much. But Daodu is not afraid of the cold. Daodu hugged Luo Tang's legs and stayed close to her. Luo Tang picked up Daodu and weighed him. Before the end of the world, she would never have dreamed that she would have a chinchilla weighing 10 or 20 kilograms. An ordinary chinchilla weighs only a few hundred grams. She really likes to go for a walk. It is very comfortable to hold, especially when it is furry. Scoop out the spiritual water accumulated in the pool from the space, about a little more than a bowl, and place it in front of Daodu's nest. The spiritual water, which had not been diluted, was really fragrant. Chapter 60 Luo Linzhou goes to find the base commander. With the crystal cores it has accumulated and the crystal cores contributed by black hole and curly hair, plus this bowl of spiritual water, it can try to reach the peak of the 3rd level tonight. Then it is on the same level as Big Cub and Mount, and just as powerful. I'll ask Daodu and Mount to keep watch tonight. Luo Tang said softly. Daodu nodded obediently. It like being with Mount. Hairball is a fragrant grass that is as fragrant as its food. On the treetops in the moonlight, white light fell on the small courtyard of the villa, falling through the gaps in the leaves and falling on the 2 group leaders. A silver-gray dumpling and a green dumpling cling to each other, and the silver-gray dumpling exudes a faint golden light. The next day it was dawn. Luo Linzhou sat up from the bed, rolled out of bed, took out his clothes, changed them, and slipped to Luo Tang's room. He whispered, Mommy, are you awake? Can you please let me and Black Hole Curly out? I want to go for a walk and look for other children in the community. Luo Tang. Finding friends is fake, but getting angry and listening to the cloud is real. Zhou, you can play by yourself. You don't have to go to the neighbor's house next door. It's early in the morning, and people haven't gotten up yet. Luo Tang didn't want Zhou to take the initiative to provoke Shen Tingyun. Luo Linzhou was stunned for a moment and understood what Mommy meant. He murmured softly, Mommy, I get it. I really did take Daodu for a walk around the neighborhood. Be careful. Let Daodu inform Mommy if anything happens. Wear more clothes. It's a bit cold outside early in the morning. I knitted a piece of clothing and a hat for Heighten on the table in the living room. Zhou is only 3 years old. It's impossible for him to only interact with her and a few little cuties all day long. She also needed to take a nap. She had been traveling for most of a month, killing so many evil beasts and knitting a sweater last night. She was so tired. Okay. Luo Linzhou replied happily when he heard his mother let him out. Luo Linzhou took Haichuo to the living room and saw the clothes and had his mother mentioned on the table. Woof, master is so nice. I didn't expect I have it too. Luo Linzhou helped Haitamiai put on his clothes and hat. Now all that could be seen was that Haitamiai's for legs were a little bald. Curly was chewing nuts from Luo Linzhou's bag. As soon as Luo Linzhou came out of the space, he took the black coal and Daodu saw Yazi and ran out. As soon as he stepped out of the villa gate, he bumped into Shin Chiyue. Luo Linzhou curled his lips and smiled when he saw Shin Chiyang behind Shin Chiyue. Before Shin Chiyang could call him, the little guy ran towards the community square with Daodu and Black Hole. When Shin Chiyang saw this scene, his eyes dimmed a bit. Yang, we still have to do a mission today. We can't just rest on our laurels when we come to the base, right? Nanshan glanced at Luo Linzhou and then looked away. Yang, see clearly who is the same family as you. Before the end of the world, you often went to Luo Tang's house to see that kid, but now he doesn't even call you uncle when he meets you. Shun Tingyun snorted coldly. Mom, let's go to the lobby and see what tasks there are. The most important thing now is improving abilities. When the cold wave comes, they can only stay in the base. It's easy to freeze to death outside. Isn't it dangerous for Tangdang to release Zhou's child and not follow him? Shin Tingwan asked worriedly. Shin Chiyue smiled and said, Annie, there are 2 powerful mutant beasts around that child. What's more, This is a high-end community, and not all monsters can live here. Those who can live in the villa area are basically the higher-ups of Yue base, or a powerful superpower with abundant resources like her and Luo Tang. My mother isn't worried. So why are you worried? Shen Tingyan glanced at her sister. Why did she still act as ignorant as Yang Yang? The child obviously knew Yang Yang, but ignored them. He must have been taught by Luo Tang. She didn't pay any attention to them. So why would they bother someone else's cold butt? What are you doing when you are full and have nothing to do? Luo Linzhou was followed by two mutant beasts, which were particularly eye-catching. But no one dared to approach him. Holding the black hole with a rope, Luo Linzhou walked straight to the outside of the #1 villa where he lived in the base according to his past life memories. Mommy said that she couldn't take the initiative to provoke Grandma Shun, so he just glared in front of him and ignored them. Anyway, she will be in a bad mood when she sees him. If she's in a bad mood, Mommy will definitely be happy. Shen Qiyu glanced in the direction Luo Linzhou was going and frowned. That direction was where the base resident lived, and the kids seemed to be heading straight that way, not at all afraid of the people passing by around him. Not even like a 3-year-old. Could it be that it was not Luo Tang who was reborn, but Luo Linzhou? Could it be that Luo Linzhou also died later? Shen Qiyue's breath froze at the thought. In order to confirm what she was thinking, Shen Qiyue unconsciously walked towards the path Luo Linzhou had walked. Yeah. What are we doing here? Aren't we heading in another direction when we leave the community? Qiyue, you saw Zhozhou walking this way just now. And what do you want to do? Shen Qiang glanced at Shen Qiyue with suspicion. What are you talking about, brother? I just heard that the director of the base lives here and came to try his luck and find out about Yue base. As expected, Luo Linzhou deliberately played with two mutated beasts in front of the villa at the base. Luo Linzhou didn't expect that the Shen family would come over. He looked at Shen Qiang, who was walking over, and shouted in a sweet voice. Hello, Uncle Shen. Shen Qiang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Zhozhou, can Uncle Shen touch your mutant beast? As soon as Meng Liyun went out, he saw several people and two animals outside the fence. When he heard Shen Qiang's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ever since Sister Beauty entered the base yesterday, she wanted to touch her two mutant beasts. I am especially jealous of the mutant chinchilla. She has seen mutant cats and dogs, and even mutant mice. This is the first time I've seen a mutated Totoro. It's just like the spirit beast in anime. After Meng Liyun went out in one step. It was already early in the morning after the meeting yesterday, and he only rested for 4 hours. There are still important things to do today. The construction and development of the base is urgent. Before Meng, he stepped out of the villa door. He met a pair of big black and bright eyes. The child looks like 3 or 4 years old, with baby fat on his face, slightly curly hair, fair and red skin, wearing black casual pants and a small dark blue denim jacket. With a sweet smile on his face, he carried a bulging yellow bag on his back, and a big black dog stood next to him. It had been a long time since he had seen such well-raised children in the base. Only with children can Dragon Country have a future. Meng was afraid that his fierce look would scare the child, so he smiled. Luo Linzhou blinked and looked at him. Meng Liyun was afraid, but also wanted to get closer to the dog next to Zhozhou. Chapter 61, Leave the relationship to him. Little boy, can I touch your dog and chinchilla? Although she didn't know why the two mutant beasts were wearing clothes today. The weather is not very cold today. Luo Linzhou smiled widely. Beautiful sister, it's okay. I can touch one crystal core 3 times. After saying that, he took out the sleeping curly from the small yellow bag. I also have a super cute hamster. You can touch a crystal core 3 times. I just opened today, and the price for you is very cheap. Luo Linzhou held out 3 fingers to Meng Liyun. He knew this sister from his previous life and would sometimes give him delicious food. She especially liked to touch Daodu and curly hair. Shen Qiang's hand that touched the black hole retracted again. Nowadays, it is difficult for everyone to have enough food. So few people should be willing to spend a crystal core to touch other people's mutant beasts. Living in an ordinary house for 3 days only costs 1 crystal core. Meng Liyun froze on the spot, looking down at the smiling Luo Linzhou. Whose baby is this? He is so good at doing business at a young age. Shen Qiyu lowered her eyes slightly. Luo Linzhou was not reborn. She stood upside down and ate shit. Luo Linzhou glanced at Shen Qiyu and gave her a big smile. I thought a lot more when I came to Yue base. Mom said those were fake and things that hadn't happened yet. But when he saw Uncle Yang and Sister Meng, he knew that every minute and second of his memories of those 2 years was true. He was probably the reborn person in the novel my mother read, and he knew the events of the end of the world 2 years in advance. Possessed temporary prophetic abilities. Just like Aunt Shen Qiyu, she was always 1 step ahead of others in her previous life. He was young but not stupid. He could already guess that she was reborn. As long as he acted special, she would think that she was reborn, and she would only blame him for the changes in her mother and him. After all, Mommy really didn't know anyone at Yue base before she came. Shen Qiyue's face froze. What did this little brat tell her? Did he guess that she was a reborn person? Luo Tang has dual powers of space and mental power, and Luo Linzhou may have more than one healing power after his rebirth. It seems that it is better not to have a deadly feud with his mother and son, not to mention that Luo Tang is probably Nangong Yan's sister. Xinqiue gets a headache every time she thinks of this. If the relationship between her mother and Luo Tang had not deteriorated, she would not have thought of kicking Luo Tang out when she came back. Not to mention her son's precious healing powers. The two mutant beasts that never leave her alone are a powerful force. When will she be able to get herself a mutant beast? Meng Lian only reacted when she heard her father's laughter. The child was looking at her expectantly, waiting for her reply. Little guy, Uncle will give you a crystal core to touch your mutant beast. Meng thought this kid was very interesting. It's the end of the world, but he is still so courageous and clever. Luo Linzhou's eyes lit up. He came here just to meet the base commander by chance. In the previous life, the Shin family had a very good relationship with the base commander. Mommy didn't like dealing with people, so the matter of building relationships could only be left to him, Daodu, and Haitan. Daodu jumped off Haichuo and slid to Meng He's feet. He looked at him expectantly with his black eyes and stretched out his claws towards him. Luo Linzhou held one mouth to Meng He and said, "Grandpa, pet him. He is so well behaved." Meng He was also stunned when he saw the big, cream-colored, curly-haired, tailless rat sleeping soundly. Little friend, yours is also a mutant beast. Of course, they are good and obedient. Curly is an electric mutant beast. Not only is he my partner in battles, but he can also charge my car. Little Luo said proudly. Meng He's attention is on you, his partner who is fighting side by side with him, and charging. According to the current situation, he has already anticipated that there will be a fierce battle between mutant beasts, evil species, and humans in the future. If some mutant beasts could be tamed to become partners fighting alongside humans, humans' combat effectiveness would more than double. Meng He picked up Curly, and as soon as Curly opened his eyes in his arms, he raised his head and saw Luo Linzhou, then fell asleep obediently in Meng He's arms again. Meng He was shocked that his master could be so confident in him. He touched Odo, who was hugging his legs. Take out a crystal core from the clothes bag and give it to it. After Daodu got the crystal core, his eyes lit up. He took a step back and bowed to him in a humane way. Meng He's heart was filled with waves of shock, and he felt that his idea, just now, was feasible. The animals that were raised in the base before the apocalypse will also protect their owners after they mutate. But he had never encountered a mouse as smart as this big gray mouse. Meng Lian was jealous watching from the side, thinking that his father was truly a winner in life now. Before the end of the world, he looked so fierce that even the dogs at home were afraid of him. How come he has a mouse in his hand now? She really wants such a well-behaved mouse with special powers. Meng Lian screamed in her heart and looked at Curly with an Annie's smile. Little boy, what's your name? Why are you bringing your pet out to play so early? Where is your mother? Meng He asked curiously. It's not even 6 o'clock yet, and most adults are still sleeping. Little Luo was never shy. Although Meng He looked fierce, he raised his head and said in a baby voice, "My name is Luo Linzhou, and my mommy's name is Luo Tang. Mommy is still sleeping, so I got up early to walk the dog and exercise. Mommy said that if you are in good health, you can run fast when you encounter danger." Luo Tang, isn't this the dual system psychic who entered the base yesterday? No wonder this little kid is so well taken care of. When Meng He touched Curly again, he found that the little guy took out a nut from his mouth and handed it to him with his paw. This shouldn't be given to him to eat, right? But he doesn't want it. Mouse, eat it yourself. Curly seemed to understand what he said. He put the nut into his mouth and started eating it with a grunt. Little Zhou, are all your pets very intelligent? Luo Linzhou patted his chest. Of course, they are as smart as me. The stronger they are, the smarter they are. Grandpa, do you have superpowers? My superpowers have no combat power at all. They're all my guards, and Curly can be stuffed into a bag. Don't look at it as small. A second-level evil species can be easily killed. Meng He's hands almost trembled when he heard Luo Linzhou's words. He lowered his head and saw a curly-haired man looking at him dimly. It seems to be saying, "Why are you shaking? I'm not going to hit you." He really didn't expect that the mouse in his hand was actually a second-level mutant beast. Does little Zhou's family raise mutant beasts? The 3 mutant beasts are so powerful. He has no special powers, so it would be nice if he could keep a loyal mutant beast by his side. Find an opportunity to ask Miss Luo how to raise mutant beasts. From a distance, Han Chi saw a group of unfamiliar people gathered in front of the base commander's house, and his face darkened. Seeing the big black dog that looked like a black wolf next to Meng He, with its strong muscles and smooth lines, his eyes flashed. Base commander, it's not good to keep this mutant animal in the community. What if it hurts someone? Seeing Han Chi suddenly appear, Meng He's face darkened. Chapter 62, Unexpectedly, Xinqiue contributed information to the base commander because of him. What are you doing here? This morning, before dawn, Chief Yang said that Zhui Feng's body was dug up, and he didn't know who did it. It's just right for you to investigate this matter, and to give it to others. Let me tell you, Zhui Feng is a military dog that has saved many lives. This morning, while he was still sleeping, Yang Yuan came over to complain to him. He said he couldn't swallow the breath after Zhui Feng's body was dug up and eaten. Han Chi's eyes flashed slightly. Basic Commander, I will definitely help you handle this matter. If you have nothing to do, just leave. I still have something to do. Meng He waved his hand. He could also guess who it was, but he just didn't want to see Han Chi. Meng He set his sights on Black Hole, fearing that this German shepherd would be targeted. Just as Han Chi was leaving, something pulled his hand. He looked down and saw a big rat in a sweater looking at him with a smile. It seems that we really need to make a law regarding mutant animals. The base doesn't only have military dogs. Many people also raise mutant animals. Some people who raise mutant animals regard them as family members, while some people regard them as food. If their pets are secretly caught and eaten, and the owner fails to protect their rights, it is truly a dereliction of duty on his part. It's obvious that these little guys view humans as their own family, and they protect and are loyal to them. As long as they do not actively harm humans, these mutated animals deserve the right to be protected. Mengi put the curly hair back into Zhou's hand and took out a crystal core from his pocket and gave it to him. Little friend, Uncle Meng has something else to do. Come to my house next time. Luo Linzhou happily took the curly hair, and when they left with the black hole, he waved to Meng He. Grandpa, see you next time. Only then did Meng He realize that Luo Linzhou had been calling him grandpa, not uncle. He is only in his 40s, is he that old? Sign he was probably too tired. He didn't awaken his powers and had no chance to regain his youth. He has also heard of an 80-year-old man who awakened his supernatural powers and returned to youth, looking no more than 40 years old. Shen Qiang coughed lightly. Zhou's mother is young, only 22. There's nothing wrong with him calling you grandpa. His parents are only in their 40s. Doesn't Zhou also call him grandparents? If you call him uncle or aunt, then Luo Tang will be of the same generation as his mother. Oh, that's it. Mengi glanced at the Shen family and found out that he was not from the same family as the little boy Zhou. He didn't believe that he came here to play so early in the morning. What do you guys want? Shen Chiyue stepped forward with a smile. Chief of the base, my name is Shen Chiyue. Evil species and beasts will appear in the last days. In the near future, most plants may mutate. If you study the current soil carefully, you will naturally discover its secrets. Not long ago, we encountered a very powerful mutant plant on the way here. The fruit of the mutant plant can give people the opportunity to awaken their powers. All of us ate it, but I was the only one who awakened my fire powers. What? Meng He was shocked. Even Meng Liyun, who was planning to keep up with Kid Luo, paused. Shen Chiyue took out 2 mutated dragon fruits from the space. As soon as the fruits were taken out, Meng He instantly smelled the sweet smell and even felt a strange energy. Every cell in his body reminded him to swallow these 2 fruits. He raised his eyelids and said, I wonder if some of you can come home and talk in detail? Shen Chiyue had a well-placed smile on her face. Of course, my family and I entered the base yesterday. After entering the community, I inquired about your location, the base director, and wanted to report the matter to you. For the safety of the base, it is natural to go early, be prepared. Meng He's heart suddenly turned cold. It seemed that mutant plants were not just about producing mutant fruits that could awaken people's abilities. Can you still hit someone? Only yesterday Yang Yuan told him that bullets were useless to the high-level villains. Meng He was worried. Meng Liyun opened the door of the villa and said, Guys, please. Shen Tingyan held her daughter's hand, and Shen Chiyue gave her mother a reassuring smile. When I first arrived, I naturally had to use tricks to gain the appreciation of the top leader. Moreover, those cancerous people at Yuhui Base had bullied the lower-class people in their previous lives, which made her life at Yuhui Base difficult. Originally, it was already the 3rd year of the apocalypse when she entered Yuhui Base, and the relevant policies were relatively complete. The base commander's health was not as good as it is now. Those people were much more powerful than they are now. They once wanted to pull the base commander down, elevate the special status of people with special abilities, and widen the gap between people with special abilities and ordinary people. Shen Tingyan didn't expect that the villa where the permanent residents lived in the base would be so simple inside. The living room only has a simple set of tables and chairs. Meng Liyun watched Shen Tingyan look at his living room, smiled and said, The original owners of this place have all turned into villains, and the furniture has basically been cleared away. When my father moved everyone here, he chose the scariest house to avoid gossip. It is rare for a large family to all turn into evil in the last days. He took out the hot water bottle and poured a cup of hot water for several people. The house is humble and simple. Let's take a sip of hot water to warm our stomachs. Her father has a bad stomach and cannot drink too much cold water. Thank you. Shen Chiyue took a sip. He placed the 2 mutated dragon fruits on the table, stood up and bowed to Meng He. We are the commander of the base, and time is of the essence. I'll tell you all the news I know, and I hope you can lead the people of Yuhui Base to take precautions as soon as possible. Meng He nodded and laughed. I didn't expect that, little girl. You look young, but you still care about the people. If the younger generation of our Dragon Kingdom can be like you, there will be no need to worry about being able to overcome the difficulties of the end of the world. Shin Chiyue smiled. Originally, she planned to take it easy. But Luo Linzhou came this morning. Yesterday, Luo Tang entered the base together with Yang Yuan, the supreme commander of the Yuhui base military region. Yang Yuan liked Luo Tang in his previous life and was Shin Qiyang's comrade-in-arms. If she didn't take a step forward, wouldn't it mean that Luo Linzhou would be the first to get there? Luo Linzhou didn't expect that because of his small actions today, Shin Chiyue would have a lot of drama in his mind, and he would also contribute a lot of information to Meng He. He originally got up early just to get angry and listen to the clouds. Mommy didn't allow it, so I met them again when I went out. He couldn't just go home without doing anything, could he? Simply take Black Hole to meet the base director. Sitting back on the chair, Shin Chiyue pushed the 2 mutated dragon fruits and said, Chief of the base, the mutated dragon fruit awakens the fire power, but it may not be awakened after eating it. The combat power of the mutated dragon fruit is extremely strong. A first-level mutated plant may require 3 superpowers to deal with. After a pause, he added, We even encountered a patch of mutant citrus when we were passing through the mountainous area. Originally, we wanted to pick it, but we almost died in that mutant citrus forest and couldn't catch any. Shin Qiang lowered his head slightly. Didn't Shin Chiyue lie without even writing a draft? Can she still fully believe what she said before? Chapter 63 The conversation between Shin Chiyue and the base commander. Mom and Dad put a filter on Shin Chiyue, but he could feel that Shin Chiyue seemed to do everything with purpose and calculation. This is very strange. Does she have the ability to predict things? If there is such a thing as prediction, sometimes it seems that the prediction is not very accurate. They did not encounter a mutant citrus, but found a mutant dragon fruit in a large dragon fruit forest. As soon as the fruit ripened, Shin Chiyue chopped it to death and picked the fruit. He didn't even have a chance to see how powerful the mutant dragon fruit was. Meng He never thought that one day the fruit he ate would hit someone. But it is true that most plants will grow better after the apocalypse than before. But the soil is so hard now that the seeds they saved can't be planted at all. It needs to be cultivated by wood-type superpowers. Could it be that the soil after the end of the world will only become more and more adaptable to the growth of mutated plants? Thinking of this, Meng He's mind suddenly became clear. If he thought about it this way, everything seemed to make sense. Human animals are polarized and both mutate. Then, as they are all blue star creatures, can't plants mutate? It's just that the rate of mutation is slower than that of humans and animals. Girl Shin, do all the mutant plants you encounter have attack power? If plants are capable of attacking, human survival will only become more and more difficult. Plants are the source of human existence. Then I don't know. I just saw the fruit and wanted to pick it. After I was attacked, I realized that it was a mutated plant. I don't know if the plants I haven't touched have mutated or whether they will attack people. But what is certain is that mutated plants will only attack you if you hurt them or want their fruits, and they will even fight you. Meng He fell into deep thought. Shin Chiyue added, I'm afraid that the plants will mutate slowly in the future, so I suggest that we study the current soil. Researching soil has long been left to agriculturists and research institutes, and Secretary Han seems to be in charge. Meng He's expression changed when he thought of this. Basic Commander, to be honest, I'm a little worried about the extreme weather. How do you say this? It's not October yet, but the weather in the province is getting colder and colder. Before the end of the world, we could still wear short sleeves in the province. I'm afraid there will be a big cold wave around the world like a global earthquake. Meng He shook his hand, and the earthquake in Chang'e Plain was avoided. If there's a cold wave, Yuhui base may not be able to avoid it. Furthermore, winter is coming soon, so you really need to prepare some things for the winter. That boy Yang Yuan proposed to expand the base and build a large wall yesterday. He must have guessed something. Girl Shin, the information you gave is very useful. Why don't you come to my base to do some work? Of course he knew that Shin Chiyue told him that these things could not simply be serving the people. It just so happened that this kid had the ability, and he also wanted to replace the Secretary General. Shin Chiyue smiled and said, Chiyue is young and doesn't understand many things. She still needs to learn more. She also wants to kill the evil ones and improve her strength. Meng He nodded secretly. The girl has a good attitude, which is not bad. I wonder how strong the girl is now. He is also easy to weigh and weigh. He has no superpowers among the leadership, and those few people don't show much on the surface, but secretly they want to make people with superpowers special. He would agree with improving the treatment of people with special abilities, but he would not agree with promoting people with special abilities as being superior to others. Uncle Meng, I have 3 types of powers. Originally, I only had 2 types of ice and space powers. The fire power was awakened after eating the mutated dragon fruit. What? Meng He was shocked. This was the first time he encountered a person with 3 types of abilities. Hearing Shin Chiyue's next words, he felt relieved again. If it is true, then maybe he'll have a chance to awaken his powers in the future. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Whether the ability can be awakened can only depend on luck. There's no point in being anxious. Uncle Ming, my family and I are going to go outside the city to collect supplies today, so I won't bother you. I hope these 2 mutant dragon fruits can help Uncle Ming. Thank you, girl. After the Shin family left, Ming he placed a mutant fruit in front of his daughter. Li Yun, Dad will try it first. He was not sure about the safety of the fruit. What if something happened to his daughter after eating it? But there are only 2 fruits now. If I use them for experiments, I will lose another opportunity. Dad. Before Ming Li Yun could stop him, Ming had already stuffed the fruit into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Just now, a strange force flowed from the stomach to every part of the body. He stretched his body and felt full of strength. Dad, I think you look much more energetic than before. Ming he laughed. Li Yun, this fruit is fine. It tastes better than ordinary dragon fruit. It's a pity that Dad didn't awaken the firepower that girl mentioned. You can try it. Ming Li Yun sniffed. Dad, you need it more. If one can't awaken, maybe 2 can. After my mother passed away, my father always wanted to leave the best for her. Li Yun eat. Meng He smiled, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Meng Li Yun was even sadder. In just over a month since the end of the world, his father looked 10 years older. But she knew that her father would definitely not eat the remaining one. Since there is a mutated dragon fruit, there must be other mutated fruits. He picked up the small mutant dragon fruit on the table, gently peeled it, and swallowed it in one bite. A strange power suddenly rose in my stomach, making me feel warm, and all the fatigue in my body was instantly swept away. She felt happy in her heart, but as soon as the power flowed into her limbs and bones, it suddenly disappeared again. Meng Liun knew that he had not awakened his powers, so he was not discouraged. He raised a smile and said, "Dad, I feel a strange and comfortable power in my body, and my whole body is full of energy. If you don't believe it, see if my mental outlook is much better than before." Mengi took a closer look and saw that the dark circles under his daughter's eyes caused by worrying about work these days had disappeared, and her face was much rosier than before. "Liyun, have you awakened any powers?" Meng Liyun shook his head. Could it be that Shin Qiue's awakening to the fire element was just a coincidence and not the result of the mutated dragon fruit? Meng was not discouraged. He looked at the mutated dragon fruit peel on the table and said, "Liyun, you send this peel to the research institute. You don't have to go to the city gate today. I think it's the effect of the mutated dragon fruit, but I think the probability is very low. Dad has something urgent to do later. It's like in the end times, there are far fewer people with awakened superpowers than ordinary people. Matters related to the base had to be arranged, and he also had to arrange for Yang Yuan to catch Secretary Han's braids. He didn't believe in the land. They didn't know. If you don't report such an important matter and don't draw attention to it, what kind of official are you? Alas, the base still lacks talent to get things done." "Okay." Meng Liyun agreed quickly. Luo Linzhou had just arrived at the door of his house with Heimei when he saw a man and a woman standing outside the door, and his head tilted. Chapter 64. Big Buns as Hard Work Fee. Jiang Mo saw a cute boy walking towards him with a big dog, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Luo Linzhou blinked his big eyes and said sweetly, "Beautiful sister, are you here to see my mommy?" Jiang Mo was in a good mood when she heard the little boy calling her beautiful sister. But when she thought about the strange things she heard yesterday afternoon, she looked a little worried. "Little boy, is your mommy Luo Tang?" Little Luo nodded obediently. "Sister is here to see your mom. I have something important to tell her." Little Luo knew his mom's personality. His big eyes sparkled. "You want mom to fight monsters? My black hole and Daodu are both fine. Mom is still sleeping." Jiang Mo was stunned, looking at the tiny creature that was not even as tall as his thigh. Why did she feel that this little guy was extremely excited when he talked about fighting monsters? Could this be the boss's son? What normal child wouldn't be afraid of evil creatures and beasts? "Yes, yesterday afternoon a team encountered something very strange in Taoshi Town. Your mom told me that if I encounter strange things or monsters, I can find her. I just got here this morning. Little boy, can you tell your mom?" Luo Linzhou nodded with a smile, and Daodu had already used his supernatural power to open the door. He jumped inside and cooed happily. "Big Gab, call me alive. Come alive. We have a chance to find the treasure." Luo Tang had just woken up, and his mind was full of "it's time to live." He sat up suddenly from the bed, washed and dressed as quickly as possible, and left the space. She put Mao Wan's real body into her pocket. Now, besides her, the most powerful person in the team is Mao Wan. Just as Luo Tang was thinking, Daodu walked in from outside, with the corners of his mouth raised. He was wearing a gray woolen hat with only his 2 ears exposed, and his smile was a little obscene. If you didn't know, you would think there was a thief in her house. Daodu released his supernatural powers and stared at Luo Tang with a smile in his eyes. "I'm awesome, right? Come on, praise me." Luo Tang gently put her hair behind her head, squatted down, picked up Daodu, and kissed its forehead. "My Daodu is the cutest and most hardworking beast in the world. He will definitely become the most powerful mutant beast in the future." "Of course not. When I'm not busy anymore, I'll go challenge the big whale." "Luo Tang, that's not necessary. Although the big whale is only in the middle stage of the third stage, you may not be able to defeat it. One blow of its tail might crush you to death. Thinking of dying, doting on Daodu, Luo Tang didn't say anything. Big whale has a gentle personality and will not fight with Daodu like black hole. He might even give in to it. Mommy, my sister outside, said that someone encountered a strange incident in Taoshi Town, and the people who were rescued have never woken up. Anyone who goes there will be in a coma, Luo Linzhou shouted. Luo Tang put down his pocket. Mommy knows. Is Zhou hungry? Mommy, let's go eat on the road and check out the situation. It wouldn't be good if any of the treasures were taken away by others. Aunt Shin's family might have to leave the base later, in case they go to Taoshi Town. With Aunt Shin's luck and prophetic ability, maybe she would be late and the baby would really have no share of theirs. Luo Tang also thought of Shin Qiyue and said quickly, okay. When Jiang Imo saw Luo Tang coming out, his face lit up. Sister Luo, do you want little Zhou to stay at home? I can ask someone to take care of you. No, my Zhou is also a superpower, and he has black coal and curly hair to protect him. Jiang Imo lowered his head silently and looked at Zhou again. Zhou looked up at Jiang Imo and smiled at her. Jiang Imo was tactful enough not to ask Zhou why he didn't register his superpowers. Sister Luo, can you leave now? Okay, if you don't have a car, you can take mine later. After Luo Tang stepped out of the villa gate, Do used his supernatural power to lock the villa door. Thank you, Sister Luo. Jiang Imo, can you drive? Luo Tang asked. Meeting. As soon as Jiang Imo finished speaking, a black SUV appeared in the open space. Go ahead. You can drive the car later, and I'll pay you. Okay, Sister Luo. My companions are at the gate of the community. I'll say hello to them later. Okay, I'll drive after we leave the base. Just take me there. I don't know where Taoshi Town is, Luo Tang said with a smile. The guard at the villa frowned when he saw an unfamiliar vehicle leaving. Brother Chiu, it's me. The person next to me is Miss Luo Tang Luo from Villa number 18, a dual-system psychic with spatial and mental abilities. If you see her again in the future, please let her go. Xiaoming was stunned when he saw Luo Tang's face and nodded quickly. Okay. Not far from the community, a military green off-road vehicle appeared in Luo Tang's sight. Jiang Imo waved his hand, and the car immediately drove out of the base. After Luo Tang took out buns and soy milk from the space and gave them to Zhou, he started to eat breakfast himself. When he smelled the aroma of the buns, Jiang Imo finally understood why Luo Tang didn't drive himself. It turned out to be breakfast. The villa area is far away from the base entrance, and it takes half an hour to drive there. Jiang Imo watched Luo Tang eating from the time he left the house until the moment he reached the gate of the base. He ate a total of 10 big buns and 5 cups of soy milk. A big bun was as big as her 2 fists. Even little Zhou ate 3 big buns and 2 cups of soy milk. As soon as they left the base, Luo Tang said, okay, let me drive now. How long does it take to drive to Taoshi Town? At least more than 2 hours. If it only took less than an hour before the apocalypse. Now the plain area has become larger and the road is not as easy to travel as before. Jiang Imo explained. Luo Tang nodded. When Jiang Imo got off the car, Luo Tang gave her 4 big meat buns and a cup of hot soy milk. Jiang Imo was stunned when he felt the warm breakfast handed to him by the boss. Since the end of the world, she hasn't eaten big meat buns or drunk hot soy milk. Even if there are beans, making soy milk consumes so much electricity. Thank you for your help driving. Here's a reward for your hard work. Luo Tang said with a smile. Boss, are you still in need of a driver? If you need a driver or a porter in the future, you can come to me. I am a power user with great strength. The corners of Luo Tang's lips curved slightly. She had a good impression of Jiang Imo, whether it was when she was collecting rent yesterday or when she was eating breakfast this morning while driving. Just the right amount of enthusiasm and a sense of proportion. Lead the way. We'll talk if there's a chance for cooperation. Sister Luo, don't worry. I will definitely help you find out at the base, and if I encounter it, I will notify you as soon as possible. Good. Jiang Imo happily walked towards the military green SUV with the buns in his hand. A gray SUV passed by Jiang Imo. The woman in the car saw the buns and soy milk in Jiang Mo's hand and said in surprise, Hubby, could it be that the people in Yuhui base have such good living conditions? Otherwise, how could they have big buns and soy milk to eat? Well, we walked so far and almost died on the way. It's really a good decision to come here. Jiang Mo's 3 teammates were also surprised when they saw the buns and soy milk in her hands. Xiao Mo, where did you get the big buns? Jiang Imo chuckled and said, I drive for Sister Luo. This is Sister Luo giving me hard work compensation. Chapter 65, Go to Taoshi Town for investigation. Oh my god, you only drove for half an hour and still got 4 big buns and a cup of soy milk. These daily necessities are too easy to earn, right? Boss, are you still in need of a driver? I could be there at any time, and I have no problem driving in the middle of the night. When Boji, who has always been taciturn, took a deep breath after hearing Jiang Mo's words. The base is recruiting migrant workers early this morning. The work is 1 day, 12 hours with meals provided, but ordinary talents can only get 10 points. 10 points can only be exchanged for 10 steamed buns, which can ensure that the family does not starve to death. Brother Su, you drive first. I'll keep your buns for you. Now, let's take the boss to where he wants to go. Zhang Mo was not a stingy person. He gave each of the 4 buns one. Several teammates were busy in the morning. I just ate a few cookies early in the morning. Okay, thank you, Xiaoma. Suyi leaned his head out and waved to Luo Tang. Luo Tang nodded to indicate that he was ready to go. Suyi stepped on the accelerator and the car flew out at high speed, with Luo Tang's car following closely behind. After when Boji took the bun and took a bite, he became completely upset. Wow, Xiaoma, these are my favorite pork and green onion buns, and they're still hot. All right, look at how useless you are, Zhongjiang said with a look of disgust. You don't know, before the apocalypse, I had meat buns for breakfast every day. After the apocalypse, let alone meat buns, even buns are hard to find. At most, they are white steamed buns without any taste. This is simply the most delicious bun I have ever eaten in my life. I can't put more seasoning in my house when cooking, otherwise it may be gone after the seasoning is used up. I just hope I can hang out with the big guys in the future. The buns are hot. She must have made them early in the morning, right? The base only has electricity for 1 hour at 10 a.m. and 1 hour at 4 p.m. every day. Suyi asked in confusion. Sister Luo is a space-based psychic. Is there anything strange about that? Space-based psychics have static time and space. Of course, what you put in is what you take out. And you can tell from the first glance that Sister Luo is not a stingy person. She would not be reluctant to spend electricity on making delicious food. Brother Su, as long as there is something to eat, why think so much? Zhongjiang said. Nothing, just curious. Don't be curious. Curiosity kills the cat. A woman who can come here from the city alone with her children, accompanied by 2 powerful mutant beasts who can even pull out guns at will. Is she a simple woman? Zhongjiang continued. When Luo Tang entered the city that day, he happened to be at the city gate. As soon as Luo Tang got off the car, he was attracted. At first glance, Luo Tang is the most eye-catching. Xiaojiang is right. We should build a good relationship with the big guys. Maybe what they leak from their fingers will be enough for us to eat. Zhang Mo only drove for her for half an hour. I just gave him 4 big meat buns and a cup of soy milk. What does that mean? They have abundant supplies and have no shortage of food. What she wanted was something advanced, something that could quickly improve her abilities. What's more, mental power is a very strange supernatural power. Before the end of the world, he had a sickly friend with mental problems. Poor and destitute, despised by relatives and friends. I didn't expect that he would awaken his psychic powers at the end of the world, and is now a guest of honor of the government team. I definitely have to build a good relationship with you. I aspire to be a big boss's follower in the future. Every word of the conversation between the 4 people fell into Luo Tang's ears. She just chuckled, thinking of my miserable appearance in the book. Maybe this is human nature. Seek benefits and avoid harm. If she had no ability, I'm afraid everyone would bully her when she got to the base. Even because of her face, bad things might happen to her. She didn't know what happened to herself in the book after she and the Shin family were forced to separate. She didn't want to think about it. It was pitiful enough that she could be frozen to death. The road became more and more remote, and there were fewer and fewer vehicles on the road. Suyi didn't expect Luo Tang's driving skills to be so good. Before the end of the world, he was a racing driver. No matter how fast he drove, Luo Tang could always follow steadily behind him. At first he was afraid that Luo Tang could not keep up, so he drove slower than usual. Later, when he saw that he could keep up, he naturally drove faster and faster. Only when we reached the dilapidated country road did we slow down. Luo Tang followed, and the car in front slowly stopped. Zhang Mo opened the car door and waved to Luo Tang. Sister Luo, just turn a corner ahead and you'll reach Taoshi Town. Luo Tang nodded. I'll drive in front and you guys follow behind me. Good. Zhang Mo got in the car and Suyi drove it aside. Luo Tang's car whizzed past his car. It was very quiet all around, and occasionally one could hear the rustling of leaves in the wind. Sister Luo, be careful. According to yesterday's intelligence, once you enter Taoshi Town, you cannot stay there for too long. If you stay there for more than half an hour, you will fall into a coma. Zhang reminded again. Okay. Her mental power can cover an area of 390 meters. As soon as she entered the town, she could feel that there was something strange about it. Too quiet. This place is only 2 hours away from Yuhui base, and many people have already moved to the base. But there was no trace of any small animals around. Not even a bug, she didn't find a single one. Ever since the adventure team encountered an accident here, many people wanted to come and find out what happened. Not only did he gain nothing, he even lost himself. Only then was the task assigned to Jiang Mo, who used to be a civilian employee in the army, and was considered a member of the army. What's more, her team consists of 4 people with special abilities. It seems that there are no survivors here, and no strong military officers have come yet. After all, most people will be assigned to search for survivors in more distant places. Chiguchu, it smells so good, so good. Dowda put his paws on the car window, wishing he could jump out of the car and run to Xiangxiang's place to take a look. Luo Tang saw Dodo's intoxicated look in the mirror, and his eyelids twitched. Is it a mutant flower? The hairball is a mutant grass, and its fragrance is not enough to make Dowdu so excited. Dowdu, can you smell the source of the fragrance? Luo Tang opened all the car windows. So far, she only felt that Taoshi Town was weird, but she has not yet found out what the problem is. It is very likely that the strange place is beyond the range of her mental detection. Dowdu stretched out his black sharp claws, climbed out of the car, stood on the roof, and sniffed around with his little nose. As Dowdu sniffed, his saliva began to flow. Chigu, big cub, it smells really good, even better than the timothy grass I planted. Dowdu really wants to eat it. Luo Tang's face was dark. Dodo, I will definitely give it to you when I find it. Yeah, Dodo nodded obediently. He sat on the roof of the car, determined the direction where the fragrance was the strongest, and used his mental power to guide Luo Tang in the direction. Isn't that Sister Luo's mutant beast? How did the little cutie climb onto the roof of the car? Luo Tang's car suddenly changed direction and drove towards the rural dirt road next to it. The road was narrow, and the tires pressed against the grass. Suyi frowned. I feel like it's that little beast showing Sister Luo the way. Chapter 66, Zhou's nose is as sensitive as Dodo's. After driving for about 10 minutes, Luo Tang smelled a faint floral scent. The fragrance made her feel like she was in a hot spring. Then she felt her limbs become weak, her body became hot, and an inexplicable emotion began to boil inside her. A vague memory was unveiled. When she was 18 years old, she was drugged by the kidnappers, and then she pressed Bai Qingli, who came to rescue her, under her. Oh my god! Bai Qingli actually didn't lie to her, and it was really her who did it. The scent of green grass came to her, and before she could think about it, the picture in her mind was shattered in an instant. The ball of fur slipped out of her pocket and stuck to her face. Luo Tang used his mental power to wrap himself and a few others to resist the invasion of the fragrance. The four people in the military green SUV felt dizzy, their cheeks were hot, and they seemed like they would pass out if touched. So he felt like a string in his mind was about to break. Using the last bit of his strength, he stepped on the brakes, and the car suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. The powerful diving force made the four people wake up briefly. Where does this floral scent come from? I feel dizzy and I see stars. Didn't the intelligence yesterday say that we could stay in Taoshi Town for half an hour? We just got here and haven't even been here for a quarter of an hour. Jiang Mo said in a daze. Luo Tang got out of the car, walked to Suye's car and said, there is an orchard ahead. I can use my mental power to resist the hallucinogenic aroma, but you can't. Those who are unconscious must have been poisoned. I will collect the source of the aroma into the space and bring it back. There are houses on the way here just now. You can find an empty house to rest. Park the car outside, and I will know where you are when I come back. Sister Luo, how can I let you take risks alone? We are all superpowered people. You have been poisoned. You may faint in the orchard soon. I don't want to carry you back. Luo Tang said coldly. Jiang Mo was embarrassed. Why did she feel that Sister Luo was a bit attractive? She has a slim figure, a rosy complexion, red lips, and white teeth. I feel like taking a bite of her. She patted her head and felt dizzy. There must be something wrong with her brain. Otherwise, how could she have such thoughts? She obviously likes handsome boys. Sister Luo, if you can't solve it, you must not be stubborn. Your own safety is the most important. Zhong Jiang leaned his head out of the car window and said. Luo Tang glanced at him, his cheeks flushed. These people should be okay, right? The fragrance was only a slight illusion, and more often than not it caused hallucinations and led to coma. Luo Tang nodded slightly, turned around, opened the car door, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove away at high speed. Sister Luo, take care. Suyi also knew the importance of the matter. The orchard didn't know what was going on. If Luo Tang used his mental power to help them resist the poison gas, his supernatural power would soon be exhausted. Jiang Mo looked at the black SUV going away and held her cheeks. Woohoo, but Sister Luo looked so handsome, and she was given a big meat bun to eat. Those were simply the most delicious meat buns and the best soy milk she had ever eaten. Black hole. When we get off the car, stay next to Zhou and activate the barrier. Go back to the car and sit on black hole, okay? Zhou nodded dazedly. Mommy, why doesn't my healing ability work on this poison gas? Luo Tang smiled and said, Zhou, supernatural powers are not omnipotent. This fragrance can spread throughout the town. It must be very powerful. All things are interdependent and mutually exclusive. Maybe if we find that thing, we can find the antidote. At worst, we still have Bodhi. After her mental power was upgraded to the 3rd level, she had 3 more contract slots. The mutated Xiaopan Bodhi became her 2nd contracted plant, and now she has 2 contract rings. Luo Tang curled the corners of her lips. If this thing was powerful, she would make it hers. Luo Linzhou nodded thoughtfully. Mommy, when we find the antidote, won't there be a circle of stars around Zhou's head? Luo Tang didn't expect that the fragrance would have such a great impact on Zhou. This shouldn't be the case, right? There's the scent of a fur ball. Zhou should be the same as her. After all, Zhou is a human being, and his sense of smell is not as sensitive as Dodo, Heighten, and Wanmao. Curly had a small body and fainted before she could use her mental power. Dodo, the whole beast, became completely quiet, squatting on the black coal, motionless, with a dull look in his eyes. Mommy, when Dowda smelled the fragrance, I also smelled a little bit. Do you think I have awakened my enhanced sense of smell? Luo Linzhou sniffed. He had to say a few more words, otherwise he would really be knocked out by the stars above his head. It kept circling around his head. Luo Tang used his mental power to fetch a bowl of spiritual water from the space, and fed Zhou water while driving. After feeding Zhou, he fed Haichuo and Dodo. Curly was completely asleep and couldn't be woken up no matter how much I called him. In addition to its small size, it is probably also related to its own character and strength. Mommy, I feel better now, but I'm still a little dizzy. Just hold on, baby, we'll be there soon. Zhou nodded obediently, holding curly hair and watching the trees disappearing outside the car. The closer he got to the source of the fragrance, the colder Luo Tang felt. 10 acres of peach trees. In October, peach blossoms bloom. The fallen petals are scattered all over the place, and there are no other trees among them. Under the layers of petals lay a ground full of mutated and evil insects. There are mutant beasts and evil beasts on the petals. There were even a few people, probably the team, that had accepted the mission. I fainted when I got here. It turned out that it wasn't that there were no small animals in Taoshi Town, but that the small animals seemed to be attracted by the fragrance like Daodu and went towards the source of the fragrance. Before they reached the source of the fragrance, they fainted halfway. Wherever she walked, none of the peach trees within the range of her spiritual power grew into mutant peach trees. What kind of magical power is so awesome? It can make 10 acres of peach trees bloom in October, and the flowers are beautiful and attractive. Chigu. When Daodu saw the evil beast under the peach tree, his depressed spirit instantly perked up. It looked at the evil beast with shining eyes and was still reluctant to leave even after Luo Tang's car passed by. If you don't know, you might think the person lying on the road is its little lover. Crystal core, big cub, I found it for free. I grab one with one claw. Luo Tang was observing the strangeness of the peach blossom forest when Dodo's excited voice suddenly rang in his mind, scaring Luo Tang. Turning around, I saw Daoda staring at the unconscious corpse of the evil beast outside the window, his eyes shining, and he didn't look like he was poisoned at all. The spirits of Haitian Mei and Zhou are still as depressed as ever. Luo Tang. She could only say that the position of the crystal core in Daoda's heart allowed it to have super high self-control and overcome all illusions. Daoda, let's find the source of the fragrance first, and then take out the crystal core later, okay? Without the antidote, they won't wake up. Chigu, big kid, let's go. There are so many crystal cores, I will pick you up later. Luo Tang smiled lightly and stepped on the accelerator. Chapter 67. The most mutated mountain peach tree, 100% awakened mutated fruit. The further you go in, the rougher the road becomes, if it weren't for the expansion of Blue Star. Cars cannot pass normally on this road. The car turned a big corner. There was no road ahead, and a long hill appeared in front of Luo Tang. 10 miles of peach blossoms, bursts of fragrance, petals covering the ground. A clear stream swirled, and the bright water rushed towards the foot of the mountain. Luo Tang stopped the car and looked towards the mountains and forests not far away with a deep gaze. There were no fainted animals at this point. She stood up and picked up Zhou. Baby, go to mommy's space and take a rest first. The little guy got up early today, took the car all the way, and was influenced by the fragrance of flowers. I feel confused and sleepy at this moment. Luo Tang asked Black Hole to release a barrier to isolate everything from the outside world, and then took Zhou and Wanmao into the space. After Hai Tamiai and Daoda got out of the car, he folded the car and allowed Hai Tamiai to remove his supernatural powers. Luo Tang hugged Dodo, and Heighten followed closely behind Luo Tang. Follow the path and slowly walk into the forest. The rich aroma took on substance, forming clouds of pink mist in the air. His mental power was greatly enhanced, and Daodu in his arms became more and more excited. His mouth kept making noises, and his black eyes were as bright as a mirror, which looked a little scary. The woods are shady and the grass is lush. The trees at the intersection were estimated to be about 1 meter in diameter, and Luo Tang's eyes flashed. There must be a big thing in this mountain. What Luo Tang didn't know was that as soon as she left the peach forest and entered the woods, the mutant insects piled up under the peach trees began to slowly disappear. The peach tree flowers bloom and fall and bloom over and over again. A 10-meter-tall peach tree is hidden in the dense jungle, with thick white cocoons about the size of a palm hanging on its body. A powdery mist emanated from the white cocoon, which floated in all directions when the wind blew. The peach tree shook its body violently, as if trying to shake off the calluses on its body. Over time, a cocoon was torn into a small hole. A fat, white insect with 4 wings on its back crawled out. The fat worm had a mouthful of sharp teeth. After crawling out, it began to devour the peach petals. The branches of the big peach tree were shaking violently and struggling. The woods are too dense, and there are no roads to travel through. Luo Tang was moving very slowly, and his hair and clothes were occasionally scratched by the branches. His leather jacket and pants had already been cut with several tiny holes. Almost there. Thinking about this and seeing the increasingly dense vegetation, Luo Tang had the urge to set the black hole on fire. Suddenly, the trees in front of her fell to the side, as if to make way for her. It seemed that whatever was inside knew she was coming. The corners of his lips curled up, and he glanced at the grass and trees that automatically made way for him. Maybe he still needs her help. Feeling Luo Tang's breath getting closer and closer, the Shu was about to cry. After so many days, I finally waited for someone who could approach it safely. If this person can help it get rid of the bugs on its body, it is willing to give her the fruits of its gathered strength. If Luo Tang knew what Dasha was thinking, he would definitely tell her. Sorry, I want both the fruit and the tree. After walking for about 10 minutes, a 10-meter-tall peach tree appeared within the range of her mental power. I saw the white cocoons coiled on the branches, the fat little bugs gnawing on the petals of the tree, and the pink mist emanating from the white cocoons. Luo Tang immediately understood what was going on. Bodhi, do you know what the bug hanging on the mutant peach tree is? Luo Tang transmitted the images he saw with his mental power to Bodhi. After Bodhi made a contract with her, they could communicate through mental power at any time. She knew that Bodhi understood the function of mutant plants, but it was obvious that this insect was parasitic on the peach tree. Maybe Bodhi also knows. The Bodhi tree shook its branches and leaves, and the leaves emitted fine golden light. Mommy, that white cocoon should be the companion beast of the mutant mountain peach. Affected by the petals of the mutant mountain peach, it will produce hallucinogenic mist during the process of breaking out of the cocoon to protect itself and prevent others from approaching. Luo Tang was puzzled. Bodhi, why do I feel that the mutant peach tree doesn't seem to welcome its companion beast? Bodhi waved the leaves and said, that fat white worm with 4 wings on its back is a parasite. Only one peach blossom worm can be born from these thousands of cocoons. The peach blossom worm should be pink and will protect the mutant peach. Why is this happening? If all the parasites break out of their cocoons, won't the peach tree be eaten dry? There's no way we can wait for the peach blossom bugs to appear. Bodhi fell silent. After a while, he said, now is the beginning of the end of the world. The companion insects have not yet been born, and the mutated mountain peach itself does not know the situation. It is very likely that when the catastrophe of the end of the world comes, this peach tree will get a great opportunity and attract many butterflies. Lay eggs on it, but a mutant mountain peach can only give birth to a peach blossom insect. I don't know which cocoon this insect is. After a pause, he added, look at the situation. If we don't help the mutant mountain peach get rid of the parasites, it will die before the companion worm is born. I know this mutated peach tree is only at the early stage of the first level. I just don't know if the bug has any other power besides releasing powder mist when it spins a cocoon. Judging from the fallen branches on the ground, it was an old peach tree. Finally, I encountered a powerful mutated plant, which also brought its own companion insects. She wanted to take the mutated pecan tree into the space. Except for the teeth, the parasite's body is very fragile. There is a small crystal nucleus on its brain. It's okay as long as you don't get bitten. Bodhi continued. Also, this mutant peach is of extremely high quality. It has reached the top level like me and has intelligence. It can use its own power to condense a random mutant fruit at each stage. That mutant fruit can guarantee that a person's superpowers will be awakened 100%. Luo Tang took a deep breath and awakened his supernatural powers 100%. Then she must not harm the peach tree. Luo Tang put the ball of fur on Daoda's head. The smell of the hairball can block the hallucinogenic aroma. He sent a message to Daoda. There is a mutant peach tree not far ahead. There are many white cocoons on the tree. Once a white worm crawls out of the cocoon, you must immediately pierce its head with your claws. If it is a powder worm, you must not harm it, understand? Daoda nodded and sharpened his claws. You bastards, I, Lord Daoda, am here to take your lives. Put Daoda down and crouch down. Black Hole has the ability to create a barrier. He can completely block the fog inside the barrier and will not be poisoned. Although the black hole's barrier ability is only in the middle stage of the second stage, it can last for half an hour as long as it protects its head. Luo Tang gave some instructions to Hitamii before slowly moving towards the big tree. Fat worms with white discs kept coming out of the hanging white cocoons. There were already dozens of them, but no pink ones were seen. When he was 100 meters away from the mutated mountain peach tree, an old and dying voice sounded in Luo Tang's ears. Human, if you can get rid of the bugs on my body, I will give you the first fruit I can condense. A hint of surprise appeared on Luo Tang's face, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Chapter 68, Obtaining the Mutated Mountain Peach, Picking Up the Crystal Core. Of course, Luo Tang used his mental power to convey a message to the mutant mountain peach. The closer you get to the mutant mountain peach, the the wider the view. There were only low grass and trees near the mutated mountain peach, and Daoda's vision became wider. We also saw mutant mountain peaches that were 10 meters tall, growing in the mountains and forests. The big peach tree has intricate roots and a thick, sturdy trunk with branches that spread out in all directions. Pink peach blossoms hang from the branches, and thick white calluses to the sea of flowers. Daoda twitched his little nose. It was this fragrance. It smelled so good. The petals of the big tree must be delicious. Seeing the fat white bugs eating the flower petals on the treetops, Daoda became furious. It rushed towards the mutated mountain peach tree like a small cannonball, following the tangled roots and running along the trunk to the side of the fat worm. With one claw, he blew the fat bug away, and the fat bug fell under the tree. The big tree was very happy to see this. When I saw the gray, round little creature that was driving away the bugs on my body, I suddenly felt that big rats are also very cute creatures. Luo Tang looked at the black hole that couldn't climb up the tree, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Black hole, take out the crystal cores from the bugs you caught. Don't burn the bug corpses yet. Those unconscious people may need this as an antidote. Woof woof, hello master. Luo Tang's spiritual power covered the big tree. The big tree felt a strange force and began to resist. Luo Tang's voice suddenly came to my mind. Old peach tree, this is my special ability. It can help you completely eradicate all the bugs, even the eggs left in your body. That's true. It has heard that humans are cunning creatures. Of course, if you don't eradicate the bugs, how can you produce fruit? I also want to taste the fruit of the mutant peach tree. Just cooperate with me. Luo Tang's voice was very gentle, although the old peach tree was suspicious. But if the bugs on its body are not eradicated, I'm afraid it won't survive long. Get great opportunities, have the chance to revive, and even have the chance to go further. But the most tragic thing is that he died suddenly. The hope of living in death is felt only for a moment. Thank you, human. Luo Tang's mental power slowly penetrated into the old tree's body, pinching to death the white worms that crawled out of the white cocoon while searching for the location of the old tree's crystal core. She didn't kill many insects, and most of her mental energy was used to find the crystal core of the old tree and how to turn the old tree into her contracted plant. Little thing, thank you for helping me. The mutant mountain peach said happily when he saw Daoda working so hard to help it drive away the insects. Suddenly, an enticing fragrance came. Luo Tang got some spiritual water from the space and added it to ordinary water, and then poured it on the roots of the old tree. The old tree felt the rich vitality and greedily absorbed the power from the spiritual water. The insect that broke out of its cocoon smelled the tempting aroma, flapped its wings, and flew clumsily towards the roots of the old tree. The corners of Luo Tang's lips curled up slightly, and powerful mental power poured out and pressed on the old tree. The contract ring also entered the old tree's body and locked the old tree's crystal core. After receiving the names from Luo Tang, Daoda and Mao jumped down from the tree, landed on the roots of the old tree, and waited for the falling insects. The ball of hair is spread out like a carpet, wrapping the roots of the old tree. Once an insect falls on it, it will be swallowed up instantly. Daoda happily picked up the crystal core, wiped it clean on the fur ball, and stuffed it into his small bag. Although the crystal core is very small, a mosquito is still meat. Look at the fat white insect flying down as soon as it breaks out of its cocoon. Daoda muttered, a stupid, foolish, fat bug that can't fly. If it had known it could do this, it would have jumped onto the tree to kill the insects without any effort. Let the big cub attract them down, feed the insect corpses to the fur ball, and it picks up the crystal cores. How nice! Black Hole also wanted to pick up the crystal core, but Daoda was so fast that only an afterimage was left. Mount Wan swallowed one, and Daoda picked up a crystal core, leaving none for it. The black hole feels aggrieved. No one can stop it from becoming stronger and smarter. You, a big black dog, don't work hard and have no strength, but you want to dig the crystal core out of it. Not to mention a door, there isn't even a window. Hyten could only put the crystal cores he had taken out before into his arms one by one, and then watched Daoda pick up the crystal cores. Dodo let out a long roar towards the sky. Mommy, it feels so good to pick up money. It would be great if this kind of thing happened more often in the future. Luo Tang had just signed a contract with the mutant Shantao when he heard Dodo's obscene and devilish laughter. See it picking up the crystal core quickly. I smiled unconsciously. Woof woof, the master, Daoda is domineering. Daoda glanced at Hyten, who was complaining, and asked, who are you talking about? Then he took off a small bag and handed it to Luo Tang. Big boy, I know you are poor. These are what I saved for you. There are hundreds of them, enough for you to spend for a while. Dodo grinned and looked at Luo Tang. Luo Tang felt warm in his heart and took Daoda's small cloth bag. Thank you, my lovely Daoda. Daoda hugged Luo Tang's legs and said happily, you are my eldest son. You have raised me for so long. When I have money in the future, I will definitely use it to raise you. If the timing wasn't wrong, Luo Tang really wanted to pick up Dodo and give him a few kisses. Unfortunately, There is still some green insect fluid on Doubt's clothes and hat. The mutant peach tree shook its body, feeling extremely angry. The human in front of it actually used a strange power to restrain it and make it submit willingly. It is not the stupid grass under your feet. Fraud. Sure enough, humans are all liars. Luo Tang knew that the mutant Shan Tao was scolding her. So, as soon as she signed a contract, she closed the connection with the mutant mountain peach. There were still 100 or 200 white cocoons left on the tree that had not yet broken open, and she didn't want to wait any longer. He simply wrapped the entire old peach tree with his mental power and put it into the space. She didn't intend to throw away those cocoons. There was still so much silk spun by the mutant insects. Maybe I can make some nice clothes. The mutated mountain peach has a huge body and very deep root system. After putting the mutated mountain peach into the space, Luo Tang felt a little dizzy. After taking a look at the remaining insect corpses on the ground, Luo Tang picked up a few large bags from the warehouse and put dozens of them in. Give these insect corpses to Jiang and Mo. As for whether they will send it to the research institute, that is their business. The black coal was only mined for its crystal core. Achoo! Daodu sneezed loudly. Chigachu, big cub. I feel dizzy, there's so many beautiful flowers. Luo Tang looked at Dodo, who was in a depressed mood, and fell silent. There are no crystal cores to pick up now, so the chicken blood state disappears. Bodhi, do you know how to remove the toxins produced by those insects? You can use the peach blossom juice from the mutated mountain peach. To see a little bit. You can also use the insect corpses to make medicine. Bodhi's voice sounded in Luo Tang's mind. Thank you, Bodhi. Luo Tang used his mind to get some peach petals from the branches of the mutant mountain peach tree, put them into the juicer, and poured out a few small cups. I fed Daodu, Haitan, Zhozhou, and Wanmao each a cup of milk. As soon as I finished drinking it, I really felt that the fog in my brain disappeared. Chigu, big kid, this juice is so delicious. Can Daodu drink a glass every day from now on? Daodu looked at Luo Tang eagerly. Luo Tang. I'm afraid that won't work. The mutant mountain peach probably won't agree. Chapter 69. Gunpoint at by Qingli. It takes a large pile of petals to squeeze out a large bowl of petal juice. The mutated mountain peach tree has a large bald patch. Since entering the space, the mutated mountain peach has taken root in the black soil and is very happy. If it had known there was such a good land, it would have followed its owner even if it cried and screamed. Moreover, it could feel that the cocoon hanging on its body was being suppressed by some force, and it was unable to break out of the cocoon. As it was humming a song happily, a force came and collected a large number of its petals, plucked out 1/10 of it. After hearing Luo Tang say that he needed its petals to detoxify, the mutant mountain peach has mixed feelings. Can't you wait until it bears fruit before picking the petals? Now there are a lot less fruits. It also doesn't necessarily guarantee that all of these flowers will bear fruit. Why? The mutant mountain peach tree sighed. At this time, it didn't know that Daoda still wanted to eat its flowers. After the mutated mountain peach was stored in the space, the fog in Taoshi town began to dissipate. A big hole was left on the ground. Look at the watch, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as she came out of the forest, a large area of peach trees in front of her died instantly right before her eyes. The wind blew, rolling up the peach petals all over the ground. It turns out that the flowers have just bloomed. It is just a brilliant moment before death, to die in the most beautiful posture. Luo Daodu and Hai Tamii went to dig the crystal core of the evil beast. Luo Tang released the off-road vehicle and released Zhou from the space as well. Zhou woke up after drinking the juice of the mutated mountain peach blossom. Mommy! Just after I called out, my stomach started to growl. Luo Linzhou's face slowly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Tang smiled and took out a box of cakes from the space. Zhou, fill your stomach first. We'll have lunch later. There are 3 people fainted under the petals. Mommy has to get them out. If she didn't do it, these 3 people would probably become fertilizer. Use mental power to clear away the large amount of petals covering the 3 people. Luo Tang looked at the 3 people's tattered clothes and felt that he might have made a mistake. These 3 people are probably not here to carry out a mission. They are probably here to escape. Chigu, big cub, many of the insects and evil beasts here are only left with bones. After Daodu finished digging out the crystal core, he slipped in front of Luo Tang. Looking at the 3 people sleeping on the petals, he was stunned. A big smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He retracted his black claws and used them to flip the person on the left over. His dark eyes sized up the person on the ground. Big boy, the person you picked up is pretty good looking, just a little dirty. Luo Tang poured a cup of peach blossom juice from the space. Dodo, turn the other 2 over so that mommy can feed them the antidote. Jigu is wrapped around Dodo. The little guy turned over the person who had fainted next to him. He slipped under another peach tree and swept the petals off the man's body. Suddenly, a light flashed in its eyes. Daodu stood up his big ears and said, Chijigugu, my Daodu is really the luckiest animal in the world. He can pick up so much money just by turning over a person. He slipped over to the man's hand and grabbed the colorless crystal core that he was holding tightly in his hand. This is the first time it has seen such a large crystal core. Dowdo wiped the saliva from his mouth and pulled hard. Eh, how come these two-legged beasts still have so much strength even after fainting? Luo Tang just poured peach blossom juice into the two people's mouths. When I looked up, Dowdo was struggling to pull the crystal core out of that man's hand. Looking at the face of the person lying on the petals, Luo Tang inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. When he got closer and took a look, Luo Tang was shocked. Bye-bye Qingli. This is impossible. Could it be brother by Qingli? Luo Tang felt that this was possible. Zhou, who was eating pastries, was startled when he heard this. He pushed the car door open and planned to go down to take a look. Big cub crystal core. He is so strong. It was the first time that Dowdo was speechless. Is this crystal core his life? It tried its best but still couldn't get the crystal core out of his hand. Under the peach tree, Bai Qingli finally found the person he wanted to see. Just as he picked a bunch of flowers and was about to give them to the girl, a big gray rat suddenly jumped out and snatched the flowers away. This big gray rat is very strong, but he felt like he was restrained by something and couldn't use his strength or his special abilities. Luo Tang just placed his hand on the claw and was about to lend a helping hand. Bai Qingli loosened his grip and sat up from the ground. After Dowdo got the crystal core, his fulcrum was instantly released and he flew backwards. Zhou just got off the car and saw Bai Qingli's face. He burst into tears immediately. Mommy, he is a big evil. He bit me. When Luo Tang heard Zhou's words, he immediately jumped away, hugged Zhou in his arms, and comforted him with his mental power. It was not enough to lock Bai Qingli with mental power, so he took out a gun from space and pointed it at his head. Zhou broke down emotionally, and his little body kept shaking in Luo Tang's arms. Memories of death attacked his brain. He seemed to see himself being bitten to death by the evil species, and his body being carried away like a rag doll, with Uncle Qi Yang chasing after him. He wanted to see the rest of the scene, but he couldn't. The little guy in his arms was still sobbing. Luo Tang's heart was gripped, and his eyes were fixed on the person in front of him. After Bai Qingli woke up, he saw the person he was looking for, but he didn't have time to be happy. A powerful mental force instantly locked onto him, and then the black muzzle of a gun was pointed at his head. It seemed that he would be killed if he moved. Bai Qingli's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The chill spread from the soles of his feet, and in just a second, everything was icy cold, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing the face he had been thinking about day and night, he opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. The girl probably hated him for disappearing for 4 whole years without any news. Died and resurrected. Suddenly appeared in front of her. Woof woof, Black Hole roared at Bai Qingli. After Do stood up, he jumped to Luo Tang's side and grinned at Bai Qingli. Gugu, we detoxified you and took a piece of your crystal core, but you still plotted against me and caused me to fall. Bai Qingli felt very uncomfortable when he saw this scene. He used his own mental power to resist Luo Tang's mental power and stood up from the ground with difficulty. He called out softly, girl. Luo Tang was slightly stunned. This person knew her and called her a girl. That's definitely not brother, Bai Qingli. Are you a human or a ghost? Or are you a high-level evil species? With the comfort of Luo Tang's spiritual power, Luo Linzhou's emotions gradually stabilized. When he heard Bai Qingli's voice, he was also stunned. Could he have made a mistake? The evil creature seemed unable to speak human language. He turned his head and glanced at Bai Qingli secretly. She suddenly buried her little head in Luo Tang's arms and grabbed Luo Tang's clothes tightly with her little hands. Whispered in Luo Tang's ear, Mommy, he seems to be the monster that took me away, not the evil one that bit me to death. Luo Tang. Didn't the book say that Zhou was eaten by evil creatures? How could he be taken away by a monster? Moreover, the monster that took him away was suspected to be his biological father. What is going on? But Bai Qingli doesn't look like a bad guy now. Bai Qingli was also stunned. He didn't expect that the girl would suspect that he was a bad guy. Chapter 70, Did you just climb out of the dirt? He reached out and touched his face, which was covered in dust and floral mud. He looked down at his clothes again, which were torn into several large holes and covered with smelly floral mud. He couldn't imagine what he was like now. It was really hard for the girl to recognize him. Bai Qingli thought so in his heart, his expression as calm as a mountain. Girl, I'm not a bad guy. I'm Bai Qingli. For years ago, in the United States, was it me who taught you how to shoot? Zhou turned his head and looked at Bai Qingli. Bai Qingli saw the little guy looking at him and smiled at him. This person doesn't look scary, just very ugly and dirty. As dirty as black coal that is rolled in a mud pit. Aren't you dead? Did you just crawl out of the ground? Luo Linzhou asked in confusion, moving his little mouth. He knew that the dead were buried in the ground. My dad was covered in mud. He must have just crawled out of the ground. He took a deep breath and said patiently, Little guy, I'm not dead. I was just accidentally injured and became a vegetable. I had a chance to wake up only when the end of the world came. As soon as I woke up, I went to the city to find your mother. I found out that she had left, so I went all the way north. Luo Linzhou said, oh, thoughtfully. He tilted his head and asked again, did you accidentally discharge the gun while playing with it and turn yourself into a vegetable? Bai Qingli gritted his teeth and said, no, I accidentally fell off the cliff. Luo Linzhou became more interested, blinking his eyes and asking again. Then how did you accidentally fall off the cliff? Did you try to challenge your limits? Mommy said you brought it upon yourself. Luo Tang coughed lightly and smiled awkwardly. It was your mother who said that you brought about your own death. Luo Linzhou curled his lips and quickly changed his words. It wasn't my mommy who said that. It was your mommy who said that. Bai Qingli, he really had nothing to say. I calmed my mind and touched my forehead, but I still felt dizzy. Girl, can you put the gun away first? Jigu is used as medical expenses. Dao Du waved towards Bai Qingli holding the big crystal core. When Bai Qingli heard the chirping sound, he noticed the short and fat silver-gray rat at Luo Tang's feet. Isn't this the big rat that just stole his things? What does it mean to provoke him? Dao Du said that the crystal core in your hand should be used as medical expenses to save the three of you. Bai Qingli glanced at the two brothers who were sleeping soundly under the tree and said, okay. Dao Du handed the crystal core to Luo Tang with a smile. Big boy, I'll upgrade that unknown superpower for you. Luo Tang put away his gun, put Zhou Zhou down, and took the crystal core handed over by Dodo. With a bright smile, thank you, Dao Du. Girl, do you know where there's a lake nearby? After you failed to die after jumping off the cliff, did you want to jump into the lake now? Although it is the end of the world, isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to seek death? Zhou Zhou sighed. His little head couldn't understand why his father wanted to commit suicide. Fortunately, my mother didn't marry him. It's better for him not to have a father. This dad is such a hassle. When he becomes his father in the future, he will have to worry about him a lot. Luo Tang held his stomach and laughed. Dodo also laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. There's a stream in front. Go wash up. Murong just woke up and heard a babyish voice. When I sat up and looked, I saw my eldest brother looking at a child with red lips and white teeth with a sullen face. Could it be that this kid just said that? He really admired the fact that he could render his elder brother speechless. Murong Yan's gaze shifted to Luo Tang. His eyes lit up and he stood up from the ground. Hi, beauty. Murong Yan, shut up. That's your sister-in-law. Bai Qingli dragged Murong Yan towards the direction Luo Tang pointed. Murong Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he had a strong desire to survive. Brother, I don't know. I'm just a bad mouth. Sister-in-law, see you later. Luo Tang snorted coldly. Bai Qingli, don't let your brother recognize relatives randomly. I am not her sister-in-law. This annoying guy has no clue about his fate. Having Zhou Zhou and Dodo is enough for her. She doesn't need a man. It will definitely be like that in the future. Bai Qingli's low and hoarse voice came from the corner. Brother, is that little kid your son? Bai Qingli glared at him. What do you think? I'm just asking, don't be angry. Does he look somewhat like you when you were a child? Or does he look more like your sister-in-law? Luo Linzhou curled his lips, looked at the person still lying on the ground, walked over, squatted down, and used his special abilities to heal him. Mommy, come and see. Something has bitten his hand, and his lips are black. Luo Linzhou felt that the man's vitality was declining, and he looked like he was about to die, so he was a little anxious. Luo Tang walked over and took a look, his face darkening slightly. Didn't these two companions know that they were bitten by a snake? I was bitten by a snake. Maybe it was a mutant snake. Mommy, what about him? Luo Tang's spiritual power swept over Nangongyan. Zhou Zhou has wood-related abilities, and his body is rejecting the toxins. I'll feed him some sparse spiritual water, and you use your healing abilities to help him clear the toxins. After Luo Tang fed Nangong Yin water again, Zhou Zhou discovered that his healing ability could really drive away the toxin. Mommy, why didn't my ability work on that hallucinogenic toxin before? That's spiritual poison. The venom of the snake is still aimed at the body after all. Oh, so that's how it is? Luo Linzhou suddenly realized. Nangong Yin felt dizzy, numb and cold. I thought I was going to die here, when suddenly an alluring floral scent kept entering my nostrils. Immediately afterwards, a mouthful of sweet juice was poured into the throat. My mind gradually became clear, but I couldn't open my eyelids. Until a strange warm force began to warm his body, Nangong Yin slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned when he saw a beautiful woman standing in front of him. Seeing peach petals flying all over the sky, he called out uncertainly, Grandma. Did he see his grandma in heaven after he died? His grandma came to pick him up. He has seen photos of his grandmother when she was young, and they really look alike. Luo Tang was stunned and lowered her eyes to look at Nangong Yin. His eyes were really looking at her. You called me? Nangong Yin wanted to sit up, but he felt weak all over. Then he thought that maybe because he had grown up, Grandma didn't recognize him. So he said, Grandma, I'm Xiaoyan, Nangong Yin. Luo Tang. Her mother tongue was speechless at the moment. She was only 22. Was she that old? Isn't Nangong Yin Shin Chiyue's official match? I bet he was still Bai Qingli's brother. But on the way to find her, Bai Qingli turned into a villain for some unknown reason. Nangong Yin lost her memory and was rescued by Shin Qiyue. And there was another person whose name she still didn't know. Luo Linzhou was stunned for a while and said, "Uncle, you look obviously older than my mommy. How can you call me mommy and grandma? Wasn't this uncle the man picked up by Aunt Shun in his previous life? Why do you call me mommy and grandma?" Nangong Yan's gaze shifted, and he realized that there was a cute little boy squatting next to him. There is also a large silver-gray chinchilla and a large black dog. No, I'm not dead. Nangong Yin looked embarrassed. Chapter 71, I don't have a grandson as old as you. I'm not dead. I'm alive and well. I'm not your grandmother. I'm still young, and I don't have a grandson as old as you. Luo Tang said with a smile. Could it be that Nangong Yin was poisoned by the snake venom and became stupid? Or is it because the old man's eyes are blurry due to snake venom? Second brother, what grandson? Are you calling sister-in-law or grandma? Murong Yin was a person who enjoyed watching the fun and making trouble. A refreshing scent of shampoo wafted into Luo Tang's nose. She turned her head and saw Bai Qingli standing behind her. He was wearing a black shirt, had a tall figure, a high-nosed bridge, clear features, thin lips, and narrow phoenix eyes with a hint of emotion. She had just washed her hair, and the water droplets on her hair dripped along her perfect jawline and onto her seductive collarbone. Her neckline was half open. Luo Tang swallowed, glanced, turned his head, and stood still as a mountain. You still want to seduce her? Do you really think she is still an 18-year-old girl? Bai Qingli saw Luo Tang's little action and chuckled. Thank you, my second brother may be a little confused now. He walked over, squatted down, and helped Nangong Yin up, seeing the snake mark on his arm. You are so unlucky. How can I compare to you, you unlucky guy? Nangong Yin pulled the corner of his mouth weakly. You can encounter advanced mutant creatures wherever you go. If Bai Qingli hadn't been unlucky along the way, the three of them wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Bai Qingli's face darkened, and he retracted his hand. Nangong Yin felt weak and fell down. A soft object caught him, and heightened tan helped Nangong Yin up. Woof woof, your friends are not very good, but considering that you have wood-type abilities, how about you join our invincible team from now on? Dao has said that this person has wood-type abilities that can make grass grow instantly. When the time comes, they will set up a stall in the community and take him there to sell vegetables. Nangong Yin looked at Bai Qingli with resentment. See, you are worse than a dog. Although he didn't understand dog language, the cute dog helped him, as well as the adorable big Totoro. As long as you are fine, I will leave first. The medical bills have been paid. Luo Tang felt a little worried when he heard the conversation between the two. In the book, Nangong Yin does seem to be a bit unlucky, and all his luck comes thanks to the heroine. But she didn't expect that Bai Qingli was even more unlucky. No wonder these two unlucky guys are so miserable when they get together like beggars. All the mutant creatures that walked here fainted. I don't know which snake bit Nangong Yin before he fainted. Do you still want to run away? I really didn't lie to you about what happened 4 years ago. He took a large sum of money to save people. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of the person I rescued. But now he is very glad that it was him who took the order and not someone else. If it was someone else, he and the girl would not have met. Luo Tang's memory of that day stopped at the moment when she pressed Bai Qingli under her. But Bai Qingli is a grown man. It's impossible that he can't even resist her, right? You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Damn, she was drugged and is mentally ill. You are a living person with hands and feet. Can't you run away? Bai Qingli had a faint smile on his face, which was slightly upturned, making his angular face look softer. Luo Linzhou pricked up his ears, wanting to listen to the conversation between the two, and stared at Bai Qingli with his big eyes. It turns out that Uncle Bai looks so handsome after washing. No wonder Mommy doesn't like Uncle Tang. Murong Yin and Nangong Yin were the same. They didn't dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing them. Girl, why don't you believe me? There's something really weird about you. You were very strange that day. There was a blood-red lotus mark on your forehead. I really couldn't move it. Although this thing is strange, his memory has always been very good, and it is definitely not a brain problem or hallucination. After that happened, no matter how many times Bai Qingli told her, she didn't believe it at all. She felt that Bai Qingli had watched too many TV series and was confused. I always felt that Bai Qingli was taking advantage of others' danger. He also thought that Bai Qingli would teach her how to use a gun and body skills. It was out of compensation for her, and also because Shun Tingyin gave Bai Qing the gift money. It was precisely because Shun Tingyin asked someone to rescue her after knowing that she was kidnapped that she didn't hate her so much. But now I think of the lotus bud on my chest and the lotus bud crystal core. I inexplicably felt guilty towards Bai Qingli. While Luo Tang was recalling, Bai Qingli had arrived beside her without her noticing. Do you remember? How did you treat me back then? Bai Qingli looked at Luo Tang, thinking about how he had such a great reputation throughout his life. He was defeated by a little girl. The punch made his head dizzy. When I was bullied, I kept thinking about it. The person who placed the order is simply sick. This crazy woman needs him to save her, but he can't beat her at all? Okay. When he woke up, the person was gone. Naturally, he had to go find Luo Tang to settle the score after finding out his location. I climbed up to the 4th floor in the middle of the night to challenge her. I thought she was good at martial arts, and she could knock the man out with just one punch. So much so that Luo Tang kept calling him a nuisance. Gradually, he realized that he had never practiced martial arts and did not have much strength. Make him doubt what happened that day. I suspect that she is good at martial arts, but she just doesn't know it. That's why I thought of teaching her martial arts, but later I found out that she really didn't know how to do it, but she had a very good talent. Luo Tang quickly calmed down and said with a smile, "Don't call me girl. My name is Luo Tang. I really don't remember it. Look, let's let the past be the past, okay?" She knew how vindictive this man was. It's outrageous that he could climb up to the 4th floor window in the middle of the night to settle the score with her. Bai Qingli nodded, leaned close to Luo Tang's ear, and spoke with a hint of joy in his voice. "Tang Tang is right. We wouldn't have known each other without fighting. We wouldn't have had such a cute child." Luo Tang pushed him away and glanced at him. "Tao now is my son. I gave birth to him and raised him. What does it have to do with you? Hey, how come this person didn't die? If she's not dead, don't come looking for her. How nice it would be to die. She likes being a widow. Now she has money, power, and cute pets, so she really doesn't want a man. Men would only affect the speed at which she could draw her sword." Bai Qingli was not angry either, as he had disappeared for 4 whole years. He was not around when Tang Tang needed him the most. "Tang Tang, I found out that the person who kidnapped you was suspicious and was instructed by someone else. Unfortunately, I was almost able to find a clue at that time. Instigator, is it related to the Shin family? That shouldn't be the case. If it was really related to the Shin family, then she had never been kidnapped in the Shin family for 17 years. Nangong Yan's gentle voice suddenly sounded. "Miss Luo, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I didn't mean to call you grandma. It's just that you look too much like my grandma when she was young." Chapter 72, We Are Not Suitable. You Like to Die. If Luo Tang was his cousin, could it be that someone had kidnapped Luo Tang and wanted to kill her? After all, Grandpa Luo was once the highest leader of the national military region, and Uncle Luo's status and ability are not bad either. Now that the end of the world has passed for more than a month, he still has no idea what the specific situation is. Murong Yin heard this and asked in confusion, "Second brother, wasn't your cousin found before the end of the world?" Nangong Yin chuckled. "I'm not very clear about the specific situation. I received the news the night before the end of the world. As soon as my eldest brother woke up, he dragged you and me to the south. I haven't seen him yet. Who knows whether it is true or not? Are there really people in the world who look so alike without any blood relationship? What does it matter? Let's go to the hospital to collect some medical equipment and wait until we get back to the imperial capital. Even if someone returns to the Luo family to claim their relatives, I'll go steal a strand of Uncle Luo's hair and use second brother. Can't you just do some identification? Even if sister-in-law is not it, we won't let her be bullied. If it is, it can be regarded as helping sister-in-law find her relatives." Murong Yin didn't know what Nangong Yin was struggling with. Even if it was the end of the world, he didn't believe that all the equipment in the world would be scrapped. "You came down from the imperial capital?" Luo Tang took a deep breath and said in shock. "Mamma mia! Bai Qingli is indeed a madman. After waking up from the apocalypse, he took his brothers south to the city. Should she praise him or scold him for being so desperate? I should be moved by his sudden affection. Damn it." It reminded her of the time when she was 18 and had finally escaped from the kidnapper's lair. She was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when Bai Qingli climbed from the 1st floor to the 4th floor, opened her window, and punched her. Knocked her unconscious. She always thought that those few months between her and Bai Qingli were just for fun. After all, a man is risking his life, as Bai Qingli would not be troubled by emotions at first glance. She had just had a one-night stand with Bai Qingli, and he felt guilty about it. Teach her martial arts and marksmanship, so that she will have a little self-protection ability if she is kidnapped in the future. She only knew Bai Qingli's occupation and phone number when she found out she was pregnant with Zhou. She called, and her heart skipped a beat when she heard a female voice. But she still wanted to ask who that person was, as she was afraid that Bai Qingli would cause trouble for her. Then after hearing her say that she was Bai Qingli's mother and that her son had brought his own death upon himself, Luo Tang hung up the phone immediately. She went to the temple to burn 3 incense sticks, left the Shun family, used her savings to buy a house, and rest assured to take care of her pregnancy. She had a beautiful thought at the time. No one would compete with her for the baby, and she would be so comfortable. But now Luo Tang felt that Bai Qingli was a bit annoying. If Hodi, she is not sad, but she died and was resurrected. If she died again, she didn't know if she would still be sad. If Zhou believed that Bai Qingli was his father, he would be very sad even if Bai Qingli died. By then he might even come to her and cry, saying that he no longer has a father. Let's not talk about whether she likes Bai Qingli or not, but the fact that they are not suitable for each other. She wants a peaceful, healthy, and happy life. A man who does not take his own life seriously is not suitable to be a husband. Luo Tang's mind is very clear. Tang Tang, I'm coming to see you. You really are not here to fight me. Let me tell you, I'm no longer the same person I was 4 years ago. Looking at Bai Qingli approaching, Luo Tang shuddered and quickly locked onto him with his supernatural powers. Bai Qingli's hand trembled in midair, and his body was trapped by mental power, and he couldn't move at all. Tang Tang's mental power is really higher than his. What should he do? Tang Tang, I'm innocent. When I saved you, you beat me up? I thought you were also a gangster. I went to find you in the middle of the night to test your skills, but I didn't expect it. Bai Qingli's face was a little entangled and helpless. Luo Tang snorted coldly. I didn't expect that I'm just a weak woman who doesn't know how to use a gun or martial arts. He picked up Zhou, turned around, and walked towards the car. Doubt a black hole followed closely behind. I'm very busy and have something else to do. If you're okay, I'll leave first. Bai Qingli, please don't take your own life lightly in the future. Luo Tang carried Zhou into the car, placed him behind the child's seat, and waited for Do and Hai Tamii to get in. With a snap, he closed the car door and stepped on the accelerator. Bai Qingli stood there, saying nothing. The evening sun gradually stretched the length of his chair. He still hadn't figured out why the girl ignored him again. There wasn't even a hint of joy at reunion. Bai Qingli's heart seemed to be gripped by something, and he felt an indescribable distress. Murong Yin patted Bai Qingli on the shoulder. My brother, let's not talk about what you did before. Why are you standing here, stupidly, instead of chasing him now? Nangong Yin sighed. Brother, you are also a father. If Luo Tang accepts you, he will definitely let the child call you dad. Do less dangerous things in the future. Luo Tang is also worried about you. Will you take your son to take risks in the future, or will you leave them mother and son in this world after you die in an accident? I see. Bai Qingli was standing with the light behind her, with a shadow on her face and her long eyelashes hiding the emotions in her eyes. He didn't know if it was Nangong Yan's illusion, but he actually felt a hint of grievance in Bai Qingli's deep eyes. Murong Yin touched the back of his head. How rare. Big brother didn't refute you. Bai Qingli silently took out the car from the space. Murong Yin learned his lesson this time, and was the first to sit in the driver's seat when he saw the car. Mommy, they're catching up? Zhou looked through the rearview mirror and saw the shabby SUV behind him and said, Mommy, Uncle Bai and his family are so poor. Not as rich as us at all. Woof woof, that's right. Now we can definitely get that wood-type mutant to join us in doing business. Daodu patted Haichuo's head. Chiga, isn't your point that there should be a space-related supernatural person among the three bipeds? If they have such a large crystal core, they must have more in space. Maybe they are poor people with a lot of money, but no supplies. If we sell some things to them, won't we get rich? When Daodu thought about the pile of large crystal cores he had, a big smile appeared on his face unconsciously. The ball of fur that had been quietly staying on Daodu's head finally blossomed into beautiful red flowers. Daodu great, so smart. Luo Tang. Her furry children are so interesting. Luo Tang suddenly remembered that Curly was still sleeping in the space, so he took Curly out of the space. Zhou quickly reached out to catch it and stuffed Curly into the small bag on his back. He also found grass cakes and insect pupae from the side. The straw cake is for Daodu. Curly smelled the scent of insect pupae and slowly woke up. Squeak, thank you, brother. Curly took the insect pupa handed over by Daodu and started to chew it happily. Daodu saw this scene and suddenly asked, Big Cub, do you think we can get the uncocooned insects hanging on the mutant mountain peach tree and feed them to Curly? He is so lazy and doesn't like to practice, but he likes to eat. The mutant insect pupae must contain more energy than ordinary insect pupae. Maybe if Curly eats more, he can advance to the 3rd level. It really cares about its younger brother so that he can practice well and improve his strength. Chapter 73, Being Hated by My Son. Squeaky mommy, are there any mutant insect pupae? Where can I find them? When Curly heard what Daodu said, he immediately perked up. I'll see when I get home whether the bug is edible or not. Squeak, thank you mommy, thank you big sister. Curly burrowed back into his bag, feeling like the happiest mouse in the world. Mommy, Sister Jiang, and her friend's car is parked there. From a distance, Zhou saw a military green SUV parked outside a country villa. When Bai Qingli saw the car in front stop, his eyes darkened. Is there someone named Tang Dang in that room? Mommy, go ahead. Hi Xiami, and I will be waiting for you outside. After we detoxify Sister Jiang, we'll go home, okay? You want to eat the big meal made by his mommy, but you can't eat it in a place with a lot of people. Luo Tang glanced at Bai Qingli, who was following behind him, nodded, took out a cup of milk tea from the space warehouse, and put it in the car. Drink if you want. Mommy will be out soon. If there is anything, let Daodu tell me. Don't worry, big boy. With me and Hai Tamii here, little boy will be fine. Woof woof swears to protect its master until death. As Luo Tang just entered the villa, Zhou, with curly hair, slipped out of the car and blocked Bai Qingli. She raised her head and stared at him without blinking. Bai Qingli looked at the smaller version of himself and Tang combined, and the depression that had just accumulated was instantly swept away. Although she looks more like Tang Dang, she is still at least 30% like him. The corners of his lips rose unconsciously. In the future, he would take on his responsibilities as a father and protect Tang Dang and the little kid. He took out a lollipop from the space and lowered his voice and said, "Little guy, I'm your daddy." Luo Linzhou curled his lips, thinking that he really was a 3-year-old child and wanted him to call him daddy just by giving him a candy. Since he hasn't married his mother yet, even if she is his biological father, you can't just call him dad. Luo Linzhou gently pushed Bai Qingli's hand away, opened the car door, and took out a cup of hot milk tea. He muttered, "Uncle Bai, you are so poor and your car is so shabby. You should keep it for yourself. I am afraid that you will run out of food and want to commit suicide. This is the milk tea that Mommy made for me. It is delicious. Mommy's cooking is the best in the world." Bai Qingli's hand holding the candy was stuck in midair, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were stuck in his throat. No one has ever called him ugly or poor in his life. Today, his son despised him for being ugly and poor. After not seeing her for 4 years, the girl actually learned how to cook. She must have been forced by life. At this moment, Bai Qingli blamed himself for the first time for becoming a vegetable. If there hadn't been the end of the world, he might have remained a vegetable for the rest of his life until the end of his life. Tang Dang might marry someone else in the future, and the little kid will call that person dad. Thinking of this, Bai Qingli felt anxious again. Murong Yin laughed unkindly. "Brother, compared to my sister-in-law, you really seem a bit poor." Bai Qingli looked at the little guy on the ground who took a sip of milk tea, and then looked at him. "This is the first time I feel that children are not easy to fool." After putting the candy away, he squatted down and took out a blue crystal core from the space. The crystal core was half the size of Luo Linzhou's fist. When Dao saw the crystal core, his eyes lit up and the straw cake in his hand suddenly lost its fragrance. He grabbed Zhou Zhou's clothes tightly with his claws, motioning him to reach out and take it quickly. "This is given to you by your father." Zhou Zhou looked at the crystal core in Bai Qingli's hand and blinked. "Are you like to die like your mom said, so you have more than one crystal core this big? Uncle Bai, are your abilities powerful? If Mommy really likes Uncle Bai and he is still courting death, Mommy will definitely be very sad if something happens to him." Luo Linzhou sighed. He was really worried about Uncle Bai's safety. She stretched out her little hand and patted Bai Qingli. "Uncle Bai, Mommy said that we only have one life, and we cannot be resurrected after death, so we must cherish our life while we are alive." Bai Qingli's hand was stuck in midair again, and he pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly. This is his child. Why is he so angry? He quickly changed the subject and said, "Little guy, Daddy doesn't even know your name yet?" Luo Linzhou was slightly stunned and looked at Bai Qingli with a hint of disdain. "Uncle Bai, even though you look very much like me, you don't even know my name, so how can you call yourself my dad? If you want to call yourself uncle, my mom is still a single queen, so how can I be called a dad?" Bai Qingli's forehead bulged slightly. How could this little brat be so talkative? Is he really only 3 years old? I talked for so long without even taking a breath. Murong Yin and Nangong Yin laughed secretly when they saw Bai Qingli being humiliated. When my eldest brother was a child, what gave my aunt the most headache was his mouth. But who would have known that when my eldest brother grew up, he would cause even more headaches for my aunt? His family was not short of money, so he became an international mercenary with his head hanging on his waistline. Luo Linzhou did not take the crystal core from Bai Qingli's hand. He would not give in to others' demands. He is not poor, he wants to stand on Mommy's side. Dao was drooling at the huge crystal core. It waited and waited. Instead of waiting for Zhou Zhou to take the crystal core, it waited until he walked towards the other 2 men next to him. Could it be that Zhou Zhou wants to take 3? Dao was thinking happily when a slender hand appeared in its sight. Bai Qingli had already noticed this big gray rat that had been staring at his crystal core. He had to find a breakthrough with Tang Dang because it was not easy to fool the little brat. His thin lips curled up slightly. "I heard from Tang Dang that your name is Dao. This is for you." He didn't mention a single word about Dao trying to snatch the crystal core from him. Dao nodded. As long as the bipedal animal is not called a big gray mouse, it is a bipedal animal that can be interacted with. Looking at the crystal core handed to him, he felt jealous, but did not take it. The eldest child is not here. Bai Qingli didn't expect that this little guy had such self-control. He handed the crystal core forward and said, "Consider it as your hard work fee today." Dao burst out with a blazing light, stretched out his claws to take the crystal core, and bowed to Bai Qingli to express his gratitude. When Bai Qingli saw Dao's cute appearance, he couldn't help but touch its head. Unexpectedly, one day, he would find the mutant rat more pleasing to the eye than his son. He encountered many mutant beasts along the way, but none of them was as smart as Dao. "Uncle, what's your name? Your eyes look a bit like mine, and more like my mother's." Luo Linzhou walked in front of Nangong Yin and looked up at him curiously. He heard everything the uncle just said. Now that this uncle has not lost his memory, is his real name still Nangong Yin? Nangong Yin squatted down, his eyes slightly raised and smiling. Chapter 74. Uncle Bai is so poor and miserable. When a kid asks his uncle's name, Shouldn't he tell him his name first? I rubbed Zhou's little curly hair, and the sound was like a clear spring in spring. It is as smooth as jade and sounds very comfortable. Luo Linzhou said sweetly. Uncle, my name is Luo Linzhou. Uncle, you have a nice voice, unlike Uncle Bai, whose voice sounds a bit cold. Bai Qingli, you little brat, you're praising someone while belittling him, right? Murong Yin laughed loudly. Xiao Linzhou, my name is Murong Yin. From now on you can just call me Uncle Murong. Luo Linzhou raised his head and glanced at Murong Yin. But I don't want to know who you are. Why? Murong Yin felt that this child was born rebellious, and he didn't know what words would come out of his little mouth next. Luo Linzhou shook his head and said, because you look silly, and being with silly people will be contagious. Little brat, if you say that again, your uncle won't take you out to play anymore. Luo Linzhou looked Murong Yin up and down. I have my own hands and feet. Why do I need you to lead me? My legs are longer than yours, and I can run faster than you. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Luo Linzhou looking at him as if he were a fool. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. I have a car and some black coal. Luo Linzhou pointed to the big black dog next to him. Nangong Yin chuckled. Little Zhou, your uncle's name is Nangong Yin. Luo Linzhou blinked and said, Uncle, is your surname also Nan? Grandma Shin's husband is also surnamed Nan. His name was really Nangong Yin. It turned out that Aunt Shin knew him before she picked him up. Then why didn't she help the amnesiac Nangong Yin find his family instead of keeping him with her? No, my uncle's surname is Nangong, and his name is Yin Yin. Zhou will call me Uncle Nangong from now on. Is Grandma Shin's husband that Zhou said to be your mommy's adoptive father? Yes. His name is Nansheng, and Mommy said he is an overseas Chinese. Although he didn't know what an overseas Chinese was, it didn't stop him from remembering it. When Nangong Yin heard the name Nansheng, he thought of Luo Cheng, the former third young master of the Luo family. 25 years ago, he jumped into the sea and died, and his body was not found. Nangong Yin frowned slightly. He seemed to have overlooked one point. Zhou, can you tell Uncle why your mother's surname is Luo? Luo Tang was once the eldest lady of the Shun family. Her surname was Shun. Even after leaving the Shun family, she still couldn't find her biological parents. Why did she choose to have the surname Luo? Luo Linzhou suddenly realized that Nangong Yin and Mommy had different surnames, and he was a little disappointed. Shaking his head, I don't know. Whatever Mommy's last name is, I'll take it. Why are you guessing so much now? The key is to find a way to persuade my sister-in-law to return to the imperial capital with us. Murong Yin said suddenly. Luo Linzhou turned around and looked at him. Mummy and I were planning to go to the imperial capital, but Mummy still has her revenge. Mummy also wants to attack the armored beast in the mountains behind the base. He knew Mommy well, and knew that both Mommy and Dowda were thinking about the crystal core in the mountain. And there is no guarantee that energy mines can be found in that mountain. What? Murong Yin was depressed. Mommy said that the capital is the center of Dragon Country, and she wants to settle down there and become a wealthy first-generation person. Bai Qingli's lips curled up unconsciously when he heard this. It was indeed Tong Tong's personality. What are you waiting for, little Zhou? Whoever your mom wants to take revenge on, your uncle will help you. After we kill the armored beast, we will head north. Luo Linzhou burped. You look stupid and inexperienced. You must be unreliable. Murong Yin, could you please stop talking about this to death? I am a gold-type second-level peak psychic. My eldest brother is a multi-type third-level mid-level psychic, and my second brother is a third-level early-stage psychic. Isn't that strong enough? Before Murong Yin could finish his words, he felt a look of contempt. Looking down, it was Dowda next to Zhou. At this moment, the big rat stretched out its long black claws, which were shining coldly. Oh, Zhou shook his head. It turns out that your superpower levels are lower than mine. I have reached the late third level. My dodo can crush you to death with just one claw. No wonder you are so poor even though you have the superpower of space. Zhou felt that these three uncles were a little unreliable. Murong Yin, it's so fucking heartbreaking. Bai Qingli was depressed. He had been practicing for so long, but he was not as good as his 3-year-old son. It seems that the crystal core in the space needs to be used. It's because he has been either traveling or hunting mutant creatures for the past month. Strength is gained through fighting. There was no time to use too many crystal cores, and he was a little doubtful whether he was really as unlucky as his third brother said. We often encounter attacks from powerful mutant creatures, basically several times a day. Either it is a mutant beast, an evil beast, or an evil species. Nangong Yin chuckled. This kid is quite funny. What kind of supernatural power is Zhou? Cure. Haha, when Murong Yin heard Zhou's words, he instantly felt that he had turned the game around. So it's a cure. Then you have no fighting power. Zhou curled his lips, but your ability level is about the same as my Curly. My Curly can electrocute you. Murong Yin didn't know who Curly was until Zhou took out a hamster the size of an adult's palm from the yellow bag on his back. He took a deep breath and fell into complete silence. Could it be that the weakest member of my sister-in-law's team is this rat that sleeps all day? This left his elder brother with no choice but to ask what to do. Bai Qingli is in a complicated mood now. Tang Dang is fine and very strong, so he is happy. But he felt very uncomfortable because he came to her, and she seemed to not need him. Hiss! Luo Linzhou looked at the dried milk tea, glanced around, and was about to put the empty bottle back into the car. A gurgling sound was heard. Luo Linzhou, Daodu, and Haitan all looked at Murong Yin. Murong Yin was crying his ass off. He had only eaten one steamed bun this morning, and it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. How could he not be hungry? He had been fighting with a mutant beast for most of the day. Luo Linzhou watched Bai Qingli take out a steamed bun from the space and hand it to Murong Yin. My dear brother, we have been eating steamed bread for a month. When can we find a place to build a fire and cook a meal? Luo Linzhou's face wrinkled into a ball. So miserable. So poor. We'll do it when we get back to base. Is it because he doesn't want to? It's always the case that every time he lights the fire outside, the food is about to be cooked. Danger is coming, and he has both the ingredients in the pot. That's his luck. It's just weird. Daodu also felt that these 3 people were too pitiful, as it could eat several kinds of grass every day. The 3 of them had been eating steamed buns for more than a month, and they were shocked to see that the big brother who gave them the crystal core was so pitiful. Dodo ran back to the car and took out his dried apples. When Bai Qingli saw the dried apples handed to him, he was suddenly moved. Chapter 75 Mommy, would you consider changing my dad? The big rat is really thoughtful. This should be the food that Tang Tang prepared for it, right? Then he can't have it. He gently pushed Daoda's paw. Thank you, eat it yourself? Daoda widened his eyes and asked, do you dislike my dried apples? This was made specially for me by my elder son. Daoda, my little cutie, these are your rations. If we eat them, you will be gone. Nangong Yin stepped forward and said, this little guy has a very high IQ, and it's obvious that he has a very good relationship with Luo Tang. We must not leave a bad impression on him in front of it. Chigu, it's okay, I still have some. Consider it as your reward for giving me the big crystal core. Daoda handed the dried apples to Bai Qingli again. For some reason, Bai Qingli understood what Dodo meant this time. Thank you for the crystal core I gave you. Bai Qingli took the dried apple. This big bag weighs at least 2 kilograms. It's quite generous of this big rat. Daoda nodded. Thank you. Daodu shook his head again, waved his paws, grinned, and placed his paws on Bai Qingli's feet. You're welcome. You'll be my long-term client from now on. Woof Woof Daodu is really amazing. He can win a customer's favor so quickly. Luo Linzhou, Zhang Mo, and the other 3 fainted in different rooms. While Luo Tang was feeding them the antidote, he was also paying attention to the situation outside. Hearing his little darling making Bai Qingli speechless, Luo Tang was secretly happy. She had never been able to win the argument no matter what she said before, but now she has the treasure to help her get revenge. But when she heard Murong Yin say that they had been eating steamed buns for more than a month, she felt very uncomfortable. I remember that Bai Qingli was a very picky eater. Even in the wild, in order to eat well, he can prepare a table full of delicious food. At the age of 18, she thought he was fierce except during training. Everything else seems fine, until that phone call completely extinguished the heart of the 18-year-old girl. That day, she realized that she and he were not from the same world. After figuring everything out, he gradually removed Bai Qingli from his world until he forgot about him. Maybe she's the kind of person who can take it and let it go. What's more, for years ago, their relationship was delicate, but it had not yet reached the point of taking it seriously. She got the news that Bai Qingli was killed. When she saw Bai Qingli's face, her first reaction was that this man was here to settle accounts with her again. She needed some quiet time. When she knew that Bai Qingli came south to find her, she felt angry and touched at the same time. It is estimated that only Nangong Yin survived among the 3 of them in the book. Thinking of this, Luo Tang felt even worse. As soon as Zhang Mo woke up, he saw Luo Tang standing by the window in a daze. He thought he was still hallucinating and called out uncertainly, Sister Luo? Luo Tang came back to his senses. You're awake? Are you still dizzy? I'm not dizzy. I'm just too hungry to have any strength. Sister Luo, were you worried about something just now? No. Your 3 teammates should be waking up soon. These are mutant insects, and the hallucinogenic fog comes from them. We can extract the antidote from them, so that your team can report back. There are a lot of insect corpses, most of which were not brought back, and I dug out all the crystal cores. Luo Tang took out a large bag of insect corpses from the space. Bodhi told her that the blood of this kind of insect can also be used to extract antidote. Zhang Mo saw the insect corpses with green blood flowing in the bag and swallowed his saliva. Could our antidote just now be the blood of the insects? Luo Tang smiled gently. If she said yes, this little girl would probably have a psychological trauma for the rest of her life. He took out a small glass bottle from the space and said, this is what you are drinking. It is the water squeezed from the petals of the insect food. But there's not much. The insects have basically eaten it all. You can keep the rest. Zhang Mo happily took the small bottle. Thank you, Sister Luo. You're welcome. I got the crystal core, and you completed the task and got points and rewards. Luo Tang knew that this kind of weird task usually had a large amount of points. She didn't know how many people were unconscious, but this many bugs should be enough to make an antidote. A little bit of antidote can sober someone up. Zhang Yamo was slightly stunned, and then immediately said after reacting, Sister Luo, we didn't help at all. The points for this task are yours. Luo Tang smiled and said, you can take the points yourself. You can't bring me here, spend most of the day, and get nothing. It would probably cost a lot of points to drive from the base to Taoshi Town. Zhang Yamo looked at Luo Tang's face, and they smiled at each other. Sister Luo, if there is a big task in the future, I will definitely inform you the first time. From then on, she became Sister Luo's loyal fan. Thank you, Zhang Yamo. When Luo Tang left the villa, Bai Qingli was leaning against the car, stuffing dried apples into his mouth, and taking a sip of mineral water from time to time. Luo Tang. After confirming with my eyes, it was Bai Qingli's leaky little cotton jacket. She thought Zhou would bring some food to his dad, but the little guy actually just watched his dad chew the steamed buns and ate the dried apples that Dodo gave him. Mommy, Uncle Bai is so miserable. Luo Tang took a deep breath and took out a bag of packaged millet porridge from the space. Drink this. Skipping meals regularly is bad for your stomach. Bai Qingli's black eyes lit up, and he looked up at Luo Tang. He swallowed the dried apple in his mouth and said, Tang Dang still cares about me the most, unlike that brat who only knows how to bully his father. Luo Tang tried hard not to laugh. Her son must be awesome to be able to force Bai Qingli into this state. Looking at the face that was exactly the same as the one 4 years ago that was so handsome and stunning. But he no longer had the coldness he had for years ago. It seemed as if his edges had been smoothed out and his facial lines were slightly softened. There was even a hint of grievance on his face, like an old father being bullied by his son. Murong Yin and Nangong Yin stood there in shock, while Luo Linzhou was dumbfounded. The little face wrinkled up. Uncle Bai couldn't argue with him, so he complained to Mommy. Luo Linzhou walked slowly to Bai Qingli, patted his leg, and looked up at him with his little face. Uncle Bai, I'm doing this for your own good. If you try to commit suicide again, what will happen to Mommy and me? Zhou became more and more sad as he spoke, with tears welling up in his eyes as if they were about to fall. Luo Tang immediately stuffed a bag of millet porridge into Bai Qingli's hands and hugged Zhou to comfort him. Bai Qingli, he was sure that the little brat was pretending, but he had no evidence. If Tang Dang hadn't been here, he really wanted to pick up the little brat and give him a good beating. How happy he was in his heart when he knew that he and Tang Dang had a child. How depressing it is now. I thought she would be the lubricant between him and Tang Dang. But unexpectedly, she was just a light bulb between them. Luo Linzhou was held in his mother's arms. He buried his head in Luo Tang's arms and whispered softly in Luo Tang's arms. Mommy, Uncle Bai and his family are extremely poor. Would you consider changing a dad for me? If Mommy likes Uncle Bai, Zhou can accept it. The mineral water bottle in Bai Qingli's hand deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 76 Mommy, I don't want to be taken away. Luo Tang so Mai Gen Li. She knew of course that Zhou was just teasing Bai Qingli. Baby, we'll talk about the future later. Mommy and Uncle Bai haven't reached that point yet. Luo Linzhou suddenly realized. Is it to the point where Uncle Bai is my dad? Luo Tang held his forehead with his hand. Baby, even if you don't let him be your dad, he is still your dad. If Zhou doesn't accept him, you can call him Uncle Bai. When you accept him one day, you can call him Dad, okay? Mommy hopes that you call Uncle Bai Dad, not because of Mommy, but because you accept that he is your dad. Mommy's relationship with Uncle Bai does not affect your relationship with him as your father. Luo Linzhou nodded as if he understood, then turned his head and smiled broadly at Bai Qingli behind him. Bai Qingli's face turned dark instantly. He knew that the little brat was plotting against him. A slender, bony hand rested on his shoulder. Brother, have you figured out how to make Zhou accept you as his father? Bai Qingli's anger instantly got stuck in his throat, unable to come out or go out. A yin was reminding him that he shouldn't be led by the nose by the little brat just because of his mischief. By that time, his relationship with Tang Dang has not been repaired, and it might even become strained. Brother, you are Zhou's biological father for sure. But to him now, you are a stranger who suddenly appeared after death. Zhou is not like other children. He is very smart. There is no trace of you in Zhou's childhood. Bai Qingli was silent. Zhou curled his lips when he heard Nangong Yan's words. Not only was there no trace of him, but in his previous life, he was bitten to death by the evil species and was even taken away by it. If Uncle Nangong had not protected him in his previous life, he would have wanted Mommy to drive these three people away. Luo Tang had just carried his son into the car. Seeing that he looked worried, he said gently, "What are you thinking about in your little head, Zhou? If you are unhappy, share it with Mommy, and your worries will be relieved by half. Mommy, you said that if they had come earlier in the previous life, Mommy would not have died." Luo Tang was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Baby, where do you look when you walk?" Luo Linzhou thought for a moment. The road ahead. So, We have to look forward. There are no ifs. We are fine now. Uncle Bai didn't find us because we were not destined to be together in that life. But Uncle Bai tried hard. He couldn't stay with Zhou because of his injury. After he recovered, he came to us from the imperial capital regardless of everything. So, baby, don't blame him and don't accept him as an uncle, okay? Luo Linzhou lowered his head and hummed softly. Mommy, if he turns into a monster, will he take me away from you? If Uncle Bai keeps following him, he will be really worried. He didn't want to be taken away and separated from his mommy. Luo Tang. She didn't know what to do for a moment. Zhou's experiences in his previous life were all true. So how did Bai Qingli become a monster? He came from the imperial capital, and even if he had relatives, they were still in the imperial capital. Zhou's memory was very good. It is impossible to admit the wrong person, or there are people who look exactly like him in the world. Luo Tang drove the car and quickly recalled the plot in the book, not missing any clues. After the cold wave, the Chang'e Plain has the exception of the big city of Yuhui Base. Moon City is a gathering place for evil species, and there is a powerful evil species who rules Moon City. Led the evil ones to build a protective line from Moon City, stayed deep inside, and harassed the Yuhui Base from time to time. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, Shen Qiyue and Nangong Yin destroyed Yueqing and killed all the evil ones in Yueqing. But the king of Yueqing did not appear. She seemed to remember that it was mentioned in the book that every full moon night, 2 wolf howls would sound over the Moon City. One big and one small. Luo Tang looked at his drowsy son leaning against Daodu and was about to ask him how he was bitten and taken away. There was a loud bang behind me. With a sweep of his mental power, Bai Qingli's car was knocked to the ground by a mutant buffalo. 3 dusty men instantly jumped out of the car and ran to the side at the fastest speed. Luo Tang. Judging from the speed at which those 3 people climbed up the car, they were very skilled, and it was obvious that this was not their first time. What's going on? Wasn't she driving in the front? Why didn't she encounter the mutant buffalo? Luo Linzhou was awakened instantly and looked back. Just then he saw Bai Qingli. His eyes widened, and he was filled with confusion. Uncle Bai, don't you have psychic powers? How come you were hit by a mutant buffalo? Bai Qingli bent down, dived and passed under the mutant buffalo. His body, which was more than 2 meters tall, fell to the ground with a bang. Bright red blood spurted everywhere. Bai Qingli put away the black dagger and looked at the dead mutant buffalo with cold eyes. He took out a machete from the space, chopped off the bull's head, and took out the red crystal core inside that was the size of a baby's fist. Tang, you run first. Before he had time to wipe the blood off the knife, he stuffed the knife into the space and took out 3 bicycles. The 3 of them each drove a car and seemed to be preparing to run away. Bai Qingli looked up and saw Luo Tang still staring at her blankly and hurriedly shouted, Tang, run quickly. Don't you want a cow corpse? That's 2nd-level mutant beef. Why are you such a spendthrift? Don't give it to me. Luo Tang got out of the car cursing. Why did his bad luck come at this time today? It is true that he has mental power, but it is impossible for him to use it to explore every moment. The cow seemed to be lying in ambush on the side of the road, and it was running straight towards his car at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and he had no time to dodge. I sat on the bicycle, thinking about how many times I had to ride a bicycle to escape after the apocalypse when I saw Luo Tang getting off the bike. Tang, don't get out of the car. Run! As soon as Luo Tang got off the car, his mental power instantly detected a large wave of evil rabbits attacking. Just as he was about to take the ball of hair out of Dowda's head, the group of rabbits jumped over to the mutant cow's corpse and started to eat it. Even dozens of rabbits, with blood-red eyes, stared at Bai Qingli from time to time. Luo Tang. Sister-in-law, let's go. After those rabbits eat the mutant cows, they will attack my brother. Jigu kills the rabbit. Kill them all, Nangong Yin said embarrassedly. Miss Luo, after killing the rabbits, there may be another wave of mutant beasts attacking. After killing the mutant beasts, there may be a gathering of mutant insects. After killing the insects, it is also very likely that you will be unlucky enough to encounter mutant plants. Luo Tang. He took a deep breath and looked at Bai Qingli. It's really not easy for you to survive for a month in this apocalyptic world. Bai Qingli said nothing. Zhang Mo and her teammates were first shocked that Bai Qingli could kill the huge mutant bull in just a few moves. Now I am shocked by the apocalyptic experiences of these 3 people. It is really fucking not easy to be alive. Luo Tang waved to Zhou. After Zhou got out of the car, Luo Tang parked the car. She just didn't believe that she couldn't kill all the mutant creatures nearby. Chapter 77. The mutated pet rabbit who claims to be my father. Taoshi Town is not some deep mountain forest, so how many mutant creatures can there be? Zhang Mo, go and hand in the task first. I'll be back later. Sister Luo, we all have special abilities, so it's okay for us to stay. Those unconscious people are still waiting for the antidote. If it's too late, we don't know what will happen. I can handle it myself here. I don't need your help. I'll be back to the base at 7 p.m. Luo Tang said, holding Zhou's hand. Jiang Yamo wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Su Yi next to him. Sister Luo, if you don't return to the base by 7 o'clock in the evening, we will report it to Commander Yang. It's too dangerous outside at night. They could only find a way to get Commander Yang to take action. Good. Su Yi stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. Jiang Yamo was angry. Why can't we stay and help Sister Luo Ji? Xiao Mo, let's not talk about whether what happened to those 3 men is true. Sister Luo obviously knows those 3 men. She was able to stay and even let us go first. She must have some tricks that she doesn't want us to know. Even if we stay, who do you think is more powerful, us or those 3? Jiang Mo remained silent. She felt that Su Yi was right. The gap between them and Sister Luo was too big. They might not even be on the same level, although she didn't know how high Sister Luo's ability level was. But Daodu has already reached the 3rd level, so can Sister Luo's ability be lower? They were all at the 1st level, and the most powerful one was her, having just reached the late 1st level not long ago. Since he decided to stay, how could Luo Tang let the evil rabbit eat the mutant cow? Take out the gun and shoot any evil rabbit that gets close to the mutant cow in the head. Seeing this, Bai Qingli also put away his bicycle. He took out a few coins from the bag, his eyes fixed, and the coins flew out of his hands. Like a hidden weapon, it pierced into the evil rabbit's forehead. 1 coin equals 1 evil rabbit. A vicious rabbit pounced towards him, but Bai Qingli dodged it successfully by tilting his body. He spun around, turned his hand, and broke the evil rabbit's neck. Luo Linzhou was stunned. Uncle Bai is so handsome. What should I do? He actually knows the martial arts from TV dramas. If he had this skill and knew how to use hidden weapons, would he still worry about not being able to protect himself? Bai Qingli felt the little brat's admiring gaze. The corners of his lips curled up, and he fought harder. Little brat, you like to create obstacles for your father, right? Your dad will train you in the future, and I will be as strict as possible. Black Hole and Curly Hair were responsible for protecting Zhou, while Daoda beat them one by one with his claws and also took out the crystal core from the evil rabbit's brain. Murong Yin watched the big rat jumping up and down. Its claws were really powerful. He also has gold-related abilities, but unfortunately, he can only deal with evil species by strengthening his machete or controlling metal. No sharp claws. At this moment, Murong Yin was extremely envious of Daodu. What a powerful big rat. We must never offend it again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several leaves turned into sharp swords and pierced through the evil rabbit's chest. Luo Tang turned around and glanced at Nangong Yin. Nangong Yin smiled and said, "These rabbits are only level 1. Not a single one is level 2. They are easy to deal with." His wood-related ability has reached the early 3rd level. If it were a 3rd-level rabbit, the rain of leaf arrows would be just a tickle to them. Daodu and Luo Linzhou were immediately jealous when they saw the wood-related abilities. They thought that the wood-related abilities could at most be used to grow vegetables and control plants in battle, but they didn't expect it could be so powerful. Hundreds of evil rabbits were quickly dealt with by a few people in less than 5 minutes. Bai Qingli became alert immediately when he saw the green carpet spreading on the ground. Just as he was about to take action, he was restrained by Luo Tang's mental power. "That's my partner." Bai Qingli looked down at the grass that was devouring the corpse of the evil rabbit. "Tang Tang, can mutant plants still be grown?" "Of course, as long as they are willing to follow you." Just as Luo Tang finished speaking, there was a rustling sound coming from the bushes beside the road. A black and white mutant lop-eared rabbit jumped out from the grass and ran towards Bai Qingli. Bai Qingli turned his body to the side and immediately used his mental power to lock onto the mutant rabbit, freezing it in midair. He immediately grabbed the mutant rabbit's neck. What a cute mutant rabbit. Jojo is lit up. The lop-eared rabbit has smooth fur, black ears, a circle of white fur on the buttocks and waist, and the rest of the fur is as white as snow. It's obviously a pet rabbit. Wow, this 2-legged beast has a friendly and powerful aura. Why does it want to kill me? The lop-eared rabbit fluttered its legs and kicked. "You keep pinching me. I'm really going to be strangled to death by you." When the voice of a rabbit claiming to be lousy rang in his mind, Luo Tang's mouth twitched. "Put it down first. It doesn't look like it's coming to attack you." Bai Qingli was stunned. This mutant rabbit was not very powerful, so how come it hadn't died after being strangled for so long? "Qingli, trust me this time. Let it go and see if it runs away or hits you." Luo Tang continued. "Woo-woo, this beautiful 2-legged beast is kind-hearted. I won't follow him anymore." "Ifafawai, Luo Tang." Bai Qingli loosened his grip, and the big rabbit fell to the ground instantly. The lop-eared rabbit raised its head and glared at Bai Qingli with its ruby eyes. Slipping to his feet, Bai Qingli looked at the big rabbit with cold eyes. It seems that as long as it moves, it will be killed. The big rabbit slowly stretched out its front paws, and Bai Qingli focused his mental power on the big rabbit. But the big rabbit did not use its special powers, but patted Bai Qingli's shoes with its front paws. How is this possible? It really didn't attack anyone. Murong Yin couldn't believe it. Nangong Yin glanced at Daodu and Haiten. then looked at the big rabbit on Bala by King Lee's trouser leg. Asked a question. Brother, do you think the mutant animals you encountered along the way wanted to follow you? Do you think it's possible? I've never been liked by small animals since I was a child. Even the cats my mom keeps are afraid of me. Ouch! Two-legged beast. I'm not afraid of you. Being close to you, my speed of absorbing superpowers has increased. When Dowda heard what the big rabbit said, he pricked up his ears and moved closer to Bai Qingli. Immediately, the big black eyes burst into a fiery light. Luo Tang coughed lightly. Qingli, the big rabbit just wants to be close to you. Do you want to accept it? The big rabbit looked up when he heard that, and looked at him expectantly with blood-red eyes. Bai Qingli lifted the rabbit by the back of its neck. It's quite heavy. Braised rabbit meat, spicy rabbit head, and cold rabbit will give us a full meal. The big rabbit struggled, cursing. Fuck you, you actually want to eat me. If I don't show my power, do you think I'm a sick cat? Be careful. Luo Tang thought the big rabbit was going to attack Bai Qingli. As a result, this guy put his paws together and prayed. Luo Tang. He's good at talking big, but actually he's just a coward. Dowda tilted his head, slipped over to the fur ball, and started picking up the crystal cores. Bai Qingli put the big rabbit down, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. But I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Chapter 78, you want Tang Dang to call you dad? The big rabbit sat down on the ground, cursing. What kind of meat is this? Meat can be as delicious as grass. As he was cursing, he felt an extremely cold gaze. He looked up and saw the two-legged beast glaring at him. His aura was fierce. His deep and cold eyes were half closed, and his gaze was as cold as a thin blade. His tone was seriously inconsistent with what he said. At this moment, the big rabbit completely understood that the two-legged beast really wanted to eat it. It's not like its previous owner, who was hungry and said to fry it. Just kidding. The big rabbit's three-petal lips slightly raised in a humane way, and it silently stretched out its front paws to pat Bai Qingli's trouser legs, while its hind legs were secretly retreating. Man, I'm old and not good, but I know where the rabbit hutch is. Luo Tang. Dowdo. Not only is this rabbit troublemaking and cowardly, he even betrays his companions. Seeing the lop-eared rabbit moving towards Luo Tang, Bai Qingli quickly grabbed the lop-eared rabbit by the scruff of the neck and strangled its fatal throat. The big rabbit didn't move, and there was a wave of sadness in his jewel-like eyes. Little rabbit, what kind of superpower do you have? Luo Tang asked. The rabbit had been hesitating for so long and had been caught by Qingli twice, but it had not used its superpowers. The big rabbit tilted its head and stared at Luo Tang. Its abilities are weird and have no practical use. Can you understand what I'm saying? Under the big rabbit's expectant gaze, Luo Tang nodded. The big rabbit's eyes lit up. Then can you let this two-legged beast let me go? Luo Tang's lips curved slightly. It's okay, but don't call yourself lousy. The big rabbit looked at Luo Tang with a puzzled look. Why? My name is Lousy. Luo Tang. This is a name that a pet owner gave to his pet. Is it possible that a pet is lost in the neighborhood, and someone is looking for the pet by holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Where are you? Lousy, come back soon?" Luo Tang found it funny just thinking about it. Dowdu and Heikian were stunned. Suddenly, they felt that their names were particularly vulgar. No, that was your old name. Now you're called Xiaodu, or I'll ask Bai Qingli to cook you into spicy rabbit meat. Luo Tang threatened. Xiaodu really followed them, and when she was asked to call him Lousy, she couldn't say it. The little rabbit felt a chill on its back and looked up to see Bai Qingli waiting for it. That look seemed to want to eat it alive. Old man? Huh? You still want Tang Dang and I to call you old man, but you look like a rabbit. You don't have the body and simplicity of a giant panda, and you want to imitate the color of its fur. You are so ugly, Bai Qingli said with disdain. The little rabbit was so angry that his ears stood up and he kicked his legs. Who are you calling ugly? My former owner said my fur is the prettiest in the world. Only the fat giant panda can compare with me. Luo Tang held his forehead with his hand. This big rabbit was really jumping on Bai Qingli's head. You want to satisfy your desire to talk even if you have to die, right? Not to be outdone. The big rabbit was still cursing and even started spitting at Bai Qingli. Although Bai Qingli didn't understand what the big rabbit was saying, he knew that the big rabbit was scolding him. If you can't bear it anymore, then don't bear it anymore. He grabbed the big rabbit's neck and exerted force. Luo Linzhou grabbed the big rabbit's legs and looked up at him. Uncle Bai, can you give me the rabbit? You want to capite? The big rabbit whose fate was strangled heard a baby voice as sweet as the sound of nature saying, "I will raise you," and started crying. Tears streamed down my face. After its owner died, no one said this to it. Whenever it gets close to a two-legged beast, their eyes are like this man, wanting to eat it alive. Several times, it almost lost its life. From then on, it would stay away from any two-legged beasts it saw, until today, when it was summoned by a force and smelled a strong but pleasant scent. Being next to him, its cultivation speed actually increased. When Luo Tang saw this scene, he suddenly felt sad. How guilty she will feel if she eats mutant beasts in the future. Each and every two of them are intelligent beings. But she can't always eat grass every day like Daodu. Bai Qingli didn't expect the big rabbit to cry, and he slowly loosened his hand unconsciously. The big rabbit fell into Luo Lingzhou's arms. After burying his head in Luo Lingzhou's arms, the big rabbit's eyes lit up. Being next to this little two-legged beast seems to speed up my training, but without the big two-legged beast. So fast. Are you serious? Luo Tang asked in surprise. The big rabbit reacted instantly and realized that this person could understand what it was saying. Of course, I'm not a bunny. How could I lie? Chigu, why don't I feel anything? Daodu, maybe you guys were with Zhou all day, and you used crystal cores when you were practicing, so you didn't notice it. Daodu pricked up his ears and felt that what Luo Tang said made sense. He jumped onto the tree, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes and nodded to Luo Tang. After receiving a positive answer, Luo Tang looked at Bai Qingli and asked, "Do you have any strange abilities that can speed up the training of mutant beasts?" Speed up the training of mutant beasts? Bai Qingli looked a little confused. Is this the reason why I attract mutant beasts? Of course not. The little rabbit in Luo Lingzhou's arms shouted. Luo Tang looked at it and said, "Go on." I was sleeping in the rabbit hole, but I felt a strong call from afar and ran towards here uncontrollably. What happened next is what you saw. Luo Tang looked at Bai Qingli with a strange look, and Daodu suddenly grabbed the hem of her clothes. Don't we encounter vicious beasts and mutant beasts from time to time on the road? If it weren't for the crystal cores they provided, we wouldn't be able to upgrade so quickly. Luo Tang's mind exploded, and his eyes wandered between Bai Qingli and Luo Lingzhou, one big and one small. Mommy, what's wrong? Do you two have the ability to summon beasts? Ah! Luo Lingzhou looked confused. The little rabbit said that it was summoned by Bai Qingli and came to him uncontrollably. Luo Lingzhou's face was tangled, recalling his experience from the city to Yuhui base. Even the experiences of the past 2 years were recalled. Aunt Shun's team often encounters mutant beasts, and everyone thinks Aunt Shun is attracted to beasts, because she can communicate with beasts and make deals with them. Even sometimes when they are in danger, mutant beasts will come over for no reason, and Aunt Shun will communicate with the mutant beasts and ask them to help. Brother, think about what situation you would be in if you were suddenly attacked by a mutant beast. Bai Qingli fell into memories. Yesterday, he came to Peach Blossom Town and was attracted by the fragrance of flowers. Ian said they were poisoned and needed to get the antidote. Then he used his mental power to explore. After using his mental power for about an hour, he encountered a powerful mutant python. After digging out the crystal core, he fainted in the Peach Blossom Forest due to exhaustion and poisoning. It seemed to be similar today, shortly after he used his mental power. If this is true, then can his special ability only be used as a decoration? After using my psychic powers, mutant beasts will come to me after a while. But I don't have any psychic powers. Zhou thought carefully. Then he covered his little mouth fiercely. Chapter 79 Special Ability Beast Attraction. Mommy, it shouldn't be after using mental power, but after using supernatural power. Luo Tang. He took a deep breath and said, I don't believe that you two don't have other special abilities. Bai Qingli, just face the black hole and use your mind to try to summon it to your side. Don't use your mental power. Black hole, run 10 meters away and don't move. Black hole is a 3rd-level mutant beast, and is even Zhou's contracted beast. Black hole did as he was told, ran 20 meters away, and lay down to sleep. It has been working all day and is really tired. It's safe here with the master watching over us. Bai Qingli felt aggrieved. Tang Dang asked him to stare at the big black dog. What was so good about the big black dog? It was all black. Luo Tang glanced at Bai Qingli, who was standing seriously. Bai Qingli obediently said to himself, Big black dog, come here. The black hole remained unmoved and even began to snore. The wind blew through the grass, and the bent grass brushed against the tip of Black Hole's nose. It turned over and continued to sleep. Bai Qingli gave Luo Tang a resentful look. Continue. Bai Qingli felt that he had never done such a stupid thing since he was a child. Tang Dang asked him to do it, and he had no choice. I kept saying to myself, Big black dog, come here. He read for a full 5 minutes, and all he could think of was the big black dog. Come here. Hai Tammy I moved, and Bai Qingli thought he saw hope, but Hai Tammy I just returned to his original sleeping position. Bai Qingli's frown could kill a fly. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms. Big black dog, come here. Luo Tang was startled. Her mental power was always focused on Bai Qingli. Just now, he was emitting a strange energy magnetic field. Just for a moment, it disappeared again. Luo Lingzhou covered his mouth with his small hands and stared at the black hole without blinking. The black hole actually moved. Luo Tang fixed his gaze on Haiden's eyes. It was obvious that he had not woken up yet, and his eyes were blurry. But he ran towards Bai Qingli at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The soft hair fluttered in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she fell into Bai Qingli's arms. Bai Qingli slapped it, and the black hole fell to the ground. After rolling around, it suddenly stood up from the ground, moved its hind legs back a step, slightly bent its front legs, leaned forward slightly, bared its teeth, and faced Bai Qingli in an attacking posture. Woof woof human, why did you hit me? Luo Linzhou moved to the black hole and touched it. Cole, you just pounced on Uncle Bai. No, I wasn't, I was sleeping. Cole, look at where you are now. Black Hole turned around and took a deep breath of the dog's breath. It was clearly lying in the grass and sleeping just now. It had no idea how it suddenly came here. Murong Yin and Nangong Yin were stunned. It turned out that there was a reason why they were chased by mutant beasts all the way. No wonder every time after killing the evil species, we encounter mutant beasts. Or every time you want to cook, you will encounter mutant beasts. This is because after using his mental power and spatial abilities, the eldest brother will unconsciously use his special abilities. As a result, they were already exhausted, and just when they wanted to take a rest, they had to start fighting again. Bai Qingli opened his mouth and was about to speak. Luo Tang suddenly took out 4 off-road motorcycles and threw a helmet to each of them. Get in the car and run for your life. We're in trouble. The mutant animals around us are running towards us. Luo Tang wanted to cry. Bodhi was already throbbing in her mind, saying it sensed great danger. Put a helmet on my son and get on the motorcycle. Zhou zipped up the small bag and woke up Curly. She was afraid that Curly would fly away while she was riding. Dowda jumped onto Bai Qing's limousine, gave him a big smile, and stretched out his paws to hug him. The big rabbit jumped behind Dowdu. Bai Qingli, help! He never thought that one day he would be hugged by a big rat. But he couldn't kick the big rat away, and he had to take good care of it. Haiten tilted his head and jumped into Nangong Yan's car. Murong Yin is the only one left. Bai Qingli suddenly said, Big black dog, you should take my third brother's car. I'm afraid you and a Yin will flip over together. Before Black Hole left, Nangong Yin received its contemptuous look. Sensing the mutant wild boar and even a bunch of mutant snakes running towards him from 300 meters away, Manhwa got into the car. Luo Tang's motorcycle rushed forward like an arrow. Hear dogs barking, pigs squealing, snakes hissing. There were even wolves howling and tigers roaring. Bai Qingli and the other two were completely out of control. Follow closely behind Luo Tang. Brother, don't use any of your powers now. Once the time is up, those mutant animals won't chase you anymore. Luo Linzhou nestled in his mother's arms, silent. Before he figured out this ability, he didn't dare to use it indiscriminately. Luo Tang raced for more than half an hour, and it seemed that he would reach the base in a short while. I no longer felt the mutant animals chasing me. The mutant animals following behind him woke up and collapsed to the ground exhausted one by one. When I saw other mutant creatures around, I was thinking, let's take a break and then kill them. Dowdu, who was originally sitting behind Bai Qingli, suddenly jumped out of the car. Bai Qingli was shocked. If anything happens to the big rat, Tang Dang will skin him alive. What are you doing? Jigo idiot. Of course he went back to pick up the crystal core. There is a huge mixture of carnivorous mutants and herbivorous mutants, as well as poisonous snakes. It would be strange if they didn't fight after waking up. Luo Tang naturally also received Do's message, release the RV, and let Manhwa return to the roof of the RV. He took Zhou into the car and drove back. The RV was reinforced by Zhou and has extremely high defense. Bai Qingli felt somewhat confused when he saw Luo Tang driving the off-road RV and looking back. Could it be that Big Housie and Tang Tang are so in tune with each other? Come up. After the 3 people and 3 animals got on the car, Luo Tang put away the off-road motorcycle. Murong Yin stared at everything in the RV in amazement. Sister-in-law, you are living in the end times as if you were traveling around the country. It's so cool. He suddenly didn't want to be the eldest brother's younger brother anymore, but wanted to be the eldest sister-in-law's younger brother. After driving for a few minutes, I smelled a strong smell of blood. Sensing several familiar auras, Luo Tang frowned unhappily. The Shun and Tang families saw a bunch of mutant beasts fighting, and a lot of them died, and they were picking up the dead beasts excitedly. Suddenly, a large black RV stopped in front of them. A slim woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants with a high ponytail got out of the car holding her child. Tang Shen raised his head and saw Luo Tang's face, his eyes dark and unclear. Unexpectedly, after the end of the world, Luo Tang became more and more beautiful. These are the beasts we just designed to attract. They are our spoils of war. Please leave. Chapter 80. Being rubbed by a large number of mutant beasts. Dowda rushed up and snatched the crystal core from Shun Tingyun's hand. Is this the beast summoned by the unlucky guy's special power? Or is it the beast they drove away and it belongs to them? Shun Tingyun was about to take action against Dowdu. Shin Chiyue stopped her, seeing the gentle smile on Luo Tang's face. At this moment, Shin Chiyue somewhat hated this woman. She lived a very good life in her previous life, like the moon in the sky, but she was just like the mud on the ground. In this life, she thought they would have nothing to do with each other, but unexpectedly, they became neighbors. She has worked hard to become stronger, But why is she still a little worse than Luo Tang? Miss Luo, this is just a bunch of beasts killing each other. Aren't you here to pick out the missing ones? They're all here to pick up leaks, so why does Luo Tang act so condescendingly? Why, you picked up a lot in the last days. You don't think you were so lucky that you can pick up everything. Luo Tang smiled, but glanced at Shin Chiyue. It has nothing to do with her to pick up other people's leaks. Even if Shin Chiyue picks up a big treasure that upgrades her, she won't feel anything. But she can't pick up something she struggled with. Luo Tang, what do you mean? I think you were just jealous that my family Yiye is luckier than you. Bai Qingli and the others got out of the car. I really thought you were lucky enough to encounter this. So how about I let you have better luck again? As soon as Bai Qingli finished speaking, there was a rustling sound in the grass around them. Danger. There are many mutant beasts running towards us, run. Shin Qiang's voice sounded. Just after I finished speaking, there was a mutated wild boar with bleeding ears and a mutated wolf with a lame leg. There were also mutant cows with one of their horns broken off, and mutant hedgehogs with few thorns left in their sights. Luo Tang. If you can't show off, don't show off. Bai Qingli. No, there are too few mutant beasts near the base. That's it. Shin Tingyan smiled, but then she stopped laughing. There is a mutant tiger, a group of mutant snakes, mutant mice, and even a mutant eagle hovering in the sky. She also heard the sound of numerous flapping wings. That's it. Bai Qingli said sarcastically. If you can kill these mutated beasts, then you are qualified to pick up things on the ground, understand? Shin Chiyue felt the mutated beasts eyeing them, and the soles of her feet felt cold, which spread throughout her body. There were so many mutant beasts, how could they kill them all? What's more, there is a powerful mutant tiger. The lame wolf is still howling, and may even gather the pack. It would be nice to be able to escape. She took a deep look at Bai Qingli. The man was facing her sideways, his profile was perfect, his thin lips were pursed tightly, his face was tense, and there seemed to be a black storm brewing in his deep eyes. Bai Qingli felt Shin Chiyue's gaze and glanced at her. This glance made Shin Chiyue's blood freeze and reminded her of her encounter with wolves in her previous life. On the verge of death, the Wolf King, who was surrounded by people, glanced at him lightly. If Nangong Yin hadn't appeared, that one glance would have determined her death, and she would be eaten by wolves. Shin Chiyue looked away, but now the person who had saved her was standing on the opposite side of her. A loud wolf howl suddenly sounded in my ears. Ah! Shin Chiyue collapsed emotionally and trembled all over. Run towards the car. She wants to escape. Yes, Shin Tingyan still didn't know why the man looked at his daughter and made her so scared. Shin Qiang looked at the beasts around him that were preparing to attack, and took the dug-out crystal core from his father and aunt. Walking towards Luo Tang. Sorry, I didn't know these beasts were your trophies just now. Luo Tang didn't answer. It's okay. Just leave now. You can keep these by yourself, practice hard, and improve your strength. It is best to become the strongest person in the team. Tang Tang. Luo Tang's face was solemn. His mental power sealed the surrounding area, and he whispered, "Be careful about Tang Chun, he also has mind control powers." What? Shin Qiang was shocked. Luo Tang patted him on the shoulder and continued, "Be careful. Put your own life and safety first in everything. What your parents love most is herself, and then Shin Chiyue." Luo Tang walked past Shin Qiang to collect the mutated beast meat that was still edible. Shin Qiang's hand holding the crystal core froze in midair, and the fig leaf covering his heart was uncovered. Tang Tang is right. No matter it is his father or mother, they love themselves the most, and then Shin Chiyue. He no longer wanted to think about how much weight he held in his parents' hearts. What? Why don't you get lost? Do you want to be the mutant beast dinner? When Tang Chen saw Luo Tang coming over, he originally planned to say a few words to Luo Tang. Bai Qingli kept staring at him coldly. After being pulled by his elder brother again, he followed the team and left in embarrassment. Luo Tang looked at Tang Chen's leaving back, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in the beautiful fox eyes. After just a moment, he looked away. Tang Ding, you want to kill him? Bai Qingli said affirmatively as he saw the man walking away. Luo Tang, who was bending over to bleed a mutant chicken, paused and looked up at Bai Qingli. This guy is so sharp. Bai Qingli raised the corners of his lips. Tang Tang, I'll help you kill him. No, don't disturb my plan. I still have to do an experiment. She had tried her unknown supernatural power on mutant animals and evil species, but it didn't work. It could only be a human crystal core, so she couldn't just find anyone to get it, right? If she destroys someone's supernatural power, it will be her fault. Tang Dang, then you should be careful. There is no supernatural power fluctuation on him, but he is a little weird. He has mental abilities that can control people's thoughts and actions. Why don't you get rid of these mutant birds? Do you want them to shit on our heads? Luo Tang said angrily when he saw that his trophies were already stained with bird shit. Bai Qingli, his special ability sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a beast roar behind me. The big tiger suddenly pounced on Bai Qingli and knocked him to the ground, licking his face. The lame wolf also ran over to join in the fun. Immediately afterwards, the mutant animals around swarmed over and surrounded Bai Qingli. Luo Tang was so scared that he ran away 100 meters away with his son in his arms. However, several small mutant beasts also followed Luo Tang. To be precise, it was Zhou Zhou who was following Luo Tang's arms. Fortunately, these mutated creatures just brushed against Zhou Zhou and then ran away, disappearing from Luo Tang's sight at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. So are the large mutant creatures surrounding Bai Qingli. In 10 seconds, all the breath of all living mutant creatures disappeared. Bai Qingli was left alone, lying on the grass with a sense of despair. He is so mad. He is not clean anymore. Damn mutant animals, they all scramble to touch him. It's crazy. If anyone comes to him for no reason again, he will stew one of them and feed them all to his son and Tang Tang. Luo Tang felt that his body was covered with the saliva of mutant animals and maybe even the saliva of poisonous snakes. Nangong Yin, Murong Yin, and the three beasts standing next to them all stood there in a daze. I don't know what to say. It turns out that the mutant beast before was summoned by the big brother's special ability and wanted to take advantage of him. Even the sleeping Curly was awakened by the fright and climbed onto Luo Tang's shoulder, trying to open his eyes wide and look at Bai Qingli. It seemed as if he wanted to find out why he was so popular among the mutant beasts. Chapter 81 Harvest, New Member Bunny. Murong Yin slowly moved to Bai Qingli's side. Brother, are you okay? What do you think? Bai Qingli's cold voice sounded. Mommy, I want to take a bath. Luo Linzhou was not having a good time either. He was licked by a bunch of rabbits. Luo Tang looked at the mutant beast meat that was wasted on the ground and sighed. Put 2 mutant sheep, 3 mutant geese, and a mutant wild boar family into the space. Do you want this meat? If not, I'll let Manhwa eat it. Sister-in-law, you take them all. Given his elder brother's current state, he probably wanted to grind all the mutant beast meat into paste. Manhwa, these corpses are all yours. If you can't finish them, Mommy will save them for you later. The furball jumped down from the roof of the RV, jumped onto Luo Tang, rubbed her cheek, and then jumped onto the corpse of a mutant rat. A green carpet began to spread across the ground. Daodu and Heighten began to pick up crystal cores. Luo Tang carried Zhou Zhou back to the RV, closed the window, pulled the curtains, and took him into the space. 10 minutes later, a large and a small group of people wearing sportswear walked out of the RV. Luo Tang looked at Bai Qingli, who looked depressed, pursed his lips, and smiled. Why don't you go wash up? Bai Qingli nodded. Luo Linzhou sighed. Uncle Bai is so miserable, dozens of times more miserable than me. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Linzhou regretted it. Mommy, you said I would become better and encounter the same thing as Uncle Bai in the future. Luo Tang was silent. She didn't know either. Don't te verity? Zhou Zhou. Ask your Uncle Bai to study what this ability is and how to use it. It should be able to completely control mutant animals. Let him teach you when the time comes. Luo Linzhou opened his eyes wide and smiled broadly. Controlling mutant animals sounds great. Wherever I go in the future, as long as there are mutant animals, I will have a lot of helpers. Bai Qingli, who was scrubbing his body vigorously in the RV, snorted coldly when he heard Luo Linzhou's words. What the hell? He doesn't want this treatment at all? If the after effect of the first mutated animal was being licked by them, he would rather fight them with his bare hands. But Bai Qingli touched his chin. The little brat has the same abilities as him, so all he has to do is teach the little brat how to use his abilities. As long as he stays away from him every time he uses his ability, won't everything be fine? At this moment, little Luo Linzhou is still fantasizing about the scene where he will be able to summon all the beasts one day. He never expected that his own father wanted to trick him. After swallowing the hairball for half an hour, it could not swallow it anymore. There was still 1/3 of the corpses left on the ground. Luo Tang used his mental power to sense the changes in the crystal core of the furball. She was very sure that Manhwa had accumulated enough energy, but he just hadn't advanced to the 4th level. Bodhi, do you think that blue planet really has some kind of rules of heaven and earth? Bodhi shook his body. Master, it is the limit of the balance of power. After the apocalyptic energy comes, those giants that get the energy light ball will not be able to withstand the energy light ball and die. But pregnant mothers will give birth to small cubs in the early stage of the 3rd stage, just like big whales. Even if the young cub is strong, it is still in its infancy and will not think of using its own strength to cause damage. Your strength is improving very quickly, and it can be said that the strongest one now should be at the peak of the 3rd level. There are 2 ways to break this balance of power. One is to upgrade the treasure, and the other is to comprehend. Ordinary supernatural power cultivation is to continuously absorb supernatural power molecules and gather them in the body. But the 3rd level to the 4th level is a big hurdle. If you can comprehend the essence of supernatural power, you can break the balance limit. According to the law of heaven and earth, those who can comprehend the essence of the natural world are people of great wisdom. So, for people like this, the rules believe that they have their own views on the world and will not wantonly destroy the balance of the world. Luo Tang said after thinking for a while. Yes. Then do you think Manhwa's brain can understand the origin of his mutation? Bodhi, It's okay to let it comprehend it, but as a special mutant plant, the crystal core is useless to it. It requires accumulation, and all changes in time, space, avenue, elements, and the new world are its accumulation. Rely on this to advance. Master, your brain may succeed, but forget about the fur ball. It can grow to this point and speak fluently, thanks to your training. Luo Tang glanced at the fur ball, quietly refining energy on top of Doubt's head. After a long silence, he said, "You're right. I'll go back and read the ancient books tonight." She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that the books on enlightenment left by the ancients had some basis. Otherwise, how do we explain the supernatural powers in the end times and the mutated Bodhi? It is really, as the ancients said, Bodhi symbolizes wisdom and enlightenment. Mommy, it's getting late. Can we go back to the base first? He was hungry again. Luo Tang came back to her senses and saw 3 adults, 1 child, and 2 beasts looking at her eagerly. There was also an unsociable rabbit, chewing on a grass cake. It was obvious that the straw cake was given to it by Dowdu. As expected of her Dowdu, she takes good care of its new companion as soon as it arrives. You 3 go to the sunset base on your own. I have a car, but I can't give it to you for free. Before Luo Tang could finish his words, a bag of heavy crystal cores appeared in his hand. It seems that there are several hundred of them, and the quality is quite high. 1 or 2 are even second level. Tang, I understand. Luo Tang took out 2 off-road vehicles from the space. Gasoline is not provided. Thank you, Tang. Finally, I don't have to ride a bicycle to escape. Dowd's eyes lit up when he saw Luo Tang received so many crystal cores, and he pulled by Qingli's trouser leg. Does Jigu need body strengthening service? Luo Tang smiled and said, my Dowdo asked if you need a car body strengthening service. It has a gold-type supernatural power at the 3rd level. My caravan has been strengthened by it many times. If that mutant bull hits my caravan, nothing will happen. Bai Qingli looked at Murong Yan with disdain. You all have gold-related abilities, but you are no better than a big rat. Thank you, Dowdo, we need it. So Luo Tang took Zhou and Hai Tamii into the RV. Dowdo stayed in Bai Qingli's car and began to help Bai Qingli strengthen the car body step by step. The big rabbit looked at Dowdo and then at Luo Tang. After seeing the majestic and imposing off-road RV, he decisively chose to follow Luo Tang in the car. Luo Tang looked at the big rabbit that was following him and didn't stop it. Wait until it comes up before closing the door. Bunny, do you have any special powers? The big rabbit jumped under the driver's seat, next to him, and then turned out Dowda's straw cake from under the seat. Zhou patted its paws gently. This belongs to my Dowdu. You can't take it without his permission. When we get home, I'll bake some grass for you, okay? The big rabbit opened its 3-petaled lips and moved its mouth. Big sister will definitely give me something to eat. I gave it a flying cloud. Zhou didn't understand what the big rabbit said, so Luo Tang used his mental power to lift the big rabbit up and put it on the seat. Zhou is right. He doesn't understand what you were saying. Since you want to follow me, you must abide by the rules of the team. And what is the Feiyun you mentioned? Chapter 82 Cooking. The big rabbit looked at Zhou in confusion, his mouth moving slightly. Aren't you her child? Why can she understand what I say, but you can't? Why do you have so many whys? Tell me what Feiyun is. The big rabbit curled up into a ball, with its ears erected, and a white vortex appeared between its 2 ears. A white cotton object the size of half a baby's fist flew out from the white vortex and landed in Zhou's hand. Mommy, it's so soft. This is Feiyun. When not in use, it is just a ball of cotton. When in use, it can turn into a white cloud. You can fly by sitting on it, but it can't last long. The big rabbit said distressfully. What's the difference between having this ability and not having it? You can neither run away nor fight. Luo Tang took a deep breath. You have a special ability to make things. You can make one thing at the 1st level, and when you reach the 2nd level, you can make new things. Special powers may not seem powerful at a low level, but once they reach a high level, each special power will basically be very useful. Really? The big rabbit looked at Luo Tang expectantly. Yes, I'm not lying to you. Practice well. Maybe you will be able to create more useful things in the next level. And the flying cloud you created is also very useful. This thing is stored in the bag when not in use. In times of crisis, it might be useful to escape. The big rabbit sighed. It had no time to practice since it was trying to find a way to escape every day. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a sound like nature's music. I don't know what your life was like before, but now that you've joined my team, you can't have second thoughts. We will protect you and support you. The big rabbit pricked up his ears. You are serious. You won't make me into a spicy bunny head. No. Join my team, and you will be our partner. We have no shortage of food and water. The big rabbit felt relieved when he heard that there was no shortage of food. Do you have grass to eat? Of course, Dowdy eats grass. We have whatever grass you want to eat. That's good. I'll follow you from now on. Don't call me lousy in front of me anymore. Luo Tang said sternly. I got it. From now on you will be my new master. The The big rabbit was in a good mood. Even if it wasn't in front of you, it would always be fine in front of other two-legged animals. Now there is someone raising it, and this person is quite capable, so it doesn't have to worry about its life safety. Occasionally, he would use his special ability to create flying clouds for them to play with. Curly slipped out of Luo Linzhou's bag and stuffed a nut into the big rabbit's pocket to show his friendliness. Thank you, Mouse. Squeak, you're welcome. You will be my partner from now on. The last ray of sunlight in the sky fell on the gate of the Yuhui base. From a distance, Jiang Mo saw an off-road RV driving towards the gate of the base. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when Luo Tang returned home. Tang Dang, can I have dinner at your house tonight? I'll cook. Bai Qingli came to the door of villa number 18, holding Daodu, and shouted. Okay, come and cook. The mutant beast obtained this afternoon was just right for Bai Qingli to deal with. If she were to do it, the goose and chicken would be skin whole. The last time she slaughtered the pig in the space, it was Daodu who helped her. She trapped the pig with her mental power, slit its throat, and cut it, causing the pig's blood to spray all over her. It was exhausting for her to prepare a pig and cook it. Today we got 3 mutant wild boars and a cow, as well as so many mutant beasts. How long will it take if we give them all to her to make food? It's a waste of labor if you come here for free. The most important point is that Bai Qingli is very good at cooking, and this is a good opportunity for Zhou to taste his father's cooking skills. If she has time, she will persuade Bai Qingli to make more delicious food, and she will store it in the space. She also wanted Bai Qingli to teach Zhou martial arts, so she learned a little bit of self-defense skills. When Bai Qingli heard Luo Tang's voice, the depression he felt this afternoon was instantly swept away. I'm going to tidy up first. They just rented villa number 16. Originally, I wanted to rent a house next to Tong Tong's. Unfortunately, there is a lake behind Tong Tong's house, and the big villa in front is where the officers live. There is no one on the left, and the right side has been rented out. He can only rent villa number 16. Luo Tang has already washed the ingredients in the space. Bai Qingli put Daoda down and followed Luo Tang into the kitchen. He saw 2 tables in the kitchen of more than 10 square meters. The mutant cow that I encountered in the afternoon was on the table, cut into large pieces. On another table was a processed half-mutated wild boar. XIM Bai Qingli was confused. When did Tang Tang process the ingredients? These are all my stocks. Luo Tang's words dispelled Bai Qingli's doubts. Taking the mutant goose from Luo Tang's hand, he said, Tang Tang, you go and have a rest. Leave this to me. Let's cook some food first. After we finish eating, I'll deal with the ingredients. Hearing Bai Qingli say this, Luo Tang looked at him expectantly. Bai Qingli smiled dotingly. For years ago, whenever Tang Tang was tired from training, she would look at him with this look. He knew she was hungry. Tang Tang, can your space keep things fresh and warm? Luo Tang filled the kettle with water and placed it on the gas stove, which would be needed to deal with the mutant geese later. Of course. She was thinking about how to trick Bai Qingli into cooking for her. Since he doesn't seem to be short of crystal cores, it's not easy to hire him. That's good. He would cook more so that Tang Tang could have hot meals whenever she was hungry. Bai Qingli had just cut the beef into slices when Luo Tang took out a few processed fish and a large basin of prawns from the space. Luo Tang took a look at the beef neatly sliced into evenly thin slices on the plate, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Bai Qingli has obsessive-compulsive disorder when cooking, and he pays attention to the color, aroma, and taste of the food. If she stir-fries it, cook it according to the steps and add seasoning. Anyway, as long as the things produced in this space are not dark dishes, the taste will not be too bad. Luo Tang was looking forward to Bai Qingli's cooking skills and the delicious food produced from the ingredients in the mutant beast space. The sound of chopping vegetables could be heard in the kitchen. Luo Tang took a look and took out a processed chicken from the space. This chicken was raised in her space. When Bai Qingli saw the chicken Luo Tang took out, his hand holding the kitchen knife stopped in midair. Tang Tang, it's such a big chicken. Did you peel off all the skin? What else? How long will it take to pluck out all that hair? Chicken skin doesn't taste good either. Luo Tang retorted. Tang Tang, don't you think the chicken will look dry if you fry it without the skin? Luo Tang snorted. It's good to have something to eat in the end times. And you picked it. She had only cooked a few times in her life before the end of the world. Chapter 83. Even chopping vegetables can't stop your mouth. She spent a lot of time researching information because she lost money when she planted lettuce last time. It turned out that her space was very special, and the seeds started growing as soon as they hit the ground. It doesn't conform to the vegetable growth cycle written in the book at all. In the future, with me here, Tang Tang doesn't have to cook, just learn how to eat. After preparing the dish, start preparing the ingredients. Luo Tang watched him take out various seasonings from the space, even ginger, garlic, and onions, and swallowed. Qingli, you don't have everything, but you were just unlucky and don't have time to cook, right? Bai Qingli. He knew he should not say it out loud, so does he not care about his face? Seeing that, Bai Qingli didn't say anything and just cut vegetables silently. Luo Tang didn't know whether to sympathize with him or not. You'll definitely have good luck if you follow me in the future. You'll definitely need to have enough food and drink. Luo Tang placed the prawns on a plate and prepared to steam them. This is how she cooks shrimps and crabs. It's the simplest. Bai Qingli's brown eyes were tinged with smile, and his voice unconsciously carried a hint of joy. He knew that Tang Dang still had him in her heart. Then I will follow Tang Dang from now on. You see, I can carry things, fight, make money, and cook. I guarantee you will not lose out if I use me. Luo Tang nodded, his tone somewhat sad. I just like to play with my life. Who knows when I might lose my life? Will I ever see you again? Bai Qingli became alert, afraid that he might say something wrong. He had not forgotten what a yin had said to him today. Tang Tang, I was wrong. That was an accident 4 years ago. Since I met you, I haven't run to take the mission. Luo Tang snorted. Then tell me how you fell off the cliff and became a vegetable. Would a normal person run to a dangerous cliff area? And if he wasn't doing a mission or fighting with others? With Bai Qingli's skills, she didn't believe that he fell down accidentally. She saw it all at the beginning. This guy can even climb walls and fly over rooftops. Something happened in the Imperial Capital Military District at the time. I was chasing the suspect and was ambushed. Aren't you a mercenary? How come you are involved with the military district? Bai Qingli smiled. Isn't it an accident that I found out you were kidnapped? I don't have many people in the United States, so I asked the Luo family for help. It was very sudden, and a few undercovers were found, and I was accidentally ambushed while arresting people. Grandpa Luo was the commander-in-chief of the military region before, and my grandfather and Grandma Luo are good friends. Luo? Yes, didn't I tell you that you look a lot like his grandmother? Aunt Iangu is the daughter-in-law of the Luo family. 21 years ago, Miss Luo Yu of the Luo family was stolen away when she was less than 1 year old. Switched? It could be discovered immediately. After all, they were not switched right after the birth. That's for sure. It just confuses the vision. Why would you go to so much trouble to steal a child? Luo Tang was puzzled. Thinking of Nangong Yan's words and the jade pendant on her body, she began to suspect that the Luo family was her family. But Murong Yin said that Miss Luo had been found. I don't know either. When the child was stolen, the imperial capital was sealed for a day, but they still couldn't find him. Luo Tang's heart choked. To be able to enter the military district family compound and take the person away, not only is he skilled, but he also knows the layout there very well. Otherwise, how could he avoid so many sights and cameras? Yes, it has become a big mystery. Tang Tang, do you think you're the lost child of the Luo family? You look a little bit like Nangong Xin. He didn't know what Grandma Nangong looked like when she was young, and Grandma Nangong died early, so he didn't have a very deep impression of her. Tang Tang looks only a little bit like Nangong Xin, so it is indeed possible that it is a coincidence. Didn't Murong Yin say that he had found the person? She was initially looking forward to it, but then she thought it was probably just a coincidence. Bai Qingli coughed lightly. Yes, I just heard about it. But maybe it was the work of the person who stole the child 21 years ago. Let's talk to a Yin later. He knows more about the Luo family. A Yin was my attending physician at the time, and Murong Yin often came to talk to me. On the day of the end of the world, he woke up before dawn. He dragged the two of them down to find you. You three are amazing. You went south without even telling your families. What if you don't make it back alive? Bai Qingli blamed himself. I shouldn't have brought them with me when I went south. I should have come by myself. Luo Tang was furious. You're gonna do it yourself? Are you trying to kill yourself? Tang Tang, I felt at the time that if I hadn't come, I might never have the chance to see you again in my life. Luo Tang leaned against the wall, feeling upset. Looking at Bai Qingli, the man lowered his eyes slightly, and there was an indescribable emotion in his deep eyes. His hands moved quickly, slicing the fish into pieces. Isn't it? If she didn't wake up, she and Bai Qingli would never have the chance to meet again. Even if he went south, he would run to her with all his strength. Knowing this guy's character, I didn't know what to do when I saw him suddenly come back to life. It is better to have nothing than to lose it after getting it, otherwise it will be so tiring. After Luo Tang calmed down, he whispered, Why would you risk your life for dangerous things in the future? If you die, you will never see me again, and I may not even know that you died again. Tang Tang, don't you also want to take Zhou Zhou to the capital? I think we are very close. What did you say? Luo Tang's voice gradually became louder. Little Luo Linzhou, who had just prepared a pile of grass for the little rabbit, went downstairs and heard his mother's voice. He crept towards the kitchen, poked his little head out, and watched Mommy grab Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai was holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and he quickly put it down and pushed it away, as if he was afraid of accidentally hurting Mommy. Tang Tang, the two of you are? What is it? Luo Tang continued to ask. She dared to do so only because she had life space. If she had not obtained the life space and the supplies from the supermarket, she would have taken a car to the imperial capital before the end of the world had begun. If there is a living space, she has to fight hard. Who makes her powers useless? She needs to get something that can awaken Shin Shiyue's powers. And she did get it. After accepting the whale carcass, something fell into her mind, awakening her mental powers. Bai Qingli's voice became softer and softer, and he looked extremely aggrieved. My father once said that when a daughter-in-law is angry, she must not refute her. Whatever she says will be whatever she says. Tang Tang, I won't do it anymore. I must take good care of my life. Luo Tang nodded slightly and let go of Bai Qingli. I have the means to save my life, so you don't need to worry. Tang Tang, I also have a way to save my life. I won't die so easily, so you don't have to worry. Luo Tang glanced at Bai Qingli with suspicious eyes, which clearly said that the only way you can save your life is your bad luck. Bai Qingli smiled, glanced at the little head behind him, and changed the subject. Tang Tang, do you think we look like an old married couple preparing dinner for the family? Luo Tang glared at him. I can't even chop vegetables to shut your mouth. The slightly raised corners of her mouth indicate her good mood at the moment. Bai Qingli took out a large iron pot connected to a simple stove from his own space. Tang Tang, I'll make a goose stewed in an iron pot for you to eat. You really have everything. Luo Tang felt a little distressed as he had been chewing the steamed buns for more than a month. She shook her head again and wondered why she was affected by him again on the first day she met Bai Qingli again. Little Zhou, mommy sees you. Mommy, I'll bring Daodu to help you cook. You are too young now and can't reach the stove. I will teach you next time. Go to villa number 16 and see if your two uncles have cleaned the rooms. If they have, come and help. Bai Qingli said. Luo Linzhou looked around and said, Mommy, are you going to cook a lot of dishes today? Of course, Zhou has a great meal today. Wow, great. Let's go with some black hole. This little guy can even eavesdrop. Doesn't he know that both of us are psychics? Bai Qingli looked at his son, who ran away excitedly, and then at Luo Tang, who was taking out some green vegetables next to him. I hope it can continue like this. It would be great. No one knows what the world will be like in the end times. Luo Tang smiled. Of course he knows. If we don't expose it, he will just listen to the wall. When Zhou and Hei Mylan passed by villa number 17, they happened to catch a glimpse of Shun Qiyue standing at the door. Shun Qiyue was now feeling depressed when she saw Luo Linzhou. Thinking of Bai Qingli and the others living in villa number 16, Luo Tang lived in villa number 18. She lived in villa number 17, and her eyes flashed. It seems that Luo Tang is not Nangong Yan's sister, which is great. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Nangong Yan and Murong Yan walking out, holding Luo Tang's pet Daodu in their arms. Zhou, is it my eldest brother and sister-in-law who are calling us to eat? Murong Yan's voice was not quiet, and it was at the door of their house, so the Shun family could naturally hear it clearly. Shun Qiang was a little surprised. It turned out that the three people were not here to find his sister. Through the gap in the iron door, Shun Qiangang laid his eyes on Bai Qingli. Shun Tingyun's dissatisfied voice sounded. Go back to the house. Stay here for a month, and then move. Shun Qiang didn't want to pay attention to her, so he planned to ask Luo Tang. As soon as he had this idea and took a step forward, Shun Tingyun grabbed him. She was a little emotional. Do you want to go to Luo Tang? What did she say to you today? Do you think you were still in contact with that woman? If it weren't for her today, how could Yia lose control of her emotions? Shun Qiang frowned slightly. Mom, my affairs have nothing to do with you. Tang Nang was right today. Shun Qiyue saw the two men losing control of their emotions. She clearly had something in her heart. Shun Tingyun dragged Shun Qiang into the house and slammed the door. His hair was messy and his face looked a little crazy. Tang Tang, Tang Tang, Tang Tang. Did that woman fill you with ecstasy soup? Speak good words to her all day long. Yia is your sister. If you hadn't told those three men the news about Luo Tang, how could this happen? Shun Tingyun shouted. Shun Qiang was a little angry. Mom, so you blame me for Shun Qiyue's emotional loss today? If you were to protect Dian Yue, Yia would have to be a girl to handle everything big or small. She worked hard to collect supplies and took us all the way to Yuhui base. Without her, how could you eat so well now? Live in such a good place. You are good, and every time you talk to that woman Luo Tang, you give the crystal core to that woman. Are you mentally ill? Shun Tingyun pointed at Shun Qiang and scolded her. If she hadn't grabbed him just now, she might have planned to go find that woman Luo Tang again. He is obviously her son, but why is he closer to Luo Tang than her? Shun Qiang smiled and punched the door, causing veins to pop out on his hand. He really didn't understand why she turned a blind eye to him again and asked him to treat Shun Qiyue well just because Shun Qiyue was her daughter. She briefly recalled the childhood shadow she had caused to herself and Tang Tang. Roaring at Shun Tingyun, you are as blind as ever. My good life now is all because of her. Who do you think she is? Did I confiscate supplies along the way? Didn't I kill the evil ones? I only have one superpower, yes, but my mental power is more powerful than her ice and fire powers combined. And why do you ask me to protect her and deal with my sister who I have played with since childhood for a stranger who suddenly appeared in my life? If Tang Tang hadn't pushed me away when you were 4 years old, you would have been the murderer who killed your own son. If Tang Tang hadn't kept telling me that you were my mother, I would have wanted to chop you with a knife. Why do you stand on the level of a mother to accuse me and demand me? You are a lunatic. There was a pop sound. There was a crisp sound of applause in the hall. Shut up. You dare to yell at your mother when your wings are stiff. She hated people calling her a lunatic, but she still said it from her own son. Half of Shun Qiang's face was swollen, and he felt his face was burning now. This is not the first time Shin Tingyun has been slapped. He glanced at his father, who was sitting silently in the corner. It seemed that since he was a child, whenever Shin Tingyun got angry, he was nothing. He glanced at Annie Shun and Secretary Shun, who were too scared to move. Finally, he glanced at Shin Chiyue, who opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Turning around and rushing out of the door, Shin Tingyun's furious voice came from behind. If you dare to step out of this door today, I won't have a son like you. Shin Qiang looked back at his father, who was still motionless, his aunt, who was trembling with fear, and then at his mother, whose facial features were twisted into a ball. He lowered his head and his eyes were slightly moist, but his voice was extremely cold. Just pretend it doesn't happen. In your heart, Shin Chiyue is your child, and I am just a tool. I will live with Tang Tang and continue to be Tong Tong's brother. Hearing Luo Tang's name from Shin Qiang's mouth again, Shin Tingyun couldn't control his emotions again. He said sarcastically, "Why do you think Luo Tang will take you in? Even if she takes you in, her man won't take you in. I'm a person with supernatural powers, and I don't need anyone to take me in. Even without Shin Chiyue, I can live a good life by myself. Okay, if you dare to leave today, you are not allowed to take anything with you." Shin Tingyun was obviously furious, cursing Luo Tang in his heart, causing discord in her family. She didn't believe her son dared to leave today. Luo Tang, who was frying vegetables in the kitchen, slightly curved her lips. She could ask Zhou to pick her up later. Shin Tingyun is a mother who is very controlling. Ever since he was young, Shin Qiang did not dare to contradict her. I don't know if it was her reminder this afternoon that made Shin Qiang wake up, or Shin Qiang couldn't bear it at all for his inhumane family, and would die in silence if he didn't explode in silence. Shin Tingyun could listen to Shin Chiyue's words. In addition to being the daughter, she thought about day and night. Shin Chiyue also knew what Shin Chiyue said. Shin Tingyun could listen. Shin Qiang paused and continued walking towards the door. Chapter 85. Go pick up your uncle. He didn't dare to look back at his mother's face. He probably didn't expect Shin Tingyun to be so heartless. His efforts over the past month seemed to be a joke. He had poor grades since childhood and could not do anything well. He was not as good as Tang Tang and was often scolded by his grandfather and mother. I originally thought that awakening a powerful superpower after the end of the world would be different. At this moment, he realized that he was thinking too much. Shin Chiyue has become his mother's obsession. Maybe he really is nothing. As for his father, Shin Qiang glanced at Nanqing's face in the shadow. He had not been able to understand his father since he was a child. When Tang Tang was a child, he would buy her whatever she wanted, but when Shin Tingyun beat Tang Tang violently, he remained indifferent. Every time it was either him or the aunt or the nanny who called someone and stopped her. He didn't understand when he was a child. As he grew older, he felt more and more that his father wanted to walk the dog when he was raising them. He would tease them when he was happy and would not be home when he was unhappy, leaving them to the nanny. Then he took Shin Tingyun to play outside. Anyway, it was Shin Tingyun's money that was spent. He withdrew his gaze and walked step by step outside the villa. It was getting late, and the weak moonlight shone on the iron door, emitting a cold light. Just a few meters away, he felt as if he was far away. He walked slowly, but no one stopped him. Mi Shun is not her biological grandmother, and her aunt is afraid of Shin Tingyun. Just like when he was 18 years old, he was the only one in the family who didn't want Tang Tang to leave. No one calls him now, and a month is enough for him to see Shin Chiyue's character clearly. When he and his mother quarreled over Tang Tang before, he would still say a few words. Every word is that he is obedient and useful. He persuaded his mother that it would be okay, and that it would be okay if he kept in touch with Luo Tang. He just doesn't like to talk, and he's not really stupid. Does he deserve to be taken advantage of and give someone money? It's not that they're all his relatives. Probably because the two men were standing behind Tang Tang today, he took the initiative to return the crystal core to Tang Tang, making her feel that she was not a person with good interests. Once she confronts Tang Tang, he will not necessarily stand behind her. Shin Qiang's hand touched the cold iron door, and Shin Tingyun's angry voice sounded. Shin Qiang, let me say it one last time. If you completely sever ties with Luo Tang and only recognize Ye as your sister, you will still be my son. What does this have to do with Tang Tang? He didn't understand what Shin Tingyun and Luo Tang's severing of the mother-daughter relationship had to do with him and Tang Tang. He doesn't like Shin Chiyue. It's a bit fake. It seemed like there was calculation in every step he took. He was sure that Shin Chiyue must know the two men standing behind Tang Tang today. Get out of here! Shin Tingyun was furious, blaming Luo Tang. If it weren't for her, her relationship with Yang Yang wouldn't be so tense. Maybe if they had found Ye 4 years ago, then the relationship between Yang Yang and Ye would definitely not be what it is now. Shin Qiang sneered and turned around. Mom, do you really think you did nothing wrong? Don't you have any bias? I'm your mother. Luo Tang is not a good person. I think you were blinded by her. I'm not doing it for your own good. You and Ye are both my children. How can I be partial? Shin Tingyun roared. The weak candlelight illuminated Shin Tingyun's twisted face. Shin Qiang stiffened, and his breathing became rapid. When he was a child, He didn't know that his mother would get sick, and he asked her why he beat her. The shadows of the trees fluttered past Shun Qiang's eyes, and the memories of the past overlapped with the person in front of him. He remembered how he was kneeling on the ground and begging that crazy woman not to hit him. He wants to escape. At this moment, he burst out with astonishing speed and flew out the door in the blink of an eye. With a bang sound, the iron door was slammed shut. After Shin Tingyun came to his senses, he walked out angrily and shouted, "Shin Qiang, get back here. If you dare to leave today, don't come back in the future. I'm not your mother." Shin Qiang fell down outside the iron gate, holding his head in his hands. Shin Tingyun's words pierced deeply into his heart. It happens every time. It's obviously not his fault. In Villa number 18, Bai Qingli and Luo Tang prepared a table of dishes in the living room. "Zhou, please collect Daodu and go outside to bring your Uncle Qiang back," Luo Tang said, placing a plate of prawns on the table. She was waiting for this moment. Only when Shin Qiang was completely cold-hearted towards the Shin family would he give up the weak family affection in his heart. She didn't ask Shin Qiang to form a team before the end of the world. The Shin family was a big trouble for her. Without her and Zhou, Shin Qiang only needs to protect himself. The mental power is very strong, not to mention the prophet Shin Qiyue. No matter how bad Shin Qiang is, he will definitely be able to protect himself. But she didn't expect that Shin Qiang would break up with the Shin family, but it was just what she wanted. The Shin family doesn't want her brother. She does. Luo Linzhou's eyes lit up as he was peeling peanuts with Nangong Yin. Rushing out of the door with a pocket of black coal, he hadn't had a good chat with his uncle for a long time. After his mother left in his previous life, he often met his uncle Bala. Luo Tang smiled when he saw Zhou's back, put down his movements, and followed him. Bai Qingli took out the big iron pot from the kitchen and shouted, "Tang Tang, the goose is ready to be stewed in the iron pot." "Okay, I understand. I'll pick up my brother. It smells so good, wow. I can finally have a decent meal today." Murong Yin excitedly brought the cut fruits to the table. Shin Tingyun's furious voice came again, and Shin Tingyun was about to come over. Like a frightened kitten, Shin Qiang quickly passed by the door of Luo Tang's house and burrowed into the haystack by the lake behind Luo Tang's house. As the child Luo Linzhou just stepped out, he felt a strange black shadow passing by. "Are there other mutant beasts in the community? Daodu, please take me to find my uncle." Daodu followed Luo Tang's instructions and took Zhou to the lake behind the house. There was no candlelight around. Looking at the calm lake under the moonlight, Shin Qiang, who was hiding in the haystack, gradually calmed down. For some reason, he didn't feel sad as he imagined after leaving the Shin family. Instead, he felt that the shackles tied to him were slowly disintegrating. She saw candlelight and lights on at Luo Tang's house, and knew that the three people were now at her house. "I touched the bag, and there was still the crystal core I got this afternoon." Tang Tang didn't ask for it at the time, and Shin Tingyun might have thought that he had given all the crystal nuclei to Tang Tang. He didn't plan to rent a house at this late hour. "Just sleep here for one night. The safety factor of the base villa area is still acceptable. It's not like I've never slept outside. You can also rent a house tomorrow, hunt mutant beasts and evil species, and collect supplies. It's just nothing, just starting over." I touched my belly, and it was flat. Shin Qiang curled up into a ball and planned to sleep. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard the sound of the iron door opening. He squatted down and shrank into the haystack. Suddenly, several black shadows appeared in front of him, and a soft little hand held his big hand tightly. A milky voice sounded, "Uncle, welcome to join my family." Hearing Zhou's voice, Shin Qiang's eyes were slightly moist, and he held back his tears. It reminded him that when he was a child, because he was afraid of Shin Tingyun, his grandfather took him home during the Chinese New Year, and he hid in the rose bushes. That night, she didn't even eat the New Year's Eve dinner. In the middle of the night, Tang Tang got into the rose bush and said, "Brother, don't be afraid. I will take you home." When he opened his eyes and looked up, he saw a long figure walking towards him. Chapter 86, bringing Shun Qiang home. "Uncle, let's go home for dinner." Luo Linzhou raised his face, shook Shin Qiang's arm, and said coquettishly. Shin Qiang's mood quickly stabilized. It was too embarrassing for him to be comforted by a 3-year-old child when he was such an adult. Thinking of Shin Tingyun and Shin Qiyue, he couldn't cause trouble to Tang Tang. He rubbed Luo Linzhou's curly hair and said, "Uncle is not hungry. Uncle has something to do, so he will leave first." After saying that, he stood up and wanted to leave, but Luo Tang held him back. "Brother, life is long. There is no need to be sad for someone who doesn't care about you. How about going to the imperial capital with me in the future? The Shin family doesn't want you. I want you. You will always be my brother and Uncle Zhou." Shin Qiang's expression moved slightly, and he looked at Luo Tang. The bright moonlight shone on Luo Tang, allowing him to see the sincere light in her eyes. "Tang Tang hasn't called me brother for a long time." Luo Tang smiled. "Yes, it's been a long time. It's been so long that you have broken free and run towards yourself and freedom. Try it. I'm not afraid of Shin Tingyun, so don't be afraid either, okay? You can prove to them. You will be better off without them." Tang Tang, I. An inappropriate gullah sound sounded. Shin Qiang blushed. He had eaten some bread this morning. Gurgling, gurgling. The two-legged growled hungry and lied. Dao De tilted his head, wondering why the two-legged beast clearly wanted to eat and said he wasn't hungry. Are you hungry? Qingli just happened to cook a lot of dishes. Eat until you're full. Is Qing Li Zhou's biological father? Shin Qiang asked. Yeah, he used to be a mercenary. I thought he was dead. Shin Qiang smiled. Tang Dang must like him very much, right? Otherwise, when you mention his name, your eyes will unconsciously bring a smile. No more. Mommy's favorite is me and Daodu. Luo Tang said nothing. At the age of 18, she seemed to really like Bai Qingli, because she would be happy to see him. She doesn't know now either. Jigu jigu means go home and eat first. Stop talking, brother. Go home first. Go home. Well, go home. Daodu did not forget the mission given to it by Luo Tang. He pushed Shin Qiang towards home, while Heimei pulled Shin Qiang's trousers and Zhou pulled Shin Qiang's hand. With Luo Tang pressing him down again, he could only walk passively. After pushing the person into the door, Daodu immediately used his superpower to lock the door. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the aroma of the food lingered on his nose, and Shin Qiang swallowed his saliva as it was sweet, spicy, refreshing, and intertwined. Uncle, welcome to join the invincible group. Luo Linzhou shouted happily. Black Hole Daodu also dealt with it a few times. The loud noise could probably be heard by the neighbors next door. Luo Tang suspected that the child Luo Linzhou did it on purpose. Shin Tingyuan, who was still in the yard, did hear it. Shin Shua was beside her, head lowered, not daring to touch her anger. Luo Tang must have said something to Shin Qiang this afternoon. Otherwise, she would have walked away with her front foot down, and she would have welcomed him home with her back foot. Sister, shut up. Shin Tingyuan glanced over. Mom, why don't we change our house? The guy in Villa number 16 next door to this house will definitely want to rent it. Luo Tang has mental powers. We can't let her spy on us all the time. Shin Qiang gritted her teeth. She also didn't expect that things would happen to this point, and that Shin Qiang would really leave. The most important thing is that Luo Tang, that woman, has clearly broken up with the Shun family and still accepts people from the Shin family. How shameless. People with mental powers are so precious. Where can she find them? If only there was a baby who could awaken spiritual power. In this way, she doesn't need Shun Qiang's superpower at all. Invincible team? Shin Qiang turned around and looked at Luo Tang. Luo Tang held his head and said, I didn't choose this name. Shin Qiang smiled, and Bai Qingli walked out with the dishes. Tang Tang, call your brother for dinner. Shin Qiang glanced at him. The tall man was wearing an apron for cooking, and he was obviously a man of the house welcoming guests. Uncle, let's go eat. There is a lamp hanging above the large round table, and a large battery is placed next to the table. The table is filled with dishes, including big goose stewed in a fragrant iron pot, fragrant steamed fish, a large pot of tempting steamed prawns, novel butterfly rolls, crystal clear ginger fish fillets, braised pig trotters with salty soybeans, guabao pork, squirrel mandarin fish. A large bowl of refreshing and delicious baby greens, spicy chicken, beef with coriander, and lotus root and pork rib soup. There are 2 small tables next to it, and snacks and fruits are placed on one table. Another piece of food with black hole on it has 3 small seats, and a big rabbit with black and white for squats on the chair and Nas carrots. The big Totoro, Daodu, also stood on the chair and started to cook. The warm light fell on him, making him feel like he was dreaming. Before the end of the world, this kind of scene would never happen in his family. Small animals are not allowed to be taken home. Oh my god, this is so rich. The eldest brother must know that he has a big appetite, so he tries to eat it in a large vegetable bowl. Murong Yin was so excited that she almost cried. He patted Shin Qiang's shoulder familiarly. Brother, go wash your hands and we'll start dinner. Zhou climbed onto the child's seat and let out a surprise. Mommy stewed the goose instead of peeling the skin and plucking the feathers instead. Today's dish looks tempting. Mommy must have spent a lot of time and thought on it. Mommy, you worked hard today. When Zhou learns to cook, I will make delicious food for you every day. Zhou said happily. Zhou, the dishes tonight are basically made by your Uncle Bai. Mom steamed a shrimp and fried a vegetable. Bai Qingli was delighted when he heard Luo Tang's words. Looking at the tiny little one, I'll teach you tomorrow. Cook more often when you have nothing to do in the future. Luo Linzhou curled his lips. What do you mean by cooking frequently when you have nothing to do? Fortunately, he didn't say, Mommy, your dishes today are better than the ones you made before. Otherwise, Uncle Bai would be so proud of himself. I see you keep talking all the time, so I want to find something for you to do. Get up early tomorrow morning, and Dad will teach you martial arts. Really? After practicing, will I be as good as you? Ever since he saw Bai Qingli's martial arts this afternoon, he really wanted to learn it. Bai Qingli smiled and said, as long as you persist every day, you'll be as powerful as your father when you are ready. Brother, don't be formal. From now on, you will treat this place as your home, and I am your sister. Eat more. We are not short of food. Seeing Shin Qiang in a daze, Luo Tang said with a smile. Murong Yin, who was enjoying his meal, turned his head, and saw that Xin Qiang hadn't moved yet. Chapter 87. Routine Murong Yin. No, brother. Why are you an outsider in my sister's house? Let me tell you, the goose, chicken, beef, and pork are all mutated beasts I got this afternoon, and the vegetables are all grown by myself. The dishes are cooked by my eldest brother and sister-in-law. It's even more delicious than the meals in those five-star hotels before the apocalypse. He couldn't stop after taking one bite. They didn't even pay attention to the people next to them. Uncle, you should learn from Uncle Murong. When there is food, you should be the first to cook. But he saw it all and ate with great joy. It's like the reincarnation of a starving ghost who has never eaten in his life. Uncle Murong pulled his uncle to the seat, and Mommy said it was time to eat. He was always concentrating on cooking. After hearing what the three of them said, Xin Qiang said, okay. From the time he left the Shen family, Zhou came to pick him up, and Luo Tang came to pick him up. It was Murong Yan's kindness. You can even chat while eating. He feels that this place is much better than the Shen family. I picked up a piece of lotus root, and the fragrance of lotus root instantly filled my mouth. I didn't expect you guys to be so good at cooking. Murong Yin really didn't lie to him. It was really delicious. Shen Qiang glanted at Baiking Li in surprise. The man was picking up Zhou's food, and he could get exactly what Zhou liked every time. So Tang Dang didn't need to worry about Zhou at all. He didn't expect this person who was cold to outsiders to be so attentive. Just as Murong Yin was about to pick up a piece of ribs, the ribs automatically flew towards Shen Qiang's bowl. He just kept his head down and ate. Murong Yin. The superpower can still be used in this way. Someone came to compete with him. If he had known it, he wouldn't have said anything. This guy looks so polite, but he turns out to be a foodie. Luo Tang smiled when he saw this scene. His brother became familiar with the others, and it was easy to reveal his foodie nature. In the past, when Shen Tingyan scolded him, he would enjoy it. As long as Shen Tingyan doesn't hit her brother, his brother will not resist Shen Tingyan. Murong Yin and Xin Qiang worked hard. Nangong Yin ate elegantly, and little Luo Linzhou ate slowly. From time to time, he would whisper something in by Qing Li and Luo Tang's ears. Luo Tang didn't know why her son was so eloquent, and glanced at the man who was peeling shrimps for her and Zhou. It must be genetic. Uncle Bai, how is this dish called sweet and sour pork made? It's delicious. Can I still eat it tomorrow? Okay, get up early tomorrow and make breakfast with Dad, okay? Luo Linzhou nodded while eating, his mouth full of oil. Luo Tang couldn't bear to watch it anymore, but when she thought about how Zhou was only 3 years old, she realized that she had been treating Zhou as an adult recently. Zhou, just eat until you're 80% full, otherwise you'll easily get indigestion. Bai Qingli peeled a plate of shrimps for Luo Tang and put it in front of her. Luo Tang picked up another piece of sweet and sour pork for him. This guy likes sweet and sour pork, just like Zhou. Nangong Yin didn't expect that his elder brother, who looked so cold, was actually so caring. Murong Yin took a glance, and although he was surprised, he was now anxious to snatch food from Xin Qiang. Uncle Bai, Mommy said you used to be a mercenary, which is a very dangerous job, and you have many enemies. Why do you cook so deliciously? Little Luo Linzhou didn't understand. He always thought that only the chef and his mother's cooking were delicious. Your grandfather is a great chef. Your grandmother chased after him after she ate his cooking, and then your father came into being. When we get to the capital, Dad will take you to meet him. Oh, Luo Linzhou glanced at Luo Tang, who was eating happily. Why does he feel like his mommy feels the same way? This is a bit difficult. Where can he find an uncle with the same cooking skills as Uncle Bai? Uncle Yang can't cook. Little Luo Linzhou is a little melancholy. Bai Qingli was happy to see that the little guy was not disgusted. Little did he know that the little guy was thinking about something else. Little Luo Linzhou started talking again while eating. Uncle Bai, did your father teach you such powerful martial arts? If Uncle Bai's father is so powerful, he won't have to cling to Uncle Bai's thigh in the future. He could just build a good relationship with Uncle Bai's father. No, he's my grandpa. You should call him Grandpa. He's very powerful. He was one step away from becoming a warrior through martial arts before the end of the world. Even if Zhou has special abilities but no combat power, the end of the world might be an opportunity for him if he practices martial arts well. The energy molecules in the end of the world can completely become warriors through martial arts. Luo Tang was very surprised. Is it the warriors written in the novel? Warriors actually exist in reality. Then why didn't her ancestors leave her any cultivation techniques? My grandfather said that there was one. He practiced for 80 years but was stuck at the last step and couldn't move on. If people with special abilities can appear in the end times, maybe warriors will appear too. Luo Tang thought about it and felt that this was indeed true. Psychics and warriors. Then is the warrior equivalent to a person with the ability of transformation, speed, and strength combined? Really? Then maybe I can kill a tiger with one punch in the future. Little Luo Linzhou said excitedly. Bai Qingli immediately poured a bucket of cold water on his head. The path of martial arts requires hard work and self-discipline, and it can't be mastered overnight. Even if you have excellent talent and start practicing from a young age, you still need to practice for several years to learn even a little bit of the essence. Luo Linzhou instantly became like an eggplant hit by frost wilting. Several years. His ability reached the 3rd level in just over a month. Does Zhou want to give up? No. I must become stronger. Jigu Daodu also wants to learn. Luo Tang looked at Daodu, who came up to him and coughed lightly. Qingli, can I learn martial arts from mutant beasts? Bai Qingli was stunned. He really didn't know this. The meridians of animals operate differently from those of humans. After the meal, there are fruits and snacks. Ian, you wash the dishes. Bai Qing said politely. Okay, brother, wait until I finish chewing this pig's trotters. Shen Qiang looked at Murong Yin, who was gnawing on a big pig's trotter regardless of his appearance, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Shen Tingyin often said that he could eat, and he felt that he was compared with Murong Yin. It's just a small thing that makes a big difference. Bai Qingli was silent. Among the people at the table, he was the one who ate the most and was the most serious. They had all eaten the fruit after dinner, but he was still nibbling. Nangong Yin smiled and said, Brother, these days have been tough for him. I don't have giant Xiaoxi tablets. Don't come to me if you have food accumulation in your stomach. Luo Tang smiled and said, Xiaoyan, if you make good money on crystal cores, you will have enough to eat in the future. Murong Yin sighed, Sister-in-law, I have been eating steamed buns for more than a month. Sometimes I don't even have time to eat steamed buns. When Shun Qiang heard his words, he cast a sympathetic look. He remembered that when he first met Murong Yin, he was watching them eating hot pot eagerly. Not anymore. I have hawthorn here. You can make some digestion water later. Murong Yin will definitely eat up tonight if he eats like this. Murong Yin was so moved that not only did he have a feast with his elder sister-in-law, but he also didn't treat him harshly all day long like his elder brother. Thank you, sister-in-law. Okay, until Bai Qingli and I are not really together, you can just call me Sister Luo. Luo Tang said with a smile. Murong Yin swallowed the last bite of meat. Chapter 88, What would happen to me if Jade was in someone else's body? Feeling Bai Qingli's death gaze and meeting Luo Tang's gentle gaze, Murong Yin finally nodded. He is not afraid of his sister-in-law standing behind him. Brother, when you catch up with sister-in-law, oh no, I will change the title of Sister Luo and little brother. Bai Qingli's face darkened, and Luo Tang glanced over. I could only nod silently, not daring to say a word. Shen Qiang looked at this scene with some surprise. It turned out that he was still chasing after him. He is brother Tangdang, so he will be the brother-in-law of these 3 people from now on. This further strengthened Murong Yan's determination to hold Luo Tang's thigh tightly. It's so hard for him to follow his eldest brother. After Zhou finished eating, he pulled him excitedly and said, Uncle, I want to sleep with you tonight. We will sleep next to Mommy, and I will take you to make the quilt. Luo Tang took the quilt and quilt cover from the space and gave it to Shen Qiang. Shen Qiang took it and said, Thank you, Tangdang. Why are you so polite? Holding the quilt in my arms, I ran to the 2nd floor with a happy heart. After eating a big meal, his depressed heart was swept away. Today I can sleep with little friend Zhou, and he wants to tell the little guy a ghost story. In the past, he didn't dare to stay at Tong Tong's house when he went to see Zhou. If Shen Tingyin found out, he would be punished to death. Nangong Yin saw this scene and patted Bai Qingli on the shoulder. Encourage him with your eyes. Brother, come on. Tangdang, can I rent the 1st floor of your house? Bai Qingli looked up at Luo Tang on the stairs. Luo Tang put his hands on the handrail of the stairs and smiled brightly. Does Mr. Bai want to be my exclusive chef? Bai Qingli's deep eyes were filled with a smile, and he leaned against the corner of the stairs. I am willing to serve Miss Luo, as long as Miss Luo provides food and accommodation. Of course. From now on, the cooking will be left to Mr. Bai. I also hope that Mr. Bai can train Zhou. Of course, Zhou is our baby. Sister Luo, I'll wash the dishes from now on. Can I live next door to Big Brother? Sure. No one lived on the 1st floor of her villa. Nangong Yin turned his head and looked at his younger brother, who was still eating. He was really willing to do anything just for the sake of stuttering. He was the only one left. Could it be that the villa he just rented was just for show? Miss Luo, can I talk to you later? Luo Tang was about to go upstairs when Nangong Yin stopped her. You want to talk about my background? Shen Qiang and Luo Linzhou, who were in the living room on the 2nd floor, heard the conversation between the two. Could it be that Nangong Yin went south to find his sister, and Bai Qingli went south to find a wife? He also had doubts in his heart and asked Nangong Yin. As a psychic, he is very sensitive. His intuition told him that Shen Shue must know Nangong Yin and even have some intentions towards Nangong Yin. But looking at Nangong Yin, it seemed like he really didn't know Shen Shue. Could it be that Nangong Yin is the senior student Shen Shue has a crush on? Uncle, what are you thinking about? Can you share it with Zhou? Luo Linzhou held his hand and looked at him. Do you know Shen Qiyu Zhou? I know, Mommy told me. Shen Qiang bent down, leaned into Luo Linzhou's ear, and whispered. Uncle feels that she knows Nangong Yin and his thoughts about him. Shen Qiang didn't think there was anything wrong with saying this to a 3-year-old child. Zhou is very smart, he discovered it early. Child Luo Linzhou nodded vigorously and murmured, "Isn't that right? You have a big idea. How do you know? Could it be that Zhou and Xinqiyue can predict some things?" "Uncle, didn't you find that Aunt Shun was a little strange?" His uncle had told him in his previous life that Xinqiyue seemed to be able to predict things. Could Zhou do it too? He still didn't know what Zhou's superpower was. Luo Linzhou shook his head. "I can't. I can cure it." "Kid Zhou, how do you know what I'm going to say?" Xin Qiang raised his eyebrows and smiled. This little guy must have had his pigtails scratched by him. Zhou immediately covered his mouth because he was too excited to be able to stay with his uncle today. Xin Qiang rubbed Zhou's head and picked him up. "Uncle is teasing you. Xinqiyue is not a good person. Do you understand that you are not allowed to talk to her alone in the future?" Luo Linzhou nodded vigorously. "Uncle, will you return to the Shun family?" Xinqiang froze and remained silent for a while before saying, "No way. I'll hang out with Zhou from now on." Yeah, seeing the baby hugging him happily, Xinqiang felt for the first time that his choice was right. Children have the purest minds, and their dislikes and likes can be seen at a glance. Unlike Xinqiyue and his father, they are very complicated. Nangong Yin nodded. "Yes, I would like to ask Miss Luo if she knows her origins." "Do you think I know?" "Qingli should have told you my life experience. You can't really think of me as my grandson just because I look like your grandma." Luo Tang yoked. Nangong Yin hurriedly explained. "That's not what I meant. Miss Luo used to be called Xinqiyue. Since she doesn't know her family, why did she change her name to Luo?" "I know this." Xinqiang hugged Zhou and walked downstairs. Tang Dang has been wearing a black sheep's head jade pendant around his neck since he was a child. My dad said that the pendant was piece jade that he found a master to forge. The back of the jade has the word Luo engraved on it. Both he and Luo Tang found it strange at the time. "Why Carol? Their surname is Shun." I don't know if Shen Tingyan knew about this, but even if he knew, he would probably believe his father's words. Nangong Yan's eyes lit up. "What about jade?" The pendant was magical and could not be taken off by anyone except Tang Tang. When Shun Tingyan was 6 years old, she became ill. My stepmother thought the pendant was unlucky, so she asked Tang Tang to take it off and throw it away. Nangong Yin is here. On the one hand, he was 90% sure that Luo Tang was his cousin, and on the other hand, the Luo family heirloom was thrown away. If this was picked up by someone else, would it be bad for Tang Tang's luck? Is there any problem with the jade? Luo Tang felt that Nangong Yan's expression was a little strange. Nangong Yin took a deep breath. That jade is a family heirloom of the Luo family. As long as the jade is there, the wearer of the Luo family will live to a ripe old age, and it will protect her for the rest of her life. Bai Qingli was anxious. "Ian, what do you mean by this? Will the loss of the jade have an impact on Tang Dang? I don't know if it will affect the fortune of the jade owner. This thing is so mysterious. Who can tell for sure?" He was originally a staunch supporter of science, but since the end of the world, science has collapsed in his worldview. Luo Tang frowned. Could it be that the jade was the effect of her being able to survive every misfortune? Even if she takes it off, jade is still in her room. What would happen to me if I became someone else's? Luo Tang asked. Chapter 89 Tang Dang. How did you get carried to the Shin family? I don't know much about it. The person who knows the jade best is Grandma Luo, who is also the one who passed the jade to you. I heard Grandma Luo say that wearing the jade will have an affinity with nature. If the soul of the jade pendant recognizes its owner, it can understand the language of animals and plants. Xin Qiang was stunned. Tang Tang, do you still remember the little kitten that saved you? And you seem to have a really good rapport with animals when you were a child. Luo Tang took a deep breath. She wanted to curse. Xin Qiyue in Dare to Love doesn't have any animal affinity powers. They are all inherent in her jade. However, Xin Qiyue could not understand the language of plants. She could only understand the language of animals after eating the animal language fruit. What do you mean by recognizing the master? Luo Tang continued to ask. You can ask Xingli about this. All ancient families have heirlooms. He is the heir of the Bai family. The Nangong family also has one, but it is still in my grandfather's hands. Grandma Luo took off the jade pendant and put it on you as soon as you were born. She must have loved you very much and hoped that the jade could protect you for a lifetime. Luo Tang felt a surge of bitterness in his heart and touched his chest. It turned out that her grandmother took off the jade pendant and gave it to her as soon as she was born, hoping that the pendant would protect her for a lifetime of health. But the girl in the book let her grandmother down. It seems that after the blood is dripped and the soul recognizes the master, the thing will melt into the body and then disappear. I still don't know what the thing does. My grandfather said that whether it can be successfully recognized depends on luck. Not all people with family blood can recognize the master by their souls. The Bai family's heirloom is a teardrop-shaped pendant filled with an unknown liquid. His grandfather said that it was so long ago that he had forgotten what the liquid in the jade pendant was. If his blood had not dripped onto the pendant and the pendant had not disappeared in front of him, he would have suspected that his grandfather was playing a joke on him. You're right. I didn't lose the jade pendant. It recognized its master. Just like Xingli said, it has merged into my body and has the ability to communicate with plants and animals. However, not all plants and animals can communicate. Only those with spiritual intelligence can communicate. Nangong Yin and Bai Qing only breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Luo Tang's words. Tang Tang, it's good that you are with me. The jade can keep you safe. When I fell off such a high cliff and didn't die, I felt that it was my ancestors who protected me. Murong Yan's faint voice suddenly sounded. If that's the case, then the woman who took the jade to the Luo family to claim her kinship must be a fake. Should we hurry back? He could already foresee that he would be beaten to a pulp by his mother as soon as he got home. Luo Tang's eyes darkened instantly, and she now wanted to cut the person who stole her away into pieces. Tang Tang, how did you get carried to the Shin family? After confirming that Luo Tang was his cousin, Nangong Yin was most concerned about this now. I heard from Secretary Shun that my dad and grandpa brought it back. Weren't they suspicious of the jade pendant on Tong Tong's neck? Only a few families close to them knew about the jade pendant. But there is an ancient jade with a surname engraved on it hanging around the baby's neck. It is obvious that he has a family. What is the intention of the Shun family in doing this? I heard that my mother's condition improved after Tang Tang entered the Shin family. I always thought she was my biological sister until Tang Tang was 18 years old. When that incident didn't happen, he stayed with Tang Tang every day and grew up together. Later, when he was picked up by his grandfather, he would also go to play with Tang Tang when Shin Tingyan was not at home. Is there a big feud between the Shin family and the Luo family? Why bother going to the Luo family in the imperial capital to steal a child? Murong Yin couldn't figure it out. But after stealing the child, they not only didn't throw it away, but also raised it. This is so weird. Bai Qingli also felt strange. I can confirm that Shen Tingyan did not know that I was not her biological daughter before. She had a brain problem before, and it was normal for her to be deceived. Nangong Yin, who had been silent all this time, rolled his eyes and looked at Xin Qiang. I suspect Nancheng, Xin Qiue's father, is also your father. At this point, Nangong Yin did not continue. Xin Qiang was from the Shin family. Nangong Yin, I believe in my brother. Tell me, do you know Nancheng? Luo Tang said. Nangong Yin chuckled lightly. I don't know him. His face is fake. I think you should check Tong Tong's identity. What did you say? How could it be fake? Xin Qiang's pupils were shaking. Please don't doubt my vision and medical skills. His face has undergone advanced plastic surgery and is very different from his original appearance. Nangong Yan's tone left no room for doubt. My father joined the Shin family and was an overseas Chinese. Xin Qiang began to recall every moment with his father, trying to find any clues. I only know that Nancheng is an overseas Chinese, but I don't know anything else. Luo Tang said. My father is allergic to mutton, and he has paid attention to maintenance since I was a child. I feel that there are not many people allergic to mutton. Think about it. Do you know anyone who has one? Xin Qiang continued. Go home and ask Uncle Luo. Nancheng is obviously from my father's generation. They don't necessarily know much about him. Luo Cheng. Two words suddenly popped out of Nangong Yan's mouth. Second brother, why are you mentioning this dead man? He has been dead for 25 years. He died before he was born in Luo City. He still heard about him from his mother. If you don't see the body, if you are not dead, otherwise I really can't think of anyone who would take revenge on the Luo family for stealing their children. The most important thing was that Nancheng's name reminded him of it. If he hadn't died, he would be too awesome. He's not the hero of a TV series. He could still survive by jumping into the sea. How could he escape capture and swim to a beautiful country? How awesome is this? Murong Yin was dumbfounded. Intuition. After confirming that Luo Tang was his cousin, and combined with what he had seen and guessed before, he felt that Nancheng was Luo Cheng. Could it be that Xin Qiue was sent away by himself in order to keep me by his side? Why did he keep me by his side? He didn't do anything to me, and he didn't steal my jade. Is there something wrong with his brain? Luo Tang became more and more confused as he listened. According to Nangong Yin, Luo Cheng and the Luo family have a grudge. If Luo Cheng was really Nancheng, why did she have a grudge to support her and let Shin Tingyan abuse her? So what's going on with the abuse of his own son? And when Shin Tingyan wasn't going crazy, he was pretty good to her. After all, she was so good. Nangong Yin was silent. Luo Tang was right. If it were really Luo Cheng, it would be impossible to keep his sister by his side. Tang Nang, you may not know, but when I want to play with you, Shin Tingyan was going crazy. I walked in and saw my dad in the living room on the first floor, but he was indifferent. After I called someone to come, he disappeared again. Xin Qiang always thought that Luo Tang knew about this. Ever since he was a child, he thought his father was very strange. Or maybe his father hid it well in front of Tang Dang. How about we arrest him and question him? A normal person would watch his adopted daughter being bullied and his wife going crazy. He must be mentally ill. Murong Yin suggested. For a moment, Luo Tang was speechless. Chapter 90, The Territory of Mutated Shantao. She really didn't know what Xin Qiang was talking about. Nancheng was often away from home during the day. Unlike Xin Tingyan, he didn't have to work. Put this aside for now. When the Shin family leaves the city, We will find a way to seize Nanching design and ask questions. It's getting late, Jojo. Go to bed and get up early tomorrow. I also want to go to the mountain behind Yuhui Base to have a look. Luo Tang looked at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Usually Jojo is already sleeping at this time. After hearing what a few people said, little Jojo cursed everyone in the Shen family except Shin Qiang. As soon as Luo Tang returned to the room, she used her mental energy to scan a black and white rabbit with its butt sticking out and helping her pull the sheets. The sheets were spread neatly without any wrinkles. Luo Tang. He is still a stupid kid with obsessive-compulsive disorder. The little rabbit turned around when he heard the door open. Master, are you home? Luo Tang closed and locked the door. Shadow widened his eyes and took a step back. There is no electricity in the villa now, and Luo Tang's room is dark. He even locked the door of his own house. Could it be that he really wanted to attack it? Luo Tang couldn't help laughing as he watched the little rabbit crawling into the quilt with only its black but showing. This rabbit is quite funny. The little rabbit trembled. It felt a tall black shadow approaching it, making a strange laugh. Little rabbit, come out. Have you taken a shower? Come into my bed. Luo Tang pulled little rabbit out of the bed. With a flash of his body, he took the little rabbit into the space. The little rabbit with his eyes closed suddenly felt a little brighter in front of him and opened his eyes suddenly. I saw an old house, flat black soil, a stream, a lawn, and a circle of fruit trees. The aroma of the fruit penetrated its nostrils. Could this be a paradise? It remembered that it was dark now, but it was still daytime here. Luo Tang looked at the gentle sunlight in the space and raised his head. I don't know how this space was created. There is a time difference between it and the outside world. It's night outside and day here. The daylight in the house can also be adjusted according to the owner's wishes. This will be our secret base from now on. Wow, the little rabbit jumped up happily and ran to the black soil. He looked at the wheat grass growing well in the field and glanced at the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs raised in the fence. There are so many pieces of land here. Why don't you plant crops? Why does that one tree take up a piece of land? The little rabbit didn't understand. That's a mutated dragon fruit. The fruit will ripen soon. Luo Tang looked around the black soil, but didn't see the big peach tree. He was a little confused. She remembered that she had brought the big peach tree into the space and planted it. After a quick scan with his mental power, he discovered a small hill appeared behind the house. The hill is not big, about 60 acres in area. The big peach tree is rooted at the top of the mountain, and the peach petals fluttering down are so beautiful. This made Luo Tang very happy. Bodhi, do you think my life space has been upgraded? I can say for sure that it has not been promoted from the second level to the third level, but it may have risen a little bit. A large sea appeared in the second level space, which is a sea that can form an entire ocean system. This small hill cannot form a forest system. The most important thing is that there are no changes in other parts of the space, and the black soil has not increased. Even if it's just a little bit of advancement, now I know the direction of the space advancement. As long as I collect precious mutants into the space will absorb energy and advance slowly. Luo Tang was in a good mood and walked towards the hill. She wants to plant some trees on the hilltop. Just as this thought came to my mind, the old voice of the big peach tree rang in my ears. Master, I feel that the hilltop that suddenly appeared is my territory. Can you please not plant other trees here? When I bear fruit, you can eat the fruit and throw the core on this hill. Luo Tang was stunned and looked up at the big peach tree on the top of the mountain. The pink peach blossoms are hidden in the light mist, like a dream. Its feeling should be correct. The ocean can be said to be the territory of the great whale, and this mountain should be considered the territory of the mutant mountain peach. They are all your property and under your control. Why don't you have a territory? Neither does Daodu nor Manhwa. These three are her contracted beasts. Bodhi sighed. Maybe my body is too small now, and I don't have a territory. Or maybe the current space level is too high, and there is no territory to accommodate me. Could it be that because Manhwa and Daodu became intelligent after eating my fruit, the mutant Shantao and dying became intelligent under the influence of heaven? Luo Tang fell in a deep thought and glanced at the Bodhi tree growing on the black soil. It seems inappropriate for a tree that is only 1 meter tall and as thick as a thumb to have a territory. Maybe when the Bodhi tree grows into a towering tree like the mutant mountain peach, a territory belonging to it will appear. By then she will have lots and lots of Bodhi fruits. Luo Tang moved the jades without energy from the space. Shantao, I want to pave a jade path on your hilltop and then build a stone table next to you. When the peach trees are all over the hillside, I will walk on the jade path and sit under your tree to make tea and enjoy the flowers. Okay. An old and sad laugh sounded in the space. Master, if you place the stones in my territory, I can help you build the path. Luo Tang was a little surprised. It turned out that it could plan the construction of its own territory. Does the giant whale still have the ability to control the ocean? The giant whale that was sleeping on the seabed sensed its master's thoughts and soared into the sky from the sea surface. A blue whale, more than 20 meters long, flew towards Luo Tang, making a melodious roar. Chantal was shocked. What kind of monster is this? Growing in the mountains, it has never seen any creatures on the seabed. The little rabbit was frightened and quickly crawled into Luo Tang's arms. Such a big monster can't even fill its teeth with a rabbit in one bite. Big whale. Luo Tang waved excitedly. I didn't expect that big whale has grown so much after not seeing him for a while. Speaking of which, the big whale is still a baby of just over a month old. When the blue whale gets excited, a column of water sprays out from its back. The falling water splashed Luo Tang and Xiaodu all over. But the big whale was still unaware and was happily circling around Luo Tang and the little rabbit. Luo Tang. Ever since she got soaked last time, she hasn't been to the beach to look for the big whale for a long time. Master, I'm cold. The little rabbit's aggrieved voice sounded. Looking at the wet little rabbit, she was a little worried that the little guy would catch a cold. Big whale, don't spray water mist on me next time we meet. Go back to the sea and practice well. Luo Tang gave it some more crystal cores and placed them directly on the back of the big whale. The big whale stared at Luo Tang with his ocean blue eyes. I'm sorry, master. I understand. Ever since Luo Tang told it that the sea was transformed from its mother, the big whale started calling her master. Okay, now go back to the sea and practice hard. A big blue whale flapped its fins, crossed the mountain, and flew into the sea. Chapter 91 Peach Blossom Butterfly. Luo Tang looked up at the huge body of the whale and asked Bodhi, what do you think the whale will evolve into in the future? Will it become the legendary Queen? It's hard to say. It will definitely be very powerful. The cub is only over a month old, but its body is already over 20 meters long. I feel that it will be 100 meters long when it grows up. If it continues to advance, it may be able to be 1,000 meters long. After Luo Tang gave all the jade to Chantal, he carried Xiaodu to the house. So, even if the ocean becomes a restricted area for humans in the future, I can ask the big whale to take me there. Luo Tang's heart was burning with excitement. A giant fish that can fly 1,000 meters. What a concept. Luo Tang was very happy when he thought that he would have such a powerful big fish in the future. Of course I can. I also want to see the sea after the end of the world. I dried the bunny, blew-dried its fur, took a bath myself, changed into pajamas, and prepared to go to bed. Chantal's call rang in my mind. After taking a look at the little rabbit who was sticking out her butt and pulling the bed sheet flat, Luo Tang greeted her. Little rabbit, I'm going to go find Chantal. You go to sleep first. I'll prepare a rabbit nest for you tomorrow. The little rabbit's ears moved. Master, I want a bed like yours, not a rabbit bed. Luo Tang, I think you want to pull the bed sheet. It's like you have obsessive-compulsive disorder. You can't sleep if the sheets are slightly wrinkled, right? Facing Xiaotu's ruby-like eyes, Luo Tang nodded. Anyway, she's not the one with obsessive-compulsive disorder. She just needs to prepare a bed for the little rabbit. Luo Tang changed into sneakers and just reached the foot of the mountain when a 1-meter-wide jade-paved path appeared in front of her. Following the path to the top of the mountain, there was a tree that was 15 meters tall, with a crown diameter of 20 meters. Even a branch was as thick as her arm, and the tangled roots covered the entire top of the mountain. Standing under the tree and looking up, she saw the branches full of peach blossoms. White cocoons dotted beneath the sea of flowers, and occasionally a few petals fell on the tips of her hair. The wild peach tree shook itself, and 2 tempting peaches slowly condensed in front of Luo Tang. Luo Tang was dumbfounded. Is it possible to harvest peaches like this? Master, I have now reached the early stage of the second stage. These 2 peaches are the essence I have condensed. I can condense 1 peach at the first stage. If I want to condense more, I'm afraid I have to reach the 3rd stage. Bodhi's excited voice rang in Luo Tang's ears. Master, these are fruits that are 100% capable of awakening superpowers. One is a power-related superpower, and the other is a wood-related superpower. Luo Tang's eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you, Chantal. The mountain peach shook its body, and the falling peach petals were about to submerge Luo Tang. Luo Tang used his mental power to collect all the fallen peach petals. Then I can make peach blossom cakes and squeeze juice for Dowdu to drink. Without you, the old tree, would have died in that forest. I have lived for hundreds of years, but I didn't expect to encounter a disaster when the opportunity came. I am about to bear fruit, but these fruits are not as effective as the ones I condense. They would be nice to give you as snacks. Chantal laughed. Luo Tang didn't expect that the mutated mountain peach could live for hundreds of years. How outrageous! Can an ordinary peach tree live for hundreds of years? As expected, the creatures who can get great opportunities at the beginning of the end of the world are not simple. Chantal, from now on you will settle down here with me. Stay here with peace of mind. This mountain will be yours from now on. Luo Tang said as he collected the petals. Good. When the great catastrophe comes, it is my good fortune to be able to take root in such a precious place. Luo Tang looked up at the tree full of stamens and said with a smile, It is my good fortune to meet Grandpa Chantal. I will never lack mutant peaches to eat again. Moreover, The awakened power of each fruit of Grandpa Shantao is random. Maybe one day I will be lucky enough to eat your peach and awaken a powerful power. Shantao also laughed, but I have to remind you that only one of my ordinary fruits can be effective. You can awaken as many superpowers as you eat the condensed fruits. Unfortunately, it can only condense one tree at the first level. Even if one advances to the 10th level, one can only condense 10. Of course I know that. You have so many peaches, and the second level mutant peaches contain more energy than the second level essence. By then, this mountain will belong to your descendants, and I won't have to worry about not having resources for cultivation. Luo Tang patted the trunk of the mountain peach with a smile. Master, just relax. It is afraid of people who are too greedy. A good path may become a dead end because of greed. It seems that its owner is not that kind of person. That's great. From now on, it can cultivate with peace of mind, produce more peaches, and raise more descendants. Shantao, do you know which one of these 216 cocoons is your companion insect? Luo Tang was afraid that he was not paying attention and failed to suppress those insects. The worm broke out of its cocoon and ate the newly grown peaches. Companion insect? Shantao was obviously a little confused. Luo Tang didn't expect that Shantao didn't even know that she had a companion insect. In that case, I will remove all 216 calluses from your body and try them one by one. Master, just let it be arranged. These insects are a disaster to me. I don't know what the companion insects are. Shantao wished that all the cocoons on her body would be destroyed by Luo Tang. Luo Tang used his mental power to pick off all the cocoons and pile them on the petals. Pick out the 10 largest white cocoons and place them in front of you. As soon as the thoughts that trapped them were removed, several cocoons began to shake. A small hole was slowly torn in the largest cocoon, and a pair of pink tentacles emerged. Luo Tang was delighted. She didn't expect that she was so lucky. The first insect to emerge from the cocoon was the pink companion insect. But this thing doesn't look like a bug. Luo Tang felt weird. It was impossible that Bodhi would lie to her. Master, it seems that the insects in these cocoons have undergone a secondary mutation and turned into peach blossom butterflies. A glance at the other 9 cocoons that had cracked open revealed parts of the butterfly wings. Master, could it be that after you sealed these cocoons, they were affected by the peach tree's upgrade and the space, and all turned into peach blossom butterflies? What's the use of the peach blossom butterfly? Is it the companion beast of the mountain peach tree? Of course, the peach blossom butterfly has the ability of illusion. It is born with a mutated peach tree and can brew peach blossom honey. Eating peach blossom honey can beautify and nourish the skin. As for other effects, I don't know. Luo Tang. She suffered a huge loss. Hundreds of peach butterflies were lost. Luo Tang withdrew all his thoughts from the cocoon, and a pink butterfly broke out of the cocoon. Its wings looked like blooming peach blossoms, emitting a pink halo and carrying a faint peach scent. The half-meter-long double wings spread out like a little butterfly elf. The butterfly fluttered into the air. Luo Tang stretched out her hand, and the butterfly landed on her hand. Luo Tang then discovered that the body of the peach blossom butterfly was like pink quartz, crystal clear. When it's still, the crystal butterfly sculpture looks lifelike, so beautiful. The peach blossom butterfly flapped its wings, and a faint pink mist lingered around Luo Tang. Master, am I beautiful? Chapter 92, She Can Contract Jojo. A pleasant male voice suddenly sounded in Luo Tang's mind, and she slapped the butterfly resting on the palm of her hand. The peach blossom butterfly flapped its wings and fled. Ouch! Master, why are you hitting me? I was stunned just now. So it's what you said, little butterfly. I was wondering when other men appeared in my territory. Master, I am talking to you. Do you think my wings are beautiful? Luo Tang wanted to hit someone. Why did a butterfly speak in such a T-spy way? Beautiful, very beautiful, beyond description. Go rest somewhere, and don't block me from seeing the other little butterflies. The peach blossom butterfly flew in front of Luo Tang, opened its wings, and said coquettishly, Master, you already have a family, and you still want to go and see other little butterflies? Other little butterflies are not as beautiful as me, and I am the butterfly king. As soon as it finished speaking, the butterfly on the ground broke out of its cocoon, fluttered over, and flew to the top of the mountain peach tree carrying the peach blossom butterfly. What are you doing? Don't you know I want to talk to the master? The other little butterflies ignored it and took it to the peach blossoms and started collecting nectar. The peach blossom butterfly cursed, and just as it was about to fly down, it was caught by other little butterflies again. Luo Tang. This role as the butterfly king is a bit pathetic. Master, it seems that only the double-winged butterfly king has intelligence, while the other peach blossom butterflies do not. Their instinct is to collect peach nectar. There is only one mutant peach tree in the entire space. They probably want to collect peach nectar as a reserve food before the peach blossoms completely wither. The butterfly king was dragged up by them to do hard labor. Luo Tang laughed. This butterfly king is miserable enough, but I don't seem to have a contract with the peach blossom butterfly king. Could it be that it is a mutant mountain peach companion beast, so it can also have a spiritual connection with me? Yes, that's great. I only have one contract ring left, and I haven't decided who to contract with yet. If Xiaoda hadn't joined the team, she would have signed with Curly without a second thought. Before going down the mountain, Luo Tang looked up and glanced at the king butterfly, who was being urged by the little butterfly to collect nectar. The little butterfly was still crying. Master, I don't want to collect honey, I want to go out and play. The mutant Shantao sighed. You naughty little guy, I don't know how such a stable tree like me could have a mutant beast like you. The peach blossom butterfly king heard the sound of the companion tree, landed on its trunk, and chatted with it. The morning light is dim, and the sun is rising. Luo Tang washed up and went downstairs. Bai Qingli had already prepared breakfast. Just when he was about to go back and call Zhou and Shen Qiang to get up for breakfast, he happened to bump into Shen Qiang, who was yawning and coming downstairs with dark circles under his eyes. Brother, why did you go last night? Are you still thinking about what happened last night? She thought that her sleeping environment was very good, and it was impossible to be disturbed. Little brat Zhou said yesterday that he would get up early and make breakfast with me, but he hasn't seen anyone yet. Bai Qingli muttered in Luo Tang's ear, wanting to go upstairs to wake Zhou up. Shen Qiang stopped him. Zhou whispered in my ear most of the night last night, telling me several ghost stories, and I couldn't sleep well all night. He went to bed too late last night. You let him go again, get some sleep? Children will grow stronger if they sleep more. Shen Qiang was very depressed. Originally, he planned to tell Zhou a ghost story, but instead Zhou told him. But he was also frightened by Zhou's ghost story. Shen Qiang sat at the dining table staring at the three people with suspicious eyes. Luo Tang coughed lightly and said, My brother is not lying. Zhou can really tell ghost stories. Brother, you take a rest at home today and take care of Zhou. I plan to go to the mountain behind Yue base to have a look. Tang, the soldiers there don't dare to go there casually. It's very dangerous, and there are many mutant beasts entrenched there. If you want to go to the imperial capital, you can take a detour. That mountain is expanding. If those armored beasts are not eliminated, they will become a hidden danger sooner or later. Tang and I will go together. Ian, you and Ian stay behind. Bai Qingli said, Brother, we are not useless. Why can't we go? Tang and I will go check it out first. Nothing will happen. Luo Tang curled her lips. She originally just wanted to take Dodo with her. In this situation, even if she didn't bring Bai Qingli, he would probably follow her. It normally takes 4 hours to drive from the base to Jishan by car. This is the information Luo Tang learned from Yang Yuan. Tang, how about I ride the bike and you sit behind me? In the mountains and forests, an off-road motorcycle is indeed more convenient than riding a bicycle. Can you fly a plane? Yes. Go find Commander Yang. But there are mutant birds in the mountains and forests. What if we get shot down? Bai Qingli was a little depressed because of his animal-attracting physique. Even if the mutant animals don't harm him, if they hit the plane, it could easily cause a plane crash. Luo Tang. I'll take Dodo with me. You can take care of yourself. Tang, please take me there. Those mutant animals may not hurt you if I go there. Let's go and see what treasures that mountain has. Don't notify the officials first. His intuition told him that there must be something there. What the unlucky guy said makes a lot of sense. With him around, the mutant animals will ignore him and Azizi by instinct. When we find a treasure, let him lead the beasts while he and Tang steal the treasure. How cool! Luo Tang smiled and said, Qingli, let's get ready and go. Bai Qingli naturally responded happily. Before leaving, he greeted Morong Yin and Nangong Yin and asked them to pay attention to the Tang and Shun families. Before leaving, Luo Tang contracted a little rabbit, placed it at home, and woke up Zhou. Zhou, if I can't come back tonight, I will contact Xiaodu. Mommy, I understand. Luo Linzhou looked up at Luo Tang. Mommy, can you make a contract with me so that you can talk to me even if you are far away from me? The corner of Luo Tang's mouth twitched. So far, she had not tried whether this ability could be used to contract a person. After placing the power of the contract on Zhou, Luo Tang was shocked when he saw the platinum and gold intertwined ring on Zhou's crystal core. Luo Linzhou looked at her expectantly. Mommy, is it okay? Luo Tang nodded. Luo Linzhou danced with joy. Mommy, please sign a contract with me. Luo Tang held his forehead with his hand. Zhou, Mommy's ability hasn't been upgraded yet. The bunny I just contracted is the last one. If you want to contract with others, you have to wait until your ability is upgraded. Luo Linzhou's face fell instantly, and he looked dimly at the little rabbit curled up beside him. The little rabbit didn't understand why, but it felt like it had a strange connection with Luo Tang. Mommy, when you advance to the 4th level, you must contract Zhou. Luo Tang rubbed Zhou's curly hair and said, Baby, you can't leave the villa until Mommy comes home, okay? Aha! Just after leaving the base, a muscular man wearing a vest waved at Luo Tang. Chapter 93 Energy Stone Mine. The man ignored Bai Qingli and said to Luo Tang, Miss Luo, Are you going to do a mission today? Do you want to team up with our Chung Feng team? Luo Tang frowned slightly. Who are you? I don't know you, and I don't want to. He turned to Bai Qingli and said, let's go. Go early and come back early. She didn't know how this man knew her. She had only been at the Yuhui base for a few days and had little contact with outsiders. I went out just yesterday and was in the car from beginning to end. I haven't gone to the mission hall to accept the mission. He took out an off-road motorcycle from the space and handed Bai Qingli a helmet. Miss Luo, there are 2 people in our team. A short-haired woman next to her suddenly stepped forward and introduced herself to Luo Tang. But before she could finish her words, she was restrained by a powerful mental force. He waited until the off-road motorcycle in front of him disappeared from his sight, breathing heavily. What's wrong with you? You're halfway through your speech and everyone leaves, and you haven't finished yet? The big guy didn't understand. There was a hint of fear in the woman's eyes. It was that woman who used her supernatural power to imprison me. Don't tell me you didn't notice anything. The big guy touched the back of his head and said, of course I noticed that she used her supernatural power. Didn't you reach the 2nd level last night? How come you are still so scared that you can't say anything? I feel that woman's ability is more than the 2nd level. When her mental power locked onto me, I felt like my blood was about to solidify. Is that so? Go back and report to Brother Qi. The woman went out today without the dog and the child. She must be at home. Luo Tang doesn't know yet that her family's black hole has been targeted. Bai Qingli rode very fast. She buried her face in his back, and his paws held her tightly. After riding the high-speed motorcycle for more than an hour, Luo Tang felt tired all over. It would be great if her big whale could show up, then she wouldn't need a plane or a car. Build a small house on its back. The giant whale can fly and has wind-related abilities, so its flying speed must be very fast. It's big in size, so it's great to use it as a mount. Passing through the dilapidated streets, you will occasionally encounter some vehicles heading to the sunset base. Even some roadblocks. The surrounding scenery changed rapidly. The opposite mountain was full of low trees. Occasionally, a few yellow leaves scattered on the brownstones. Looking further up, there are bare hillsides, jagged rocks, and a few weeds struggling to survive in the cracks between the rocks. Tang Tang, the mountain road is not easy to walk on. Let's be careful. Good. The mountains that appeared after the change in the map of Blue Star were only over a month after the end of the world, and there were no man-made roads here. The 2 could only crawl slowly along the edge of the rock. Dowdu excitedly jumped from one rock to another. Maybe Luo Tang was lucky. The place she came to was not lurking with the armored beasts that Yang Yuan mentioned. After walking for about half an hour, we stood on the top of a hill. Looking into the distance, you can see endless mountains with steep cliffs. Luo Tang noticed with his sharp eyes that a large gray rock on the opposite hillside moved. He hurriedly took out his telescope to check and gasped when he saw it. Is this a mutated pangolin? It's too big. It's as big as a crocodile. I don't know why there are so many pangolins here. It has been just over a month since the end of the world. How could these mutant animals evolve so well? Fortunately, they were just large in size. The ones she saw were all 1st level, probably armored mutant beasts with extremely high defense. Luo Tang's spiritual power probed under the rock, and a winding ant nest appeared before his eyes. Each ant is as big as a wash basin. If you get entangled by a swarm of ants, you will at least lose a layer of skin if you don't die. Bai Qingli led Luo Tang and walked carefully along the rock wall towards the deeper part. Dowda nestled in Luo Tang's arms, not moving a muscle. Only its shifty eyes revealed its current mood. This unfortunate guy is quite useful. The mutant animals really can't hurt him. Even though he knew that the mutant animals would not actively harm Bai Qingli, Luo Tang did not dare to take it lightly. They are surrounded by gregarious mutant animals. If they accidentally step on one, there is no telling what terrible things might happen. There was a damp smell of feces in the air, and Luo Tang frowned slightly. The hissing sound continued. When his mental power touched the piles of snakes, Luo Tang's eyelids jumped. There is a snake king ahead. This place is not far from the Qinling Mountains. There must be something in the mountains that attracts animals. Otherwise, how could there be so many animals in a newly appeared mountain range? Heading north, a piece of exposed milky, white energy stone appeared within the range of Luo Tang's mental detection. Luo Tang took a breath. The height of the energy stone exposed on the surface was 3 meters, and a giant snake, as thick as a bucket, was coiled on the stone. Various snakes were crawling on the energy stones in the surrounding caves. Pulling Luo Tang, Tang, is there something wrong with those white stones? His mental power naturally detected the giant python coiled on the rock. That's an energy stone. The stone where the giant python is coiled is a 3rd-level energy stone. Judging from its condition, if we had come a few days later, it might have advanced to the 4th level. The 3rd to 4th level is a watershed. Who knows how powerful the mutant snake that advances to the 4th level will be? There are also mutant ants, mutant scorpions, and mutant pangolins living in the caves around. No wonder this mountain in the book becomes a restricted area for humans. The mutant plants in this mine seem to have reached a consensus and are absorbing these energy stones together. If one mutant animal advances to the 4th level, it might break this balance. As soon as Luo Tang finished speaking, the sounds of snakes hissing and insects chirping could be heard all around. The two looked at each other. This was a warning from the mutant animals. It seems that because of the special nature of Bai Qingli's abilities, those mutated animals will not kill him. But if he competes with them for things, that may not be the case. But Luo Tang didn't want to give up so many energy mines. Master, let's not act rashly. You and Dao have a solid foundation, and the magnetic field here is special. Use the energy stones on the edge of the energy mine to reach the 4th level, and let the person next to you protect you. Otherwise, the energy fluctuations when you advance will attract mutated animals, which will attack you and eat your flesh and blood. After you advance to the 4th level, go deal with the Snake King and snatch that huge energy stone. Bodhi's voice sounded in Luo Tang's mind. We have to be quick. We have to kill the Snake King before it advances to the 4th level. Okay. Luo Tang did not move forward, but walked towards the edge of the area along the energy mine he had discovered. It took us half an hour to walk here, which shows how big this energy mine is. You have to know that this is just the beginning of the apocalypse, and most of the energy mines are still slowly forming. She didn't know how long this process would take. Anyway, Shen Shiyue in the book, the most advanced energy stone he had seen in the past 5 years, was only the 3rd level. And I've only seen a small piece. There are much fewer mutant beasts in the fringe areas, and some are even newly mutated. Sensing the aura of Luo Tang and Bai Qingli, he ran away in fright. After finding a larger cave, Luo Tang took out his hoe and started digging out rocks. When I put the hoe down, the energy stone didn't move at all, but my hand hurt. He pursed his lips and watched Dao wrap his claws with gold-type powers, then cut out a piece with great effort, and was completely silent. Even if she found an energy mine, she seemed unable to mine it. Chapter 94. Advance to the 4th level, the crisis is coming. Just a few of them cannot mine the energy rough stones in a short time. The energy rough stones are like jadeite rough stones, which are in the rocks. Even if she had mental strength and space, it would be impossible for her to take in the entire mountain. So it has to be dug out piece by piece. When we collected the raw stones in Jade Street, they had already been mined one by one. Dao cut off the outer layer of rock. The gray shell was peeled off, revealing an energy stone that was as white and smooth as jade and emitted a faint glow. A strong breath of energy hits you in the face. Tang, this is the energy stone you mentioned. It's really rare. Bai Qingli didn't expect that there would be a stone in the world that contained the same energy as the crystal core. That's right, Qingli. I want to advance to the 4th level here. You and Dao help me guard it. I'm afraid of being attacked by the mutant animals around. Good. Dudu Saiziyup. 4th level. It wanted it too. Chigu, big boy. After you advance, I also want to advance. Luo Tang nodded, sat on the energy stone, and began to meditate. Ever since the last beast summoning incident, Bai Qingli has gradually learned to use his special abilities. You will no longer accidentally summon a beast to your side. His ability can only make the mutant beast temporarily out of control, so that he can use it for his own benefit. The more powerful the mutant beast, the more difficult it is to control, just like Tong Tong's big dog. He tried very hard, but he managed to control it for a moment. There was another point that puzzled him. For some unknown reason, after the summoned beasts regained their sanity, they had to rub against him before leaving. The giant python that had just settled down was at the peak of the 3rd level. His ability could only prevent it from actively attacking them, but it had no effect on them for even a second. Bai Qingli was bored and a little hungry, so he took out some toast from the space. He was afraid that the aroma of the food would attract bad things. The toast filled my stomach, and he had just made it this morning, so it tasted good. He glanced at Luo Tang, who had his eyes closed. Tang hadn't eaten yet, and would definitely be very hungry after advancing. There were no other ready-made dishes in his space, and after processing the ingredients last night, he didn't have much time to cook. After Tang is promoted, if there are no ready-made dishes in her space, she can find a safe place to cook a meal. A little pangolin sniffed the air, and the sweet scent filled its nose. The huge body next to it turned over and pressed the little pangolin tightly under it. The little pangolin struggled to squeeze out from under the big guy, sniffed the fragrance in the air, and began to dig a hole. Bai Qingli had just drunk a bottle of mineral water when his eyes suddenly darkened. Dao was playing with the energy stone when he suddenly felt something move under his butt. It stood up quickly, and its black eyes were fixed on the slightly moving stone. After a moment, a small creature covered with black scales pushed open the energy stone, and there seemed to be some confusion in Daoda's eyes. Daoda grinned and said, Chigu, little thing, where did you come from? You can dig a hole in the quarry so easily. The little pangolin jumped over the pocket, crawled to Bai Qingli's feet, and pulled at his trouser legs with its claws. Bai Qingli's eyes were cold. He didn't have any special abilities of his own, just now. This little pangolin is obviously intelligent and is not controlled by him. Bai Qingli, who was thinking, didn't notice that the mineral water bottle in his hand was snatched away by the little pangolin. The little pangolin licked the bottle that Bai Qingli had touched and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Bai Qingli lowered his eyes slightly and took out pieces of toast from the space. The little pangolin smelled the scent of toast, and its nose twitched. Bai Qingli laughed unconsciously. Dado opened his mouth slightly and scratched his butt. He felt that this scene was magical. This weird-looking thing actually likes to eat toast. Black hole doesn't like to eat toast, but black hole likes to eat fish. And I'm afraid of fish bones. The supernatural molecules around began to gather, and the air became restless. The energy in the mountains that was invisible to the naked eye turned into a breeze, crossing the hills, passing through the stone walls, and rushing towards Luo Tang. The giant black snake that was originally coiled on the energy stone suddenly opened its scarlet vertical pupils and stretched out its bright red tongue. Hiss! The big snake actually gave up the energy stone under it, twisted its body, and flew towards Luo Tang, with sticky venom flowing wherever it passed. Ordinary rocks were contaminated by the venom, and their surface became charred black. The pangolin king sleeping in the cave smelled the scent of the giant snake and became restless. He moved his body, but he didn't feel his cub's body, so he opened his eyes suddenly. He sniffed around and started digging along the tunnel dug by the little pangolin. When Bai Qingli saw that Luo Tang was glowing all over, he knew that she had already touched the edge of the 4th level, and as long as the time was right, she would be able to advance. The chirping of insects around suddenly stopped. Bai Qingli had a bad feeling and exerted his mental strength to the maximum, exploring every corner around him. Tang Tang cannot be affected by any external factors at the critical moment of promotion. Just as Bai Qingli was thinking, a black snake as thick as a bucket entered his mental range, and wherever it passed, it left a charred mess. It rushed straight towards Luo Tang and him, frowning slightly, wondering why this snake would give up the treasure it was holding and come to find them. Daodu and the little pangolin became restless. Daodu, you stay here to guard Tang Tang, and don't let anything else get close to her. I'll go stop the mutant snake. Does the little pangolin know who the big snake is? Mom said that thing was full of poison, and its father was poisoned to death by it. Unfortunately, Mom was injured and is still recovering, so she can't take revenge. How could it get here? The little pangolin called for its mother anxiously. The big pangolin heard the child's call and smelled the fishy smell in the air and rushed towards the little pangolin at the fastest speed in its life. Bai Qingli took out a silver spear from the space. Daodu, quick, help me strengthen my spear. When Daodu saw the majestic weapon, his eyes lit up. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, he immediately helped Bai Qingli strengthen his spear. Bai Qingli grasped the spear, jumped out of the cave. Daodu was jealous. This unlucky guy was quite powerful. He could even fly over rooftops and walls, and he had strange and powerful weapons. Suddenly, there was a vibration under Daodu's feet, and the hair on his body exploded. He landed on all 4 paws, slightly arched his body, and a ball of hair slid down from his head. A pangolin about 2 meters long broke out of the ground, and the little pangolin quickly climbed onto its mother's back. Gugu Daodu stood in front of Luo Tang and looked at the pangolin vigilantly. The giant pangolin glanced at the human sitting cross-legged behind Daodu, and then the hissing sound of snakes continued to be heard. Chapter 95, Fighting the Mutated Snake Group and Advancing to Level 4. Mom, Daodu is a good animal. Its friend gave me food, and it's outside. Don't touch my master. Daodu looked at the giant pangolin warily. She is advancing. The mutant poisonous snake outside probably wants to swallow her and advance to the 4th level. The giant pangolin hurriedly explained after hearing what his cub said. The big snake is at the peak of the 3rd level, so the unlucky guy must be unable to defeat him. Mount, you stay here, and I'm going to help the unlucky guy. Daodu, that snake is so powerful. My father died at its hands. The little pangolin jumped off his mother's back and said angrily. Daodu's eyes changed when he looked at the giant pangolin. He put away his fierce look, moved in front of the giant pangolin, and pressed his furry body against it. The big pangolin hugged the small pangolin and looked at Daodu vigilantly. The level of this little beast is the same as that of the mutant snake, and the green grass next to it also contains vigorous energy. Daodu placed his claws on the giant pangolin. How about we team up to deal with the giant snake? As Daodu finished speaking, the sharp sound of a spear tearing through rocks was heard. Daodu patted the ball of fur and rushed out of the cave like a small cannonball. The giant pangolin didn't expect that someone was already fighting with the poisonous snake, so it put the cub down carefully. Baby, stay here and call Mom if you have any problems. It knew this was its only chance to kill the venomous snake and get revenge. It is in the middle stage of the 3rd level, and the beast named Daodu just now is at the peak stage of the 3rd level. The people outside must be very powerful to be able to fight the poisonous snake for so long. Mother! The giant pangolin patted its cub on the head and left the cave. Bai Qingli was hit by the snake's tail, and his spear pierced into the rock. A thin layer of ice solidified on the ground, freezing the small snake that was heading towards the cave. Looking up, a storm was brewing in his deep eyes as he stared at the giant snake coiled on a protruding rock. A faint green poisonous aura emanated from the snake, and its black scales emitted a golden glow. With the dual abilities of poison and gold, his spear cannot penetrate the black snake's scales. You must hit the vital point. This vicious creature has many subordinates. His mental power detected that many small snakes were heading this way. Damn it, if it weren't for his special abilities, these little snakes would have swallowed him whole with just one bite. My head was buzzing. If I hadn't just fought and advanced to the late 3rd level, I would have collapsed by now. As Dowdu rushed out of the cave and stepped on the ice, he fell and brushed past the mouth of the big snake, falling right on the head of the rushing snake. Dowdu, where did the ice come from? Fortunately, I didn't fall into the poisonous snake's mouth. With such a bloody mouth, it may not even need to spit out the bones after swallowing it. Bai Qingli's eyes lit up. Dowdu grabbed the big snake's head. Don't let it fall. The big snake was about to swallow Bai Qingli in one gulp, but unexpectedly an unknown creature fell on its head. He immediately shook his head to try to shake Dowdu off, but Dowdu refused to get off after hearing Bai Qingli's words. His foreclaws hooked onto the snake's scales, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he shook. Seeing this, the big snake suddenly rushed towards the rock. Bai Qingli used his mental power to wrap Dowdu in 3 layers, and Dowdu didn't understand why. Why would this unlucky guy waste his supernatural powers on it? It was very agile, so it wasn't knocked against the rocks by the big snake. The big snake rolled over and hit the rocks, and Dodo jumped all over it, until a faint green mist began to seep out from the gaps between the scales. Dowdu's head began to feel dizzy. It understood why Bai Qingli wanted to wrap it up with his mental power. It was obvious that he was afraid that it would be poisoned to death. However, Bai Qingli's mental power could not completely isolate the poison from the snake. Even though Dowdu stuck close to the snake, some of the poison still penetrated into its body through its nostrils. Bai Qingli was a little anxious. If Big Rat died here, how would he explain to Tang Tang? There were more and more snakes around, and as soon as he left the cave, these snakes would definitely rush in. It would be even worse if he went in and bit Tang Tang, causing confusion in his superpowers. Dowdu, lure the snake down. Don't leave it too far from me. Jump down if you can't hold on any longer. As soon as Bai Qingli finished speaking, a large pangolin crawled out from the ground, took advantage of the venomous snake's unpreparedness, grabbed the snake's tail with one claw, and seeing that the snake's tail was not broken, it grabbed it several times. The venomous snake's tail was broken and fell from midair. The venomous snake fell from the top of the rock wall in pain. Bai Qingli seized the opportunity and cut the snake's vital point with a knife. Dowdu, with a dizzy head, grabbed the back of the snake's neck and separated the snake's head. Before the snake's head fell, it sprayed venom towards Bai Qingli. Bai Qingli was unable to dodge, and the hand holding the knife was stained with poison. And he happened to have a wound on his hand. In an instant he felt sick to his stomach and felt dizzy. I cursed in my heart. What kind of mutated snake is this, to be so poisonous? It was just a little bit of venom that got on the wound, so he was poisoned, or was it that the poison from the snake bite he just received invaded his internal organs and is now erupting? The knife in Bai Qingli's hand fell and landed on the rock, making a crisp sound. Dowdu fell from midair, and the giant pangolin jumped over the snake corpse and caught Dowdu. The giant pangolin slapped the still-moving snake's head with its tail, and all the poisonous snakes died. Looking at the snake's corpse cut into 3 parts, the giant pangolin's eyes turned red. Finally died. So many of its kind were killed by poisonous snakes, and many of its newborn babies also became food for the snakes. Bai Qingli felt his head becoming more and more dizzy, and his body fell backwards, with the back of his head about to make close contact with the sharp rock. A figure rushed out from the cave and caught him. Qingli, don't sleep. Before closing his eyes, Bai Qingli heard Luo Tang's anxious voice. Luo Tang hurriedly took out the spiritual water and fed it to Bai Qingli. The hairball and the giant pangolin cleaned up the small snakes around them. Before the water was even fed to him, Bai Qingli's lips instantly turned black and purple, and his entire body became stiff. As soon as Luo Tang touched him, a cold feeling suddenly spread all over his body. He instantly sensed that the situation was not good, and when he lifted up Bai Qingli's trouser legs, he saw that his legs were covered with numerous small holes. Chikachudata staggered to Luo Tang and put his head at her feet. Luo Tang immediately fed its spiritual water, and the little guy smelled the taste of the spiritual water. Holding the bottle in Luo Tang's hand, he sat down on the ground and started gulping down the water. There were no telling how many kinds of snake venom there were in Bai Qingli's body, and his body was about to become stiff. Luo Tang first sprinkled a layer of spiritual water on his wound, helped Bai Qingli up, took a big sip of the spiritual water, and poured it into his mouth. Dowdu's head was still not clear, and he felt dizzy. He rubbed his eyes. I took another sip of the spiritual water and heard a chi gurgle. The toxins must not have been eliminated. My eyes were dazzled. Bai Qingli felt like he was in an ice cellar, and suddenly a gentle force fell on his wound. Then, something soft pressed against him, and a sweet breath filled his mouth. Bai Qingli swallowed subconsciously. Luo Tang heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, his eyes slightly moist. At least he was still alive. Looking at Bai Qingli with pale face and purple lips, Luo Tang felt a little distressed. His whole body was covered with wounds from snake bites, but he didn't make a sound. Why didn't he call her? The worst that can happen is that if I don't advance this time, I can find a way to advance next time. With a loud bang, the bottle in Daoda's hand fell to the ground, and the giant pangolin handed him a dark green, teardrop-shaped object. Chapter 96, Bai Qingli has grown a tail. Thank you. Luo Tang knew that this was snake gall, but she didn't have any medical skills. How could she use it? Should she just feed it directly? Is it poisonous? Even if it is not poisonous, will Bai Qingli die from the bitterness of the bile? He's still got a breath left after being bitten by so many poisonous snakes. Maybe he can survive if we swallow the snake gall. Otherwise, the venom will quickly cause his body to fail and he'll die soon. They pangolins have been fighting the snakes for more than a month. Venomous snakes are poisonous, and they have hard armor. If a pangolin is poisoned by a snake, they will kill the snake and get its gallbladder. It was obvious that this man was the woman's partner. If he had been able to obtain the snake gall as quickly as possible when his partner was poisoned by a snake, he might not have died. Luo Tang wanted to feed Bai Qingli a mixture of spiritual water and snake bile, but when she went to the small pond to get some spiritual water, she found that there was no spiritual water left. It still needs time to accumulate. Luo Tang's heart sank. She must store the spiritual water well in the future and never use it indiscriminately again. Daodu has woken up at this moment, and his big eyes like black grapes are rolling around. It seems that what he just saw was not fake. The giant pangolin was a little anxious, thinking that Luo Tang couldn't understand what it said, so it repeated it to Dodo. Daoda's ears pricked up. He stood up from the ground, grabbed the snake gall in Luo Tang's hand, forcefully pried open Bai Qingli's mouth and stuffed the gall in. Luo Tang felt his hands go empty, and when he reacted, the snake gall had already entered Bai Qingli's mouth. Jigu is just the right size, and Dodo grinned. The gallbladder of the poisonous snake was as big as a fist. Daoda broke the gallbladder, and the green bile immediately flowed into Bai Qingli's throat. Bai Qingli, who was originally immersed in the sweet scent, suddenly felt a bitter smell spreading throughout his body. His whole body was numb and bitter. It was so bitter. What the hell is this? He wants candy. I thought about it, but I couldn't shout it out. He's like a dumb person eating bitter cactus and refusing to eat it. Luo Tang saw that the purple color on Bai Qingli's lips had faded slightly, and that Bai Qingli was about to vomit bile. So he hurriedly said, "Qingli, this is the antidote. You can't vomit it. If you vomit it, you will really die." Bai Qingli heard Luo Tang's voice in a daze. The bile stuck in his throat, and he didn't know whether to spit it out or not. Luo Tang became even more anxious, and he continued, "If you vomit, I will bury you on the spot." Bai Qingli's heart choked, and he swallowed the bile in one breath. After swallowing it, he felt a bitter smell emanating from his whole body. "It's so bitter. I've never eaten anything so bitter in my life. What is this? Antidote? I must keep a yin by my side from now on." Tang Tang's antidote is really too bitter for him. He's in so much pain that his whole body is itchy now. Huh. Bai Qingli felt something was wrong with him. His butt and head were itchy. Luo Tang, who was sitting next to him, was even more dumbfounded. She glanced at the giant pangolin squatting next to her. "Pangolin, does he really eat snake gall?" The giant pangolin was confused and pointed to the snake corpse it had cut open next to it. Daoda touched Bai Qingli's exposed legs and said, "Jigu Jigu, he must have been poisoned by a snake. How come he still has white hair? The hair feels so soft. If it is bitten by a snake, will the burned hair grow back quickly?" Under Luo Tang's shocked gaze, two white furry ears suddenly popped out on Bai Qingli's head. The two furry ears moved, and Luo Tang felt itchy and touched them. They felt really good and soft. Then Bai Qingli's originally black hair slowly turned into silver gray, and even his eyebrows were dyed silver gray. The wounds on his legs and hands healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but his eyes remained closed. Luo Tang felt a chill on his legs, and then he discovered that a thin layer of ice had formed on Bai Qingli's body at some point. "The clothes on my body were frozen." Daodu, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly felt something furry touching him. When he turned his head, he saw three furry tail tips appearing next to him. See the tail coming from Bai Qingli's butt. Daoda's dark eyes lit up with excitement. He grabbed the tail and stretched it in front of Luo Tang. "Chigu big cub, you see? The unlucky guy not only has 2 legs, he also has 3 tails." 3. Daoda only has 1, but he has 3. He must not be human. The people of Luo Tang were completely dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. She went back to try to make a contract with other people. She doubted that she could contract Jojo because his father was not a human, but a demon. There really are monsters in the world. The big pangolin and the small pangolin were also shocked, and there were even many pangolins approaching. This was probably the first time they saw a 2-legged creature with a tail. Luo Tang took one look at the pangolin surrounding him, and his face turned red. It turns out that beasts are also gossipy. He picked up Princess Bai Qingli and walked towards the cave entrance. Don't follow me in. Daoda's ears twitched, and he excitedly jumped onto the cave entrance and followed Luo Tang's footsteps. So amazing. It's going to see the unlucky guy. The little pangolin saw the opportunity and slipped onto Daoda's back and followed it in. The giant pangolin gave the surrounding pangolins a warning look, then moved its huge body and followed in. Luo Tang, damn it. Very good. It's delivered to your door, right? Look, I won't contract you today. This giant pangolin is very smart and knows how to repay kindness. It is a good and powerful animal. She took it today. Not only does it have the strength of a mid-level third-order player, but it also comes with a buy one get one free deal. As soon as the giant pangolin entered the cave, it was instantly enveloped by a spiritual force and then disappeared into the cave. Luo Tang left Manhwa to guard the space and took Bai Qingli and Daodu into the space. The giant pangolin saw that he was in a green meadow with beautiful scenery, and even the air was sweet. Stunned. Then Daodu and the little pangolin fell on it. Daodu excitedly followed Luo Tang into the mansion, followed by two tails, one big and one small. Luo Tang completely forgot about letting him entertain two pangolins. Just as Luo Tang put Bai Qingli into the bathtub, he saw three heads approaching. Luo Tang. The door closed with a snap. Daoda knocked on the door and said, Big Zai Zai, I'll help you bathe the unlucky guy. Luo Tang thought that Daoda would help He Cole take a bath, so he opened the door and let him in. You two go outside to play first, okay? Luo Tang said to the big pangolin with a smile. The big pangolin glanced at the small window and nodded. After Luo Tang closed the door, he took Zai Zai to the back of the house and lay down on the window. Chapter 97, he is fused with the blood of the Beast King. Luo Tang. If she hadn't been able to check things in the entire space, she wouldn't have known how curious this pangolin was. With a bang, the window was closed. The big pangolin and the small pangolin looked at each other. Mom, your body must be too big for you to be discovered. The big pangolin slapped the little pangolin on the head. What are you talking about? Am I your mother a curious animal? Let's go outside and see what this place is. It's so comfortable. The big pangolin took the little pangolin out of the house and began to stroll into space. Luo Tang stripped Bai Qingli naked, and white hair appeared all over his body, and the ice on his body began to spread. Luo Tang stripped Bai Qingli naked, and white hair appeared all over his body, and the ice on his body began to spread. His lips were white from the cold, and he was shivering. Cold was the word that popped out from Bai Qingli's mouth as he was stripped of his clothes. Luo Tang took a deep breath. Help. Her son's father is not a human being. Bodhi, do you think this is some special ability? Like animal transformation? Maybe there are such